Penguin Classics. The Thomas Paine Reader. Thomas Paine was born in Thetford, England, in 1737, the son of a staymaker. He had little schooling and worked at a number of jobs, including tax collector, a position he lost for agitating for an increase in excisemen's pay. Persuaded by Benjamin Franklin, he emigrated to America in 1774. In 1776 he began his American Crisis series of 13 pamphlets, and also published the incalculably influential Common Sense, which established Paine not only as a truly revolutionary thinker, but as the American Revolution's fiercest political theorist. In 1787 Paine returned to Europe, where he became involved in revolutionary politics. In England his books were burned by the public hangman. Escaping to France, Paine took part in drafting the French Constitution, and voted against the king's execution. He was imprisoned for a year and narrowly missed execution himself. In 1802 he returned to America and lived in New York State. Poor, ill, and largely despised for his extremism and so-called atheism, he was in fact a deist. Thomas Paine died in 1809. His body was exhumed by William Cobbett, and the remains were taken to England for a memorial burial. Unfortunately, Cobbett was forbidden to bury Paine in English soil and the remains were subsequently lost. Michael Foote was born in 1913 and was educated in reading and at Oxford, where he read philosophy, politics, and economics. He became editor of the Evening Standard in 1942 and subsequently of Tribune. He first entered Parliament as Labour member for Devonport in 1945, and after a series of increasingly important political posts became deputy leader of the Labour Party in 1976 and leader in 1980, until his resignation in 1983. He was Labour member for Blaenau from 1983 to 1992, when he retired from Parliament. Michael Foote is also the author of The Pen and the Sword, 1957, Aneurin and Bevan, Volume 1, 1897 to 1945, 1962, and Volume 2, 1945 to 1960. 1973, Debts of Honor, 1980, Another Heart and Other Pulses, 1984, Politics of Paradise, 1984, and H.G., The History of Mr. Wells, 1995. Isaac Kramnik was born in 1938 and educated at Harvard University, where he received a BA degree in 1959 and a PhD in 1965, and at Peterhouse, Cambridge. He has taught at Harvard, Brandeis, Yale, and Cornell, where he is now professor of government. He is married to Miriam Brody Kronnick and lives in Ithaca, New York. Among his publications are Bolingbroke and His Circle, The Rage of Edmund Burke, and numerous articles on 18th century topics. He has edited William Godwin's Inquiry Concerning Political Justice, The Federalist Papers by James Madison, Alexander Hamilton and John Jay, and Thomas Paine's Common Sense for the Penguin Classics. He is also the author, with Barry Shearman, MP, of Lasky, A Life on the Left. Thomas Paine Reader. Edited by Michael Foote and Isaac Kramnik. Penguin Books. Penguin Books. Published by the Penguin Group. Penguin Books Ltd., 80 Strand, London WC2R0RL, England. Penguin Putnam Incorporated. 375 Hudson Street, New York, New York 10014 USA. Penguin Books Australia Ltd., 250 Camberwell Road, Camberwell, Victoria 3124, Australia. Penguin Books Canada Ltd., 10 Alcorn Avenue, Toronto, Ontario, Canada M4V3B2. Penguin Books India, P. Ltd., 11 Community Centre, Panchsheel Park, New Delhi, 110. 017, India. Penguin Books, NZ, Ltd., CNR Rosedale and Airborne Roads, Albany, Auckland, New Zealand. Penguin Books, South Africa, Thai, Ltd., 24 Sturkey Avenue, Rosebank 2196, South Africa. Penguin Books Ltd., Registered Offices, 80 Strand, London WC2R0RL, England. www.penguin.com. This collection first published 1987. 19. Collection, Introduction, and Annotation Copyright Michael Foote and Isaac Kramnik, 1987. All rights reserved. Except in the United States of America, this book is sold subject to the condition that it shall not, by way of trade or otherwise, be lent, resold, hired out, or otherwise circulated without the publisher's prior consent in any form of binding or cover other than that in which it is published, and without a similar condition including this condition being imposed on the subsequent purchaser. 978-0-14-193775-5. Contents. Editor's Introduction, The Life, Ideology, and Legacy of Thomas Paine. Paine's Writings. 1. The Case of the Officers of Excise, 1772. 2. African Slavery in America, L775. 3. Reflections on the Life and Death of Lord Clive, 1775. 4. Liberty Tree, L775. 5. Common Sense, 1776. 6. The American Crisis, 1776-83. 7. Public Good, 1780. 8. 6 Letters to Rhode Island, I-782-3. 9. Letter to the Abbé Raynal, 1782. 10. Dissertations on Government, the Affairs of the Bank, and Paper Money, 1786. 11. The Rights of Man, 179 I-2. 12. Letter addressed to the addressers on the late Proclamation, 1792. 13. An essay for the use of New Republicans in their opposition to monarchy, 1792. 14. Reasons for preserving the life of Louis Capet, 1793. 15. The Age of Reason, Part 1, 1794. 16. Dissertation on First Principles of Government, 1795. 17. Agrarian Justice, L795. 18. Letter to George Washington, L795. 19. To the Citizens of the United States, 1802-3. 20. The Construction of Iron Bridges, 1803. 21. Constitutional Reform, 1805. Editor's Introduction. The Life, Ideology, and Legacy of Thomas Paine. In number 7 of his American Crisis, addressed in 1778 to the people of England, Thomas Paine described his feelings on arriving in America 4 years earlier. An unknown Englishman of 37 undistinguished years, he was plunged into tumultuous Philadelphia. I happened to come to America a few months before the breaking out of hostilities. The world could not then have persuaded me that I should be either a soldier or an author. But when the country, into which I had just set my foot, was set on fire about my ears, it was time to stir. It was time for every man to stir. Few men have stirred as much as Paine would in the last quarter of the 18th century. Paine's life. Thomas Paine was born in the country town of Thetford, Norfolk, on January 29, 1737. His father, Joseph Paine, was a respected Quaker staymaker, his mother the daughter of an attorney. Tom was raised a Quaker and schooled in the village from his 6th to his 13th year. In 1750 he was apprenticed to his father's shop, where he learned the trade of making women's corsets and inserting their steel or whalebone ribs. He ran away from home at the age of 16 and went to sea on a merchant ship only to be brought back by his father. 3 years later he left Thetford for good. Staymaking was his trade. In 1757 he turned up in London as a journeyman staymaker, and a year later in Dover. He then moved on to the small village of Sandwich on the coast, where he opened a shop of his own. There he met and married, in 1759, Mary Lambert, a maid in service to the local woolen draper's wife. It was a short-lived marriage, for she died the next year. 2 years later Paine abandoned staymaking and started a new career as exciseman, a customs official assigned to collect the internal duties levied on beverages, tobacco, and other household items. For the next few years, he was assigned to Lincolnshire. In 1765 he lost his job because he had stamped goods that he had not, in fact, examined. A one-year return to staymaking in the village of Dis in Norfolk was followed by some months teaching English in London and several more as tutor and itinerant preacher. Paine was reinstated in the excise service in 1768 and assigned to Lewes in Sussex, where he remained for the next 6 years. Throughout these itinerant years Paine pursued a disciplined regimen of self-education. He bought books and scientific equipment from his meager earnings and attended lectures whenever possible. Having settled down in Lewes at the age of 31, he turned to politics, business, and family. He became a regular at the White Hart Social Club, where national and parish politics were the constant topics of conversation. Contemporaries later noted what a joy it was to hear young Tom Paine take on the town officers in debate after a few beers. It was a reputation that would haunt Paine all his life. In addition to politics and drink, Paine devoted a good deal of the time left over from his official excise duties to a snuff, tobacco, and grocery business. He had little head for business and the shop fared poorly. He also remarried in Lewes. His second wife was the daughter, 10 years his junior, of the former owner of his shop. In April 1774 the business failed. The marriage did no better. He and his second wife were permanently separated. There was one important and enduring achievement in those 6 years in Lewes. However, Paine found his first cause and he threw himself into it with the same zeal that he would later bring to the American and French revolutions. Excise officers throughout Britain were seeking higher salaries in the 1770s, and in 1772 Paine drafted a pamphlet, The Case of the Officers of Excise, to make their case. He went so far as to spend a winter in London distributing copies to members of Parliament. The cause failed, too. But Paine was in print, and his appetite for social reform had been whetted. The 6 months in London lost him his job in the excise service. However, he was dismissed in 1774 for having left his post. Bankrupt, separated and jobless, Paine left Lewes in 1774 and headed for London. He had not done much with his life in his 37 years. He had failed in business, in marriage, and in vocation. America tempted him. It offered a fresh start far from the drudgery of collecting taxes or making ladies' stays. Through connections made in the unsuccessful excise campaign, Paine was introduced in London to Benjamin Franklin, then acting as agent for Pennsylvania. Franklin agreed to give Paine some letters of introduction to take to America. Franklin's note indicates how little he or anyone expected from Paine. He wrote to his son-in-law, a Philadelphia merchant. The bearer, Mr. Thomas Paine, is very well recommended to me, as an ingenious, worthy young man. He goes to Pennsylvania with a view of settling there. I request you give to him your best advice and countenance, as he is quite a stranger there. If you can put him in a way of obtaining employment as a clerk, or assistant tutor in a school, or assistant surveyor, of all which I think him very capable, so that he may procure a subsistence at least, till he can make acquaintance and obtain a knowledge of the country, you will do well, and much oblige your affectionate father. 1. In Philadelphia, Paine tried his hand first at teaching, but he was soon persuaded to write, by the printer of the Pennsylvania magazine, himself a recently arrived Scotsman. Throughout 1775 Paine wrote short miscellaneous pieces for Philadelphia newspapers and magazines. One was an outspoken attack on slavery. In the Pennsylvania magazine, which Paine edited, he wrote scientific articles as well as political ones. His interests were wide-ranging and instinctively progressive. In November 1775 Paine began writing his anonymous essay Common Sense. Ever since 1763 Britain and the American colonies had been at odds over the British government's newly levied taxes and customs duties, which were intended to make the colonists pay for some of the huge expenses of the recently concluded French and Indian wars, the 7 Years' War, in its European phase. Only in 1773 and 1774, however, with the Boston Tea Party and Britain's harsh reprisals, did tensions rise to the point where armed clashes developed and talk of independence could be heard. It was by no means certain even as late as 1775 that reconciliation was not possible, that is, until Paine published Common Sense, with its simple and dramatic call for America to declare its independence. The plea for independence boldly urged in Common Sense caught the public imagination. The pamphlet struck a string which required but a touch to make it vibrate, a contemporary noted. The country was ripe for independence, and only needed somebody to tell the people so, with decision, boldness and plausibility. Edmund Randolph of Virginia later noted that the public sentiment which a few weeks before the publication of Common Sense had shuddered at the tremendous obstacles with which independence was environed, overleaped every barrier. General Washington commented that increased hostilities, added to the sound doctrine and unanswerable reasoning contained in the pamphlet Common Sense, will not leave numbers at a loss to decide upon the propriety of a separation. In Massachusetts a citizen noted that he believed no pages was ever more eagerly read, nor more generally approved. People speak of it in rapturous praise. In Philadelphia the book made numerous converts. In sending the pamphlet to a friend in London, a contemporary of Paine's noted that Common Sense which I herewith send you is read to all ranks, and as many as read, so many became converted, though perhaps the hour before were most violent against the least idea of independence. 2. George Trevelyan in his History of the American Revolution has summarized the impact of this pamphlet, which by February everyone knew was from the pen of Tom Paine. It would be difficult to name any human composition which has had an effect at once so instant, so extended and so lasting. It was pirated, parroted and imitated, and translated into the language of every country where the new republic had well-wishers. It worked nothing short of miracles and turned Tories into Whigs. It is estimated that almost 100,000 copies of Common Sense were sold in 1776. Translated immediately into French, with the anti-monarchical passages deleted, it became an instant success in Paris. Celestine, the American emissary in France, noted that Common Sense has a greater run, if possible, here than in America. 3. Paine's pamphlet had influential opponents as well. John Adams, for example, who shared Paine's views on independence, feared the radicalism of the pamphlet and the effect so popular a pamphlet might have among the people. He replied to Paine in the draft of his thoughts on government which he circulated among influential patriots in the spring of 1776. Adams, a much more conservative thinker than Paine, agreed with his call for separation, but he trembled at its popular tone and its prescription of a simple political system for independent America without the complex balancing and separation of powers inherent in the older British model. Paine's ideal sketched in Common Sense, Adams wrote, was so democratical, without any restraint or even an attempt at any equilibrium or counterpoise, that it must produce confusion and every evil work. Point 4. John Adams notwithstanding, far fewer criticized Paine's pamphlet than praised it. Instant fame came to Paine when it became known that he was the author of Common Sense. But he was not a man to sit idly in his newly acquired literary and political glory. In July 1776 he enlisted in the American army, soon becoming aide-de-camp to General Greene. For the next 7 years, while the war with Britain dragged on, Paine combined his military role with journalism and produced a series of remarkable pamphlets designed to maintain American morale as well as to make the case for America in England and Europe. The first of these papers, later to be published together as The American Crisis, appeared on December 23, 1776. Addressed to all Americans, as much as to Washington and his troops huddled in the New Jersey cold, its opening lines have remained to this day the most frequently quoted of all that Paine wrote. All America must persevere, must suffer, he wrote, for all history awaited the battle's outcome. These are the times that try men's souls, the summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of his country, but he that stands it now deserves the love and thanks of man and woman. Tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered, yet we have this consolation with us, that the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph. What we obtain too cheap, we esteem too lightly. In addition to his military experience and his inspirational journalism, Paine played an active role in the politics of the war period. In 1777 he was appointed secretary to the Committee of Foreign Affairs by the Congress and in this capacity worked tirelessly to obtain supplies, loans, and military assistance from France. In the course of arranging this aid, Paine found himself embroiled in a bitter controversy with Celestine. Paine contended that the supplies which America received from France through the offices of Caron de Beaumarchais, the adventurer and playwright author of The Marriage of Figaro, were a gift and not a loan. Dean claimed they were a loan and demanded a commission. Never one to hide his anger, Paine rushed into print with a public attack on Dean, which led ultimately to Paine's dismissal from his congressional position by a coalition of those who supported Dean and those who had felt all along that the appointment of such a radical was a mistake. Gouverneur Morris, one of the latter, insisted that it was inappropriate for such a delicate position to be held by a mere adventurer from England, without fortune, without family or connections, ignorant even of grammar. Point 5. Paine was also active during these years in the local politics of Pennsylvania. He was an ardent supporter of its Constitution of 1776, the most radically democratic of all the 13 state constitutions. By 1780 Paine had, in fact, been appointed clerk of the Pennsylvania Assembly. One of his acts as clerk was to draft the legislation that provided for the gradual emancipation of slaves in that state, the first such legislation passed in the United States. During this Pennsylvania period Paine also helped found the Bank of Pennsylvania with several well-to-do merchants and bankers. For Paine this seemed the only way to allow Pennsylvania to answer Washington's call for money to pay and provisions to feed his troops. Paine's defense of this bank against farmer and radical attack in 1786 was taken by some as a sign that he had moved to a more conservative position. However, Paine himself argued that the bank was essential for commercial growth and would ultimately contribute to the well-being of all. He contended that the people had no right to revoke economic contracts entered into by the legislature of Pennsylvania. Throughout this period when America was governed by the state-centered Articles of Confederation, Paine was a self-proclaimed advocate for a stronger central government, the cause which would triumph in the Constitution of 1787. He opposed Virginia's claim to land in the West, for example, insisting that such land belonged to the nation, and not to individual states. He also urged the individual states to approve amendments to the articles that would have granted Congress the power to levy national tariff duties to support the war. Paine's writings on the Bank of Pennsylvania as well as his opposition to unlimited state sovereignty may well have fueled speculation that he had been bought off by the merchants of Philadelphia or by the elites calling for constitutional reform. But this was not the case. His views were shaped by his vision of America as a powerful and flourishing nation, the better to represent the democratic ideal, and he was virtually penniless throughout this period of his life. Most of his earnings from Common Sense and his political appointments had been contributed over the years to the Revolutionary Army or to facilitate the printing and distribution of his writings. In 1783 Paine was forced to ask Congress for financial assistance. He received nothing from the central government. Pennsylvania, however, gave him $500 in cash, and New York gave him a farm in New Rochelle, confiscated from a loyalist. Like many of his contemporaries in England and America, Priestley, Price, Jefferson, and Franklin among others, Paine combined political liberalism with the dream of technological and scientific progress. The ease with which political arguments could use scientific and technical principles is illustrated beautifully in Common Sense with its discussions of weights and forces. In terms of his career, the project to which Paine devoted most of his energy in the 1780s was the construction of an iron bridge. His efforts to develop and finance his bridge led Paine in April 1787 to leave America and return to Europe. France was where engineering was most understood, Paine felt, and he went there hoping to find backers for the single arch bridge he contemplated building across the Schuylkill River in Philadelphia. This innocent quest brought about the third development of Paine's meteoric career. First a failure, then an American revolutionary. Paine was destined next to emerge not as a great inventor but as an English revolutionary. English radicalism had persisted from its first explosion with Wilkes in the 1760s, gathering momentum with the American Revolution in the 1770s and the growth of the county association movement in the 1780s. The French Revolution brought to a head middle-class discontent with the archaic and unreformed constitution. A new and progressive order had come with such apparent ease to the French that English reformers assumed that change in English institutions would follow quickly and painlessly. A heady faith in progress and the dawning of a new era swept through English intellectual and radical circles. Paine was in France furthering his bridge building interest in the winter of 1789. The hero of America, he was toasted in the circles of Lafayette and Jefferson, then serving as American ambassador to France. From Lafayette Paine received the key to the Bastille to bring back to Washington. He was present during the early stages of the French Revolution and was pleased by what he saw. One Englishman much less pleased than Paine was Edmund Burke, whose Reflections on the Revolution in France appeared in 1790 while Paine was in England, ostensibly still en route to America. Burke's was a vicious attack on the French Jacobins and their English sympathizers. They had no reverence for the past, no respect for institutions like the church and the aristocracy, he insisted. They tore down the entire political and social edifice and built completely anew with no effort to repair damaged parts. Government and society, Burke wrote, were fragile and complex entities, the product of generations of slow and imperceptible growth. No reformers, plans or blueprints could substitute for the experience of the ages. Burke's message was clear. English radicals should not copy their French counterparts. The aristocratic and hierarchical English past and present must be defended from its enemies. The intellectual spokesmen and women for that subversive enemy replied in legions to Burke. Godwin rose to the occasion with his inquiry concerning political justice. Wollstonecraft with her vindication of the rights of woman, but none would be so powerful and so popular an answer as Paine's The Rights of Man, which appeared in 1791. Once again the uncomplicated, unscholarly, and unsophisticated rhetoric of Paine brought him unprecedented popular success. Paine was an instant hero in England, not only to the intellectual radicals among whom he moved, such as Blake, Holcroft, Home, Tooke, Godwin, and Wollstonecraft, but to hundreds of thousands of artisans and journeymen who bought Rights of Man for sixpence or read it reprinted by their provincial radical association. Paine's book was more than a simple defense of the French from the obloquy heaped upon them by Burke. It was also a call to the British to replace the aristocratic institutions so praised by Burke with new liberal institutions, to replace the principle of privilege and heredity with the new ideals of talent and merit. The monarchy and the aristocracy were relics of a feudal past. Republican government rested with the people and was designed to serve their interests alone. Far from the past, and its institutions weighing heavy on modern man, Paine's message was that every age and every generation acted for itself, set up its own political and social order to meet its own needs. The vanity and presumption of governing beyond the grave, he wrote, is the most ridiculous and insolent of all tyrannies. Man has no property in man, neither has any generation of property in the generations which are to follow. Paine champions the rights of the living, not the hoary rights of privileged classes from time immemorial. Paine was no hero to George Hill's prime minister, William Pitt the Younger. Burke wrote to dissuade people from entering the radical camp. Reeves and his mob in the Church and King Society literally burned down the insurgents' camps, while the role of Pitt and his agents in the repressive atmosphere of the early and middle 1790s was to arrest radicals, try them and throw them in jail. In 1792 charges of seditious writings were lodged against Paine, and a trial was scheduled. Pitt would not allow a writer, especially one so widely read, to state freely as Paine had done in the introduction to The Rights of Man, if universal peace, civilization, and commerce are ever to be the happy lot of man, it cannot be accomplished but by revolution in the system of governments. The mood of England had shifted dramatically in the 2 years since Wordsworth felt such bliss to be alive in the reflected glory of the French Revolution. On the night of 22 November 1792 a patriotic mob burned Paine's effigy at Chelmsford, Essex. According to a newspaper account, on Wednesday last, the effigy of that infamous incendiary, Tom Paine, was exhibited in this town, seated in a chair, and borne on 4 men's shoulders. In one hand he held The Rights of Man and under the other arm he bore a pair of stays, upon his head a mock resemblance of the cap of liberty, and a halter round his neck. On a banner carried before him, was written, Behold a traitor, who, for the base purposes of envy, interest, and ambition, would have deluged this happy country in blood. 6. All they had was Paine's effigy, for, sensing the justice he would receive in England, inflamed by Pitt, Burke and Reeves, Paine had fled to France 2 months earlier. The trial nevertheless took place in December. Paine was found guilty in absentia of seditious libel, and outlawed from ever returning to Britain. Remaining in France for the next 10 years, Paine now entered the historical stage as French revolutionary. He was chosen delegate to the National Convention by a constituency that included Calais and Oise, and threw himself into the chaotic politics of the revolution in the critical year of internecine fighting between Girondin and Jacobin. Once again Paine was no mere bystander. In October 1792 he was appointed to the Committee of 9 to frame the new French constitution. But all was not easy for Paine in the suspicious atmosphere of Paris. He became entangled in the labyrinth of revolutionary personalities and politics. His associations with the moderate Girondin would anger the more radical Jacobins when they came to power. Most particularly he alienated Robespierre and Marat by pleading in the convention that Louis XVI's life be spared. No one was criminal enough, he argued, for the barbarity of the death penalty. In addition, he pleaded, whatever were Louis Capet's manifest faults he had after all aided my much-loved America to break its chains. The English-speaking Paine became further suspect when war broke out in 1793 between France and England. In October his allies the Girondins were tried and condemned. In December foreigners in the convention were denounced. Paine was arrested and imprisoned. For 10 months of his imprisonment Paine busied himself working on The Age of Reason, a penetrating attack on theistic Christianity and defense of a natural deistic religion free from supernatural trappings. In it he examined the Bible and regaled his readers with its contradictions, its false chronology and its tales of barbarism, slaughter, and inhumanity. This was not, he argued, the work of God who presided over the natural universe. In an age of reason, he insisted, men and women would replace such superstition with science and nature. In place of a mysterious and brutal God, they would have God the first cause, the supreme being. While he wrote on religion, Paine also worked on his release from prison through the good offices of the new American minister, James Monroe. After some confusion about his status as American or British, Paine was released in the autumn of 1794. One of Paine's first works after his release from prison was a stinging attack on George Washington, whom he held responsible for the length of his imprisonment. In fact, the much more likely culprit was Paine's old conservative nemesis Gouverneur Morris, who was the American minister to France before Monroe. It was he, not Washington, who apparently saw no reason to speed Paine's release. Nevertheless, Paine lashed out at Washington in rage-filled pages that denounced the president's military skills as well as his federalist politics. Once again, Paine voiced his deepest feelings in print. The Jacobins had fallen in the meantime, and Robespierre himself had been guillotined. Paine was re-elected to the Assembly in December 1794 and sat through the following year, but he had contracted a malignant fever in prison and for the most part could summon energy enough only to write. His last years in Paris, therefore, were less poetical than polemical. He produced a second part of The Age of Reason, a poetical essay, dissertation on first principles of government, and a major piece of social and economic criticism, Agrarian Justice. In 1802 Paine returned to America for the final and tragic chapter in his career. The America he found was very different from the Philadelphia he had known in 1774 or even in 1783. The social ferment of those years had been stilled by a federal constitution and a federalist ideology which seemed to throw the balance of political and social power into the hands of the powerful and well-to-do. Common sense was a thing of the distant past. Paine was no longer the celebrated author of the pamphlet so influential in its day. He was now the notorious author of the Godless Age of Reason, with its assault on Christianity. Jefferson was man enough to renew his old ties with Paine. But to most Americans Paine was evil personified. The Federalist press wrote of him as a lily-livered cynical sick rogue, a loathsome reptile, a demi-human, arch-beast, an object of disgust, of abhorrence, of absolute loathing to every decent man except the President of the United States. A Boston newspaper summed up the feelings of polite and privileged America. Paine was a lying, drunken, brutal infidel. 7. The aging Paine, with no family and few close friends, became cantankerous and argumentative, turning more and more to the solace of drink and to bitter reflections on having been forgotten or ignored. He had come full circle from an unknown self. Educated parvenu arriving in America in 1774 he had climbed the heights of world fame. Now he was once again ignored or mocked. It was a difficult fate for a man like Paine whose arrogance and conceit knew no bounds. His was a colossal ego. Had he not claimed that the success of common sense was beyond anything since the invention of printing? Had he not told a friend that his rights of man could take the place of all the books in the world, and that if it were in his power to demolish all the libraries in existence he would do it, so as to destroy all the errors of which they are the depository, and with the rights of man begin a new chain of ideas and principles? Paine seemed to Morris to become every hour more drunk with self-conceit. 8. The aristocratic Morris had always held Paine in contempt as an outsider, an airy beast. He described him, as already noted, as an adventurer, lacking wealth, family, and connections, ignorant even of grammar. In an age of gentlemen Paine stood out, not only because of his less than perfect speech. To a French observer he was coarse and uncouth in his manners, loathsome in his appearance, and a disgusting egoist, rejoicing mostly in talking of himself and reading the effusions of his own mind. 9. Parvenus often seem uncouth to the established. In turn, it is not unusual for angry newcomers to cultivate vulgarity. Paine was convinced that his was a superior talent, and he lashed out at the aristocratic belief that rewards were due only to those born to privilege, to the nobility, whom he called men of nobility. Paine's writings are filled with defiance of and disrespect towards kings, ambassadors, nobility, presidents and pious priests. How better to subvert these untalented superiors in a world of polished privilege than by repudiating the pattern of civility they dictated? Paine's last years were spent in New York City, in what is now Greenwich Village, or on his farm in New Rochelle outside the city. He died on June 8, 1809. Few people saw the coffin from the city to the farm in New Rochelle. At the burial site there were even fewer present, merely a handful of New Rochelle neighbors and friends. There were no dignitaries, no eulogies, no official notices of his death. The staymaker from Thetford, who had shaped the world as few have ever done, who had known and been known by many great men of America, France, and England, was laid to rest in a quiet pasture with no ceremony, no fanfare, no appreciation. The irony of such a funeral for such a man was too much for Madame de Bonneville, who had acted for several years as Paine's housekeeper, and who was one of the few present. She later wrote, "This interment was a scene to affect and to wound any sensible heart." Contemplating who it was, what man it was, that we were committing to an obscure grave on an open and disregarded bit of land, I could not help feeling most acutely. Before the earth was thrown down upon the coffin, I, placing myself at the east end of the grave, said to my son Benjamin, "Stand you there, at the other end, as a witness for grateful America." Looking round me, and beholding the small group of spectators, I exclaimed, as the earth was tumbled into the grave, "Oh, Mr. Paine, my son stands here as testimony of the gratitude of America, and I, for France." This was the funeral ceremony of this great politician and philosopher. 10. Paine's ideology. No Democrat so enthusiastically rejected the aristocratic world as did Thomas Paine. Burke wrote of him that he sought to destroy in 6 or 7 days the feudal and chivalric past that all the boasted wisdom of our ancestors has labored to bring to perfection for 6 or 7 centuries. 11. Paine's every reflex was egalitarian, bent on undermining what he considered the quixotic age of chivalric nonsense. Kings were the first nonsense to go, doing nothing more than make war and give away positions. They were paid 800,000 sterling a year and worshipped into the bargain. They were useless and unproductive. Of more worth is one honest man to society than all the crowned ruffians that ever lived. 12. After kings, the nonsense of aristocracy was next to go. Is there anything more absurd than the hereditary principle? Paine asked in The Rights of Man, as absurd as an hereditary mathematician, or an hereditary wise man, and as ridiculous as an hereditary poet laureate. What mattered was not a man's pedigree but his productivity. Society should be led by men of talents and abilities, yet its offices of privilege and power were filled by a nobility that, according to Paine, really meant no ability. Paine, like Wat Tyler, could scan all the vocabulary of Adam and find there not such an animal as a duke or a count. The great of the world could shout Leveller at such Jacobin sentiments, and proud citizen Tom Paine would reply, "France has not levelled, it has exalted. It has put down the dwarf, to set up the man." Monarchs and aristocrats were unproductive idlers, parasites, and drones, who neither collect the honey, nor form the hive, but exist only for lazy enjoyment. Behind the power of these drones lay the deception that government and society were mysterious and arcane realms where secrets possessed only by some enabled the few to lead, to govern, to oppress. For Paine, the age of fiction and political superstition, and of craft and mystery is passing away. The craft of courts has vanished from popular government. There is no place for mystery, nowhere for it to begin when the people govern themselves. 13. Such a government was simple and uncomplicated. Defenders of balanced or separated powers, like John Adams, were criticized for their glorification of complexity, which Paine insisted was merely a return to the fiction, crafts and mystery of the pre-democratic age. In the age of mystery and chivalric nonsense, the poor fared worst of all. To their defense, in moving and bitter language, sprang Paine, the former staymaker, in terms no less meaningful 2 centuries later. The present state of civilization, he wrote in Agrarian Justice, is as odious as it is unjust. It is absolutely the opposite of what it should be. And it is necessary that a revolution should be made in it. The contrast of affluence and wretchedness continually meeting and offending the eye is like dead and living bodies chained together. There is nothing wrong with riches, he adds, provided that none be miserable in consequence of it. In Part 2 of The Rights of Man, he laments that nations are governed like animals, for the pleasure of their riders. When we see age going to the workhouse and youth to the gallows in a civilized country, he adds, something must be wrong in the system of government. Why is it that scarcely any are executed but the poor? Youth should be instructed, and the aged supported. Instead, Paine fumes, the resources of a country are lavished upon kings, upon courts, upon hirelings. What pathetic irony that the poor themselves are compelled to support the fraud that oppresses them. Paine calculated that the millions that are superfluously wasted upon government are more than sufficient to reform those evils. Were an estimation to be made of discharge of aristocracy to a nation, it will be found nearly equal to that of supporting poor. The Duke of Richmond alone, and there are cases similar to this, takes away as much for himself as would maintain to diocese and poor and aged persons. Paine's solution was for the authorities to grant the poor £4 a year for children under 14, and to require that the children be schooled. For the elderly, there would be, at age 50, £6 per year, and £10 after 60. It is painful, Paine writes, to see old age working itself to death, in what are called civilized countries, for daily bread. He calculated how much the poor pay in taxes over a lifetime, and notes, in anticipation of modern social security, the money he shall receive after 50 years, is but little more than the legal interest of the net money he has paid. Is it more civilized, he asks, to render comfortable the old age of 140,000 people, or that $1 million a year of public money be expended on any one individual, and him often of the most worthless or insignificant character? Public education could be provided for all, according to Paine, at the cost of 10 shillings a year for 400,000 children. Women would receive 20 shillings immediately after the birth of a child, and couples 20 shillings upon marriage. Paine insisted that this was not the Christian philanthropy of traditional paternalist attitudes to the poor. In striking anticipation of a doctrine that even 200 years later is unacceptable to many, he is certain in the rights of man that this support, as already remarked, is not of the nature of a charity, but of a right. No one else in that age of revolution, none of the sober and cautious Democrats who were America's founders, proclaimed as Paine did. When it shall be said in any country in thy world, my poor are happy, need no ignorance, nor distress is to be found among them, my jails are empty of prisoners, my streets of beggars, thy aged are not in want, thy taxes are not oppressive, when these dyings can be said, then may that country boast its constitution and its government. Such sentiments endeared Paine to democratic working men. He was applauded by the artisans of Philadelphia and by the members of the London Corresponding Society in the 1790s. His writings would be quoted by the Chartists and the early trade unionists in the 19th century. But it is a mistake to read Paine's radicalism as proto-socialism, as some have. His merciless indictment of an aristocratic polity and society did serve the interests of the workers and touched their souls, but Paine's radical egalitarianism also served, and was bound up with, the interests of bourgeois liberalism, the principal architect and beneficiary of the destruction of chivalric nonsense. It detracts in no way from Paine's radicalism and his egalitarianism to note their liberal sources. Such, indeed, were the terms of progressive and humanitarian assault on the old order had to take in his age. The limitations liberalism placed on his radicalism would become clearer in a later age. In his day there was no incompatibility between his democratic ideals and his defense of individualism, property, and business enterprise. Bourgeois ideals in his mind were intimately linked to an egalitarian vision of society. The stratified society of privilege and rank would be leveled in a bourgeois world of competitive individualism, a world in which political and social place would be determined by talent, merit, and hard work. His political theory was vintage liberalism. Like Adam Smith and James Madison, and like liberal apologists to this day, Paine assumed that cooperation and fellowship were strangers to the political arena, a place of conflict and competition constituted by atomistic individualism. A nation, he wrote, is composed of distinct, unconnected individuals, following various trades, employments, and pursuits, continually meeting, crossing, uniting, opposing, and separating from each other, as accident, interest, and circumstances shall direct. Point 14. Government had no positive agency to promote justice or virtue for these clashing individuals and interests. It was merely to preside as umpire over a world where individualism was the central value. Its sole justification was providing a stable and secure setting for the operation of a commercial society. Every man wishes to pursue his occupation and to enjoy the fruits of his labor and the produce of his property in peace and safety and with it the least possible expense. When these things are accomplished, all the objects for which government ought to be established are answered. Point 15. Paine was read by the artisans and the poor, but his natural friends were also the manufacturers, who were fast destroying traditional society. Paine the entrepreneur, the salesman forever hawking his iron bridge, had great respect for the Wedgwoods, the Arkwrights, the Watts, and their counterparts in America who chartered the Bank of Pennsylvania. These enterprising individuals stood outside government. Indeed, their achievements occurred in spite of government. It is from the enterprise and industry of the individuals and their numerous associations, in which, triedly speaking, government is neither pillow nor bolster, diet these improvements have proceeded. No man thought about the government, or who was in, or who was out, when he was planning or executing those things, and all he had to hope, with respect to government, was that it would let him alone. Point 16. Paine's entrepreneurial friends were engaged in the same egalitarian crusade as he was. Like him, they sought a redistribution of wealth and power that would be based on equality of opportunity and that would enable individuals of real ability to replace those of no ability. Paine's most progressive writings, his Agrarian Justice and the Justly celebrated Part 2 of the Rights of Man, while advocating the redistribution of much wealth to the poor, still served the greater interest of individuals of enterprise and industry, relieving them of that most burdensome of weights, the poor rates. Relief would come to both the middle and lower classes, indeed in greater measure to the former. Equal conditions, equal results, were not his goal nor theirs. The end of chivalric nonsense would bring not leveling but equal opportunity in a competitive, individualistic society. That property will ever be unequal is certain, he wrote in 1795. This was neither unjust nor unfair, but simply a result of industry, superiority of talents, dexterity of management, extreme frugality, and fortunate opportunities. His political creed was a simple one, pure liberalism at its most radical and progressive. Historical moment, establish the rights of man, enthrone equality, let there be no privileges, no distinctions of birth, no monopolies, make safe the liberty of industry and trade, the equal distribution of family inheritances. 17. Society in every state is a blessing, but government even in its best state is but a necessary evil, wrote Paine in Common Sense. With this formula Paine distills the essence of liberal social theory and in turn reveals the flaw that limits its and any radical vision operating within the confines of liberalism. From Locke through Paine. And even unto Milton Friedman, the liberal sees civil society as peopled by self-reliant individuals. Such a society is benignly innocent, self-regulating, and harmonious. Government is pernicious, the source of threats to individual freedom. It, along with its ally the established church, is in essence tyrannical. Coercion and abuse are the fruits only of government, never of the social and economic institutions of civil society. Poverty, for example, according to Paine, is a direct result of governmental interference with the great laws of society, the laws of nature and reciprocal interest. How often is the natural propensity to society disturbed or destroyed by the operations of government, he asks. Instead of consolidating society, it divided it, deprived it of its natural cohesion, and engendered discontents and disorders, which otherwise would not have existed. The excess and inequality of taxation has but one effect: the great mass of the community are thrown thereby into poverty and discontent. Governments thus create the poor. The economic institutions of civil society do not. In America there is little or no government, according to Paine. Society performs there, quite naturally, with order and decorum. It follows, according to Paine, that poverty is unknown in America. Point 18. Paine's preoccupation with government as the source of all coercion, his conviction that civil society is the realm of true freedom, is nowhere better revealed than in his obsession with taxation. The real threat to individual freedom, for Paine, is governmental taxation. Taxation is the symbol of tyranny and corruption. His self-appointed mission was to defend the cause of the poor, of the manufacturers, of the tradesman, of the farmer, and of all those on whom the real burden of taxes fall. Monarchy, aristocracy and taxes were all of a piece in Paine's mind. In his anti-monarchical essay of 1792 he insisted that whoever demands a king, demands an aristocracy, and 30 millions of taxes. Royalty has been invented only to obtain from man excessive taxes. The turmoil of his revolutionary age was produced, he said, by taxpayers who had had enough. He wrote in 1792, there are two distinct classes of men in the nation England: those who pay taxes and those who receive and live upon the taxes. When taxation is carried to excess, it cannot fail to disunite these two, and something of this is now beginning to appear. 19. America represented for Paine a revolution in the principles and practice of governments. He meant by this its repudiation of monarchy and the hereditary principle, and its commitment to representative government. In addition, America represented liberal utopia, the triumph of civil society over government. Like Locke, who had claimed that in the beginning all the world was America, Paine contended that the case and circumstances of America present themselves as in the beginning of a world. Paine was struck with how well revolutionary America performed with little central direction, a little more than what society naturally performed was all the government that was necessary. American government was also cheap, extending over a country 10 times as large as England. Paine calculated its cost as a 40th part of the expense which government costs in England. No vast patronage network here, no costly system of jobs. The civil list for the support of one man, the King of England, Paine noted, is 8 times greater than the whole expense of the federal government in America. What little government there was in America was simple, local, and understandable. The Americans put into practice Paine's maxim that the sum of necessary government is much less than is generally thought. In America, the poor are not oppressed, the rich are not privileged. Industry is not mortified by the splendid extravagance of a court, rioting at its expense. Their taxes are few. In England, men were envious of America, and calls for change were coming fast. Paine wrote in 1792, because the enormous expense of government has provoked men to think. Point 20. The triumph of civil society over government, of cheap and simple self-regulation over expensive and tyrannical taxation, is seen in a fascinating and repeated preference Paine acknowledges for local over centralized government. England, he suggests, really governs itself, with constables, assizes, magistrates and juries. This is done at virtually no expense, at no great intrusion of taxation on individual freedom. Central government, on the contrary, or court government, while useless, is a leviathan, an overblown monster spewing forth jobs and wars. It is the most productive machine of taxation that was ever invented. Point 21. The latter, centralized monarchical government, is unnecessary and a constant threat to individual liberty. The former, self-regulation by local society, is natural, cheap, and really not government at all. It is thus no threat to individual rights, or to the self-realization of talented individuals. For the liberal Paine there is but one villain: government. Merchants, manufacturers, and bankers, even magistrates and justices of the peace, are part of benign and wholesome civil society. Traditional republican doctrine is turned on its head. Self-serving individuals further the common good, and public government serves its own selfish and corrupt interest. The greedy hand of government is thrust into every corner and crevice of industry, to grasp the spoil of the multitude. Governments are evil incarnate. They engage in wars abroad and practice oppression and usurpation at home. They exhaust the property of the world, reversing the conventional identification of courts and the great with civility, and provincial manufacturers and artisans with vulgarity. Paine holds that governments work for the forces of barbarism, society for the forces of civilization. Governments pervert the abundance which civilized life produces to carry on the uncivilized part. Paine pushes aside what most take to be the political issues that divide people and finds not class war but a heroic and quintessentially liberal struggle between individuals and governments. It is not whether this or that party shall be in or not, or Whig or Tory, or high or low, shall prevail, but whether man shall inherit his rights, and universal civilization take place. Whether the fruits of his labors shall be enjoyed by himself, or consumed by the profligacy of government. Whether robbery shall be banished from courts, and wretchedness from countries. 22. It was inconceivable to Paine and other liberals that civil society and its institutions, economic, familial, or cultural, could be a source of coercion, of oppression and usurpation. That concentrations of power and wealth in non-governmental institutions could be the source of inequality and poverty was incompatible with the liberal urge to indict political institutions and to seek progressive change through political reform. Threats to freedom come from the state, from churches, and tyrants in the liberal world, not from factory owners, corporate power, or financial manipulators. Nowhere is this limitation of Paine's vision more apparent than in his strident defense of the Bank of Pennsylvania, a defense that alienated him from many of his Jeffersonian friends in 1786. Paine rejected the fears of the bank's radical critics, who charged that its directors would wield great economic power even to the point of controlling the state and the government. On the contrary, Paine answered, the bank illustrates the superiority of civil institutions over state institutions. Men in society have little need for government, they can supply their internal wants and needs by private co-operative activity. Non-governmental institutions like the bank by definition could not be oppressive, only taxing governments could The bank came into being, he wrote, because government was inadequately financing the war, a public spirit awakened itself with energy out of doors. The bank facilitates the commerce of the country. More significantly, if merchants by this means or farmers by similar means among themselves can mutually aid and support each other, what has the government to do with it? What right has it to expect emolument from associated industry, more than from individual industry? It would be a strange sort of government that should make it illegal for people to assist each other, or pay a tribute for doing so. The real threat to individual freedom here was not from any potential or real economic power of the bank and its directors, according to Paine. The enemy is government. Corporate groups must be free of government. Paine writes of the bank. They must not be dependent on government each year for renewal of their charters. The citizens who compose those corporations are not free. The government holds an authority and influence over them in a manner different from what it does over other citizens, and by this means destroys that equality of freedom which is the bulwark of the Republic. Point 23. When he wanted to, Tom Paine could summon citizens to collective action with stirring phrases. In the American crisis he had written that these are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of his country. But common action and fraternity, for Paine, are found only in the angry response of a basically individualistic society to public oppression and injustice. When the stimulus of rebellion and war against tyrants and aristocrats is removed, equal individuals will pursue their own livelihoods, and seldom will they be moved to cooperate with one another for common purposes. Among equal citizens, there is little or no sense of community, self-regulating society, yes, but no consciousness of solidarity, nor any real emotional feelings of unity. In society, there is little need for popular power. There are, after all, no collective goals. Democratic egalitarian citizens for Paine are free, not powerful. Power was something governments had, and with it they taxed, coerced, worship, and gave jobs to incompetent second sons of elderly peers. Its abusive association with government permanently tainted power for the individualist Paine and for liberals like him. America was a beacon of light in an otherwise dark world because its equal citizens were free, not because its people had power. Americans did not tax, establish churches, or give away public jobs. That power might serve less abusive ends could not occur to individualistic liberals like Paine, for a free people were not united in pursuing communal ends, nor were they even interested in community itself. Such a linkage of power, community, and freedom could come only with democratic theorists like Rousseau, less wedded to an individualistic vision of society. For such Democrats, it was not power itself that corrupted, but the wielders who corrupted power. Trapped as he was by the limitations of liberal social theory from seeing non-governmental threats to freedom, equality, and democracy, confined as he was to seeing society only in terms of competitive individualism, it still bears repeating that there have been precious few in the liberal camp who so passionately assaulted privilege as Paine did. Few liberals were so fervently committed to democracy and egalitarianism. Lest we forget the Democrat Paine, we need remember only how he was hated by the conservatives of his day. John Adams could not bear him. In 1805 Adams wrote of Paine, who was for him the symbol of mischievous radicalism. I know not whether any man in the world has had more influence on its inhabitants or affairs for the last 30 years than Tom Paine. There can be no severer satire on the age. For such a mongrel between pig and puppy, begotten by a wild boar out of bitch wolf, never before in any age of the world was suffered by the poltroonery of mankind to run through such a career of mischief. Call it the age of Paine. Point 24. Paine's legacy. When William Cobbett set sail from New York for England on October 30, 1819, he carried with him in his baggage the bones of Thomas Paine. The precise moment in English history and the strange, elaborate tribute devised by one English radical leader and writer to another combined to make the event memorable. Just a few weeks before, Manchester had witnessed on its streets the Peterloo massacre, and the nation was still gripped by the political debate which followed. Cobbett had chosen to cross the Atlantic months earlier to escape the clutches of the same persecuting, panic-stricken government. The memory of Thomas Paine figured prominently in his thoughts. No such intrusion could normally displace his own claims and pretensions. He had a reputation for being preposterously vain. But on this occasion, most notably, he wished the world to know what was his own considered verdict on his great forebear and exemplar. Sadly, the body never had the memorial over it that Cobbett intended. It was washed overboard at sea. No small part of Cobbett's energies during the whole of his stay in America was devoted to tasks associated with Paine. He cited Paine's views in several of his own writings and took the trouble to engage in controversy about his alleged blasphemies and irreligion. He made the acquaintance of Madame de Bonneville and others who had known Paine in his last days before his death a decade earlier. He proposed to himself and others the idea of writing Paine's life and publishing a full edition of his works. In an article written in February 1819 he declared, I hope to see an act of Parliament to cause his bones to be conveyed to England and deposited in the stead of those of Pitt, whose system he opposed, the ruin attending whose schemes he foretold, and for which foretelling he was persecuted. 6 months later he returned to the subject. Paine lies in a little hole under the grass and weeds of an obscure farm in America. There, however, he shall not lie, unnoticed, much longer. He belongs to England. His fame is the property of the English, and if no other people will show they value that fame, the people of England will. A few weeks later he went and fetched the bones himself. Let this be considered, he said. The act of the reformers of England, Scotland, and Ireland. In their name we open the grave and in their name will the tomb be raised. We do not look upon ourselves as adopting all Paine's opinions upon all subjects. He was a great man, an Englishman, a friend of freedom and the first and greatest enemy of the borough and paper system. This is enough for us. Point 25. Back in England, the mood was not so respectful and euphoric, even among all the various groups of reformers. The very week before Cobbett's return, Richard Carlile had been found guilty of blasphemy and sentenced to 2 years imprisonment for publishing The Age of Reason. Some ridicule was lavished by the caricaturists and political satirists of the day on Cobbett's bag of bones, about which, as he said, the hypocrites were in alarm lest they might injure the cause of religion. He was variously denounced as a grave robber, a bone grabber and a resurrection man. But Cobbett was only fortified in his most estimable display of magnanimity. At a Crown Anchor reformers' dinner in December, he defended his action more belligerently than ever. He had no wish to engage in religious controversy, that was to be left to individual consciences, but he felt it necessary to atone for the injustices he had done to Paine in many of his previous writings, and, if he lived another year, he intended to erect a colossal statue in bronze, in honor of his memory. Here, alas, Cobbett was not as good as his word. No statue to Paine's memory was erected on English soil until nearly 150 years later when, to the alarm of some conservative ratepayers and councillors in Thetford, who could match the post-Peterloo excitement, the awful deed was done in the town of his birth. Cobbett had shown a truer sense of history than his assailants. At his expiring flambeau, he said, I lighted my taper 26. Paine and Cobbett were men of quite differing temperaments, they drew their inspiration from very different sources. Cobbett looked back to a medieval golden age. Paine looked forward to a utopia, to the perfectibility of man. Each helped to weld English radicalism into the same egalitarian tradition. A momentary diversion from the mainspring of the great democratic Paineite appeal. Before, indeed, that word had gained any of its modern currency, might seem to be offered by the theological disputes, such as those which led to Richard Carlisle's trial. But it would be churlish and misleading to draw too fine a distinction. Richard Carlisle was sentenced to imprisonment for publishing The Age of Reason in 1819, but he was sentenced again in 1823 for publishing The Rights of Man. His own memoir put many of Paine's writings in a proper perspective. He recognized the force of common sense and the courage of The Age of Reason, and eagerly asserted that the rights of man will finally form the basis of the English government. He never ceased to marvel at the power of Paine's writing, how he could destroy all rivals. His pen continued an overmatch for the whole brood. Richard Carlisle, a real publisher who loved his trade, knew how authors should be respected. Mr. Paine, he wrote in that same memoir, would not allow any man to make the least alteration or even correction in his writings. 27 His fastidiousness in this respect shows with what care he wrote and how well he knew what he was attempting. His sharpness, his clarity, his potency were all deliberate acquisitions at a time when a very different style was considered more appropriate for those engaged in political controversy. It is indeed Paine's own writings which have made his name survive while the forgotten historians were busy expurgating it from the records. Almost every great democratic statesman and writer has found his way back to these source books. Yet, even on this reckoning, as a writer, Paine has seldom had his due. American Tories who disliked his arguments found fault with his grammar. Hazlitt was scoffed at for calling him a great writer. More often than not since then, any reference to his literary claims is compressed into a few patronizing paragraphs. While he lived, his pamphlets had phenomenal sales, and since his death they have been reprinted and reprinted again, in almost every language. Momentary bestsellers can be dismissed, but how can the critics deride the verdict of so mammoth an electorate? Paine's pamphlets may sometimes seem ill-constructed and uneven. There is none of the smooth perfection of Swift, although, like Hazlitt and Cobbett, Paine had obviously soaked himself in Swift. There is indeed a grating, metallic flavor in some of his writing. All the mysteries of the universe are quickly made to fit into his mechanical symmetrical system. The lack of subtlety and color can begin to pall. But then, suddenly, the whole surrounding landscape is lit up by another streak of lightning. These are the real riches of Paine's prose, the abundance of his aphorisms, sharp, hard, and glittering, like diamonds. How the gorgeous eloquence of Edmund Burke on the tragedy of Marie Antoinette withers before Paine's most famous epigram. He pities the plumage, but forgets the dying bird. More perhaps than all the others who revolted against the English prose style of the 18th century, Paine changed the fashion. He also changed the language of politics. He wrote in the plain style of common speech, avoiding references to classical authors and learned philosophers. The stylized conventions of the humanist essay written for gentlemen and the cultural elite were replaced by Paine with the language of ordinary life used by the common men to whom he addressed his writings. Paine developed and was the first master of democratic prose, which is as important in explaining his appeal to a mass readership as is the content of his arguments. Jefferson, himself a master of political prose, saw the unique strength of Paine's writing in 1821 that no writer has exceeded Paine in ease and familiarity of style, in perspicuity of expression, happiness of elucidation, and in simple and unassuming language. 28. Paine is still read, because he is still modern. He is a foremost figure in the history of English literature. Hazlitt developed the modern colloquial style, breaking out of Dr. Johnson's restrictive rules more deliberately. But Paine knew what he was doing. I never quote, I am always thinking for myself. Carlyle quoted him as saying. 29. The cocksure clarity had more virtues than vices. Another of his later free-thinking disciples, and a very good one, the 19th century American Robert G. Ingersoll, delivered an oration in Paine's honor in which, at first hearing, the claim for his writing was pushed too high. In my judgment, Thomas Paine was the best political writer that ever lived. What he wrote was pure nature, and his soul and his pen went together. Ceremony, pageantry, and all the paraphernalia of power had no effect upon him. He examined into the why and wherefore of things. He was perfectly radical in his mode of thought. Nothing short of the bedrock satisfied him. Naturally enough he became, forever afterwards, the patron hero of all the free-thinking sects in the fields where he had delivered his most frontal challenge. Paine, wrote Ingersoll, had denied the authority of Bibles and creeds. This was his crime, and for this the world shut the door in his face, and emptied its slops upon him from the windows. 30. But this, the Paine of the Age of Reason, was only one strand in his theme. It merged with something larger and deeper. Throughout the century he never lost his hold on a vast, active politically minded readership. The English rebels who raised the ferment which led to the reform bill poured over his forbidden pages. Government is for the living, not the dead, had been Paine's reply to Burke in 1791. 40 years later, England marched on, in company with France and America, along a road which Paine, not Burke, had mapped out for it. When the East London Democratic Association was formed in 1837 by Julian Harney and other Chartist leaders, their manifesto declared that its object would be to promote the moral and political condition of the working class by disseminating the principles propagated by that great philosopher and redeemer of mankind, the immortal Thomas Paine. 31 When Bronte O'Brien raised afresh with others the need for an attack on the landed monopoly, it was often to Paine's agrarian justice they would turn. But more potent and comprehensive still was Paine's claim for democracy when that word, in its modern sense, had barely been invented. His Rights of Man, wrote A.J.P. Taylor, just 200 years after the Declaration of Independence, is the best statement of democratic belief in any language. The historians, or at least the very greatest of them, return to Paine to renew their own insights. Edward Thompson, in his The Making of the English Working Class, 1963, constantly quotes Paine in his double role, as a guiding active hand and inspired recorder of the events he witnessed. In America, Paine's legacy inspired the leaders of Jeffersonian democracy in the early years of the 19th century. At meetings of their societies, copies of the Rights of Man were distributed and toasts were drunk to Paine. In the 1830s, the first stirrings of the American labor movement saw dinners held by workingmen's parties to commemorate Paine's birthday. American land reformers at mid-century drew on Paine's agrarian justice. The great radical poet Walt Whitman gave testimony to Paine's influence at the end of the 19th century, and in the 20th the socialist and trade union activist Eugene V. Debs saluted Paine as a founder of the American radical tradition. The French, too, have recognized their debt to Paine. According to Napoleon, Paine deserved a statue in gold in every town. Enough of achievement for one man, surely, to understand the three great revolutions of his age before they happened, to bring politics home to the common people, to build a bridge of common idealism across the Atlantic and the English Channel, as firm as the iron bridge to which Paine devoted so much of his time and energy. Yet this was not all. Scattered through Paine's writings we can find hints, often much more than hints, of the other ideas which have given vitality to progressive movements for the past 200 years. Almost a century before Lincoln, Paine sought to write into the American Constitution a clause against slavery. He was among the very first of English writers to espouse the cause of Indian freedom. Well ahead of social reformers on both sides of the Atlantic. He had a good plan for old age pensions, and how men and women in all our modern parties might tremble at his proposals for land nationalization. He wanted new laws for marriage and divorce, international arbitration, family allowances, maternity benefits, free education, prison reform, full employment. Much of the future later offered by the British Labour Party was previously on offer, in better English, from Thomas Paine. Note how true these single syllables ring with the triumphant organ note of the last final word. It is wrong to say God made rich and poor, he made only male and female, and he gave them the earth for their inheritance. Despite, or perhaps because of, much of this legacy, Paine has had more than his fair share of troubles at the hand of later generations. He proved too radical for the bourgeoisie of the Anglo-American world as that class triumphed and took the reins of power. The egalitarianism of his message and its assault on privilege and rank seemed subversive when the middle class itself assumed the posture of a privileged class against challenges from the left. Another element was the reaction against free thinking that characterized post-Enlightenment England and America. Paine was doubly cursed, for he was also the Antichrist of the Age of Reason. Paine has begun slowly to receive his due in the 20th century. His books have been republished, and his reputation has been rehabilitated. After 120 years of biographies emphasizing subversion, atheism and drunkenness, one finds biographies detailing his amazingly productive life, and monographs dealing with the intricacies of his thought. Nowadays, Paine societies abound in America and England. The statue of Paine was erected in Thetford in 1964, and, according to The Guardian, the Tory deputy mayor failed in an attempt to have details of Paine's trial and conviction as a traitor engraved under the statue. Political passion runs long and deep for Sons of Thetford. On the other hand, a pub called The Rights of Man was built on the Thetford motorway in 1968, complete with the Tom Paine Lounge, its walls decorated with posters of early Paine editions. Paine might have liked this tribute. In America his face was put on a postage stamp in 1968, he might have liked the symbolism of that, too, and his farmhouse in New Rochelle has been restored for the edification of tourists and school children. Somehow Paine rarely loses his topicality, and when his reputation in this respect is in peril, other figures on the political stage, small and large, come to the rescue. During a recent debate, May 12, 1986, on televising the House of Lords, Lord Thomas of Swinerton opposed the proposition on the grounds that the inquisitive cameras threatened the blend of intimacy, ceremony, and mystery which made the Lords what it was. Paine would have been eager to reply. Apart from favoring the full-scale abolition of the Lords, he held extremely strong views on those who sought to present politics in general as something the common people could not be expected to understand. In all cases, he wrote in The Rights of Man, the people's enemies take care to represent government as a thing made up of mysteries, which only themselves understood, and they hid from the understanding of the nation the only thing that was beneficial to know, namely, that government is nothing more than a national association acting on the principles of society. Again, in his dissertation on first principles of government, Paine wrote, notwithstanding the mystery with which the science of government has been enveloped, for the purpose of enslaving, plundering, and imposing upon mankind, it is of all things the least mysterious and most easy to be understood. The meanest capacity cannot be at a loss, if it begins its inquiries at the right point. Lord Thomas might not have known how he was inviting Paine's eloquence on his head. President Reagan, or his speechwriters, should have known better. We have in our power, the president said, quoting Paine's words soon after his first arrival in America, to begin the world over again. But he was referring to the SDI, Star Wars program, and he must have forgotten, or never knew, that Paine, one of the first opponents of imperial power, insisted that no nation, not even the United States, had the right to impose its will on another, that the supreme cause of peace would require international action on an imaginative scale which national states could scarcely conceive. Both English peers and American presidents should have learned to treat Thomas Paine with greater care. He had long since taken the measure of both Paine's writings. 1. The case of the officers of excise. 1772. Paine was asked by his fellow collectors of excise in 1772 to make their case to Parliament on how overworked and underpaid they were. Paine's effort produced his first important writing, and as with so much he was to write, its basic approach was a plea for social justice. Some 4,000 copies of the pamphlet were printed in 1773. Paine's moving case for higher wages and his personal efforts lobbying members of Parliament were rewarded by his dismissal from excise service. The introduction, as a design among the excise officers throughout the kingdom, is on foot for a humble application to Parliament next session, to have the state of their salaries taken into consideration. It has been judged not only expedient, but highly necessary, to present a state of their case, previous to the presentation of their petition. There are some cases so singularly reasonable, that the more they are considered, the more weight they obtain. It is a strong evidence both of simplicity and honest confidence, when petitioners in any case ground their hopes of relief on having their case fully and perfectly known and understood. Simple as the subject may appear at first, it is a matter, in my humble opinion, not unworthy of parliamentary attention. 'Tis a subject interwoven with a variety of reasons, from different causes. New matter will arise on every thought. If the poverty of the officers of excise, if the temptations arising from their poverty, if the qualifications of persons to be admitted into employment, if the security of the revenue itself, are matters of any weight, then I am conscious that my voluntary services in this business will produce some good effect or other, either to the better security of the revenue, the relief of the officers, or both. The state of the salary of the officers of excise. When a year's salary is mentioned in the gross, it acquires a degree of consequence from its sound, which it would not have if separated into daily payments, and if the charges attending the receiving and other unavoidable expenses were considered with it. £50 a year, and 1 shilling and 9 pence farthing a day, carry as different degrees of significancy with them, as my Lord Steward, and the steward's labourer. And yet an outright officer in the excise, under the name of £50 a year, receives for himself no more than 1 shilling and 9 pence farthing a day. After tax, charity, and sitting expenses are deducted, there remains very little more than £46, and the expenses of horsekeeping in many places cannot be brought under £14 a year, beside the purchase at first, and the hazard of life, which reduces it to £32 per annum, or 1 shilling and 9 pence farthing per day. I have spoken more particularly of the outrides, as they are by far the most numerous, being in proportion to the footwalks as 8 is to 5 throughout the kingdom. Yet in the latter the same misfortunes exist, the channel of them only is altered. The excessive dearness of house rent, the great burden of rates and taxes, and the excessive price of all necessaries of life in cities and large trading towns nearly counterbalance the expenses of horsekeeping. Every office has its stages of promotions, but the pecuniary advantages arising from a footwalk are so inconsiderable, and the loss of disposing of effects, or the charges of removing them to any considerable distance so great, that many outride officers with a family remain as they are, from an inability to bear the loss, or support the expense. The officers resident in the cities of London and Westminster are exempt from the particular disadvantages of removals. This seems to be the only circumstance which they enjoy superior to their country brethren. In every other respect they lay under the same hardships, and suffer the same distresses. There are no perquisites or advantages in the least annexed to the employment. A few officers who are stationed along the coast may sometimes have the good fortune to fall in with the seizure of contraband goods, and yet that frequently at the hazard of their lives, but the inland officers can have no such opportunities. Besides, the surveying duty in the excise is so continual that without remissness from the real business itself there is no time to seek after them. With the officers of the customs it is quite otherwise. Their whole time and care is appropriated to that service, and their profits are in proportion to their vigilance. If the increase of money in the kingdom is one cause of the high price of provisions, the case of the excise officers is peculiarly pitiable. No increase comes to them, they are shut out from the general blessing, they behold it like a map of Peru. The answer of Abraham to Dives is somewhat applicable to them. There is a great gulf fixed. To the wealthy and humane it is a matter worthy of concern that their affluence should become the misfortune of others. Were the money in the kingdom to be increased double, the salary would in value be reduced one half. Every step upward is a step downward. With them, not to be partakers of the increase would be a little hard, but to be sufferers by it exceedingly so. The mechanic and the laborer may in a great measure ward off the distress by raising the price of their manufactures or their work, but the situation of the officers admits of no such relief. Another consideration in their behalf, and which is peculiar to the excise, is that, as the law of their office removes them far from all their natural friends and relations, it consequently prevents those occasional assistance from them, which are serviceably felt in a family, and which even the poorest among the poor enjoys. Most poor mechanics, or even common laborers, have some relations or friends, who, either out of benevolence or pride, keep their children from nakedness, supply them occasionally with perhaps half a hog, a load of wood, a chaldron of coals, or something or other, which abates the severity of their distress, and yet those men thus relieved will frequently earn more than the daily pay of an excise officer. Perhaps an officer will appear more reputable with the same pay than a mechanic or laborer. The difference arises from sentiment, not circumstances. As something like reputable pride makes all the distinction, and the thinking part of mankind well knows that none suffer so much as they who endeavor to conceal their necessities. The frequent removals which unavoidably happen in the excise are attended with such an expense, especially where there is a family, as few officers are able to support. About 2 years ago, an officer with a family, under orders for removing, and in rather embarrassed circumstances, made his application to me, and from a conviction of his distress I advanced a small sum to enable him to proceed. He ingenuously declared that, without the assistance of some friend, he should be driven to do injustice to his creditors, and compelled to desert the duty of his office. He has since honestly paid me, and does as well as the narrowness of such circumstances can admit of. There is one general allowed truth which will always operate in their favor, which is, that no set of men under his majesty earn their salary with any comparison of labor and fatigue with that of the officers of excise. The station may rather be called a seat of constant work than either a place or an employment. Even in the different departments of the general revenue they are unequaled in the burden of business. A riding officer's place in the customs, whose salary is £60 a year, is ease to theirs, and the work in the window-light duty, compared with the excise, is lightness itself, yet their salary is subject to no tax. They receive £49 12 shillings and sixpence, without deduction. The inconveniences which affect an excise officer are almost endless. Even the land tax assessment upon their salaries, which though the government pays, falls often with hardship upon them. The place of their residence, on account of the land tax, has in many instances created frequent contentions between parishes, in which the officer, though the innocent and unconcerned cause of the quarrel, has been the greater sufferer. To point out particularly the impossibility of an excise officer supporting himself and family, with any proper degree of credit and reputation, on so scanty a pittance, is altogether unnecessary. The Times, the voice of general want, is proof itself. Where facts are sufficient, arguments are useless, and the hints which I have produced are such as affect the officers of excise differently to any other set of men. A single man may barely live, but as it is not the design of the legislature or the honorable board of excise to impose a state of celibacy on them, the condition of much the greater part is truly wretched and pitiable. Perhaps it may be said, why do the excise officers complain? They are not pressed into the service, and may relinquish it when they please, if they can mend themselves. Why don't they? Alas, what a mockery of pity would it be to give such an answer to an honest, faithful old officer in the excise, who had spent the prime of his life in the service, and was become unfit for anything else. The time limited for an admission into an excise employment is between 21 and 30 years of age, the very flower of life. Every other hope and consideration is then given up, and the chance of establishing themselves in any other business becomes in a few years not only lost to them, but they become lost to it. There is a tide in the affairs of men, which if embraced, leads on to fortune, that neglected, all beyond is misery or want. When we consider how few in the excise arrive at any comfortable eminence, and the date of life when such promotions only can happen, the great hazard there is of ill rather than good fortune in the attempt, and that all the years antecedent to that is a state of mere existence, wherein they are shut out from the common chance of success in any other way, a reply like that can be only a derision of their wants. 'Tis almost impossible, after any longer continuance in the excise, that they can live any other way. Such as are of trades would have their trade to learn over again, and people would have but little opinion of their abilities in any calling who had been 10, 15, or 20 years absent from it. Every year's experience gained in the excise is a year's experience lost in trade, and by the time they become wise officers they become foolish workmen. Were the reasons for augmenting the salary grounded only on the charitableness of so doing, they would have great weight with the compassionate. But there are auxiliaries of such a powerful cast that in the opinion of policy they obtain the rank of originals. The first is truly the case of the officers, but this is rather the case of the revenue. The distresses in the excise are so generally known that numbers of gentlemen, and other inhabitants in places where officers are resident, have generously and humanely recommended their case to the members of the Honorable House of Commons, and numbers of traders of opulence and reputation, well knowing that the poverty of an officer may subject him to the fraudulent designs of some selfish persons under his survey, to the great injury of the fair trader, and trade in general, have, from principles, both of generosity and justice, joined in the same recommendation. Thoughts on the corruption of principles, and on the numerous evils arising to the revenue, from the too great poverty of the officers of excise. It has always been the wisdom of government to consider the situation and circumstances of persons in trust. Why are large salaries given in many instances, but to proportion it to the trust, to set men above temptation, and to make it even literally worth their while to be honest? The salaries of the judges have been augmented, and their places made independent even of the crown itself, for the above wise purposes. Certainly there can be nothing unreasonable in supposing there is such an instinct as frailty among the officers of excise, in common with the rest of mankind, and that the most effectual method to keep men honest is to enable them to live so. The tenderness of conscience is too often overmatched by the sharpness of want, and principle, like chastity, yields with just reluctance enough to excuse itself. There is a powerful rhetoric in necessity, which exceeds even a dunning or a whetty rune. No argument can satisfy the feelings of hunger, or abate the edge of appetite. Nothing tends to a greater corruption of manners and principles than to great distress of circumstances, and the corruption is of that kind that it spreads a plaster for itself, like a viper it carries a cure, though a false one, for its own poison. Agur, without any alternative, has made dishonesty the immediate consequence of poverty. Lest I be poor and steal. A very little degree of that dangerous kind of philosophy, which is the almost certain effect of involuntary poverty, will teach men to believe that to starve is more criminal than to steal, by as much as every species of self-murder exceeds every other crime, that true honesty is sentimental, and the practice of it dependent upon circumstances. If the gay find it difficult to resist the allurements of pleasure, the great the temptation of ambition, or the miser the acquisition of wealth, how much stronger are the provocations of want and poverty? The excitements to pleasure, grandeur, or riches, are mere shadows of a shade compared to the irresistible necessities of nature. Not to be led into temptation is the prayer of divinity itself, and to guard against, or rather to prevent, such ensnaring situations is one of the greatest heights of human prudence. In private life it is partly religious, and in a revenue sense it is truly political. The rich, in ease and affluence, may think I have drawn an unnatural portrait, but could they descend to the cold regions of want, the circle of polar poverty, they would find their opinions changing with the climate. There are habits of thinking peculiar to different conditions, and to find them out is truly to study mankind. That the situation of an excise officer is of this dangerous kind, must be allowed by everyone who will consider the trust unavoidably reposed in him, and compare the narrowness of his circumstances with the hardship of the times. If the salary was judged competent 100 years ago, it cannot be so now. Should it be advanced that if the present set of officers are dissatisfied with the salary, enough may be procured not only for the present salary, but for less, the answer is extremely easy. The question needs only be put, it destroys itself. Were 2,000 or 3,000 men to offer to execute the office without any salary, would the government accept them? No. Were the same number to offer the same service for a salary less than can possibly support them, would the government accept them? Certainly no, for while nature, in spite of law or religion, makes it a ruling principle not to starve, the event would be this, that if they could not live on the salary they would discretionarily live out of a duty. Query, whether poverty has not too great an influence now? Were the employment a place of direct labor, and not of trust, then frugality in the salary would be sound policy, but when it is considered that the greatest single branch of the revenue, a duty, amounting to near 5 million sterling, is annually charged by a set of men, most of whom are wanting even the common necessaries of life, the thought must, to every friend to honesty, to every person concerned in the management of the public money, be strong and striking. Poor and in power are powerful temptations, I call it power, because they have it in their power to defraud. The trust unavoidably reposed in an excise officer is so great that it would be an act of wisdom, and perhaps of interest, to secure him from the temptations of downright poverty. To relieve their wants would be charity, but to secure the revenue by so doing would be prudence. Scarce a week passes at the office but some detections are made of fraudulent and collusive proceedings. The poverty of the officers is the fairest bait for a designing trader that can possibly be, such introduce themselves to the officer under the common plea of the insufficiency of the salary. Every considerate mind must allow that poverty and opportunity corrupt many an honest man. I am not at all surprised that so many opulent and reputable traders have recommended the case of the officers to the good favor of their representatives. They are sensible of the pinching circumstances of the officers, and of the injury to trade in general, from the advantages which are taken of them. The welfare of the fair trader and the security of the revenue are so inseparably one, that their interest or injuries are alike. It is the opinion of such whose situation gives them a perfect knowledge in the matter that the revenue suffers more by the corruption of a few officers in a country than would make a handsome addition to the salary of the whole number in the same place. I very lately knew an instance where it is evident, on comparison of the duty charged, since, that the revenue suffered by one trader, and he not a very considerable one, upward of £160 per annum for several years, and yet the benefit to the officer was a mere trifle, in consideration of the traders. Without doubt, the officer would have thought himself much happier to have received the same addition. Another way. The bread of deceit is a bread of bitterness, but alas, how few in times of want and hardship are capable of thinking so. Objects appear under new colors and in shapes not naturally their own. Hunger sucks in the deception and necessity reconciles it to conscience. The commissioners of excise strongly enjoin that no officer accept any treaty, gratuity, or, in short, lay himself under any kind of obligation to the traders under their survey. The wisdom of such an injunction is evident, but the practice of it, to a person surrounded with children and poverty, is scarcely possible, and such obligations, wherever they exist, must operate, directly or indirectly, to the injury of the revenue. Favors will naturally beget their likenesses, especially where the return is not at our own expense. I have heard it remarked by a gentleman whose knowledge in excise business is indisputable that there are numbers of officers who are even afraid to look into an unentered room, lest they should give offense. Poverty and obligation tie up the hands of office and give a prejudicial bias to the mind. There is another kind of evil, which, though it may never amount to what may be deemed criminality in law, yet it may amount to what is much worse in effect, and that is a constant and perpetual leakage in the revenue, a sort of gratitude in the dark, a distant requital for such civilities as only the lowest poverty would accept, and which are 1,000% above the value of the civility received. Yet there is no immediate collusion. The trader and officer are both safe. The design, if discovered, passes for error. These, with numberless other evils, have all their origin in the poverty of the officers. Poverty, in defiance of principle, begets a degree of meanness that will stoop to almost anything. 1,000 refinements of argument may be brought to prove that the practice of honesty will be still the same, in the most trying and necessitous circumstances. He who never was hungered may argue fondly on the subjection of his appetite, and he who never was distressed may harangue as beautifully on the power of principle. But poverty, like grief, has an incurable deafness, which never hears. The oration loses all its edge, and to be, or not to be, becomes the only question. There is a striking difference between dishonesty arising from want of food, and want of principle. The first is worthy of compassion, the other of punishment. Nature never produced a man who would starve in a well-stored larder, because the provisions were not his own, but he who robs it from luxury of appetite deserves a gibbet. There is another evil which the poverty of the salary produces, and which nothing but an augmentation of it can remove, and that is negligence and indifference. These may not appear of such dark complexion as fraud and collusion, but their injuries to the revenue are the same. It is impossible that any office or business can be regarded as it ought, where this ruinous disposition exists. It requires no sort of argument to prove that the value set upon any place or employment will be in proportion to the value of it, and that diligence or negligence will arise from the same cause. The continual number of relinquishments and discharges always happening in the excise are evident proofs of it. Persons first coming into the excise form very different notions of it, to what they have afterwards. The gay ideas of promotion soon expire. The continuance of work, the strictness of the duty, and the poverty of the salary, soon beget negligence and indifference. The course continues for a while, the revenue suffers, and the officer is discharged. The vacancy is soon filled up, new ones arise to produce the same mischief, and share the same fate. What adds still more to the weight of this grievance is that this destructive disposition reigns most among such as are otherwise the most proper and qualified for the employment, such as are neither fit for the excise, or anything else, are glad to hold it by any means, but the revenue lies at as much hazard from their want of judgment, as from the other's want of diligence. In private life, no man would trust the execution of any important concern to a servant who was careless whether he did it or not, and the same rule must hold good in a revenue sense. The commissioners may continue discharging every day, and the example will have no weight while the salary is an object so inconsiderable, and this disposition has such a general existence. Should it be advanced that if men will be careless of such bread as is in their possession they will still be the same were it better, I answer that, as the disposition I am speaking of is not the effect of natural idleness, but of dissatisfaction in point of profit, they would not continue the same. A good servant will be careful of a good place, though very indifferent about a bad one. Besides, this spirit of indifference, should it procure a discharge, is no ways affecting to their circumstances. The easy transition of a qualified officer to a counting house, or at least to a schoolmaster, at any time, as it naturally supports and backs his indifference about the excise, so it takes off all punishment from the order whenever it happens. I have known numbers discharged from the excise who would have been a credit to their patrons and the employment, could they have found it worth their while to have attended to it. No man enters into excise with any higher expectations than a competent maintenance, but not to find even that, can produce nothing but corruption, collusion, and neglect. Remarks on the qualifications of officers. In employments where direct labor only is wanted, and trust quite out of the question, the service is merely animal or mechanical. In cutting a river, or forming a road, as there is no possibility of fraud, the merit of honesty is but of little weight. Health, strength and hardiness are the laborer's virtues. But where property depends on the trust, and lies at the discretion of the servant, the judgment of the master takes a different channel, both in the choice and the wages. The honest and the dissolute have here no comparison of merit. A known thief may be trusted to gather stones, but a steward ought to be proof against the temptations of uncounted gold. The excise is so far from being of the nature of the first that it is all and more than can commonly be put together in the last. 'Tis a place of poverty, of trust, of opportunity, and temptation. A compound of discords, where the more they harmonize the more they offend. Ruin and reconcilement are produced at once. To be properly qualified for the employment it is not only necessary that the person should be honest, but that he be sober, diligent, and skillful. Sober, that he may be always capable of business; diligent, that he may be always in his business; and skillful, that he may be able to prevent or detect frauds against the revenue. The want of any of these qualifications is a capital offense in the excise. A complaint of drunkenness, negligence, or ignorance, is certain death by the laws of the board. It cannot then be all sorts of persons who are proper for the office. The very notion of procuring a sufficient number for even less than the present salary is so destitute of every degree of sound reason that it needs no reply. The employment, from the insufficiency of the salary, is already become so inconsiderable in the general opinion, that persons of any capacity or reputation will keep out of it, for where is the mechanic, or even the laborer, who cannot earn at least his ojade per day? It certainly cannot be proper to take the dregs of every calling, and to make the excise the common receptacle for the indigent, the ignorant, and the calamitous. A truly worthy commissioner, lately dead, made a public offer a few years ago, of putting any of his neighbor's sons into the excise, but though the offer amounted almost to an invitation, one only, whom 7 years' apprenticeship could not make a tailor, accepted it, who, after a 12 months' instruction, was ordered off, but in a few days, finding the employment beyond his abilities, he prudently deserted it and returned home, where he now remains in the character of a husbandman. There are very few instances of rejection even of persons who can scarce write their own names legibly, for as there is neither law to compel, nor encouragement to incite, no other can be had than such as offer, and none will offer who can see any other prospect of living. Everyone knows that the excise is a place of labor, not of ease, of hazard, not of certainty, and that downright poverty finishes the character. It must strike every considerate mind to hear a man with a large family faithful enough to declare that he cannot support himself on the salary with that honest independence he could wish. There is a great degree of affecting honesty in an ingenuous confession. Eloquence may strike the ear, but the language of poverty strikes the heart. The first may charm like music, but the second alarms like an knell. Of late years there has been such an admission of improper and ill-qualified persons into the excise that the office is not only become contemptible, but the revenue insecure. Collectors whose long services and qualifications have advanced them to that station are disgraced by the wretchedness of new supers continually. Certainly some regard ought to be had to decency, as well as merit. These are some of the capital evils which arise from the wretched poverty of the salary. Evils they certainly are, for what can be more destructive in a revenue office than corruption, collusion, neglect, and ill qualifications? Should it be questioned whether an augmentation of salary would remove them, I answer there is scarce a doubt to be made of it. Human wisdom may possibly be deceived in its wisest designs, but here every thought and circumstance establish the hope. They are evils of such a ruinous tendency that they must, by some means or other, be removed. Rigor and severity have been tried in vain, for punishment loses all its force where men expect and disregard it. Of late years the Board of Excise has shown an extraordinary tenderness in such instances as might otherwise have affected the circumstances of their officers. Their compassion has greatly tended to lessen the distresses of the employment, but as it cannot amount to a total removal of them, the officers of excise throughout the kingdom have, as the voice of one man, prepared petitions to be laid before the Honourable House of Commons on the ensuing Parliament. An augmentation of salary sufficient to enable them to live honestly and competently would produce more good effect than all the laws of the land can enforce. The generality of such frauds as the officers have been detected in have appeared of a nature as remote from inherent dishonesty as a temporary illness is from an incurable disease. Surrounded with want, children and despair, what can the husband or the father do? No laws compel like nature, no connections bind like blood. With an addition of salary the excise would wear a new aspect, and recover its former constitution. Languor and neglect would give place to care and cheerfulness. Men of reputation and abilities would seek after it, and finding a comfortable maintenance, would stick to it. The unworthy and the incapable would be rejected, the power of superiors be re-established, and laws and instructions receive new force. The officers would be secured from the temptations of poverty, and the revenue from the evils of it. The cure would be as extensive as the complaint, and new health outroot the present corruptions. 2. African slavery. In America. 1775. In Philadelphia, Paine busied himself with reform politics. One of his principal concerns was the abolition of slavery. To this end he joined in 1775 the first anti-slavery society created in America. In this essay published that same year Paine asks his new country to discontinue and renounce slavery. To Americans, that some desperate wretches should be willing to steal and enslave men by violence and murder for gain, is rather lamentable than strange. But that many civilized, nay, Christianized people should approve, and be concerned in the savage practice, is surprising, and still persist, though it has been so often proved contrary to the light of nature, to every principle of justice and humanity, and even good policy, by a succession of eminent men one and several late publications. Our traders in men, an unnatural commodity, must know the wickedness of that slave trade, if they attend to reasoning, or the dictates of their own hearts, and such as shun and stifle all these, willfully sacrifice conscience, and the character of integrity to that golden idol. The managers of that trade themselves, and others, testify, that many of these African nations inhabit fertile countries, are industrious farmers, enjoy plenty, and live quietly, averse to war, before the Europeans debauch them with liquors, and bribing them against one another, and that these inoffensive people are brought into slavery, by stealing them, tempting kings to sell subjects, which they can have no right to do, and hiring one tribe to war against another, in order to catch prisoners. By such wicked and inhuman ways the English are said to enslave towards 100,000 yearly, of which 30,000 are supposed to die by barbarous treatment in the first year, besides all that are slain in the unnatural wars excited to take them. So much innocent blood have the managers and supporters of this inhuman trade to answer for to the common lord of all. Many of these were not prisoners of war, and redeemed from savage conquerors, as some plead, and they who were such prisoners, the English, who promote the war for that very end, are the guilty authors of their being so, and if they were redeemed, as is alleged, they would owe nothing to the Redeemer but what he paid for them. They show as little reason as conscience who put the matter by with saying, men, in some cases, are lawfully made slaves, and why may not these? So men, in some cases, are lawfully put to death, deprived of their goods, without their consent, may any man, therefore, be treated so, without any conviction of desert. Nor is this plea mended by adding, they are set forth to us as slaves, and we buy them without farther inquiry. Let the seller see to it. Such men may as well join with a known band of robbers, buy their ill-got goods, and help on the trade. Ignorance is no more pleadable in one case than the other. The sellers plainly own how they obtained them, but none can lawfully buy without evidence that they are not concurring with men stealers, and as the true owner has a right to reclaim his goods that were stolen and sold, so the slave, who is proper owner of his freedom, has a right to reclaim it, however often sold. Most shocking of all is alleging the sacred scriptures to favor this wicked practice. One would have thought none but infidel cavillers would endeavor to make them appear contrary to the plain dictates of natural light and conscience, in a matter of common justice and humanity, which they cannot be. Such worthy men, as referred to before, judged other ways. Mr. Baxter declared, the slave traders should be called devils, rather than Christians, and that it is a heinous crime to buy them. But some say the practice was permitted to the Jews. To which may be replied, 1. The example of the Jews, in many things, may not be imitated by us. They had not only orders to cut off several nations altogether, but if they were obliged to war with others, and conquered them, to cut off every male, they were suffered to use polygamy and divorces, and other things utterly unlawful to us under clearer light. 2. The plea is, in a great measure, false. They had no permission to catch and enslave people who never injured them. 3. Such arguments ill become us, since the time of Reformation came, under gospel light. All distinctions of nations, and privileges of one above others, are ceased. Christians are taught to account all men their neighbors, and love their neighbors as themselves, and do to all men as they would be done by, to do good to all men, and man-stealing is ranked with enormous crimes. Is the barbarous enslaving our inoffensive neighbors, and treating them like wild beasts, subdued by force, reconcilable with all these divine precepts? Is this doing to them as we would desire they should do to us? If they could carry off and enslave some thousands of us, would we think it just? One would almost wish they could. For once, it might convince more than reason, or the Bible. As much in vain, perhaps, will they search ancient history for examples of the modern slave trade. Too many nations enslaved the prisoners they took in war. But to go to nations with whom there is no war, who have no way provoked, without farther design of conquest, purely to catch inoffensive people, like wild beasts, for slaves, is an height of outrage against humanity and justice, that seems left by heathen nations to be practiced by pretended Christians. How shameful are all attempts to color and excuse it. As these people are not convicted of forfeiting freedom, they have still a natural, perfect right to it, and the governments whenever they come should, in justice set them free, and punish those who hold them in slavery. So monstrous is the making and keeping them slaves at all, abstracted from the barbarous usage they suffer, and the many evils attending the practice, as selling husbands away from wives, children from parents, and from each other, in violation of sacred and natural ties, and opening the way for adulteries, incests, and many shocking consequences, for all of which the guilty masters must answer to the final judge. If the slavery of the parents be unjust, much more is their children's. If the parents were justly slaves, yet the children are born free, this is the natural, perfect right of all mankind. They are nothing but a just recompense to those who bring them up, and as much less is commonly spent on them than others, they have a right, in justice, to be proportionably sooner free. Certainly one may, with as much reason and decency, plead for murder, robbery, lewdness, and barbarity, as for this practice. They are not more contrary to the natural dictates of conscience, and feelings of humanity, nay, they are all comprehended in it. But the chief design of this paper is not to disprove it, which many have sufficiently done, but to entreat Americans to consider one with that consistency, or decency they complain so loudly of attempts to enslave them, while they hold so many hundred thousands in slavery, and annually enslave many thousands more, without any pretence of authority, or claim upon them. 2. How just, how suitable to our crime is the punishment with which Providence threatens us. We have enslaved multitudes, and shed much innocent blood in doing it, and now are threatened with the same. And while others' evils are confessed and bewailed, why not this especially, and publicly, than which no other vice, if all others, has brought so much guilt on the land? 3. Whether, then, all ought not immediately to discontinue and renounce it, with grief and abhorrence? Should not every society bear testimony against it, and account obstinate persisters in it bad men, enemies to their country, and exclude them from fellowship, as they often do for much lesser faults? For the great question may be, what should be done with those who are enslaved already? To turn the old and infirm free, would be injustice and cruelty. They who enjoyed the labors of their better days should keep, and treat them humanely. As to the rest, let prudent men, with the assistance of legislatures, determine what is practicable for masters, and best for them. Perhaps some could give them lands upon reasonable rent, some, employing them in their labor still, might give them some reasonable allowances for it, so as all may have some property, and fruits of their labors at their own disposal, and be encouraged to industry. The family may live together, and enjoy the natural satisfaction of exercising relative affections and duties, with civil protection, and other advantages, like fellow men. Perhaps they might sometime form useful barrier settlements on the frontiers. Thus they may become interested in the public welfare, and assist in promoting it, instead of being dangerous, as now they are, should any enemy promise them a better condition. 5. The past treatment of Africans must naturally fill them with abhorrence of Christians, lead them to think our religion would make them more inhuman savages, if they embraced it. Thus the gain of that trade has been pursued in opposition to the Redeemer's cause, and the happiness of men. Are we not, therefore, bound in duty to him and to them to repair these injuries, as far as possible, by taking some proper measures to instruct, not only the slaves here, but the Africans in their own countries? Primitive Christians labored always to spread their divine religion, and this is equally our duty while there is an heathen nation. But what singular obligations are we under to these injured people? These are the sentiments of justice and humanity. 3. Reflections on the life and death of Lord Clive. 1775. Even as he contemplated America's independence from the British, Paine thought of other peoples only then losing their freedom to the expanding colonial empire. In this early concern for the plight of an India ravaged by the British, Paine was at one with Burke, his future antagonist. Burke, too, would indict the inhumanity of Britain's imperial conquest in the East. The tale is told, the scene is ended, and the curtain falls. As an emblem of the vanity of all earthly pomp, let his monument be a globe, but be that globe a bubble. Let his effigy be a man walking round it in his sleep, and let fame, in the character of a shadow, inscribe his honors on the air. I view him but as yesterday on the burning plains of Plassey, one doubtful of life, health, or victory. I see him in the instant when to be or not to be were equal chances to a human eye. To be a lord or a slave, to return loaded with the spoils, or remain mingled with the dust of India. Did necessity always justify the severity of a conqueror, the rude tongue of censure would be silent, and however painfully he might look back on scenes of horror, the pensive reflection would not alarm him. Though his feelings suffered, his conscience would be acquitted. The sad remembrance would move serenely, and leave the mind without a wound. But O India, thou loud proclaimer of European cruelties, thou bloody monument of unnecessary deaths, be tender in the day of inquiry, and show a Christian world thou canst suffer and forgive. Departed from India, and loaded with plunder, I see him doubling the Cape and looking wistfully to Europe. I see him contemplating on years of pleasure, and gratifying his ambition with expected honors. I see his arrival pompously announced in every newspaper, his eager eye rambling through the crowd in quest of homage, and his ear listening lest an applause should escape him. Happily for him he arrived before his fame, and the short interval was a time of rest. From the crowd I follow him to the court. I see him enveloped in the sunshine of sovereign favor, rivaling the great in honors, the proud in splendor, and the rich in wealth. From the court I trace him to the country. His equipage moves like a camp, every village bell proclaims his coming, the wondering peasants admire his pomp, and his heart runs over with joy. But, alas, not satisfied with uncountable thousands, I accompany him again to India. I mark the variety of countenances which appear at his landing. Confusion spreads the news. Every passion seems alarmed. The wailing widow, the crying orphan, and the childless parent remember and lament. The rival nabobs court his favor, the rich dread his power, and the poor his severity. Fear and terror march like pioneers before his camp. Murder and rapine accompany it. Famine and wretchedness follow in the rear. Resolved on accumulating an unbounded fortune, he enters into all the schemes of war, treaty, and intrigue. The British sword is set up for sale, the heads of contending nabobs are offered at a price, and the bribe taken from both sides. Thousands of men or money are trifles in an India bargain. The field is an empire, and the treasure almost without end. The wretched inhabitants are glad to compound for offences never committed, and to purchase at any other rate the privilege to breathe, while he, the sole lord of their lives and fortunes, disposes of either as he pleases, and prepares for Europe. Point 2. Uncommon fortunes require an uncommon date of life to enjoy them in. The usual period is spent in preparing to live, and unless nature prolongs the time, fortune bestows her excess of favors in vain. The conqueror of the East, having nothing more to expect from the one, has all his court to make to the other. Anxiety for wealth gives place to anxiety for life, and wisely recollecting that the sea is no respecter of persons, resolves on taking his route to Europe by land. Little beings move unseen, or unobserved, but he engrosses whole kingdoms in his march, and is gazed at like a comet. The burning desert, the pathless mountains, and the fertile valleys, are in their turns explored and passed over. No material accident distresses his progress, and England once more receives the spoiler. How sweet is rest to the weary traveller, the retrospect heightens the enjoyment. And, if the future prospect be serene, the days of ease and happiness are arrived. An uninquiring observer might have been inclined to consider Lord Clive, under all these agreeable circumstances, one whose every care was over, and who had nothing to do but sit down and say, Soul, take thine ease, thou hast goods laid up in store for many years. The reception which he met with on his second arrival, was in every instance equal to, and in many exceeded, the honours of the first. 'Tis the peculiar temper of the English to applaud before they thank. Generous of their praise, they frequently bestow it unworthily, but when once the truth arrives, the torrent stops, and rushes back again. With the same violence. Point 3 Scarcely had the echo of the applause ceased upon the ear, then the rude tongue of censure took up the tale. The newspapers, fatal enemies to ill-gotten wealth, began to buzz a general suspicion of his conduct, and the inquisitive public soon refined it into particulars. Every post gave a stab to his fame, a wound to his peace, and a nail to his coffin. Like spectres from the grave they haunted him in every company, and whispered murder in his ear. A life checkered with uncommon varieties is seldom a long one. Action and care will in time wear down the strongest frame, but guilt and melancholy are poisons of quick dispatch. Say, cool deliberate reflection was the prize, though abstracted from the guilt, worthy of the pains. Oh no. Fatigued with victory he sat down to rest, and while he was recovering breath he lost it. A conqueror more fatal than himself beset him, and revenged the injuries done to India. As a cure for avarice and ambition let us take a view of him in his latter years. Ha! What gloomy being wanders yonder? How visibly is the melancholy heart delineated on his countenance. He mourns no common care, his very steps are timed to sorrow, he trembles with a kind of mental palsy. Perhaps 'tis some broken-hearted parent, some David mourning for his Absalom, or some Heraclitus weeping for the world. I hear him mutter something about wealth. Perhaps he is poor, and has not wherewithal to hide his head. Some debtor started from his sleepless pillow, to ruminate on poverty and ponder on the horrors of a jail. Poor man. I'll to him and relieve him. Ha! 'Tis Lord Clive himself. Bless me, what a change he makes, I see, for yonder cypress shade, fit scene for melancholy hearts. I'll watch him there and listen to his story. Lord Clive. Can I but suffer when a beggar pities me? Erewhile I heard a ragged wretch, who every mark of poverty had on, say to a sooty sweep, ah, poor Lord Clive. While he the negro-coloured vagrant, more mercifully cruel, cursed me in my hearing. There was a time when fortune, like a yielding mistress, courted me with smiles. She never waited to be told my wishes, but studied to discover them, and seemed not happy to herself, but when she had some favour to bestow. Ah, little did I think the fair enchantress would desert me thus, and after lavishing her smiles upon me, turn my reproacher, and publish me in folio to the world. Volumes of morality are dull and spiritless compared to me. Lord Clive is himself a treatise upon vanity, printed in a golden type. The most unlettered clown writes explanatory notes thereon, and reads them to his children. Yet I could bear these insults could I but bear myself. A strange, unwelcome something hangs about me. In company I see no company at all. The festive board appears to me a stage, the crimson-coloured port resembles blood. Each glass is strangely metamorphosed to a man in armour, and every bowl appears a nabob. The joyous toast is like the sound of murder, and the loud laughs are groans of dying men. The scenes of India are all rehearsed, and no one sees the tragedy but myself. Ah, I discover things which are not, and hear unuttered sounds. O peace, thou sweet companion of the calm and innocent. Whither art thou fled? Here take my gold, and all the world calls mine, and come thou in exchange. Or thou noisy sweep, who mix thy food with soot and relish it, who canst descend from lofty heights and walk the humble earth again, without repining at the change, come, teach that mystery to me. Or thou ragged wandering beggar, who, when thou canst not beg successfully, will pilfer from the hound, and eat the dirty morsel sweetly, be thou Lord Clive, and I will beg, so I may laugh like thee. Could I unlearn what I've already learned, unact what I've already acted, or would some sacred power convey me back to youth and innocence, I'd act another part. I'd keep within the value of humble life, nor wish for what the world calls pomp. But since this cannot be, and only a few days and sad remain for me, I'll haste to quit the scene, for what is life when every passion of the soul's at strife? For Liberty Tree. 1775. Throughout his life Paine tried his hand at poetry. One poem, written in 1775, has stood the test of time. The Liberty Tree would become an important symbol of radical politics for late 18th and 19th century democratic movements. A song, written early in the American Revolution. Tune, The Gods of Greece. In a chariot of light, from the regions of day, the goddess of liberty came. 10,000 celestials directed her way, and hither conducted the dame. A fair budding branch from the gardens above, where millions with millions agree. She brought in her hand as a pledge of her love, and the plant she named Liberty Tree. The celestial exotic stuck deep in the ground. Like a native it flourished and bore the fame of its fruit through the nations around. To seek out this peaceable shore, unmindful of names or distinctions they came. For freemen like brothers agree. With one spirit in good, they one friendship pursued. And their temple was Liberty Tree. Beneath this fair tree, like the patriarchs of old, their bread in contentment they ate, unvexed with the troubles of silver or gold, the cares of the grand and the great. With timber and tar the old England supplied, and supported her power on the sea. Her battles they fought, without getting a groat, for the honour of Liberty Tree. But here, oh yes Waynes, 'tis a tale most profane. How all the tyrannical powers, kings, commons, and lords, are uniting amain to cut down this guardian of ours. From the east to the west blow the trumpet to arms. Through the land let the sound of it flee. Let the far and the near all unite with a cheer, in defense of our Liberty Tree. 5 Common Sense. 1776. Published anonymously, Common Sense appeared on Philadelphia streets in January 1776. It was an instant success, and copies of the pamphlet were soon available in all the 13 colonies. Paine's was an unequivocal call for independence, and many Americans wavering between reconciliation with and independence from Britain were won over to separation by Paine's powerful polemic against monarchy, in general, and the British, in particular. General Washington, writing to a friend in Massachusetts, noted that by private letters which I have lately received from Virginia, I find that common sense is working a powerful change there in the minds of many men. Few pamphlets have had so dramatic an effect on political events. Introduction. Perhaps the sentiments contained in the following pages are not yet sufficiently fashionable to procure them general favor. A long habit of not thinking a thing wrong gives it a superficial appearance of being right, and raises at first a formidable outcry in defense of custom. But the tumult soon subsides. Time makes more converts than reason, as a long and violent abuse of power is generally the means of calling the right of it in question, and in matters too which might never have been thought of, had not the sufferers been aggravated into the inquiry, and as the King of England had undertaken in his own right to support the Parliament in what he calls theirs, and as the good people of this country are grievously oppressed by the combination, they have an undoubted privilege to inquire into the pretensions of both, and equally to reject the usurpation of either. In the following sheets, the author hath studiously avoided everything which is personal among ourselves. Compliments as well as censure to individuals make no part thereof. The wise and the worthy need not the triumph of a pamphlet, and those whose sentiments are injudicious or unfriendly will cease of themselves unless too much pains are bestowed upon their conversion. The cause of America is in a great measure the cause of all mankind. Many circumstances have, and will arise, which are not local but universal, and through which the principles of all lovers of mankind are affected, and in the event of which their affections are interested. The laying a country desolate with fire and sword, declaring war against the natural rights of all mankind, and extirpating the defenders thereof from the face of the earth, is the concern of every man to whom nature hath given the power of feeling, of which class, regardless of party censure, is the author. P.S. The publication of this new edition hath been delayed, with a view of taking notice, had it been necessary, of any attempt to refute the doctrine of independence, as no answer hath yet appeared. It is now presumed that none will, the time needful for getting such a performance ready for the public being considerably past. Who the author of this production is wholly unnecessary to the public, as the object for attention is the doctrine itself, not the man. Yet it may not be unnecessary to say that he is unconnected with any party, and under no sort of influence public or private, but the influence of reason and principle, of the origin and design of government. In general, concise remarks on the English Constitution. Some writers have so confounded society with government as to leave little or no distinction between them, whereas they are not only different, but have different origins. Society is produced by our wants, and government by our wickedness. The former promotes our happiness positively by uniting our affections, the latter negatively by restraining our vices. The one encourages intercourse, the other creates distinctions. The first is a patron, the last a punisher. Society in every state is a blessing, but government even in its best state is but a necessary evil, in its worst state an intolerable one, for when we suffer, or are exposed to the same miseries by government, which we might expect in a country without government, our calamities are heightened by reflecting that we furnish the means by which we suffer. Government, like dress, is the badge of lost innocence. The palaces of kings are built on the ruins of the bowers of paradise. For were the impulses of conscience clear, uniform, and irresistibly obeyed, man would need no other lawgiver. But that not being the case, he finds it necessary to surrender up a part of his property to furnish means for the protection of the rest, and this he is induced to do by the same prudence which in every other case advises him out of two evils to choose the least. Wherefore, security being the true design and end of government, it unanswerably follows that whatever form thereof appears most likely to ensure it to us, with the least expense and greatest benefit, is preferable to all others. In order to gain a clear and just idea of the design and end of government, let us suppose a small number of persons settled in some sequestered part of the earth, unconnected with the rest. They will then represent the first peopling of any country, or of the world. In this state of natural liberty, society will be their first thought. A thousand motives will excite them thereto. The strength of one man is so unequal to his wants, and his mind so unfit for perpetual solitude, that he is soon obliged to seek assistance and relief of another, who in his turn requires the same. 4 or 5 united would be able to raise a tolerable dwelling in the midst of a wilderness, but one man might labor out the common period of life without accomplishing anything. When he had felled his timber he could not remove it, nor erect it after it was removed. Hunger in the meantime would urge him from his work, and every different want call him a different way. Disease, nay even misfortune would be death, for though neither might be mortal, yet either would disable him from living, and reduce him to a state in which he might rather be said to perish than to die. Thus necessity, like a gravitating power, would soon form our newly arrived emigrants into society, the reciprocal blessings of which would supersede, and render the obligations of law and government unnecessary while they remain perfectly just to each other. But as nothing but heaven is impregnable to vice, it will unavoidably happen, that in proportion as they surmount the first difficulties of emigration, which bound them together in a common cause, they will begin to relax in their duty and attachment to each other, and this remissness will point out the necessity of establishing some form of government to supply the defect of moral virtue. Some convenient tree will afford them a state house, under the branches of which the whole colony may assemble to deliberate on public matters. It is more than probable that their first laws will have the title only of regulations, and be enforced by no other penalty than public disesteem. In this first parliament every man, by natural right, will have a seat. But as the colony increases, the public concerns will increase likewise, and the distance at which the members may be separated will render it too inconvenient for all of them to meet on every occasion as at first, when their number was small, their habitations near, and the public concerns few and trifling. This will point out the convenience of their consenting to leave the legislative part to be managed by a select number chosen from the whole body, who are supposed to have the same concerns at stake which those have who appointed them, and who will act in the same manner as the whole body would act were they present. If the colony continue increasing, it will become necessary to augment the number of the representatives, and that the interest of every part of the colony may be attended to, it will be found best to divide the whole into convenient parts, each part sending its proper number, and that the elected might never form to themselves an interest separate from the electors. Prudence will point out the propriety of having elections often, because as the elected might by that means return and mix again with the general body of the electors in a few months, their fidelity to the public will be secured by the prudent reflection of not making a rod for themselves. And as this frequent interchange will establish a common interest with every part of the community, they will mutually and naturally support each other, and on this, not on the unmeaning name of king, depends the strength of government, and the happiness of the governed. Here then is the origin and rise of government, namely, a mode rendered necessary by the inability of moral virtue to govern the world. Here too is the design and end of government, viz. Freedom and security. And however our eyes may be dazzled with snow, or our ears deceived by sound, however prejudice may warp our wills, or interest darken our understanding, the simple voice of nature and of reason will say, it is right. I draw my idea of the form of government from a principle in nature, which no art can overturn, viz. That the more simple anything is, the less liable it is to be disordered, and the easier repaired when disordered, and with this maxim in view, I offer a few remarks on the so much boasted Constitution of England. That it was noble for the dark and slavish times in which it was erected is granted. When the world was overrun with tyranny, the least remove therefrom was a glorious rescue. But that it is imperfect, subject to convulsions, and incapable of producing what it seems to promise, is easily demonstrated. Absolute governments, though the disgrace of human nature, have this advantage with them, that they are simple. If the people suffer, they know the head from which their suffering springs, know likewise the remedy, and are not bewildered by a variety of causes and cures. But the Constitution of England is so exceedingly complex, that the nation may suffer for years together without being able to discover in which part the fault lies. Some will say in one and some in another, and every political physician will advise a different medicine. I know it is difficult to get over local or long-standing prejudices, yet if we will suffer ourselves to examine the component parts of the English Constitution, we shall find them to be the base remains of two ancient tyrannies, compounded with some new republican materials. First, the remains of monarchical tyranny in the person of the king. Secondly, the remains of aristocratical tyranny in the persons of the peers. Thirdly, the new republican materials, in the persons of the commons, on whose virtue depends the freedom of England. The two first, by being hereditary, are independent of the people, wherefore in a constitutional sense they contribute nothing towards the freedom of the state. To say that the Constitution of England is a union of three powers reciprocally checking each other, is farcical. Either the words have no meaning, or they are flat contradictions. To say that the commons is a check upon the king, presupposes two things. First, that the king is not to be trusted without being looked after, or in other words, that a thirst for absolute power is the natural disease of monarchy. Secondly, that the commons, by being appointed for that purpose, are either wiser, or more worthy of confidence than the crown. But as the same Constitution which gives the commons a power to check the king by withholding the supplies, gives afterwards the king a power to check the commons, by empowering him to reject their other bills, it again supposes that the king is wiser than those whom it has already supposed to be wiser than him. A mere absurdity. There is something exceedingly ridiculous in the composition of monarchy. It first excludes a man from the means of information, yet empowers him to act in cases where the highest judgment is required. The state of a king shuts him from the world, yet the business of a king requires him to know it thoroughly, wherefore the different parts, unnaturally opposing and destroying each other, prove the whole character to be absurd and useless. Some writers have explained the English Constitution thus: the king, say they, is one, the people another, the peers are in house in behalf of the king, the commons in behalf of the people, but this hath all the distinctions of an house divided against itself, and, though the expressions be pleasantly arranged, yet when examined they appear idle and ambiguous, and it will always happen, that the nicest construction that words are capable of, when applied to the description of something which either cannot exist, or is too incomprehensible to be within the compass of description, will be words of sound only, and though they may amuse the ear, they cannot inform the mind. For this explanation includes a previous question, viz. How came the king by a power which the people are afraid to trust, and always obliged to check? Such a power could not be the gift of a wise people, neither can any power, which needs checking, be from God, yet the provision, which the Constitution makes, supposes such a power to exist. But the provision is unequal to the task, the means either cannot or will not accomplish the end, and the whole affair is A/E/O to SE, for as the greater weight will always carry up the less, and as all the wheels of a machine are put in motion by one, it only remains to know which power in the Constitution has the most weight, for that will govern, and though the others, or a part of them, may clog, or, as the phrase is, check the rapidity of its motion, yet so long as they cannot stop it, their endeavors will be ineffectual. The first moving power will at last have its way, and what it wants in speed is supplied by time. That the crown is this overbearing part in the English Constitution needs not be mentioned, and that it derives its whole consequence merely from being the giver of places and pensions is self-evident. Wherefore, though we have been wise enough to shut and lock a door against absolute monarchy, we at the same time have been foolish enough to put the crown in possession of the key. The prejudice of Englishmen, in favor of their own government by king, lords, and commons, arises as much or more from national pride than reason. Individuals are undoubtedly safer in England than in some other countries, but the will of the king is as much the law of the land in Britain as in France, with this difference, that instead of proceeding directly from his mouth, it is handed to the people under the most formidable shape of an act of parliament. For the fate of Charles I hath only made kings more subtle, not more just. Wherefore, laying aside all national pride and prejudice in favor of modes and forms, the plain truth is, that it is wholly owing to the constitution of the people, and not to the constitution of the government, that the crown is not as oppressive in England as in Turkey. An inquiry into the constitutional errors in the English form of government is at this time highly necessary, for as we are never in a proper condition of doing justice to others, while we continue under the influence of some leading partiality, so neither are we capable of doing it to ourselves while we remain fettered by any obstinate prejudice. And as a man, who is attached to a prostitute, is unfit to choose or judge of a wife, so any prepossession in favor of a rotten constitution of government will disable us from discerning a good one. Of monarchy and hereditary succession, mankind being originally equals in the order of creation, the equality could only be destroyed by some subsequent circumstance. The distinctions of rich and poor may in a great measure be accounted for, and that without having recourse to the harsh, ill-sounding names of oppression and avarice. Oppression is often the consequence, but seldom or never the means of riches, and though avarice will preserve a man from being necessitously poor, it generally makes him too timorous to be wealthy. But there is another and greater distinction for which no truly natural or religious reason can be assigned, and that is, the distinction of men into kings and subjects. Male and female are the distinctions of nature, good and bad the distinctions of heaven, but how a race of men came into the world so exalted above the rest, and distinguished like some new species, is worth inquiring into, and whether they are the means of happiness or of misery to mankind. In the early ages of the world, according to the scripture chronology, there were no kings, the consequence of which was there were no wars. It is the pride of kings which throw mankind into confusion. Holland without a king hath enjoyed more peace for this last century than any of the monarchical governments in Europe. Antiquity favors the same remark, for the quiet and rural lives of the first patriarchs had a happy something in them, which vanishes away when we come to the history of Jewish royalty. Government by kings was first introduced into the world by the heathens, from whom the children of Israel copied the custom. It was the most prosperous invention the devil ever set on foot for the promotion of idolatry. The heathens paid divine honors to their deceased kings, and the Christian world hath improved on the plan by doing the same to their living ones. How impious is the title of sacred majesty applied to a worm, who in the midst of his splendor is crumbling into dust. As the exalting one man so greatly above the rest cannot be justified on the equal rights of nature, so neither can it be defended on the authority of Scripture, for the will of the Almighty, as declared by Gideon and the prophet Samuel, expressly disapproves of government by kings. All anti-monarchical parts of Scripture have been very smoothly glossed over in monarchical governments, but they undoubtedly merit the attention of countries which have their governments yet to form. Render unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's is the scriptural doctrine of courts, yet it is no support of monarchical government, for the Jews at that time were without a king, and in a state of vassalage to the Romans. Near 3,000 years passed away from the Mosaic account of the creation, till the Jews under a national delusion requested a king. Till then their form of government, except in extraordinary cases, where the Almighty interposed, was a kind of republic, administered by a judge and the elders of the tribes. Kings they had none, and it was held sinful to acknowledge any being under that title but the Lord of hosts. And when a man seriously reflects on the idolatrous homage which is paid to the persons of kings, he need not wonder that the Almighty, ever jealous of his honor, should disapprove of a form of government which so impiously invades the prerogative of heaven. Monarchy is ranked in Scripture as one of the sins of the Jews, for which a curse in reserve is denounced against them. The history of that transaction is worth attending to. The children of Israel being oppressed by the Midianites, Gideon marched against them with a small army, and victory, through the divine interposition, decided in his favor. The Jews, elate with success, and attributing it to the generalship of Gideon, proposed making him a king, saying, Rule thou over us, thou and thy son and thy sons. Son. Here was temptation in its fullest extent, not a kingdom only, but an hereditary one. But Gideon in the piety of his soul replied, will not rule over you, neither shall my son rule over you, the Lord shall rule over you. Words need not be more explicit. Gideon doth not decline the honor but denieth their right to give it, neither doth he compliment them with invented declarations of his thanks, but in the positive style of a prophet charges them with disaffection to their proper sovereign, the King of heaven. About 130 years after this, they fell again into the same error. The hankering which the Jews had for the idolatrous customs of the heathens, is something exceedingly unaccountable, but so it was, that laying hold of the misconduct of Samuel's two sons, who were entrusted with some secular concerns, they came in an abrupt and clamorous manner to Samuel, saying, Behold thou art old, and thy sons walk not in thy ways, now make us a king to judge us like all the other nations. And here we cannot but observe that their motives were bad, viz. That they might be like unto other nations, i.e. the heathens, whereas their true glory laid in being as much unlike them as possible. But the thing displeased Samuel when they said, Give us a king to judge us. And Samuel prayed unto the Lord, and the Lord said unto Samuel, Hearken unto the voice of the people in all that they say unto thee, for they have not rejected thee, but they have rejected me, that I should not reign over them, according to all the works which they have done since the day that I brought them up out of Egypt, even unto this day, wherewith they have forsaken me and served other gods, so do they also unto thee. Now therefore hearken unto their voice, howbeit, protest solemnly unto them and shew them the manner of the king that shall reign over them, i.e. not of any particular king, but the general manner of the kings of the earth, whom Israel was so eagerly copying after. And notwithstanding the great distance of time and difference of manners, the character is still in fashion, and Samuel told all the words of the Lord unto the people, that asked of him a king. And he said, This shall be the manner of the king that shall reign over you, he will take your sons and appoint them for himself for his chariots, and to be his horsemen, and some shall run before his chariots. This description agrees with the present mode of impressing men, and he will appoint him captains over thousands and captains over fifties, and will set them to ear his ground and to reap his harvest, and to make his instruments of war, and instruments of his chariots, and he will take your daughters to be confectionaries, and to be cooks and to be bakers. This describes the expense and luxury as well as the oppression of kings, and he will take your fields and your olive yards, even the best of them, and give them to his servants, and he will take the tenth of your seed, and of your vineyards, and give them to his officers and to his servants, by which we see that bribery, corruption, and favoritism are the standing vices of kings, and he will take the tenth of your men servants, and your maid servants, and your goodliest young men, and your asses, and put them to his work, and he will take the tenth of your sheep, and ye shall be his servants, and ye shall cry out in that day because of your king, which ye shall have chosen, and the Lord will not hear you in that day. This accounts for the continuation of monarchy, neither do the characters of the few good kings which have lived since, either sanctify the title, or blot out the sinfulness of the origin. The high encomium given of David takes no notice of him officially as a king, but only as a man after God's own heart. Nevertheless the people refused to obey the voice of Samuel, and they said, Nay, but we will have a king over us, that we may be like all the nations, and that our king may judge us, and go out before us and fight our battles. Samuel continued to reason with them, but to no purpose. He set before them their ingratitude, but all would not avail, and seeing them fully bent on their folly, he cried out, will call unto the Lord, and he shall send thunder and rain, which then was a punishment, being the time of wheat harvest, that ye may perceive and see that your wickedness is great which ye have done in the sight of the Lord, in Askinjuaking. So Samuel called unto the Lord, and the Lord sent thunder and rain that day, and all the people greatly feared the Lord and Samuel. And all the people said unto Samuel, Pray for thy servants unto the Lord thy God that we die not, for we have added unto our sins this evil, to ask a king. These portions of Scripture are direct and positive. They admit of no equivocal construction. That the Almighty hath here entered his protest against monarchical government is true, or the Scripture is false. And a man hath good reason to believe that there is as much of kingcraft as priestcraft in withholding the Scripture from the public in popish countries. For monarchy in every instance is the popery of government. To the evil of monarchy we have added that of hereditary succession, and as the first is a degradation and lessening of ourselves, so the second, claimed as a matter of right, is an insult and an imposition on posterity. For all men being originally equals, no one by birth could have a right to set up his own family in perpetual preference to all others forever, and though himself might deserve some decent degree of honors of his contemporaries, yet his descendants might be far too unworthy to inherit them. One of the strongest natural proofs of the folly of hereditary right in kings is that nature disapproves it, otherwise she would not so frequently turn it into ridicule by giving mankind an ass for a lion. Secondly, as no man at first could possess any other public honors than were bestowed upon him, so the givers of those honors could have no power to give away the right of posterity, and though they might say we choose you for our head, they could not, without manifest injustice to their children, say that your children and your Children's children shall reign over ours forever. Because such an unwise, unjust, unnatural compact might, perhaps, in the next succession put them under the government of a rogue or a fool. Most wise men, in their private sentiments, have ever treated hereditary right with contempt, yet it is one of those evils, which when once established, is not easily removed. Many submit from fear, others from superstition, and the more powerful part shares with the king the plunder of the rest. This is supposing the present race of the kings in the world to have had an honorable origin, whereas it is more than probable, that could we take off the dark covering of antiquity, and trace them to their first rise, that we should find the first of them nothing better than the principal ruffian of some restless gang, whose savage manners or pre-eminence in subtlety obtained him the title of chief among plunderers, and who by increasing in power, and extending his depredations, overawed the quiet and defenseless to purchase their safety by frequent contributions. Yet his electors could have no idea of giving hereditary right to his descendants, because such a perpetual exclusion of themselves was incompatible with the free and unrestrained principles they professed to live by. Wherefore, hereditary succession in the early ages of monarchy could not take place as a matter of claim, but as something casual or complemental, but as few or no records were extant in those days, and traditionary history stuffed with fables, it was very easy, after the lapse of a few generations, to trump up some superstitious tale, conveniently timed, Muhammad-like, to cram hereditary right down the throats of the vulgar. Perhaps the disorders which threatened, or seemed to threaten on the decease of a leader and the choice of a new one, for elections among ruffians could not be very orderly, induced many at first to favor hereditary pretensions, by which means it happened, as it hath happened since, that what at first was submitted to as a convenience, was afterwards claimed as a right. England, since the conquest, hath known some few good monarchs, but groaned beneath a much larger number of bad ones, yet no man in his senses can say that their claim under William the Conqueror is a very honorable one. A French bastard landing with an armed banditti, and establishing himself king of England against the consent of the natives, is in plain terms a very paltry rascally original. It certainly hath no divinity in it. However, it is needless to spend much time in exposing the folly of hereditary right. If there are any so weak as to believe it, let them promiscuously worship the ass and lion, and welcome. I shall neither copy their humility, nor disturb their devotion. Yet I should be glad to ask how they suppose kings came at first. The question admits but of three answers, viz. Either by lot, by election, or by usurpation. If the first king was taken by lot, it establishes a precedent for the next, which excludes hereditary succession. Saul was by lot, yet the succession was not hereditary, neither does it appear from that transaction there was any intention it ever should. If the first king of any country was by election, that likewise establishes a precedent for the next, for to say that the right of all future generations is taken away by the act of the first electors, in their choice not only of a king, but of a family of kings forever, hath no parallel in or out of Scripture but the doctrine of original sin, which supposes the free will of all men lost in Adam, and from such comparison, and it will admit of no other, hereditary succession can derive no glory. For as in Adam all sinned, and as in the first electors all men obeyed, as in the one all mankind were subjected to Satan, and in the other to sovereignty, as our innocence was lost in the first, and our authority in the last, and as both disable us from reassuming some former state and privilege, it unanswerably follows that original sin and hereditary succession are parallels. This innumerable rank, inglorious connection. Yet the most subtle sophist cannot produce a juster simile. As to usurpation, no man will be so hardy as to defend it, and that William the Conqueror was an usurper is a fact not to be contradicted. The plain truth is, that the antiquity of English monarchy will not bear looking into. But it is not so much the absurdity as the evil of hereditary succession which concerns mankind. Did it ensure a race of good and wise men, it would have the seal of divine authority, but as it opens a door to the foolish, the wicked, and the improper, it hath in it the nature of oppression. Men who look upon themselves born to reign, and others to obey, soon grow insolent, selected from the rest of mankind their minds are early poisoned by importance, and the world they act in differs so materially from the world at large, that they have but little opportunity of knowing its true interests, and when they succeed to the government are frequently the most ignorant and unfit of any throughout the dominions. Another evil which attends hereditary succession is that the throne is subject to be possessed by a minor at any age, all which time the regency, acting under the cover of a king, have every opportunity and inducement to betray their trust. The same national misfortune happens when a king worn out with age and infirmity enters the last stage of human weakness. In both these cases the public becomes a prey to every miscreant who can tamper successfully with the follies either of age or infancy. The most plausible plea which hath ever been offered in favor of hereditary succession is that it preserves a nation from civil wars, and were this true, it would be weighty, whereas it is the most barefaced falsity ever imposed upon mankind. The whole history of England disowns the fact. 30 kings and 2 minors have reigned in that distracted kingdom since the conquest, in which time there have been, including the Revolution, no less than 8 civil wars and 19 rebellions. Wherefore instead of making for peace, it makes against it, and destroys the very foundation it seems to stand on. The contest for monarchy and succession, between the houses of York and Lancaster, laid England in a scene of blood for many years. 12 pitched battles, besides skirmishes and sieges, were fought between Henry and Edward. Twice was Henry prisoner to Edward, who in his turn was prisoner to Henry. And so uncertain is the fate of war and the temper of a nation, when nothing but personal matters are the ground of a quarrel, that Henry was taken in triumph from a prison to a palace, and Edward obliged to fly from a palace to a foreign land. Yet, as sudden transitions of temper are seldom lasting, Henry in his turn was driven from the throne, and Edward recalled to succeed him. The Parliament always following the strongest side. This contest began in the reign of Henry VI, and was not entirely extinguished till Henry VII, in whom the families were united, including a period of 67 years, viz. from 1422 to 1489. In short, monarchy and succession have laid, not this or that kingdom only, but the world in blood and ashes. 'Tis a form of government which the word of God bears testimony against, and blood will attend it. If we inquire into the business of a king, we shall find that in some countries they have none, and after sauntering away their lives without pleasure to themselves or advantage to the nation, withdraw from the scene, and leave their successors to tread the same idle round. In absolute monarchies the whole weight of business, civil and military, lies on the king. The children of Israel in their request for a king, urge this plea, that he may judge us, and go out before us and fight our battles. But in countries where he is neither a judge nor a general, as in E.D., a man would be puzzled to know what is his business. The nearer any government approaches to a republic, the less business there is for a king. It is somewhat difficult to find a proper name for the government of Sir William Meredith calls it a republic, but in its present state it is unworthy of the name, because the corrupt influence of the crown, by having all the places in its disposal, hath so effectually swallowed up the power, and eaten out the virtue of the House of Commons, the republican part in the Constitution, that the government of England is nearly as monarchical as that of France or Spain. Men fall out with names without understanding them, for it is the republican and not the monarchical part of the Constitution of England which Englishmen glory in, viz. the liberty of choosing an House of Commons from out of their own body, and it is easy to see that when the republican virtue fails, slavery ensues. Why is the Constitution of sickly? But because monarchy hath poisoned the republic, the crown hath engrossed the commons. In England AK hath little more to do than to make war and give away places, which, in plain terms, is to impoverish the nation and set it together by the heirs. A pretty business indeed for a man to be allowed 800,000 sterling a year for, and worshipped into the bargain. Of more worth is one honest man to society, and in the sight of God, than all the crowned ruffians that ever lived. Thoughts on the present state of American affairs. In the following pages I offer nothing more than simple facts, plain arguments, and common sense, and have no other preliminaries to settle with the reader, than that he will divest himself of prejudice and prepossession, and suffer his reason and his feelings to determine for themselves, that he will put on, or rather that he will not put off, the true character of a man, and generously enlarge his views beyond the present day. Volumes have been written on the subject of the struggle between England and America. Men of all ranks have embarked in the controversy, from different motives, and with various designs, but all have been ineffectual, and the period of debate is closed. Arms, as the last resource, decide the contest. The appeal was the choice of the king, and the continent hath accepted the challenge. It hath been reported of the late Mr. Pelham, who though an able minister was not without his faults, that on his being attacked in the House of Commons, on the score that his measures were only of a temporary kind, replied, "They will last my time." Should a thought so fatal and unmanly possess the colonies in the present contest, the name of ancestors will be remembered by future generations with detestation. The sun never shined on a cause of greater worth. 'Tis not the affair of a city, a country, a province, or a kingdom, but of a continent, of at least 1/8 part of the habitable globe. 'Tis not the concern of a day, a year, or an age. Posterity are virtually involved in the contest, and will be more or less affected, even to the end of time, by the proceedings now. Now is the seed time of continental union, faith, and honor. The least fracture now will be like a name engraved with the point of a pin on the tender rind of a young oak. The wound will enlarge with the tree, and posterity read it in full-grown characters. By referring the matter from argument to arms, a new era for politics is struck, a new method of thinking hath arisen. All plans, proposals, and prior to the 19th of April, i.e. to the commencement of hostilities, are like the almanacs of the last year, which, though proper then, are superseded and useless now. Whatever was advanced by the advocates on either side of the question then, terminated in one and the same point, viz. a union with Great Britain. The only difference between the parties was the method of effecting it, the one proposing force, the other friendship, but it hath so far happened that the first hath failed, and the second hath withdrawn her influence. As much hath been said of the advantages of reconciliation, which, like an agreeable dream, hath passed away and left us as we were, it is but right that we should examine the contrary side of the argument, and inquire into some of the many material injuries which these colonies sustain, and always will sustain, by being connected with, and dependent on Great Britain. To examine that connection and dependence, on the principles of nature and common sense, to see what we have to trust to, if separated, and what we are to expect, if dependent. I have heard it asserted by some, that as America hath flourished under her former connection with Great Britain, that the same connection is necessary towards her future happiness, and will always have the same effect. Nothing can be more fallacious than this kind of argument. We may as well assert, that because a child has thrived upon milk, that it is never to have meat, or that the first 20 years of our lives is to become a precedent for the next 20. But even this is admitting more than is true, for I answer roundly, that America would have flourished as much, and probably much more, had no European power had anything to do with her. The commerce by which she hath enriched herself are the necessaries of life, and will always have a market while eating, is the custom of Europe. But she has protected us, say some. That she hath engrossed us is true, and defended the continent at our expense as well as her own is admitted, and she would have defended Turkey from the same motive, viz. the sake of trade and dominion. Alas, we have been long led away by ancient prejudices, and made large sacrifices to superstition. We have boasted the protection of Great Britain, without considering that her motive was interest not attachment, that she did not protect us from our enemies on our account, but from her enemies on her own account, from those who had no quarrel with us on any other account, and who will always be our enemies on the same account. Let Britain waive her pretensions to the continent, or the continent throw off the dependence, and we should be at peace with France and Spain were they at war with Britain. The miseries of Hanover last war ought to warn us against connections. It hath lately been asserted in Parliament, that the colonies have no relation to each other but through the parent country, i.e. that Pennsylvania and the Jerseys, and so on for the rest, are sister colonies by the way of England. This is certainly a very roundabout way of proving relationship, but it is the nearest and only true way of proving enemyship, if I may so call it. France and Spain never were, nor perhaps ever will be, our enemies as Americans, but as our being the subjects of Great Britain. But Britain is the parent country, say some. Then the more shame upon her conduct. Even brutes do not devour their young, nor savages make war upon their families. Wherefore the assertion, if true, turns to her reproach, but it happens not to be true, or only partly so, and the phrase parent or mother country hath been Jesuitically adopted by the and his parasites, with the low papistical design of gaining an unfair bias on the credulous weakness of our minds. Europe, and not England, is the parent country of America. This new world hath been the asylum for the persecuted lovers of civil and religious liberty from every part of Europe. Hither have they fled, not from the tender embraces of the mother, but from the cruelty of the monster, and it is so far true of England, that the same tyranny which drove the first emigrants from home, pursues their descendants still. In this extensive quarter of the globe, we forget the narrow limits of 360 miles, the extent of England, and carry our friendship on a larger scale. We claim brotherhood with every European Christian, and triumph in the generosity of the sentiment. It is pleasant to observe by what regular gradations we surmount the force of local prejudice, as we enlarge our acquaintance with the world. A man born in any town in England divided into parishes, will naturally associate most with his fellow parishioners, because their interests in many cases will be common, and distinguish him by the name of neighbor, if he meet him but a few miles from home, he drops the narrow idea of a street, and salutes him by the name of townsman, if he travels out of the county, and meet him in any other, he forgets the minor divisions of street and town, and calls him countryman, i.e. county man, but if in their foreign excursions they should associate in France or any other part of Europe, their local remembrance would be enlarged into that of Englishmen. And by a just parity of reasoning, all Europeans, meeting in America, or any other quarter of the globe, are countrymen, for England, Holland, Germany, or Sweden, when compared with the whole, stand in the same places on the larger scale, which the divisions of street, town, and county do on the smaller ones, distinctions too limited for continental minds. Not one third of the inhabitants, even of this province, are of English descent. Wherefore I reprobate the phrase of parent or mother country applied to England only, as being false, selfish, narrow and ungenerous. But admitting that we were all of English descent, what does it amount to? Nothing. Britain, being now an open enemy, extinguishes every other name and title, and to say that reconciliation is our duty, is truly farcical. The first king of England, of the present line, William the Conqueror, was a Frenchman, and half the peers of England are descendants from the same country, wherefore by the same method of reasoning, England ought to be governed by France. Much hath been said of the united strength of Britain and the colonies, that in conjunction they might bid defiance to the world. But this is mere presumption, the fate of war is uncertain, neither do the expressions mean anything, for this continent would never suffer itself to be drained of inhabitants to support the British arms in either Asia, Africa, or Europe. Besides, what have we to do with setting the world at defiance? Our plan is commerce, and that, well attended to, will secure us the peace and friendship of all Europe, because it is the interest of all Europe to have America a free port. Her trade will always be a protection, and her barrenness of gold and silver secure her from invaders. I challenge the warmest advocate for reconciliation to shew a single advantage that this continent can reap by being connected with Great Britain. I repeat the challenge. Not a single advantage is derived. Our corn will fetch its price in any market in Europe, and our imported goods must be paid for by them where we will. But the injuries and disadvantages we sustain by that connection are without number, and our duty to mankind at large, as well as to ourselves, instruct us to renounce the alliance, because any submission to, or dependence on Great Britain, tends directly to involve this continent in European wars and quarrels, and sets us at variance with nations, who would otherwise seek our friendship, and against whom we have neither anger nor complaint. As Europe is our market for trade, we ought to form no partial connection with any part of it. It is the true interest of America to steer clear of European contentions, which she never can do, while by her dependence on Britain, she is made the make weight in the scale of British politics. Europe is too thickly planted with kingdoms to be long at peace, and whenever a war breaks out between England and any foreign power, the trade of America goes to ruin, because of her connection with Britain. The next war may not turn out like the last, and, should it not, the advocates for reconciliation now will be wishing for separation then, because neutrality in that case would be a safer convoy than a man of war. Everything that is right or natural pleads for separation. The blood of the slain, the weeping voice of nature cries, 'tis time to part. Even the distance at which the Almighty hath placed England and America is a strong and natural proof that the authority of the one over the other was never the design of heaven. The time likewise at which the continent was discovered adds weight to the argument, and the manner in which it was peopled increases the force of it. The Reformation was preceded by the discovery of America, as if the Almighty graciously meant to open a sanctuary to the persecuted in future years, when home should afford neither friendship nor safety. The authority of Great Britain over this continent is a form of government, which sooner or later must have an end, and a serious mind can draw no true pleasure by looking forward, under the painful and positive conviction that what he calls the present constitution is merely temporary. As parents, we can have no joy, knowing that this government is not sufficiently lasting to ensure anything which we may bequeath to posterity, and by a plain method of argument, as we are running the next generation into debt, we ought to do the work of it, otherwise we use them meanly and pitifully. In order to discover the line of our duty rightly, we should take our children in our hand, and fix our station a few years farther into life, that eminence will present a prospect, which a few present fears and prejudices conceal from our sight. Though I would carefully avoid giving unnecessary offense, yet I am inclined to believe that all those who espouse the doctrine of reconciliation may be included within the following descriptions: interested men, who are not to be trusted, weak men, who cannot see, prejudiced men who will not see, and a certain set of moderate men, who think better of the European world than it deserves, and this last class by an ill judged deliberation, will be the cause of more calamities to this continent than all the other three. It is the good fortune of many to live distant from the scene of sorrow, the evil is not sufficiently brought to their doors to make them feel the precariousness with which all American property is possessed. But let our imaginations transport us for a few moments to Boston, that seat of wretchedness will teach us wisdom, and instruct us for ever to renounce a power in whom we can have no trust. The inhabitants of that unfortunate city, who but a few months ago were in ease and affluence, have now no other alternative than to stay and starve, or turn out to beg, endangered by the fire of their friends if they continue within the city, and plundered by the soldiery if they leave it. In their present condition they are prisoners without the hope of redemption, and in a general attack for their relief, they would be exposed to the fury of both armies. Men of passive tempers look somewhat lightly over the offences of Britain, and, still, hoping for the best, are apt to call out, "Come, we shall be friends again for all this." But examine the passions and feelings of mankind. Bring the doctrine of reconciliation to the touchstone of nature, and then tell me, whether you can hereafter love, honor, and faithfully serve the power that hath carried fire and sword into your land? If you cannot do all these, are you only deceiving yourselves, and by your delay bringing ruin upon posterity. Your future connection with Britain, whom you can neither love nor honor, will be forced and unnatural, and being formed only on the plan of present convenience, will in a little time fall into a relapse more wretched than the first. But if you say you can still pass the violations over, then I ask, hath your house been burnt? Hath your property been destroyed before your face? Are your wife and children destitute of a bed to lie on, or bread to live on? Have you lost a parent or a child by their hands, and yourself the ruined and wretched survivor? If you have not, then are you not a judge of those who have? But if you have, and can still shake hands with the murderers, then are you unworthy the name of husband, father, friend, or lover, and, whatever may be your rank or title in life, you have the heart of a coward, and the spirit of a sycophant. This is not inflaming or exaggerating matters, but trying them by those feelings and affections which nature justifies, and without which we should be incapable of discharging the social duties of life, or enjoying the felicities of it. I mean not to exhibit horror for the purpose of provoking revenge, but to awaken us from fatal and unmanly slumbers, that we may pursue determinately some fixed object. It is not in the power of Britain or of Europe to conquer America, if she did not conquer herself by delay and timidity. The present winter is worth an age if rightly employed, but if lost or neglected, the whole continent will partake of the misfortune, and there is no punishment which that man will not deserve, be he who, or what, or where he will, that may be the means of sacrificing a season so precious and useful. It is repugnant to reason, to the universal order of things, to all examples from the former ages, to suppose that this continent can longer remain subject to any external power. The most sanguine in Britain does not think so. The utmost stretch of human wisdom cannot, at this time, compass a plan short of separation, which can promise the continent even a year's security. Reconciliation is and was a fallacious dream. Nature hath deserted the connection, and art cannot supply her place. For, as Milton wisely expressed, never can true reconcilement grow where wounds of deadly hate have pierced so deep. Every quiet method for peace hath been ineffectual. Our prayers have been rejected with disdain, and only tended to convince us that nothing flatters vanity, or confirms obstinacy in kings more than repeated petitioning, and nothing hath contributed more than that very measure to make the kings of Europe absolute, witness Denmark and Sweden. Wherefore, since nothing but blows will do, for God's sake, let us come to a final separation, and not leave the next generation to be cutting throats, under the violated unmeaning names of parent and child. To say, they will never attempt it again is idle and visionary. We thought so at the repeal of the Stamp Act, yet a year or two undeceived us, as well may we suppose that nations, which have been once defeated, will never renew the quarrel. As to government matters, it is not in the power of Britain to do this continent justice. The business of it will soon be too weighty and intricate to be managed with any tolerable degree of convenience, by a power so distant from us, and so very ignorant of us, for if they cannot conquer us, they cannot govern us. To be always running 3 or 4,000 miles with a tale or a petition, waiting 4 or 5 months for an answer, which when obtained requires 5 or 6 more to explain it in, will in a few years be looked upon as folly and childishness. There was a time when it was proper, and there is a proper time for it to cease. Small islands not capable of protecting themselves are the proper objects for kingdoms to take under their care, but there is something very absurd in supposing a continent to be perpetually governed by an island. In no instance hath nature made the satellite larger than its primary planet, and as England and America, with respect to each other, reverses the common order of nature, it is evident they belong to different systems, England to Europe, America to itself. I am not induced by motives of pride, party, or resentment to espouse the doctrine of separation and independence, am clearly, positively, and conscientiously persuaded that it is the true interest of this continent to be so, that everything short of that is mere patchwork, that it can afford no lasting felicity, that it is leaving the sword to our children, and shrinking back at a time, when, a little more, a little farther, would have rendered this continent the glory of the earth. As Britain hath not manifested the least inclination towards a compromise, we may be assured that no terms can be obtained worthy the acceptance of the continent, or any ways equal to the expense of blood and treasure we have been already put to. The object contended for, ought always to bear some just proportion to the expense. The removal of N, or the whole detestable junto, is a matter unworthy the millions we have expended. A temporary stoppage of trade was an inconvenience, which would have sufficiently balanced the repeal of all the acts complained of, had such repeals been obtained. But if the whole continent must take up arms, if every man must be a soldier, it is scarcely worth our while to fight against a contemptible ministry only. Dearly, dearly, do we pay for the repeal of the acts, if that is all we fight for in a just estimation, it is as great a folly to pay a Bunker Hill price for law, as for land. As I have always considered the independency of this continent, as an event, which sooner or later must arrive. So from the late rapid progress of the continent to maturity, the event could not be far off. Wherefore, on the breaking out of hostilities, it was not worth the while to have disputed a matter, which time would have finally redressed, unless we meant to be in earnest. Otherwise, it is like wasting an estate on a suit at law, to regulate the trespasses of a tenant, whose lease is just expiring. No man was a warmer wisher for reconciliation than myself, before the fatal 19th of April 1775.1. But the moment the event of that day was made known, I rejected the hardened, sullen-tempered Pharaoh of forever, and disdained the wretch, that with the pretended title of father of his people, can unfeelingly hear of their slaughter, and composedly sleep with their blood upon his soul. But admitting that matters were now made up, what would be the event? I answer, the ruin of the continent. And that for several reasons. First, the powers of governing still remaining in the hands of the K, he will have a negative over the whole legislation of this continent. And as he hath shown himself such an inveterate enemy to liberty, and discovered such a thirst for arbitrary power, is he, or is he not, a proper man to say to these colonies, you shall make no laws but what I please? And is there any inhabitant in America so ignorant as not to know that, according to what is called the present Constitution, that this continent can make no laws but what the king gives leave to? And is there any man so unwise as not to see that, considering what has happened, he will suffer no law to be made here, but such as suit his purpose? We may be as effectually enslaved by the want of laws in America, as by submitting to laws made for us in England. After matters are made up, as it is called, can there be any doubt but the whole power of the crown will be exerted to keep this continent as low and humble as possible? Instead of going forward we shall go backward, or be perpetually quarreling or ridiculously petitioning. We are already greater than the king wishes us to be, and will he not hereafter endeavor to make us less? To bring the matter to one point, is the power who is jealous of our prosperity a proper power to govern us? Whoever says no to this question is an independent, for independency means no more than whether we shall make our own laws, or whether the greatest enemy this continent hath, or can have, shall tell us there shall be no laws but such as I like. But the K, you will say, has a negative in England. The people there can make no laws without his consent. In point of right and good order, there is something very ridiculous, that a youth of 21, which hath often happened, shall say to several millions of people, older and wiser than himself, I forbid this or that act of yours to be law. But in this place I decline this sort of reply, though I will never cease to expose the absurdity of it, and only answer, that England being the king's residence, and America not so, makes quite another case. The K's negative here is 10 times more dangerous and fatal than it can be in England, for there he will scarcely refuse his consent to a bill for putting England into as strong a state of defense as possible, and in America he would never suffer such a bill to be passed. America is only a secondary object in the system of British politics. England consults the good of this country. no farther than it answers her own purpose. Wherefore, her own interest leads her to suppress the growth of ours in every case which doth not promote her advantage, or in the least interfere with it. A pretty stage we should soon be in under such a second-hand government, considering what has happened. Men do not change from enemies to friends by the alteration of a name, and in order to shew that reconciliation now is a dangerous doctrine, I affirm that it would be policy in the case at this time to repeal the acts for the sake of reinstating himself in the government of the provinces, in order that he may accomplish by craft and subtlety, in the long run, what he cannot do by force and violence in the short one. Reconciliation and ruin are nearly related. Secondly, that as even the best terms, which we can expect to obtain, can amount to no more than a temporary expedient, or a kind of government by guardianship, which can last no longer than till the colonies come of age, so the general face and state of things, in the interim, will be unsettled and unpromising. Emigrants of property will not choose to come to a country whose form of government hangs but by a thread, and who is every day tottering on the brink of commotion and disturbance, and numbers of the present inhabitants would lay hold of the interval, to dispose of their effects, and quit the continent. But the most powerful of all arguments is, that nothing but independence, i.e. a continental form of government, can keep the peace of the continent and preserve it inviolate from civil wars. I dread the event of a reconciliation with Britain now, as it is more than probable that it will be followed by a revolt somewhere or other, the consequences of which may be far more fatal than all the malice of Britain. Thousands are already ruined by British barbarity, thousands more will probably suffer the same fate. Those men have other feelings than us who have nothing suffered. All they now possess is liberty, what they before enjoyed is sacrifice to its service. And having nothing more to lose, they disdain submission. Besides, the general temper of the colonies towards the British government will be like that of a youth who is nearly out of his time. They will care very little about her. And a government which cannot preserve the peace is no government at all, and in that case we pay our money for nothing. And pray what is it that Britain can do, whose power will be wholly on paper? Should a civil tumult break out the very day after reconciliation? I have heard some men say, many of whom I believe spoke without thinking, that they dreaded an independence, fearing that it would produce civil wars. It is but seldom that our first thoughts are truly correct, and that is the case here, for there are 10 times more to dread from a patched up connection than from independence. I make the sufferer's case my own, and I protest that were I driven from house and home, my property destroyed, and my circumstances ruined, that as a man, sensible of injuries, I could never relish the doctrine of reconciliation, or consider myself bound thereby. The colonies have manifested such a spirit of good order and obedience to continental government, as is sufficient to make every reasonable person easy and happy. On that head, no man can assign the least pretense for his fears, on any other grounds, that such as are truly childish and ridiculous. That one colony will be striving for superiority over another. Where there are no distinctions there can be no superiority, perfect equality affords no temptation. The republics of Europe are all, and we may say always, in peace. Holland and Switzerland are without wars, foreign or domestic, monarchical governments, it is true, are never long at rest. The crown itself is a temptation to enterprising ruffians at home, and that degree of pride and insolence ever attendant on regal authority, swells into a rupture with foreign powers, in instances, where a republican government, by being formed on more natural principles, would negotiate the mistake. If there is any true cause of fear respecting independence, it is because no plan is yet laid down. Men do not see their way out, wherefore, as an opening into that business, I offer the following hints, at the same time modestly affirming, that I have no other opinion of them myself, than that they may be the means of giving rise to something better. Could the straggling thoughts of individuals be collected, they would frequently form materials for wise and able men to improve to useful matter. Let the assemblies be annual, with the president only, the representation more equal, their business wholly domestic, and subject to the authority of a continental congress. Let each colony be divided into 6, 8, or 10 convenient districts, each district to send a proper number of delegates to Congress, so that each colony send at least 30. The whole number in Congress will be at least 390. Each Congress to sit and to choose a president by the following method. When the delegates are met, let a colony be taken from the whole 13 colonies by lot, after which let the whole Congress choose, by ballot, a president from out of the delegates of that province. In the next Congress, let a colony be taken by lot from 12 only, omitting that colony from which the president was taken in the former Congress, and so proceeding until the whole 13 shall have had their proper rotation. And in order that nothing may pass into a law but what is satisfactorily just, not less than 3/5 of the Congress to be called a majority. He that will promote discord, under a government so equally formed as this, would join Lucifer in his revolt. But as there is a peculiar delicacy, from whom, or in what manner, this business must first arise, and as it seems most agreeable and consistent, that it should come from some intermediate body between the governed and the governors, that is between the Congress and the people, let a continental conference be held, in the following manner, and for the following purpose. A committee of 26 members of Congress, viz. 2 for each colony, 2 members for each House of Assembly, or Provincial Convention, and 5 representatives of the people at large, to be chosen in the capital city or town of each province, for, and, in behalf of the whole province, by as many qualified voters as shall think proper to attend from all parts of the province for that purpose, or, if more convenient, the representatives may be chosen in 2 or 3 of the most populous parts thereof. In this conference, thus assembled, will be united the 2 grand principles of business, knowledge and power. The members of Congress, assemblies, or conventions, by having had experience in national concerns, will be able and useful counselors, and the whole, being empowered by the people, will have a truly legal authority. The conferring members being met, let their business be to frame a continental charter, or charter of the United Colonies, answering to what is called the Magna Carta of England, fixing the number and manner of choosing members of Congress, members of Assembly, with their date of sitting, and drawing the line of business and jurisdiction between them, always remembering that our strength is continental, not provincial. Securing freedom and property to all men, and above all things the free exercise of religion, according to the dictates of conscience, with such other matter as is necessary for a charter to contain. Immediately after which, the said conference to dissolve, and the bodies which shall be chosen conformable to the said charter, to be the legislators and governors of this continent, and for the time being, whose peace and happiness may God preserve. Amen. Should any body of men be hereafter delegated for this or some similar purpose, I offer them the following extracts from that wise observer on government's Dragonetti. The science, says he, of the politician consists in fixing the true point of happiness and freedom. Those men would deserve the gratitude of ages, who should discover a Mode of government that contain the greatest sum of individual happiness, with the least national expense. Dragonetti on virtue and rewards. But where says some is the king of America? I'll tell you, friend, he reigns above, and doth not make havoc of mankind like the royal of Britain. Yet that we may not appear to be defective even in earthly honors, let a day be solemnly set apart for proclaiming the charter, let it be brought forth placed on the divine law, the word of God, let a crown be placed thereon, by which the world may know, that so far as we approve of monarchy, that in America the law is king. For as in absolute governments the king is law, so in free countries the law ought to be king, and there ought to be no other. But lest any ill use should afterwards arise, let the crown at the conclusion of the ceremony be demolished, and scattered among the people whose right it is. The government of our own is our natural right, and when a man seriously reflects on the precariousness of human affairs, he will become convinced that it is infinitely wiser and safer to form a constitution of our own in a cool deliberate manner, while we have it in our power, than to trust such an interesting event to time and chance. If we omit it, now, some Vicinello too may hereafter arise, who laying hold of popular disquietudes, may collect together the desperate and the discontented, and by assuming to themselves the powers of government, may sweep away the liberties of the continent like a deluge. Should the government of America return again into the hands of Britain, the tottering situation of things will be a temptation for some desperate adventurer to try his fortune. And in such a case, what relief can Britain give? Ere she could hear the news, the fatal business might be done, and ourselves suffering like the wretched Britons under the oppression of the conqueror. Ye that oppose independence now, ye know not what yet do, ye are opening a door to eternal tyranny, by keeping vacant the seat of government. There are thousands and tens of thousands, who would think it glorious to expel from the continent that barbarous and hellish power, which hath stirred up the Indians and Negroes to destroy us. The cruelty hath a double guilt, it is dealing brutally by us, and treacherously by them. To talk of friendship with those in whom our reason forbids us to have faith, and our affections wounded through 1,000 pores instruct us to detest, is madness and folly. Every day wears out the little remains of kindred between us and them, and can there be any reason to hope, that as the relationship expires, the affection will increase, or that we shall agree better, when we have 10 times more and greater concerns to quarrel over than ever? Ye that tell us of harmony and reconciliation, can ye restore to us the time that is past? Can ye give to prostitution its former innocence? Neither can ye reconcile Britain and America. The last cord now is broken, the people of England are presenting addresses against us. There are injuries which nature cannot forgive, she would cease to be nature if she did. As well can the lover forgive the ravisher of his mistress, as the continent forgive the murders of Britain. The Almighty hath implanted in us these unextinguishable feelings for good and wise purposes. They are the guardians of his image in our hearts. They distinguish us from the herd of common animals. The social compact would dissolve, and justice be extirpated from the earth, or have only a casual existence were we callous to the touches of affection. The robber and the murderer would often escape unpunished, did not the injuries which our tempers sustain provoke us into justice. O ye that love mankind, ye that dare oppose, not only the tyranny, but the tyrant, stand forth. Every spot of the old world is overrun with oppression. Freedom hath been hunted round the globe. Asia and Africa have long expelled her. Europe regards her like a stranger, and England hath given her warning to depart. Oh, receive the fugitive, and prepare in time an asylum for mankind. On the present ability of America, with some miscellaneous reflections. I have never met with a man, either in England or America, who hath not confessed his opinion, that a separation between the countries would take place one time or other. And there is no instance in which we have shown less judgment than in endeavoring to describe what we call the ripeness or fitness of the continent for independence. As all men allow the measure, and vary only in their opinion of the time, let us, in order to remove mistakes, take a general survey of things and endeavor if possible, to find out the very time. But we need not go far, the inquiry ceases at once, for the time hath found us. The general concurrence, the glorious union of all things prove the fact. It is not in numbers but in unity, that our great strength lies, yet our present numbers are sufficient to repel the force of all the world. The continent hath, at this time, the largest body of armed and disciplined men of any power under heaven, and is just arrived at that pitch of strength, in which no single colony is able to support itself, and the whole, when united, can accomplish the matter, and either more, or less than this, might be fatal in its effects. Our land force is already sufficient, and as to naval affairs, we cannot be insensible, that Britain would never suffer an American man of war to be built while the continent remained in her hands. Wherefore we should be no forwarder in 100 years hence in that branch, than we are now, but the truth is, we should be less so, because the timber of the country is every day diminishing, and that which will remain at last, will be far off and difficult to procure. Were the continent crowded with inhabitants, her sufferings under the present circumstances would be intolerable. The more seaport towns we had, the more should we have both to defend and to lose. Our present numbers are so happily proportioned to our wants, that no man need be idle. The diminution of trade affords an army, and the necessities of an army create a new trade. Debts we have none, and whatever we may contract on this account will serve as a glorious memento of our virtue. Can we but leave posterity with a settled form of government, an independent constitution of its own, the purchase at any price will be cheap. But to expend millions for the sake of getting a few vile acts repealed, and rooting the present ministry only, is unworthy the charge, and is using posterity with the utmost cruelty, because it is leaving them the great work to do, and a debt upon their backs, from which they derive no advantage. Such a thought is unworthy a man of honor, and is the true characteristic of a narrow heart and a peddling politician. The debt we may contract doth not deserve our regard if the work be but accomplished. No nation ought to be without a debt. A national debt is a national bond, and when it bears no interest, is in no case a grievance. Britain is oppressed with a debt of upwards of 140 millions sterling, for which she pays upwards of 4 millions interest, and as a compensation for her debt, she has a large navy. America is without a debt, and without a navy, yet for the 20th part of the English national debt, could have a navy as large again. The navy of England is not worth, at this time, more than 3 millions and a half sterling. The first and second editions of this pamphlet were published without the following calculations, which are now given as a proof that the above estimation of the navy is a just one. See Index Naval History, Intro. Page 56. The charge of building a ship of each rate, and furnishing her with masts, yards, sails, and rigging, together with the proportion of 8 months boatswains and carpenters sea stores, as calculated by Mr. Burchett, Secretary to the Navy. Found. For a ship of 100 guns 35.553. 90 29,886. 80 23,638. 70 17,785, 60 14,197, 50 10,606, 47,558, 35,846, 23,710. And from hence it is easy to sum up the value, or cost rather, of the whole British Navy, which in the year 1757, when it was at its greatest glory, consisted of the following ships and guns. No country on the globe is so happily situated, so internally capable of raising a fleet, as America. Tar, timber, iron, and cordage are her natural produce. We need go abroad for nothing. Whereas the Dutch, who make large profits by hiring out their ships of war to the Spaniards and Portuguese, are obliged to import most of the materials they use. We ought to view the building of a fleet as an article of commerce, it being the natural manufactory of this country. It is the best money we can lay out. A navy when finished is worth more than it cost. And is that nice point in national policy, in which commerce and protection are united. Let us build, if we want them not, we can sell. And by that means replace our paper currency with ready gold and silver. In point of manning a fleet, people in general run into great errors. It is not necessary that 1/4 part should be sailors. The terrible privateer, Captain Death, stood the hottest engagement of any ship last war, yet had not 20 sailors on board, though her complement of men was upwards of 200. A few able and social sailors will soon instruct a sufficient number of active landmen in the common work of a ship. Wherefore, we never can be more capable to begin on maritime matters than now, while our timber is standing, our fisheries blocked up, and our sailors and shipwrights out of employ. Men of war of 70 and 80 guns were built 40 years ago in New England, and why not the same now? Shipbuilding is America's greatest pride, and in which she will in time excel the whole world. The great empires of the East are mostly inland, and consequently excluded from the possibility of rivaling her. Africa is in a state of barbarism, and no power in Europe hath either such an extent or coast, or such an internal supply of materials. Where nature hath given the one, she has withheld the other. To America only hath she been liberal of both. The vast empire of Russia is almost shut out from the sea, wherefore, her boundless forests, her tar, iron, and cordage, are only articles of commerce. In point of safety, ought we to be without a fleet? We are not the little people now, which we were 60 years ago. At that time we might have trusted our property in the streets, or fields rather, and slept securely without locks or bolts to our doors or windows. The case now is altered, and our methods of defense ought to improve with our increase of property. A common pirate, 12 months ago, might have come up the Delaware, and laid the city of Philadelphia under instant contribution, for what sum he pleased, and the same might have happened to other places. Nay, any daring fellow, in a brig of 14 or 16 guns, might have robbed the whole continent, and carried off $500,000 of money. These are circumstances which demand our attention, and point out the necessity of naval protection. Some, perhaps, will say, that after we have made it up with Britain, she will protect us. Can we be so unwise as to mean, that she shall keep a navy in our harbors for that purpose? Common sense will tell us, that the power which hath endeavored to subdue us, is of all others the most improper to defend us. Conquest may be effected under the pretense of friendship, and ourselves, after a long and brave resistance, be at last cheated into slavery. And if her ships are not to be admitted into our harbors, I would ask, how is she to protect us? A navy 3 or 4,000 miles off can be of little use, and on sudden emergencies, none at all. Wherefore, if we must hereafter protect ourselves, why not do it for ourselves? Why do it for another? The English list of ships of war is long and formidable, but not a 10th part of them are at any time fit for service, numbers of them not in being, yet their names are pompously continued in the list. If only a plank be left of the ship, and not a 5th part of such as are fit for service, can be spared on any one station at one time. The East and West Indies, Mediterranean, Africa, and other parts over which Britain extends her claim, make large demands upon her navy. From a mixture of prejudice and inattention, we have contracted a false notion respecting the navy of England, and have talked as if we should have the whole of it to encounter at once, and for that reason, supposed that we must have one as large, which not being instantly practicable, have been made use of by a set of disguised Tories to discourage our beginning thereon. Nothing can be farther from truth than this, for if America had only a 20th part of the naval force of Britain, she would be by far an overmatch for her, because, as we neither have, nor claim any foreign dominion, our whole force would be employed on our own coast, where we should, in the long run, have 2 to 1 the advantage of those who had 3 or 4,000 miles to sail over, before they could attack us, and the same distance to return in order to refit and recruit. And although Britain by her fleet hath a check over our trade to Europe, we have as large a one over her trade to the West Indies, which, by laying in the neighborhood of the continent, is entirely at its mercy. Some method might be fallen on to keep up a naval force in time of peace, if we should not judge it necessary to support a constant navy. If premiums were to be given to merchants, to build and employ in their service, ships mounted with 20, 30, 40, or 50 guns, the premiums to be in proportion to the loss of bulk to the merchants, 50 or 60 of those ships, with a few guard ships on constant duty, would keep up a sufficient navy, and that without burdening ourselves with the evil so loudly complained of in England, of suffering their fleet, in time of peace to lie rotting in the docks. To unite the sinews of commerce and defense is sound policy, for when our strength and our riches play into each other's hand, we need fear no external enemy. In almost every article of defense we abound. Hemp flourishes even to rankness, so that we need not want cordage. Our iron is superior to that of other countries. Our small arms equal to any in the world. Cannon we can cast at pleasure. Saltpetre and gunpowder we are every day producing. Our knowledge is hourly improving. Resolution is our inherent character, and courage hath never yet forsaken us. Wherefore, what is it that we want? Why is it that we hesitate? From Britain we can expect nothing but ruin. If she is once admitted to the government of America again, this continent will not be worth living in. Jealousies will be always arising, insurrections will be constantly happening, and who will go forth to quell them? Who will venture his life to reduce his own countrymen to a foreign obedience? The difference between Pennsylvania and Connecticut, respecting some unlocated lands, shews the insignificance of A.B.S.H. government, and fully proves that nothing but continental authority can regulate continental matters. Another reason why the present time is preferable to all others, is, that the fewer our numbers are, the more land there is yet unoccupied, which instead of being lavished by the K on his worthless dependents, may be hereafter applied, not only to the discharge of the present debt, but to the constant support of government. No nation under heaven hath such an advantage as this. The infant state of the colonies, as it is called, so far from being against, is an argument in favor of independence. We are sufficiently numerous, and were we more so, we might be less united. It is a matter worthy of observation, that the more a country is peopled, the smaller their armies are. In military numbers, the ancients far exceeded the moderns, and the reason is evident, for trade being the consequence of population. Men become too much absorbed thereby to attend to anything else. Commerce diminishes the spirit, both of patriotism and military defense. And history sufficiently informs us, that the bravest achievements were always accomplished in the nonage of a nation. With the increase of commerce, England hath lost its spirit. The city of London, notwithstanding its numbers, submits to continued insults with the patience of a coward. The more men have to lose, the less willing are they to venture. The rich are in general slaves to fear, and submit to courtly power with the trembling duplicity of a spaniel. Youth is the seed time of good habits, as well in nations as in individuals. It might be difficult, if not impossible, to form the continent into one government half a century hence. The vast variety of interests, occasioned by an increase of trade and population, would create confusion. Colony would be against colony. Each being able might scorn each other's assistance, and while the proud and foolish gloried in their little distinctions, the wise would lament that the union had not been formed before. Wherefore, the present time is the true time for establishing it. The intimacy which is contracted in infancy, and the friendship which is formed in misfortune, are, of all others, the most lasting and unalterable. Our present union is marked with both these characters. We are young, and we have been distressed, but our concord hath withstood our troubles, and fixes a memorable era for posterity to glory in. The present time, likewise, is that peculiar time, which never happens to a nation but once, viz. the time of forming itself into a government. Most nations have let slip the opportunity, and by that means have been compelled to receive laws from their conquerors, instead of making laws for themselves. First, they had a king, and then a form of government, whereas, the articles or charter of government, should be formed first, and men delegated to execute them afterwards, but from the errors of other nations. Let us learn wisdom, and lay hold of the present opportunity, to begin government at the right end. When William the Conqueror subdued England, he gave them law at the point of the sword, and until we consent that the seat of government in America be legally and authoritatively occupied, we shall be in danger of having it filled by some fortunate ruffian, who may treat us in the same manner, and then, where will be our freedom? Where our property? As to religion, I hold it to be the indispensable duty of all government, to protect all conscientious professors thereof, and I know of no other business which government hath to do therewith. Let a man throw aside that narrowness of soul, that selfishness of principle, which the niggards of all professions are so unwilling to part with, and he will be at once delivered of his fears on that head. Suspicion is the companion of mean souls, and the bane of all good society. For myself, I fully and conscientiously believe that it is the will of the Almighty, that there should be diversity of religious opinions. Among us, it affords a larger field of our Christian kindness. Were we all of one way of thinking, our religious dispositions would want matter for probation, and on this liberal principle, I look on the various denominations among us, to be like children of the same family, differing only, in what is called their Christian names. In page 54.3 I threw out a few thoughts on the propriety of a continental charter, for I only presume to offer hints not plans, and in this place, I take the liberty of remontioning the subject, by observing, that a charter is to be understood as a bond of solemn obligation, which the whole enters into, to support the right of every separate part, whether of religion, personal freedom, or property. A firm bargain and a right reckoning make long friends. In a former page I likewise mentioned the necessity of a large and equal representation, and there is no political matter which more deserves our attention. A small number of electors, or a small number of representatives, are equally dangerous. But if the number of the representatives be not only small, but unequal, the danger is increased. As an instance of this, I mention the following: when the Associators' petition was before the House of Assembly of Pennsylvania, 28 members only were present. All the Bucks County members, being 8, voted against it, and had 7 of the Chester members done the same, this whole province had been governed by 2 counties only, and this danger it is always exposed to the unwarrantable stretch. Likewise, which that House made in their last sitting, to gain an undue authority over the delegates of that province, ought to warn the people at large, how they trust power out of their own hands. A set of instructions for the delegates were put together, which in point of sense and business would have disinterested a schoolboy, and after being approved by few, a very few without doors, were carried into the House, and there passed in behalf of the whole colony, whereas, did the whole colony know, with what ill will that House hath entered on some necessary public measures, they would not hesitate a moment to think them unworthy of such a trust. Immediate necessity makes many things convenient, which if continued would grow into a prescience. Expedience and right are different things. When the calamities of America required a consultation, there was no method so ready, or at that time so proper, as to appoint persons from the several houses of assembly for that purpose, and the wisdom with which they have proceeded hath preserved this continent from ruin. But as it is more than probable that we shall never be without a Congress, every well wisher to good order must own that the mode for choosing members of that body deserves consideration. And I put it as a question to those who make a study of mankind, whether representation and election is not too great a power for one and the same body of men to possess. When we are planning for posterity, we ought to remember that virtue is not hereditary. It is from our enemies that we often gain excellent maxims, and are frequently surprised into reason by their mistakes. Mr. Cornwall, one of the Lords of the Treasury, treated the petition of the New York Assembly with contempt, because that House, he said, consisted but of 26 members, which trifling number, he argued, could not with decency be put for the whole. We thank him for his involuntary honesty. Point 4. To conclude, however strange it may appear to some, or however unwilling they may be to think so, matters not, but many strong and striking reasons may be given, to shew that nothing can settle our affairs so expeditiously as an open and determined declaration for independence. Some of which are: first, it is the custom of nations, when any two are at war, for some other powers not engaged in the quarrel, to step in as mediators, and bring about the preliminaries of a peace. But while America calls herself the subject of Great Britain, no power, however well disposed she may be, can offer her mediation. Wherefore, in our present state we may quarrel on forever. Secondly, it is unreasonable to suppose that France or Spain will give us any kind of assistance, if we mean only to make use of that assistance for the purpose of repairing the breach, and strengthening the connection between Britain and America, because those powers would be sufferers by the consequences. Thirdly, while we profess ourselves the subjects of Britain, we must, in the eye of Foreign nations be considered as rebels. The precedent is somewhat dangerous to their peace, for men to be in arms under the name of subjects. We on the spot can solve the paradox, but to unite resistance and subjection requires an idea much too refined for common understanding. Fourthly, were a manifesto to be published and dispatched to foreign courts, setting forth the miseries we have endured and the peaceable methods we have ineffectually used for redress, declaring, at the same time, that not being able, any longer to live happily or safely under the cruel disposition of the B.S.H. court, we had been driven to the necessity of breaking off all connection with her, at the same time, assuring all such courts of our peaceable disposition towards them, and of our desire of entering into trade with them. Such a memorial would produce more good effects to this continent than if a ship were freighted with petition to Britain. Under our present denomination of British subjects we can neither be received nor heard abroad. The custom of all courts is against us, and will be so, until, by an independence, we take rank with other nations. These proceedings may at first appear strange and difficult, but, like all other steps, which we have already passed over, will in a little time become familiar and agreeable. And, until an independence is declared, the continent will feel itself like a man who continues putting off some unpleasant business from day to day, yet knows it must be done, hates to set about it, wishes it over, and is continually haunted with the thoughts of its necessity. Appendix. Since the publication of the first edition of this pamphlet, or rather, on the same day on which it came out, the speech made its appearance in the city. Had the spirit of prophecy directed the birth of this production, it could not have brought it forth, at a more seasonable juncture, or a more necessary time. The bloody-mindedness of the one shew the necessity of pursuing the doctrine of the other. Men read by way of revenge, and the speech instead of terrifying, prepared a way for the manly principles of independence, ceremony, and even silence, from whatever motive they may arise, have a hurtful tendency, when they give the least degree of countenance to base and wicked performances. Wherefore, if this maxim be admitted, it naturally follows that the speech, as being a piece of finished villainy, deserved, and still deserves, a general execration both by the Congress and the people. Yet as the domestic tranquility of a nation depends greatly on the chastity of what may properly be called national matters, it is often better to pass some things over in silent disdain than to make use of such new methods of dislike as might introduce the least innovation on that guardian of our peace and safety. And perhaps it is chiefly owing to this prudent delicacy that the speech hath not before now suffered a public execution. The speech, if it may be called one, is nothing better than a wilful audacious libel against the truth, the common good, and the existence of mankind, and is a formal and pompous method of offering up human sacrifices to the pride of tyrants. But this general massacre of mankind is one of the privileges and the certain consequences of K.S., for as nature knows them not, they know not her, and although they are beings of our own creating, they know not us, and are become the gods of their creators. The speech hath one good quality, which is, that it is not calculated to deceive, neither can we, even if we would, be deceived by it. Brutality and tyranny appear on the face of it. It leaves us at no loss, and every line convinces, even in the moment of reading, that he, who hunts the woods for prey, the naked and untutored Indian, is less a savage than the, Sir J. N. D. E., the putative father of a whining Jesuitical piece, fallaciously called the address of the people of England to the inhabitants /America, hath, perhaps, from a vain supposition, that the people here were to be frightened at the pomp and description of a king, given, though very unwisely on his part, the real character of the present one. But, says this writer, if you are inclined to pay compliments to an administration, which we do not complain of, meaning the Marquis of Rockingham's, at the repeal of the Stamp Act, it is very unfair in you to withhold them from that prince, by whose note alone they were permitted to do anything. This is Toryism with a witness. Here is idolatry even without a mask, and he who can calmly hear, and digest such doctrine, hath forfeited his claim to rationality, and apostate from the order of manhood, and ought to be considered, as one, who hath, not only given up the proper dignity of a man, but sunk himself beneath the rank of animals, and contemptibly crawl through the world like a worm. However, it matters very little now, what the of he either says or does, he hath wickedly broken through every moral and human obligation, trampled nature and conscience beneath his feet, and by a steady and constitutional spirit of insolence and cruelty, procured for himself an universal hatred. It is now the interest of America to provide for herself. She hath already a large and young family, whom it is more her duty to take care of, than to be granting away her property, to support a power who is become a reproach to the names of men and Christians, yet, whose office it is to watch over the morals of a nation, of whatsoever sect or denomination ye are of, as well as yet, who are more immediately the guardians of the public liberty. If ye wish to preserve your native country uncontaminated by European corruption, ye must in secret wish a separation, but leaving the moral part to private reflection. I shall chiefly confine my farther remarks to the following heads. First, that it is the interest of America to be separated from Britain. Secondly, which is the easiest and most practicable plan, reconciliation or independence, with some occasional remarks. In support of the first, I could, if I judged it proper, produce the opinion of some of the ablest and most experienced men on this continent, and whose sentiments, on that head, are not yet publicly known. It is in reality a self-evident position, for no nation in a state of foreign dependence, limited in its commerce, and cramped and fettered in its legislative powers, can ever arrive at any material eminence. America doth not yet know what opulence is, and although the progress which she hath made stands unparalleled in the history of other nations, it is but childhood, compared with what she would be capable of arriving at, had she, as she ought to have, the legislative powers in her own hands. England is, at this time, proudly coveting what would do her no good, were she to accomplish it, and the continent hesitating on a matter, which will be her final ruin if neglected. It is the commerce and not the conquest of America, by which England is to be benefited, and that would in a great measure continue, were the countries as independent of each other as France and Spain, because in many articles, neither can go to a better market. But it is the independence of this country on Britain or any other, which is now the main and only object worthy of contention, and which, like all other truths discovered by necessity, will appear clearer and stronger every day. First, because it will come to that one time or other. Secondly, because the longer it is delayed the harder it will be to accomplish. I have frequently amused myself both in public and private companies, with silently remarking the spacious errors of those who speak without reflecting. And among the many which I have heard, the following seems the most general, viz. That had this rupture happened 40 or 50 years hence, instead of now, the continent would have been more able to have shaken off the dependence To which I reply, that our military ability at this time arises from the experience gained in the last war, and which in 40 or 50 years' time would have been totally extinct. The continent would not, by that time, have had a general, or even a military officer left, and we, or those who may succeed us, would have been as ignorant of martial matters as the ancient Indians, and this single position, closely attended to, will unanswerably prove that the present time is preferable to all others. The argument turns thus: at the conclusion of the last war, we had experience, but wanted numbers, and 40 or 50 years hence, we should have numbers, without experience, wherefore, the proper point of time must be some particular point between the two extremes, in which a sufficiency of the former remains, and a proper increase of the latter is obtained, and that point of time is the present time. The reader will pardon this digression, as it does not properly come under the head I first set out with, and to which I again return by the following position, viz. Should affairs be patched up with Britain, and she to remain the governing and sovereign power of America, which as matters are now circumstanced, is giving up the point entirely, we shall deprive ourselves of the very means of sinking the debt we have, or may contract. The value of the backlands which some of the provinces are clandestinely deprived of, by the unjust extension of the limits of Canada, valued only at £5 sterling per 100 acres, amount to upwards of 25 millions. Pennsylvania currency, and the quit rents at 1 penny sterling per acre, to 2 millions yearly. It is by the sale of those lands that the debt may be sunk, without burthen to any, and the quit rent reserved thereon will always lessen, and in time will wholly support the yearly expense of government. It matters not how long the debt is in paying, so that the lands when sold be applied to the discharge of it, and for the execution of which the Congress for the time being will be the Continental trustees. I proceed now to the second head, viz. Which is the earliest and most practicable plan, reconciliation or independence. With some occasional remarks. He who takes nature for his guide is not easily beaten out of his argument, and on that ground, I answer generally, that independence being a single simple line, contained within ourselves, and reconciliation, a matter exceedingly perplexed and complicated, and in which a treacherous capricious court is to interfere, gives the answer without a doubt. The present state of America is truly alarming to every man who is capable of reflection. Without law, without government, without any other mode of power than what is founded on, and granted by courtesy, held together by an unexampled concurrence of sentiment, which is nevertheless subject to change, and which every secret enemy is endeavoring to dissolve. Our present condition is legislation without law, wisdom without a plan, a constitution without a name, and, what is strangely astonishing, perfect independence contending for dependence. The instance is without a precedent, the case never existed before, and who can tell what may be the event? The property of no man is secure in the present unbraced system of things. The mind of the multitude is left at random, and feeling no fixed object before them, they pursue such as fancy or opinion starts. Nothing is criminal, there is no such thing as treason, wherefore everyone thinks himself at liberty to act as he pleases. The Tories dared not to have assembled offensively, had they known that their lives, by that act, were forfeited to the laws of the state. A line of distinction should be drawn between English soldiers taken in battle, and inhabitants of America taken in arms. The first are prisoners, but the latter traitors. The one forfeits his liberty, the other his head. Notwithstanding our wisdom, there is a visible feebleness in some of our proceedings which gives encouragement to dissent ions. The continental belt is too loosely buckled, and if something is not done in time, it will be too late to do anything, and we shall fall into a state in which neither reconciliation nor independence will be practicable. The and his worthless adherents are got at their old game of dividing the continent, and there are not wanting among us printers who will be busy spreading specious falsehoods. The artful and hypocritical letter which appeared a few months ago in two of the New York papers, and likewise in two others, is an evidence that there are men who want either judgment or honesty. It is easy getting into holes and corners and talking of reconciliation, but do such men seriously consider how difficult the task is, and how dangerous it may prove, should the continent divide thereon? Do they take within their view all the various orders of men, whose situation and circumstances, as well as their own, are to be considered therein? Do they put themselves in the place of the sufferer whose all is already gone, and of the soldier, who hath quitted all for the defense of his country? If their ill-judged moderation be suited to their own private situations only, regardless of others, the event will convince them that they are reckoning without their host. Put us, says some, on the footing we were on in '63, to which I answer, the request is not now in the power of Britain to comply with, neither will she propose it. But if it were, and even should be granted, I ask, as a reasonable question, by what means is such a corrupt and faithless court to be kept to its engagements? Another Parliament, nay, even the present, may hereafter repeal the obligation, on the pretence of its being violently obtained, or unwisely granted, and in that case, where is our redress? No going to law with nations, cannon are the barristers of crowns, and the sword, not of justice, but of war, decides the suit. To be on the footing of '63, it is not sufficient that the laws only be put on the same state, but that our circumstances likewise be put on the same state, our burnt and destroyed towns repaired or built up, our private losses made good, our public debts, contracted for defense, discharged. Otherwise, we shall be millions worse than we were at that enviable period. Such a request, had it been complied with a year ago, would have won the heart and soul of the continent, but now it is too late, the Rubicon is passed. Besides, the taking up arms, merely to enforce the repeal of a pecuniary law, seems as unwarrantable by the divine law, and as repugnant to human feelings, as the taking up arms to enforce obedience thereto. The object, on either side, doth not justify the ways and means, for the lives of men are too valuable to be cast away on such trifles. It is the violence which is done and threatened to our persons, the destruction of our property by an armed force, the invasion of our country by fire and sword, which conscientiously qualifies the use of arms, and the instant in which such a mode of defense became necessary, all subjection to Britain ought to have ceased, and the independency of America should have been considered as dating its era from, and published by, the first musket that was fired against her. This line is a line of consistency, neither drawn by caprice, nor extended by ambition, but produced by a chain of events, of which the colonies were not the authors. I shall conclude these remarks with the following timely and well-intended hints. We ought to reflect that there are three different ways by which an independency may hereafter be effected, and that of those three will one day or other be the fate of America, viz. By the legal voice of the people in Congress, by a military power, or by a mob. It may not always happen that our soldiers are citizens, and the multitude a body of Reasonable man, virtue, as I have already remarked, is not hereditary, neither is it perpetual. Should an independency be brought about by the first of those means, we have every opportunity and every encouragement before us to form the noblest, purest constitution on the face of the earth. We have it in our power to begin the world over again. A situation, similar to the present, hath not happened since the days of Noah until now. The birthday of a new world is at hand, and a race of men perhaps as numerous as all Europe contains, are to receive their portion of freedom from the event of a few months. The reflection is awful, and in this point of view, how trifling, how ridiculous, do the little, paltry cavillings of a few weak or interested men appear, when weighed against the business of a world. Should we neglect the present favorable and inviting period, and an independence be hereafter effected by any other means, we must charge the consequence to ourselves, or to those rather, whose narrow and prejudiced souls are habitually opposing the measure, without either inquiring or reflecting. There are reasons to be given in support of independence, which men should rather privately think of, than be publicly told of. We ought not now to be debating whether we shall be independent or not, but, anxious to accomplish it on a firm, secure, and honorable basis, and uneasy rather that it is not yet began upon. Every day convinces us of its necessity. Even the Tories, if such beings yet remain among us, should, of all men, be the most solicitous to promote it, for, as the appointment of committees at first protected them from popular rage, so, a wise and well-established form of government will be the only certain means of continuing it securely to them. Wherefore, if they have not virtue enough to be Whigs, they ought to have prudence enough to wish for independence. In short, independence is the only bond that can tie and keep us together. We shall then see our object, and our ears will be legally shut against the schemes of an intriguing, as well as a cruel enemy. We shall then too be on a proper footing to treat with Britain, for there is reason to conclude that the pride of that court will be less hurt by treating with the American states for terms of peace than with those whom she denominates rebellious subjects for terms of accommodation. It is our delaying it that encourages her to hope for conquest, and our backwardness tends only to prolong the war. As we have, without any good effect therefrom, withheld our trade to obtain a redress of our grievances, let us now try the alternative, by independently redressing them ourselves, and then offering to open the trade. The mercantile and reasonable part of England will be still with us, because peace with trade is preferable to war without it. And if this offer be not accepted, other courts may be applied to. On these grounds I rest the matter. And as no offer hath yet been made to refute the doctrine contained in the former editions of this pamphlet, it is a negative proof that either the doctrine cannot be refuted, or that the party in favor of it are too numerous to be opposed. Wherefore, instead of gazing at each other with suspicious or doubtful curiosity, let each of us hold out to his neighbor the hearty hand of friendship, and unite in drawing a line, which, like an act of oblivion, shall bury in forgetfulness every former dissension. Let the names of Whig and Tory be extinct, and let none other be heard among us than those of a good citizen, an open and resolute friend, and a virtuous supporter of the rights of mankind and of the free and independent states of America. Asterisk. To the representatives of the religious society of the people called Quakers, or to so many of them as were concerned in publishing a late piece, entitled The Ancient Testimony and Principles of the People called Quakers renewed, with respect to the King and Government, and touching the commotions now prevailing in these and other parts of America, addressed to the people in general. The writer of this is one of those few who never disinuse religion either by ridiculing or cavilling at any denomination whatsoever. To God, and not to man, are all men accountable on the score of religion. Wherefore, this epistle is not so properly addressed to you as a religious, but as a political body, dabbling in matters which the professed quietude of your principles instructs you not to meddle with. As you have, without a proper authority for so doing, put yourselves in the place of the whole body of the Quakers, so, the writer of this, in order to be on an equal rank with yourselves, is under the necessity of putting himself in the place of all those who approve the very writings and principles against which your testimony is directed, and he hath chosen their singular situation, in order that you might discover in him that presumption of character which you cannot see in yourselves. For neither he nor you have any claim or title to political representation. When men have departed from the right way, it is no wonder that they stumble and fall. And it is evident from the manner in which ye have managed your testimony, that politics, as a religious body of men, is not your proper walk, for however well adapted it might appear to you, it is, nevertheless, a jumble of good and bad put unwisely together, and the conclusion drawn therefore, both unnatural and unjust. The two first pages, and the whole doth not make for, we give you credit for, and expect the same civility from you, because the love and desire of peace is not confined to Quakerism, it is the natural, as well as the righteous wish of all denominations of men. And on this ground, as men laboring to establish an independent constitution of our own, do we exceed all others in our hope and aim. Our plan is peace forever. We are tired of contention with Britain, and can see no real end to it but in a final separation. We act consistently, because for the sake of introducing an endless and uninterrupted peace, do we bear the evils and burdens of the present day. We are endeavoring, and will steadily continue to endeavor, to separate and dissolve a connection which hath already filled our land with blood, and which, while the name of it remains, will be the fatal cause of future mischiefs to both countries. We fight neither for revenge nor conquest, neither from pride nor passion. We are not insulting the world with our fleets and armies, nor ravaging the globe for plunder. Beneath the shade of our own vines are we attacked, in our own houses, and on our own lands, is the violence committed against us. We view our enemies in the characters of highwaymen and housebreakers, and having no defense for ourselves in the civil law, are obliged to punish them by the military one, and apply the sword, in the very case where you have before now applied the halter. Perhaps we feel for the ruined and insulted sufferers in all and every part of the continent, and with a degree of tenderness which hath not yet made its way into some of your bosoms. But be assured that yet mistake not the cause and ground of your testimony. Call not coldness of soul, religion, nor put the bigot in the place of the Christian. O yet partial ministers of your own acknowledged principles. If the bearing arms be sinful, the first going to war must be more so, by all the difference between willful attack and unavoidable defense. Wherefore, if ye really preach from conscience, and mean not to make a political hobby horse of your religion, convince the world thereof, by proclaiming your doctrine to our enemies or they likewise bear arms. Give us proof of your sincerity by publishing it at St. James's, to the commanders-in-chief at Boston, to the admirals and captains who are piratically ravaging our coasts, and to all the murdering miscreants who are acting in authority under him whom yet profess to serve. Had ye the Honest soul of Barclay 5, ye would preach repentance to your king, ye would tell the royal his sins, and warn him of eternal ruin. Ye would not spend your partial invectives against the injured and the insulted only, but like faithful ministers, would cry aloud and spare none. Say not that ye are persecuted, neither endeavor to make us the authors of that reproach, which ye are bringing upon yourselves, for we testify unto all men, that we do not complain against you because ye are Quakers, but because ye pretend to be and are not Quakers. Alas! It seems by the particular tendency of some part of your testimony, and other parts of your conduct, as if all sin was reduced to, and comprehended in the act of bearing arms, and that by the people only. Ye appear to us, to have mistaken party for conscience, because the general tenor of your actions wants uniformity, and it is exceedingly difficult to us to give credit to many of your pretended scruples, because we see them made by the same men, who, in the very instant that they are exclaiming against the mammon of this world, are nevertheless hunting after it with a step as steady as time, and an appetite as keen as death. The quotation which ye have made from Proverbs, in the 3rd page of your testimony, that, when a man's ways please the Lord, he maketh even his enemies to be at peace with him, is very unwisely chosen on your part, because it amounts to a proof, that the king's ways, whom ye are so desirous of supporting, do not please the Lord, otherwise his reign would be in peace. I now proceed to the latter part of your testimony, and that, for which all the foregoing seems only an introduction, viz. It hath ever been our judgment and principle, since we were called to profess the light of Christ Jesus, manifested in our consciences unto this day, that the setting up and putting down kings and governments, is God's peculiar prerogative, for causes best known to himself, and that it is not our business to have any hand or contrivance therein, nor to be busybodies above our station, much less to plot and contrive the ruin, or overturn any of them, but to pray for the king, and safety of our nation, and good of all men, that we may live a peaceable and quiet life, in all goodliness and honesty, under the government which God is pleased to set over us. If these are really your principles, why do ye not abide by them? Why do ye not leave that, which ye call God's work, to be managed by himself? These very principles instruct you to wait with patience and humility, for the event of all public measures, and to receive that event as the divine will towards you. Wherefore, what occasion is there for your political testimony if you fully believe what it contains? And the very publishing it proves, that either ye do not believe what ye profess, or have not virtue enough to practice what ye believe. The principles of Quakerism have a direct tendency to make a man the quiet and inoffensive subject of any and every government which is set over him. And if the setting up and putting down of kings and governments is God's peculiar prerogative, he most certainly will not be robbed thereof by us. Wherefore, the principle itself leads you to approve of everything which ever happened, or may happen to kings as being his work. Oliver Cromwell thanks you. Charles, then, died not by the hands of man, and should the present proud imitator of him come to the same untimely end, the writers and publishers of the testimony are bound by the doctrine it contains to applaud the fact. Kings are not taken away by miracles, neither are changes in governments brought about by any other means than such as are common and human, and such as we are now using. Even the dispersing of the Jews, though foretold by our Saviour, was effected by arms. Wherefore, as ye refuse to be the means on one side, ye ought not to be meddlers on the other, but to wait the issue in silence, and unless you can produce divine authority, to prove that the Almighty who hath created and placed this new world, at the greatest distance it could possibly stand, east and west, from every part of the old, doth nevertheless disapprove of its being independent of the corrupt and abandoned court of B.N. Unless I say, ye can show this, how can ye, on the ground of your principles, justify the exciting and stirring up of the people firmly to unite in the abhorrence of all such writings and measures, as evidence a desire and design to break off the happy connection we have hitherto enjoyed with the kingdom of Great Britain, and our just and necessary subordination to the king, and those who are lawfully placed in authority under him? What a slap in the face is here! The men, who, in the very paragraph before, have quietly and passively resigned up the ordering, altering, and disposal of kings and governments, into the hands of God, are now recalling their principles, and putting in for a share of the business. Is it possible, that the conclusion, which is here justly quoted, can anyways follow from the doctrine laid down? The inconsistency is too glaring not to be seen, the absurdity too great not to be laughed at, and such as could only have been made by those, whose understandings were darkened by the narrow and crabby spirit of a despairing political party, for ye are not to be considered as the whole body of the Quakers but only as a factional and fractional part thereof. Here ends the examination of your testimony, which I call upon no man to abhor, as ye have done, but only to read and judge of fairly, to which I subjoin the following remark, that the setting up and putting down of kings, most certainly mean the making him a king, who is yet not so, and the making him no king who is already one. And pray, what hath this to do in the present case? We neither mean to set up nor to put down, neither to make nor to unmake, but to have nothing to do with them. Wherefore, your testimony in whatever light it is viewed serves only to disannul your judgment, and for many other reasons had better have been let alone and published. First, because it tends to the decrease and reproach of all religion whatever, and is of the utmost danger to society, to make it a party in political disputes. Secondly, because it exhibits a body of men, numbers of whom disavow the publishing political testimonies, as being concerned therein and approvers thereof. Thirdly, because it hath a tendency to undo that continental harmony and friendship, which yourselves by your late liberal and charitable donations hath lent a hand to establish, and the preservation of which is of the utmost consequence to us all. And here without anger or resentment I bid you farewell, sincerely wishing, that as men and Christians, ye may always fully and uninterruptedly enjoy every civil and religious right, and be, in your turn, the means of securing it to others, but that the example which ye have unwisely set, of mingling religion with politics, may be disavowed and reprobated by every inhabitant of America. Finis. 6th American Crisis. 1776-83. From 1776 to 1783 America and Britain were locked in a bitter war marked by bloody battles in virtually every state. Throughout this period Paine sought to keep up the morale of newly independent Americans with periodic essays on war-related topics. There were 16 papers in all, from 1776 to 1783, that Paine called the American Crisis. The crisis papers are full of the stirring phrases that so characterized Paine's writings and so contributed to his popularity. None surpasses the opening lines of the first paper. The text here is that first paper, written in December 1776 when the American cause seemed lost, with Washington's troops in full retreat across New Jersey. These are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of their country, but he that stands it now deserves the love and thanks of man and woman. Tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered, yet we have this consolation with us, that the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph. What we obtain too cheap, we esteem too lightly, it is dearness only that gives everything its value. Heaven knows how to put a proper price upon its goods, and it would be strange indeed if so celestial an article as freedom should not be highly rated. Britain, with an army to enforce her tyranny, has declared that she has a right, not only to tax, but to bind us in all cases whatsoever, and if being bound in that manner is not slavery, then is there not such a thing as slavery upon earth? Even the expression is impious, for so unlimited a power can belong only to God. Whether the independence of the continent was declared too soon, or delayed too long, I will not now enter into as an argument. My own simple opinion is, that had it been 8 months earlier, it would have been much better. We did not make a proper use of last winter, neither could we, while we were in a dependent state. However, the fault, if it were one, was all our own. We have none to blame but ourselves. But no great deal is lost yet. All that Howe has been doing for this month past, is rather a ravage than a conquest, which the spirit of the Jerseys, a year ago, would have quickly repulsed, and which time and a little resolution will soon recover. I have as little superstition in me as any man living, but my secret opinion has ever been, and still is, that God Almighty will not give up a people to military destruction, or leave them unsupportedly to perish, who have so earnestly and so repeatedly sought to avoid the calamities of war, by every decent method which wisdom could invent. Neither have I so much of the infidel in me, as to suppose that he has relinquished the government of the world, and given us up to the care of devils, and as I do not, I cannot see on what grounds the King of Britain can look up to heaven for help against us. A common murderer, a highwayman, or a housebreaker, has as good a pretence as he. 'Tis surprising to see how rapidly a panic will sometimes run through a country. All nations and ages have been subject to them. Britain has trembled like an ague at the report of a French fleet of flat-bottomed boats, and in the 14th-15th century, the whole English army, after ravaging the kingdom of France, was driven back like men petrified with fear, and this brave exploit was performed by a few broken forces, collected and headed by a woman, Joan of Arc. Would that heaven might inspire some Jersey maid to spirit up her countrymen, and save her fair fellow sufferers from ravage and ravishment. Yet panics, in some cases, have their uses, they produce as much good as hurt. Their duration is always short, the mind soon grows through them, and acquires a firmer habit than before. But their peculiar advantage is, that they are the touchstones of sincerity and hypocrisy, and bring things and men to light, which might otherwise have lain forever undiscovered. In fact, they have the same effect on secret traitors, which an imaginary apparition would have upon a private murderer. They sift out the hidden thoughts of man, and hold them up in public to the world. Many a disguised Tory has lately shown his head, that shall penitentially solemnize with curses the day on which Howe arrived upon the Delaware. As I was with the troops at Fort Lee, and marched with them to the edge of Pennsylvania, I am well acquainted with many circumstances, which those who live at a distance know but little or nothing of. Our situation there was exceedingly cramped, the place being a narrow neck of land between the North River and the Hackensack. Our force was inconsiderable, being not 1/4 so great as Howe could bring against us. We had no army at hand to have relieved the garrison, had we shut ourselves up and stood on our defense. Our ammunition, light artillery, and the best part of our stores, had been removed, on the apprehension that Howe would endeavor to penetrate the Jerseys, in which case Fort Lee could be of no use to us, for it must occur to every thinking man, whether in the army or not, that these kind of field forts are only for temporary purposes, and last in use no longer than the enemy directs his force against the particular object which such forts are raised to defend. Such was our situation and condition at Fort Lee on the morning of the 20th of November, when an officer arrived with information that the enemy with 200 boats had landed about 7 miles above. Major General Nathaniel Greene, who commanded the garrison, immediately ordered them under arms, and sent express to General Washington at the town of Hackensack, distant by the way of the ferry equal 6 miles. Our first object was to secure the bridge over the Hackensack, which laid up the river between the enemy and us, about 6 miles from us, and 3 from them. General Washington arrived in about 3/4 of an hour, and marched at the head of the troops towards the bridge, which place I expected we should have a brush for. However, they did not choose to dispute it with us, and the greatest part of our troops went over the bridge, the rest over the ferry, except some which passed at a mill on a small creek, between the bridge and the ferry, and made their way through some marshy grounds up to the town of Hackensack, and there passed the river. We brought off as much baggage as the wagons could contain, the rest was lost. The simple object was to bring off the garrison, and march them until they could be strengthened by the Jersey or Pennsylvania militia, so as to be enabled to make a stand. We stayed 4 days at Newark, collected our outposts with some of the Jersey militia, and marched out twice to meet the enemy, on being informed that they were advancing, though our numbers were greatly inferior to theirs. Howe, in my little opinion, committed a great error in generalship in not throwing a body of forces off from Staten Island through Amboy, by which means he might have seized all our stores at Brunswick, and intercepted our march into Pennsylvania. But if we believe the power of hell to be limited, we must likewise believe that their agents are under some providential control. I shall not now attempt to give all the particulars of our retreat to the Delaware. Suffice it for the present to say, that both officers and men, though greatly harassed and fatigued, frequently without rest, covering, or provision, the inevitable consequences of a long retreat, bore it with a manly and martial spirit. All their wishes centered in one, which was, that the country would turn out and help them to drive the enemy back. Voltaire has remarked that King William never appeared to full advantage but in difficulties and in action. The same remark may be made on General Washington, for the character fits him. There is a natural firmness in some minds which cannot be unlocked by trifles, but which, when unlocked, discovers a cabinet of fortitude, and I reckon it among those kind of public blessings, which we do not immediately see, that God hath blessed him with uninterrupted health, and given him a mind that can even flourish upon care. I shall conclude this paper with some miscellaneous remarks on the state of our affairs, and shall begin with asking the following question: why is it that the enemy have left the New England provinces, and made these middle ones the seat of war? The answer is easy. New England is not infested with Tories, and we are. I have been tender in raising the cry against these men, and used numberless arguments to show them their danger, but it will not do to sacrifice a world either to their folly or their baseness. The period is now arrived, in which either they or we must change our sentiments, or one or both must fall. And what is a Tory? Good God! What is he? I should not be afraid to go with 100 Whigs against 1,000 Tories, were they to attempt to get into arms. Every Tory is a coward, for servile, slavish, self-interested fear is the foundation of Toryism, and a man under such influence, though he may be cruel, never can be brave. But, before the line of irrecoverable separation be drawn between us, let us reason the matter together. Your conduct is an invitation to the enemy, yet not one in 1,000 of you has heart enough to join him. How is as much deceived by you as the American? Cause is injured by you. He expects you will all take up arms, and flock to his standard, with muskets on your shoulders. Your opinions are of no use to him, unless you support him personally, for 'tis soldiers, and not Tories, that he wants. I once felt all that kind of anger, which a man ought to feel, against the mean principles that are held by the Tories. A noted one, who kept a tavern at Amboy, was standing at his door, with as pretty a child in his hand, about 8 or 9 years old, as I ever saw, and after speaking his mind as freely as he thought was prudent, finished with this unfatherly expression: well, give me peace in my day. Not a man lives on the continent but fully believes that a separation must some time or other finally take place. And a generous parent should have said, if there must be trouble, let it be in my day, that my child may have peace, and this single reflection, well applied, is sufficient to awaken every man to duty. Not a place upon earth might be so happy as America. Her situation is remote from all the wrangling world, and she has nothing to do but to trade with them. A man can distinguish himself between temper and principle, and I am as confident as I am that God governs the world, that America will never be happy till she gets clear of foreign dominion. Wars, without ceasing, will break out till that period arrives, and the continent must in the end be conqueror, for though the flame of liberty may sometimes cease to shine, the coal can never expire. America did not, nor does not want force, but she wanted a proper application of that force. Wisdom is not the purchase of a day, and it is no wonder that we should err at the first setting off. From an excess of tenderness, we were unwilling to raise an army, and trusted our cause to the temporary defense of a well-meaning militia. As Summers' experience has now taught us better, yet with those troops, while they were collected, we were able to set bounds to the progress of the enemy, and, thank God, they are again assembling. I always considered militia as the best troops in the world for a sudden exertion, but they will not do for a long campaign. Howe, it is probable, will make an attempt on the city. Should he fail on this side the Delaware, he is ruined. If he succeeds, our cause is not ruined. He stakes all on his side against a part on ours. Admitting he succeeds, the consequence will be that armies from both ends of the continent will march to assist their suffering friends in the Middle States, for he cannot go everywhere. It is impossible. I consider Howe as the greatest enemy the Tories have. He is bringing a war in their country, which, had it not been for him and partly for themselves, they had been clear of. Should he now be expelled, I wish with all the devotion of a Christian, that the names of Whig and Tory may never more be mentioned. But should the Tories give him encouragement to come, or assistance if he come, I as sincerely wish that our next year's arms may expel them from the continent, and the Congress appropriate their possessions to the relief of those who have suffered in well doing. A single successful battle next year will settle the whole. America could carry on a 2 years' war by the confiscation of the property of disaffected persons, and be made happy by their expulsion. Say not that this is revenge, call it rather the soft resentment of a suffering people, who, having no object in view but the good of all, have staked their own all upon a seemingly doubtful event. Yet it is folly to argue against determined hardness. Eloquence may strike the ear, and the language of sorrow draw forth the tear of compassion, but nothing can reach the heart that is steeled with prejudice. Quitting this class of men, I turn with the warm ardor of a friend to those who have nobly stood, and are yet determined to stand the matter out. I call not upon a few, but upon all, not on this state or that state, but on every state, up and help us, lay your shoulders to the wheel. Better have too much force than too little, when so great an object is at stake. Let it be told to the future world, that in the depth of winter, when nothing but hope and virtue could survive, that the city and the country, alarmed at one common danger, came forth to meet and to repulse it. Say not that thousands are gone. Turn out your tens of thousands, throw not the burden of the day upon Providence, but show your faith by your works, that God may bless you. It matters not where you live, or what rank of life you hold, the evil or the blessing will reach you all. The far and the near, the home counties and the back, the rich and the poor, will suffer or rejoice alike. The heart that feels not now is dead, the blood of his children will curse his cowardice. Who shrinks back at a time when a little might have saved the whole, and made them happy. I love the man that can smile in trouble, that can gather strength from distress, and grow brave by reflection. 'Tis the business of little minds to shrink, but he whose heart is firm, and whose conscience approves his conduct, will pursue his principles unto death. My own line of reasoning is to myself as straight and clear as a ray of light. Not all the treasures of the world, so far as I believe, could have induced me to support an offensive war, for I think it murder. But if a thief breaks into my house, burns and destroys my property, and kills or threatens to kill me, or those that are in it, and to bind me in all cases whatsoever to his absolute will, am I to suffer it? What signifies it to me, whether he who does it is a king or a common man, my countryman or not my countryman, whether it be done by an individual villain, or an army of them? If we reason to the root of things, we shall find no difference, neither can any just cause be assigned why we should punish in the one case and pardon in the other. Let them call me rebel and welcome, I feel no concern from it, but I should suffer the misery of devils, were I to make a whore of my soul by swearing allegiance to one whose character is that of a sottish, stupid, stubborn, worthless, brutish man. I conceive likewise a horrid idea in receiving mercy from a being, who at the last day shall be shrieking to the rocks and mountains to cover him, and fleeing with terror from the orphan, the widow, and the slain of America. There are cases which cannot be overdone by language, and this is one. There are persons, too, who see not the full extent of the evil which threatens them. They solace themselves with hopes that the enemy, if he succeed, will be merciful. It is the madness of folly to expect mercy from those who have refused to do justice, and even mercy, where conquest is the object, is only a trick of war. The cunning of the fox is as murderous as the violence of the wolf, and we ought to guard equally against both. Howe's first object is, partly by threats and partly by promises, to terrify or seduce the people to deliver up their arms and receive mercy. The ministry recommended the same plan to gauge, and this is what the Tories call making their peace, a peace which passeth all understanding indeed, a peace which would be the immediate forerunner of a worse ruin than any we have yet thought of. Ye men of Pennsylvania, do reason upon these things. Were the back counties to give up their arms, they would fall an easy prey to the Indians, who are all armed. This perhaps is what some Tories would not be sorry for. Were the home counties to deliver up their arms, they would be exposed to the resentment of the back counties, who would then have it in their power to chastise their defection at pleasure. And were any one state to give up its arms, that state must be garrisoned by all Howe's army of Britons and Hessians to preserve it from the anger of the rest. Mutual fear is the principal link in the chain of mutual love, and woe be to that state that breaks the compact. Howe is mercifully inviting you to barbarous destruction, and men must be either rogues or fools that will not see it. I dwell not upon the vapors of imagination, I bring reason to your ears, and, in language as plain as A, B, C, hold up truth to your eyes. I thank God, that I fear not. I see no real cause for fear. I know our situation well, and can see the way out of it. While our army was collected, Howe dared not risk a battle. And it is no credit to him that he decamped from the White Plains, and waited a mean opportunity to ravage the defenseless Jerseys, but it is great credit to us, that, with a handful of men, we sustained an orderly retreat for near 100 miles, brought off our ammunition, all our field pieces, the greatest part of our stores, and had 4 rivers to pass. None can say that our retreat was precipitate, for we were near 3 weeks in performing it, that the country might have time to come in. Twice we marched back to meet the enemy, and remained out till dark. The sign of fear was not seen in our camp, and had not some of the cowardly and disaffected inhabitants spread false alarms through the country, the Jerseys had never been ravaged. Once more we are again collected and collecting. Our new army at both ends of the continent is recruiting fast, and we shall be able to open the next campaign with 60,000 men, well armed and clothed. This is our situation, and who will may know it? By perseverance and fortitude we have the prospect of a glorious issue. By cowardice and submission, the sad choice of a variety of evils, a ravaged country, a depopulated city, habitations without safety, and slavery without hope, our homes turned into barracks and bawdy houses for Hessians, and a future race to provide for, whose fathers we shall doubt of. Look on this picture and weep over it. And if there yet remains one thoughtless wretch, who believes it not, let him suffer it unlamented. December 23, 1776. Common Sense. 7. Public Good. 1780. In December 1780 Paine wrote a pamphlet which he would later cite as proof that he had been an early advocate of a strengthened centralized government in America. Maryland had refused to ratify the Articles of Confederation, adopted by the Continental Congress in March 1777, because Virginia and other states claimed as theirs land in the western territories which Maryland felt should be ceded to the federal government. Paine agreed with the Maryland position and in this pamphlet attacked the trans-Allegheny claims of Virginia. The western lands, he wrote, belong to all, and should someday be laid out as new states. Paine anticipates in Public Good the developments of 1787. He calls for a Continental Convention, for the purpose of forming a continental constitution, defining and describing the powers and authority of Congresses. The text included here is an edited excerpt from the original. The following pages are on a subject hitherto little understood but highly interesting to the United States. They contain an investigation of the claims of Virginia to the vacant Western Territory, and of the right of the United States to the same, with some outlines of a plan for laying out a new state, to be applied as a fund, for carrying on the war, or redeeming the national debt. The reader, in the course of this publication, will find it studiously plain, and, as far as I can judge, perfectly candid. What materials I could get I have endeavored to place in a clear line, and deduce such arguments therefrom as the subject required. In the prosecution of it, I have considered myself as an advocate for the right of the states, and taken no other liberty with the subject than what a counsel would, and ought to do, in behalf of a client. I freely confess that the respect I had conceived, and still preserve, for the character of Virginia, was a constant check upon those sallies of imagination, which are fairly and advantageously indulged against an enemy, but ungenerous when against a friend. If there is anything I have omitted or mistaken, to the injury of the intentions of Virginia or her claims, I shall gladly rectify it, or if there is anything yet to add, should the subject require it, I shall as cheerfully undertake it, being fully convinced, that to have matters fairly discussed, and properly understood, is a principal means of preserving harmony and perpetuating friendship. When we take into view the mutual happiness and united interests of the states of America, and consider the vast consequences to arise from a strict attention of each, and of all, to everything which is just, reasonable, and honorable, or the evils that will follow from an inattention to those principles, there cannot, and ought not, to remain a doubt but the governing rule of right and of mutual good must in all public cases finally preside. The hand of Providence has cast us into one common lot, and accomplished the independence of America, by the unanimous consent of the several parts, concurring at once in time, manner, and circumstances. No superiority of interest, at the expense of the rest, induced the one, more than the other, into the measure. Virginia and Maryland, it is true, might foresee that their staple commodity, tobacco, by being no longer monopolized by Britain, would bring them a better price abroad, for as the tax on it in England was treble its first purchase from the planter, and they being now no longer compelled to send it under that obligation, and in the restricted manner they formerly were, it is easy to see that the article, from the alteration of the circumstances of trade, will, and daily does, turn out to them with additional advantages. But this being a natural consequence, produced by that common freedom and independence of which all are partakers, is therefore an advantage they are entitled to, and on which the rest of the states can congratulate them without feeling a wish to lessen, but rather to extend it, to contribute to the increased prosperity of another, by the same means which occasion our own, is an agreeable reflection, and the more valuable any article of export becomes, the more riches will be introduced into and spread over the continent. Yet this is an advantage which those two states derive from the independence of America, superior to the local circumstances of the rest, and of the two it more particularly belongs to Virginia than Maryland, because the staple commodity of a considerable part of Maryland is flour, which, as it is an article that is the growth of Europe as well as of America, cannot obtain a foreign market but by underselling, or at least by limiting it to the current price abroad. But tobacco commands its own price. It is not a plant of almost universal growth, like wheat. There are but few soils and climes that produce it to advantage, and before the cultivation of it in Virginia and Maryland, the price was from 4 to 16 shillings sterling a pound in England. But the condition of the vacant western territory of America makes a very different case to that of the circumstances of trade in any of the states. Those very lands formed, in contemplation, the fund by which the debt of America would in the course of years be redeemed. They were considered as the common right of all, and it is only till lately that any pretension of claim has been made to the contrary. That difficulties and differences will arise in communities, ought always to be looked for. The opposition of interests, real or supposed, the variety of judgments, the contrariety of temper, and, in short, the whole composition of man, in his individual capacity, is tinctured with a disposition to contend, but in his social capacity there is either a right, which, being proved, terminates the disputes, or a reasonableness in the Measure, where no direct right can be made out, which decides or comprises the matter. As I shall have frequent occasion to mention the word right, I wish to be clearly understood in my definition of it. There are various senses in which this term is used, and custom has, in many of them, afforded it an introduction contrary to its true meaning. We are so naturally inclined to give the utmost degree of force to our own case, that we call every pretension, however founded, a right, and by this means the term frequently stands opposed to justice and reason. After Theodore was elected king of Corsica, not many years ago, by the mere choice of the natives, for their own convenience in opposing the Genos, he went over to England, ran himself in debt, got himself into jail, and on his release therefrom, by the benefit of an act of insolvency, he surrendered up what he called his kingdom of Corsica, as a part of his personal property, for the use of his creditors, some of whom may hereafter call this a charter, or by any other name more fashionable, and ground thereon what they may term a right to the sovereignty and property of Corsica. But does not justice abhor such an action both in him and them, under the prostituted name of a right, and must not laughter be excited wherever it is told? A right, to be truly so, must be right within itself, yet many things have obtained the name of rights, which are originally founded in wrong. Of this kind are all rights by mere conquest, power, or violence. In the cool moments of reflection we are obliged to allow that the mode by which such a right is obtained is not the best suited to that spirit of universal justice which ought to preside equally over all mankind. There is something in the establishment of such a right that we wish to slip over as easily as possible, and say as little about as can be. But in the case of a right founded in right, the mind is carried cheerfully into the subject, feels no compunction, suffers no distress, subjects its sensations to no violence, nor sees anything in its way which requires an artificial smoothing. From this introduction I proceed to examine into the claims of Virginia, first, as to the right, secondly as to the reasonableness, and lastly, as to the consequences. The name, Virginia, originally bore a different meaning to what it does now. It stood in the place of the word North America, and seems to have been a name comprehensive of all the English settlements or colonies on the continent, and not descriptive of any one, as distinguished from the rest. All to the southward of the Chesapeake, as low as the Gulf of Mexico, was called South Virginia, and all to the northward, North Virginia, in a similar line of distinction, as we now call the whole continent North and South America. The first charter, or patent, was to Sir Walter Raleigh by Queen Elizabeth, of England, in the year 1583, and had neither name nor bounds. Upon Sir Walter's return, the name Virginia was given to the whole country, including the now United States. Consequently the present Virginia, either as a province or state, can set up no exclusive claim to the western territory under this patent, and that for two reasons. First, because the words of the patent run to Sir Walter Raleigh, and such persons as he should nominate themselves and their successors, which is a line of succession Virginia does not pretend to stand in, and secondly, because a prior question would arise, namely, who are to be understood by Virginians under this patent? And the answer would be, all the inhabitants of America, from New England to Florida. This patent, therefore, would destroy their exclusive claim, and invest the right collectively in the 13 states. But it unfortunately happened that the settlers under this patent, partly from misconduct, the opposition of the Indians, and other calamities, discontinued the process, and the patent became extinct. After this, James I, who, in the year 1602, succeeded Elizabeth, issued a new patent, which I come next to describe. This patent differed from the former in this essential point, that it had limits, whereas the other had none. The former was intended to promote discoveries wherever they could be made, which accounts why no limits were affixed, and this to settle discoveries already made, which likewise assigns a reason why limits should be described. In this patent were incorporated two companies, called the South Virginia Company, and the North Virginia Company, and sometimes the London Company, and the Plymouth Company. On these documents I shall make no remarks. They are their own evidence, and show what the limits of Virginia were while a British province, and as there was then no other authority by which they could be fixed, and as the grant to the London Company could not be a grant to any but themselves, and of consequence ceased to be when they ceased to exist, it remained a matter of choice in the Crown, on its reassumption of the lands, to limit or divide them into separate governments, as it judged best, and from which there was not, and could not, in the order of government, be any appeal. Neither was Virginia, as a province, affected by it, because the moneys, in any case, arising from the sale of lands, did not go into her treasury, and whether to the Crown or to the proprietors was to her indifferent. And it is likewise evident, from the Secretary's letter, and the President's answer, that it was in contemplation to lay out a new colony on the back of Virginia, between the Allegheny Mountains and the Ohio. Having thus gone through the several charters, or grants, and their relation to each other, and shown that Virginia cannot stand in succession to a private grant, which has been extinct for upwards of 150 years, and that the western limits of Virginia, at the commencement of the Revolution, were at the heads of the rivers, emptying themselves into the Atlantic, none of which are beyond the Allegheny Mountains, I now proceed to the second part, namely, the reasonableness of her claims. Virginia, as a British province, stood in a different situation with the Crown of England to any of the other provinces, because she had no ascertained limits, but such as arose from laying off new provinces and the proclamation of 1763. For the same name, Virginia, as I have before mentioned, was the general name of all the country, and the dominion out of which the several governments were laid off, and, in strict propriety, conformable to the origin of names, the province of Virginia was taken out of the dominion of Virginia. For the term, dominion, could not appertain to the province, which retained the name of Virginia, but the Crown, and from thence was applied to the whole country, and signified its being an appendage to the Crown of England, as they say now, our Dominion of Wales. It is not possible to suppose there could exist an idea that Virginia, as a British province, was to be extended to the South Sea, at the distance of 3,000 miles. The Dominion, as appertaining at that time to the Crown, might be claimed to extend so far, but as a province the thought was not conceivable, nor the practice possible. And it is more than probable, that the deception made use of to obtain the patent of 1609, by representing the South Sea to be near where the Allegheny Mountains are, was one cause of its becoming extinct, and it is worthy of remarking, that no history, at least, that I have met with, mentions any dispute or litigation, between the Crown and the Company, in consequence of the extinction of the patent, and the reassumption of the lands, and, therefore, the negative evidence corroborating with the positive, makes it as certain as such a case can possibly be, that either the Company received a compensation for the patent, or quitted it quietly, ashamed of the imposition they had practiced, and their subsequent maladministration. Men are not inclined to give up a claim where there is any ground to contend upon. and the silence in which the patent expired is a presumptive proof that its fate, from whatever cause, was just. There is one general policy which seems to have prevailed with the English in laying off new governments, which was not to make them larger than their own country, that they might the easier hold them manageable. This was the case with everyone except Canada, the extension of whose limits was for the politic purpose of recognizing new acquisitions of territory not immediately convenient for colonization. But, in order to give this matter a chance through all its cases, I will admit what no man can suppose, which is that there is an English charter that fixes Virginia to extend from the Atlantic to the South Sea, and contained within a due west line, set off 200 miles below Cape Comfort, and a northwest line, set off 200 miles above it. Her side, then, on the Atlantic, according to an explanation given in M.R. Bradford's paper of September 29, 1779, by an advocate for the Virginia claims, will be 400 miles, her side to the south 3,000, her side to the west 4,000, and her northwest line about 5,000, and the quantity of land contained within these dimensions will be almost 4,000 millions of acres, which is more than 10 times the quantity contained within the present United States, and above 100 times greater than the Kingdom of England. To reason on a case like this is such a waste of time, and such an excess of folly, that it ought not to be reasoned upon. It is impossible to suppose that any patent to private persons could be so intentionally absurd, and the claim grounded thereon is as wild as anything the imagination of man ever conceived. But if, as I before mentioned, there was a charter which bore such an explanation, and Virginia stood in succession to it, what would that be to us, any more than the will of Alexander, had he taken it into his head to have bequeathed away the world? Such a charter, or grant, must have been obtained by imposition and a false representation of the country, or granted in error, or both, and in any of, or all these cases, the United States must reject the matter as something they cannot know, for the merits will not bear an argument, and the pretension of right stands upon no better ground. Our case is an original one, and many matters attending it must be determined on their own merits and reasonableness. The territory of the rest of the states is, in general, within known bounds of moderate extent, and the quota which each state is to furnish towards the expense and service of the war must be ascertained upon some rule of comparison. The number of inhabitants of each state formed the first rule, and it was naturally supposed that those numbers bore nearly the same proportion to each other, which the territory of each state did. Virginia on this scale would be about 1/5 larger than Pennsylvania, which would be as much dominion as any state could manage, with happiness and convenience. When I first began this subject my intention was to be extensive on the merits, and concise on the matter of the right, instead of which, I have been extensive on the matter of right, and concise on the merits of reasonableness, and this alteration in my design arose, consequentially, from the nature of the subject, for as a reasonable thing the claim can be supported by no argument, and therefore, needs none to refute it, but as there is a strange propensity in mankind to shelter themselves under the sanction of right, however unreasonable that supposed right may be, I found it most conducive to the interest of the case to show that the right stands upon no better grounds than the reason, and shall therefore proceed to make some observations on the consequences of the claim being unreasonable in itself, and standing on no ground of right, but such as, if true, must, from the quarter it is drawn, be offensive, has a tendency to create disgust, and sour the minds of the rest of the states. Those lands are capable, under the management of the United States, of repaying the charges of the war, and some of them, as I shall hereafter show, may, I presume, be made an immediate advantage of. I distinguish 3 different descriptions of land in America at the commencement of the Revolution. Proprietary or chartered lands, as was the case in Pennsylvania, crown lands, within the described limits of any of the crown governments, and crown residuary lands, that were without or beyond the limits of any province, and those last were held in reserve whereon to erect new governments, and lay out new provinces, as appears to have been the design by Lord Hillsborough's letter, and the President's answer, wherein he says, with respect to the establishment of a new colony on the back of Virginia, it is a subject of too great political importance for me to presume to give an opinion upon. However, permit me, my lord, to observe, that when that part of the country shall become populated, it may be a wise and prudent measure. The expression is, a new colony on the back of Virginia, and referred to lands between the heads of the rivers and the Ohio. This is a proof that those lands were not considered within, but beyond the limits of Virginia, as a colony, and the other expression in the letter is equally descriptive, namely, we do not presume to say, to whom our gracious sovereign shall grant his vacant lands. Certainly then, the same right, which, at that time rested in the crown, rests now in the more supreme authority of the United States, and therefore, addressing the President's letter to the circumstances of the Revolution, it will run thus. We do not presume to say to whom the sovereign United States shall grant their vacant lands, and with respect to the settlement of a new colony on the back of Virginia, it is a matter of too much political importance for me to give an opinion upon. However, permit me to observe, that when that part of the country shall become populated it may be a wise and prudent measure. It must occur to every person, on reflection, that those lands are too distant to be within the government of any of the present states, and, I may presume to suppose, that, were a calculation justly made, Virginia has lost more by the decrease of taxables, than she has gained by what lands she has made sale of. Therefore, she is not only doing the rest of the states wrong in point of equity, but herself and them an injury in point of strength, service, and revenue. It is only the United States, and not any single state, that can lay off new states, and incorporate them in the Union by representation. Therefore, the situation which the settlers on those lands will be in, under the assumed right of Virginia, will be hazardous and distressing, and they will feel themselves at last like the aliens to the Commonwealth of Israel, their habitations unsafe and their title precarious. And when men reflect on that peace, harmony, quietude, and security, which are necessary to prosperity, especially in making new settlements, and think that when the war shall be ended, their happiness and safety will depend on a union with the states, and not a scattered people, unconnected with, and politically unknown to the rest, they will feel but little inclination to put themselves in a situation, which, however solitary and recluse it may appear at present, will then be uncertain and unsafe, and their troubles will have to begin where those of the United States shall end. It is probable that some of the inhabitants of Virginia may be inclined to suppose that the writer of this, by taking up the subject in the manner he has done, is arguing unfriendly against their interest, to which he wishes to reply, that the most extraordinary part of the whole is, that Virginia should countenance such a claim. For it is worthy of observing that, from the beginning of the contest with Britain, and long after, there was not a people in America who discovered, through all the variety and multiplicity of public business, a greater fund of true wisdom, fortitude, and disinterestedness than the then colony of Virginia. They were loved, they were reverenced. Their investigation of the assumed rights of Britain had a sagacity which was uncommon. Their reasonings were piercing, difficult to be equaled and impossible to be refuted, and their public spirit was exceeded by none. But since this unfortunate land scheme has taken place, their power seemed to be absorbed, a torpor has overshaded them, and everyone asks, what has become of Virginia? It seldom happens that the romantic schemes of extensive dominion are of any service to a government, and never to a people. They assuredly end at last in loss, trouble, division and disappointment. And was even the title of Virginia good, and the claim admissible, she would derive more lasting and real benefit by participating in it than by attempting the management of an object so infinitely beyond her reach. Her share with the rest, under the supremacy of the United States, which is the only authority adequate to the purpose, would be worth more to her than what the whole would produce under the management of herself alone. And that for several reasons. First, because her claim not being admissible nor yet manageable, she cannot make a good title to the purchasers, and consequently can get but little for the lands. 2d, because the distance the settlers will be from her, will immediately put them out of all government and protection, so far, at least as relates to Virginia, and by this means, she will render her frontiers a refuge to desperadoes, and a hiding place from justice. And the consequence will be perpetual unsafety to her own peace, and that of the neighboring states. 3d, because her quota of expense for carrying on the war, admitting her to engross such an immensity of territory, would be greater than she can either support or supply, and could not be less, upon a reasonable rule of proportion, than 9/10 of the whole. And, fourth, because she must sooner or later relinquish them, therefore to see her own interest wisely at first, is preferable to the alternative of finding it out by misfortune at last. I have now gone through my examination of the claim of Virginia, in every case which I proposed, and for several reasons, which the lot had fallen to another person. But as this is a most important matter, in which all are interested, and the substantial good of Virginia not injured but promoted, and as few men have leisure, and still fewer have inclination, to go into intricate investigation, I have at last ventured on the subject. The succession of the United States to the vacant Western Territory is a right they originally set out upon, and in the pamphlet Common Sense, I frequently mentioned those lands as a national fund for the benefit of all. Therefore, resuming the subject where I then left off, I shall conclude with concisely reducing to system what I then only hinted. In my last piece, The Crisis Extraordinary, I estimated the annual amount of the charge of war and the support of the several governments at £2,000,000 sterling, and the peace establishment at £750,000, and, by a comparison of the taxes of this country with those of England, proved that the whole yearly expense to us, to defend the country, is but a third of what Britain would have drawn from us by taxes, had she succeeded in her attempt to conquer, and our peace establishment only an eighth part, and likewise showed that it was within the ability of the states to carry on the whole of the war by taxation, without having recourse to any other modes or funds. To have a clear idea of taxation is necessary to every country, and the more funds we can discover and organize, the less will be the hope of the enemy, and the readier their disposition to peace, which it is now their interest more than ours to promote. I have already remarked that only the United States, and not any particular state, can lay off new states and incorporate them into the Union by representation, keeping. Therefore, this idea in view, I ask, might not a substantial fund be quickly created by laying off a new state, so as to contain between 20 and 30 millions of acres, and opening a land office in all countries in Europe for hard money, and in this country for supplies in kind, at a certain price? The tract of land that seems best adapted to answer this purpose is contained between the Allegheny Mountains and the River Ohio, as far north as the Pennsylvania line, thence extending down the said river to the falls thereof, thence due south into the latitude of the North Carolina line, and thence east to the Allegheny Mountains. Aforesaid, I the more readily mention this tract, because it is fighting the enemy with their own weapons, as it includes the same ground on which a new colony would have been erected, for the emolument of the Crown of England, as appears by the letters of Lords Hillsborough and Dartmouth, had not the Revolution prevented its being carried into effect. It is probable that there may be some spots of private property within this tract, but to incorporate them into some government will render them more profitable to the owners, and the condition of the scattered settlers more eligible and happy than at present. If 20 millions of acres of this new state be patented and sold at £20 sterling per 100 acres, they will produce £4,000,000 sterling, which, if applied to continental expenses only, will support the war for 3 years, should Britain be so unwise as to prosecute it against her own direct interest and against the interest and policy of all Europe. The several states will then have to raise taxes for their internal government only, and the continental taxes, as soon as the fund begins to operate, will lessen, and if sufficiently productive, will cease. Lands are the real riches of the habitable world, and the natural funds of America. The funds of other countries are, in general, artificially constructed, the creatures of necessity and contrivance dependent upon credit, and always exposed to hazard and uncertainty. But lands can neither be annihilated nor lose their value, on the contrary. They universally rise with population, and rapidly so, when under the security of effectual government. But this it is impossible for Virginia to give, and therefore, that which is capable of defraying the expenses of the empire, will, under the management of any single state, produce only a fugitive support to wandering individuals. I shall now inquire into the effects which the laying out of a new state, under the authority of the United States, will have upon Virginia. It is the very circumstance she ought to, and must, wish for, when she examines the matter in all its bearings and consequences. The present settlers beyond her reach, and her supposed authority over them, remaining in herself, they will appear to her as revolters, and she to them as oppressors. And this will produce such a spirit of mutual dislike, that in a little time a total disagreement will take place, to the disadvantage of both. But under the authority of the United States the matter is manageable, and Virginia will be eased of a disagreeable consequence. Besides this, a sale of the lands, continentally, for the purpose of supporting the expense of the war, will save her a greater share of taxes, than the small sale which she could make herself, and the small price she could get for them would produce. She would likewise have two advantages which no other state in the Union enjoys. First, a frontier state for her defense against the incursions of the Indians, and the second is, that the laying out and peopling a new state on the back of an old one, situated as she is doubling the quantity of its trade. The new state which is here proposed to be laid out, may send its exports down to Mississippi, but its imports must come through Chesapeake Bay, and consequently, Virginia will become the market for the new state, because, though there is a navigation from it, there is none into it, on account of the rapidity of the Mississippi. There are certain circumstances that will produce certain events whether men think of them or not. The events do not depend upon thinking, but are the natural consequence of acting, and according to the system which Virginia has gone upon, the issue will be, that she will get involved with the back settlers in a contention about rights, till they dispute with their own claims, and, soured by the contention, will go to any other state for their commerce, both of which may be prevented, a perfect harmony established, the strength of the states increased, and the expenses of the war defrayed, by settling the matter now, on the plan of a general right, and every day it is delayed, the difficulty will be increased and the advantages lessened. But if it should happen, as it possibly may, that the war should end before the money, which the new state may produce, be expended, the remainder of the lands therein may be set apart to reimburse those whose houses have been burned by the enemy, as this is a species of suffering which it was impossible to prevent, because houses are not movable property, and it ought not to be that because we cannot do everything, that we ought not to do what we can. Having said this much on the subject, I think it necessary to remark that the prospect of a new fund, so far from abating our endeavors in making every immediate provision for the army, ought to quicken us therein, for should the state see it expedient to go upon the measure, it will be at least a year before it can be productive. I the more freely mention this, because there is a dangerous species of popularity, which, I fear, some men are seeking from their constituents by giving them grounds to believe that if they are elected they will lighten the taxes, a measure which, in the present state of things, cannot be done without exposing the country to the ravages of the enemy by disabling the army from defending it. Where knowledge is a duty, ignorance is a crime, and if any man, whose duty it was to know better, has encouraged such an expectation, he has either deceived himself or them. Besides, no country can be defended without expense, and let any man compare his portion of temporary inconveniences arising from taxation with the real distresses of the army for want of supplies, and the difference is not only sufficient to strike him dumb, but make him thankful that worse consequences have not followed. In advancing this doctrine, I speak with an honest freedom to the country, for as it is their good to be defended, so it is their interest to provide that defense, at least till other funds can be organized. As the laying out of new states will some time or other be the business of the country, and as it is yet a new business to us, and as the influence of the war has scarcely afforded leisure for reflecting on distant circumstances, I shall throw together a few hints for facilitating that measure whenever it may be proper for adopting it. The United States now standing on the line of sovereignty, the vacant territory is their property collectively, but the persons by whom it may hereafter be peopled will also have an equal right with ourselves, and therefore, as new states shall be laid off and incorporated with the present, they will become partakers of the remaining territory, with us who are already in possession. And this consideration ought to heighten the value of lands to new emigrants, because, in making the purchases, they not only gain an immediate property, but become initiated into the right and heirship of the states to a property in reserve, which is an additional advantage to what any purchasers under the late government of England enjoyed. The setting off the boundary of any new state will naturally be the first step, and as it must be supposed not to be peopled at the time it is laid off, a constitution must be formed by the United States, as the rule of government in any new state, for a certain term of years, perhaps 10, or until the state becomes peopled to a certain number of inhabitants, after which, the whole and sole right of modeling their government to rest with themselves. A question may arise, whether a new state should immediately possess an equal right with the present ones in all cases which may come before Congress. This, experience will best determine, but at a first view of the matter it appears thus, that it ought to be immediately incorporated into the Union on the ground of a family right, such a state standing in the line of a younger child of the same stock, but as new emigrants will have something to learn when they first come to America, and a new state requiring aid rather than capable of giving it, it might be most convenient to admit its immediate representation into Congress, there to sit, hear, and debate on all questions and matters, but not to vote on any till after the expiration of 7 years. I shall in this place take the opportunity of renewing a hint which I formerly threw out in the pamphlet Common Sense, and which the several states will, sooner or later, see the convenience if not the necessity of adopting, which is, that of electing a continental convention, for the purpose of forming a continental constitution, defining and describing the powers and authority of Congress, those of entering into treaties, and making peace, they naturally possess, in behalf of the states, for their separate as well as their united good, but the internal control and dictatorial powers of Congress are not sufficiently defined, and appear to be too much in some cases and too little in others, and therefore, to have them marked out legally will give additional energy to the whole, and a new confidence to the several parts. 86 Letters to Rhode Island. 1782-3. One of the provisions of the Articles of Confederation stipulated that any change in the original document be approved by all the states. It was this process which provided the context in December 1782 and February 1783 for Paine 6 Letters to Rhode Island. Congress had proposed a 5% duty on imports, and Rhode Island stood alone in rejecting a revision in the Articles that would have allowed Congress to regulate commerce. The text here is from Paine's second and third letter seeking to convince the people of Rhode Island that the national interest required the abandonment of claims to total state sovereignty. The United States are, as Mr. Burke very justly styles them, the greatest commonwealth on the face of the earth. 1 But all commonwealths must have some laws in common, which regulate, preserve, and protect the whole. What would the sovereignty of any one individual state be, if left to itself, to contend with a foreign power? It is on our united sovereignty that our greatness and safety, and the security of our foreign commerce, rest. This united sovereignty then must be something more than a name, and requires to be as completely organized for the line it is to act in as that of any individual state, and, if anything, more so, because more depends on it. Every man in America stands in a twofold order of citizenship. He is a citizen of the state he lives in, and of the United States, and without justly and truly supporting his citizenship in the latter, he will inevitably sacrifice the former. By his rank in the one, he is made secure with his neighbors, by the other, with the world. The one protects his domestic safety and property from internal robbers and injustice, the other his foreign and remote property from piracy and invasion, and puts him on a rank with other nations. Certainly then the one, like the other, must not and cannot be trusted to pleasure and caprice, lest, in the display of local authority, we forget the great line that made us great, and must keep us so. In introducing these remarks I have followed a thought naturally arising from the observations made by the citizen of Rhode Island, and I find that experience begins to suggest the idea of an inadequacy in our confederated system to several cases which must necessarily happen. What I mean is, that the confederation is not adapted to fit all the cases which the Empire of the United States, in the course of her sovereignty, may experience, and the case before us shows that it is not adequate to every purpose of internal benefit and commercial regulation. Several new and important matters have arisen since the confederation was formed. The entering into foreign alliances and treaties of commerce, the borrowing foreign loans, the cessation of the emissions of the paper currency, the raising of supplies by taxes, and several others which might be enumerated. But as nothing can happen to which we are not equal, the thing necessary is to think wisely and deliberately of them, and provide accordingly. When the cause of America, like a new creation, rose into existence, it had something in it which confounded and yet enraptured the world. The boldness of the attempt, and the extent of its consequences, overawed the conjectures of mankind. A 5% duty, levied for our support, either on land or commerce, would not then have swallowed up our attention, or produced a debate that's innumerable to our patriotism. The defense of our country against an unprincipled and powerful enemy, the establishment of our natural rights, the exalting the human race to their original freedom, and guaranteeing the blessing of civil government, were the great objects of our heart, and we were a united, though a suffering people. Why is it that so many little cares, unworthy our greatness, and injurious to our peace, have stolen upon our better thoughts? Are we tired of being successful? Is our domestic liberty of less value than formerly? Or are we disposed to surrender to contention that which the enemy could never take from us by force? It would perhaps be quite as well were we to talk less about our independence, and more about our union. For if the union be justly supported, our independence is made secure. The former is the mother, the latter the infant at her breast. The nourishment of the one is drawn through the other, and to impoverish the mother is famishing her offspring. Is there a country in the world that has so many openings to happiness as this? Masters of the land, and proprietors of the government, unchained from the evils of foreign subjection, and respected by sovereign powers, we have only to deserve prosperity, and its attainment is sure. But it ever was and probably ever will be the unfortunate disposition of some men to encumber business with difficulties. The natural cast of their mind is to contention, and whatever is not to their particular wish, or their immediate interest, is sure to be magnified with invented calamities, and exhibited in terror. Such men can see the fate of empires in the snuff of a candle, and an eternity of public ruin wrapped up in every trifling disappointment to themselves. They build their hopes of popularity on error and accident, and subsist by flattering the mistakes and bewildering the judgment of others. Till unable to discover the truth, or unwilling to confess it, they run into new inconsistencies, or retreat in angry discontent. Never was a subject, simple and easy in itself, and which needed nothing but plain and temperate argument, if it needed any, more hideously tortured, and wilfully misrepresented, than by those who have wrote against the 5% duty. Yet none of them have proposed a better or more eligible and practicable method of supporting public credit, and supplying the exigencies of the states. To them, I ask, can we rescue ourselves from a merciless enemy without charge? Can we defend our country or our property in it without expense? Can we borrow money without repaying it? Can we expect an army to subsist without supplies, or fight without reward? Or, in short, can we, who are to reap the benefit of independence, look for it as a mere boon from heaven, or hope to receive it at the expense of others? We have to deal with a treacherous enemy, catching at every circumstance, and continuing the war on the hope of our mistakes. They're perfidiously withdrawing from the assurances they had given, in Carleton and Digby's letter, of acceding to our independence, serves to explain both their character and their politics. And another letter written by Dr. Walters, a refugee Tory in New York, to Sir William Pepperell, a refugee Tory in England, and published in the London Morning Post on the 12th of last September, though false in its account of our finances, sufficiently shows that their expectations are founded solely on their hope of our neglecting to support the necessary defense. And shall we, with our eyes open, and with the information of the enemy before us, encourage them in their deception, and add to the expenses of the war by prolonging it? They continue in our country not from a view of conquest, but to wait the issue of our internal difficulties. Every imprudent debate, every embarrassment that is started, is to them a matter of malignant joy, and a new ground for malicious hope. In this situation, watched by our enemies, and wounded by our mistakes, it becomes us to think and act with firm but deliberate patriotism, lest in the petulance of temper, or the hurry of imprudence, we sacrifice the prospects of a 7 years contest. Point 2. It was my original design to have confined the subject of this letter to the Union of the States, but as that is a matter sufficiently forcible of itself, I shall waive it for the present, and continue my remarks on the 5% duty, not only as it respects the States generally, but as it more locally respects the state of Rhode Island. That our condition, as a country engaged in a just and necessary war, requires money, needs not to be mentioned, and that the easiest way of raising it is the first subject for consideration, is equally clear. That the nature of a union requires and implies a disposition to act and draw together, and that the revenues are always within our control, are matters that require no proof. That Congress are as much the representatives of the people as the assemblies are, that the members of it can in no instance exempt themselves from a share of the burdens necessary for the defense of the country, in common with their constituents, and that it is the duty of every legislature to support its faith, rank and reputation, in the Union, are subjects which all are agreed in. That monies cannot be borrowed without funds to pay with, and that those who are directed to borrow must be enabled to pay, needs no argument to support it, and that those who have it to lend will expect some better security than a promise, requires no explanation. The question therefore is not whether we shall raise money, but how we shall raise it. The 5% duty is part of the plan of finance adopted about a year ago, upon the failure of the paper currency. It was intendedly applied as a sinking fund for the discharge of the debt we had contracted, at home or abroad, or might hereafter contract, in case the present taxes should not be sufficiently productive, which is now very well known to be the case. Therefore either the direct taxes on land and personal property must be increased, in the form they now are, or a duty of 5% must be drawn through the medium of foreign articles, and the question is, which of the two will be the easiest, and most convenient to the community? The collected wisdom of the United States assembled in Congress has viewed a duty of 5% as the easiest mode, and the several individual states have thought the same. Those who have hitherto written against the 5% duty have never either stated the case, or confined themselves to the subject, but have run out into extravagant language and wild imagination, and constantly endeavored to keep the country and the community at large from properly understanding the measure, the propriety, or the necessity of it. In this place I think it necessary to remark, that the United States are successors to a large landed property, and as Rhode Island has a share, in common with her sister states, so I hope she will never relinquish her right, or by any disagreement with them, afford the least pretence for forfeiting it. But this property is not, in the present state of things, a practicable fund. To attempt to sell those lands at this time would be to give them away, neither are there purchasers for them at any price. Nay, it is our interest, at present, to prevent their being settled, because the settlement of them now, instead of enriching us, would draw off our inhabitants, and reduce both our force and our abilities. But to return to my subject, we, I presume, are the only people in the world who have not taken in the aid of commerce, as a national fund. The landed interest, the stock, and internal riches of the country, and almost every species of direct property, are subject, more or less, to some kind of taxation, while foreign imported articles, many of which are luxuries and trifles, have been suffered to pass without any tax at all, except that kind of tax which the importer lays on the community whenever he pleases, by raising the prices. Whether this is good or ill policy, in a new country, whose first business is to settle and improve its lands, encourage agriculture, and restrain as much as possible the importation of foreign unnecessary articles, is a matter which I leave to the impartiality and honest judgment of every class of men. I am no enemy to genteel or fashionable dress, or to the moderate enjoyment of those articles of indulgence we are furnished with from abroad, but they ought to bear their proportion of the public expense as well as the soil we live on, and not be solely consigned as a revenue to the persons who import them, or the foreigners who bring them. It is a matter which ought to strike Britain with forcible conviction, when she learns that we have the whole fund of commerce yet untouched. We have all that to begin upon, which she has already exhausted, and so far as the debate may serve to explain to her our hitherto reserved funds and resources, I am the less concerned that it began. How we came to leave so practicable and valuable a fund so long dormant, contrary to the custom and experience of all other nations, will, I believe, be best understood by the following observation. Our non-importation agreement had exhausted us of almost every kind of supplies, and it was then necessary to hasten and encourage importations from all countries, except England, by every possible means. The then state of our commerce, therefore, permitted those indulgences, which, in any other case, would have been nationally improper. We suffered the produce and manufactures of other countries to be sold in America without duty, whereas none of our exports from America can enjoy the same privilege there, and thus having got into the habit of doing a thing from necessity, we have continued it to an impropriety. This part of my argument naturally brings me to offer a remark on the 5% duty, as a regulation of commerce. Commerce is not the local property of any state, any more than it is the local property of any person, unless it can be proved that such a state neither buys nor sells out of its own dominions. But as the commerce of every state is made up out of the produce and consumption of other states, as well as its own, therefore its regulation and protection can only be under the confederated patronage of all the states. Besides, the European world, or any place we may trade to, knows us only through our national sovereignty, as United States. Any infringement on our rights of commerce must be lodged before the United States, and every redress for any such injury must come to us through that line of sovereignty, consequently the regulation of it must reside in the same power. The United States are likewise accountable to foreign powers for all misconduct committed under their flag, and as it is their flag which privileges our commerce abroad and on the seas, it cannot therefore be expected that the United States should be thus accountable on the one hand, and afford protection on the other, to all the rights of commerce, without receiving an aid and assistance from it. I come now to consider a very striking injury that would accrue to Rhode Island, by not coming into the measure with the rest of the states. The fidelity, patriotism, and well-affected disposition of Rhode Island has never been made the least question of, neither does her present descent proceed from any source of that kind, but from a misrepresentation of it on some part, and a misconception of it on another. In the course of the debate she has taken up an idea, warranted by the Articles of Confederation, that each state has a prerogative to furnish its quota by such means as best suits its conveniency, and in this she is right. But the mistake is, that the 5% duty is not of the nature of a quota, and that for the reason I have already mentioned. Namely, that trade is not local property, but is diffused over and promiscuously drawn from all parts, beyond as well as within the state. Neither is she called upon, in the character of an individual state, for a particular thing limited like direct property, within her own jurisdiction only, but in her united character, to concur in a measure common to all the states, and yet the particular property of none. But for the purpose of exemplifying this part of the argument, I will suppose her left out of the 5% duty, and that she furnished a supply into the treasury, by laying on some new taxes in the room of it. The consequence to her in this case as a community would be, that, to avoid the 5% duty, she would at least have to pay to the amount of 10%. For the prices of foreign articles would, by the imperceptible management of trade, get up to the same price in Rhode Island as they would be at in Boston, or other places where the duty was paid, and consequently would come as dear to the consumer as if they had undergone the duty, and yet the same consumer would have his part to pay in the additional tax laid on in the lieu of the 5%. And thus an exemption from the duty would operate as a bounty, or an additional profit of the 5% to the merchant only, and a double tax to the community. Perhaps it is a circumstance worthy of remarking, that in all cases where a union of conduct and disposition is necessary, nothing can be gained and much may be lost by disagreement. The United States constitute one extended family, one imperial commonwealth, the greatest and most equal in its rights and government of any ever known in the world, and while its principles permit the free exercise of debate, its manners ought to restrain every licentious abuse of it. In offering the foregoing remarks, and those contained in my former letters, I have kept strictly to the point in question, without involving it with subjects foreign to the purpose, or treating it with wild and overheated language. All that is necessary, in a case like this, is calm discussion, and a disposition to agree and be understood. That measures and subjects do not strike every mind alike, that the necessity of them is not always equally known, and that, in a situation so remote as the several parts of the United States are from each other, some misconception may arise, is a circumstance we may naturally expect, but as our interest, like our object, is a united one, there can be no measure which is to operate equally over all, in matters common to all, that can, on a just consideration, be supposed to affect one more than another. But if such a supposition could any way take place, it would apply to the merchants of Philadelphia, because it is the greatest seat of commerce, and extends it into parts of several other states. But they, convinced of its justice, necessity, and true policy, have been among the promoters of the measure, and so likewise, on a just reflection, will be those of Rhode Island, and the country interest can adopt no other measure with equal ease. A friend to Rhode Island and the Union. Non-letter to the Abbé Raynal. 1782. In this pamphlet, written in 1782, Paine responded to the Abbé Raynal, a distinguished French historian, whose Revolution d'Amérique had been translated into English in 1781. Paine sought to correct what he saw as numerous errors in the of its account of the American Revolution, none the least of which was his failure to understand its true historical significance. For Paine it was more than just another political rebellion. Our style and manner of thinking have undergone a revolution. He wrote, we see with other eyes, we hear with other ears, and we think with other thoughts than those we formerly used. The text included here is a shortened version of the original, a London translation of an original work in France, by the Abbé Raynal, which treats of the Revolution of North America, having been reprinted in Philadelphia and other parts of the continent, and as the distance at which the Abbé is placed from the American theater of war and politics has occasioned him to mistake several facts, or misconceive the causes or principles by which they were produced, the following tract, therefore, is published with a view to rectify them, and prevent even accidental errors from intermixing with history, under the sanction of time and silence. The editor of the London edition has entitled it, The Revolution of America, by the ABB Pound Raynal, and the American printers have followed the example. But I have understood, and I believe my information just, that the piece, which is more properly Reflections on the Revolution, was unfairly purloined from the printer whom the Abbé employed, or from the manuscript copy, and is only part of a larger work than in the press, or preparing for it. The person who procured it appears to have been an Englishman, and though, in an advertisement prefixed to the London edition, he has endeavored to gloss over the embezzlement with professions of patriotism, and to soften it with high encomiums on the author, yet the action in any view in which it can be placed, is illiberal and unpardonable. In the course of his travels, says he, the translator happily succeeded in obtaining a copy of this exquisite little piece which has not made its appearance from any press. He publishes a French edition, in favor of those who feel its eloquent reasoning more forcibly in its native language, at the same time with the following translation of it, in which he has been desirous, perhaps in vain, that all the warmth, the grace, the strength, the dignity of the original, should not be lost. And he flatters himself, that the indulgence of the illustrious historian will not be wanting to a man, who, of his own motion, has taken the liberty to give this composition to the public, only from a strong persuasion that its momentous argument will be useful in a critical conjuncture, to that country, which he loves with an ardour that can be exceeded only by the nobler flame, which burns in the bosom of the philanthropic author, for the freedom and happiness of all the countries upon earth. This plausibility of setting off its innumerable action, may pass for patriotism and sound principles with those who do not enter into its demerits, and whose interest is not injured nor their happiness affected thereby. But it is more than probable, notwithstanding the declarations it contains, that the copy was obtained for the sake of profiting by the sale of a new and popular work, and that the professions are but a garb to the fraud. It may with propriety be marked, that in all countries where literature is protected, and it never can flourish where it is not, the works of an author are his legal property. And to treat letters in any other light than this, is to banish them from the country, or strangle them in the birth. The embezzlement from the Abbé Raynal was, it is true, committed by one country upon another, and therefore shows no defect in the laws of either. But it is nevertheless a breach of civil manners and literary justice, neither can it be any apology, that because the countries are at war, literature shall be entitled to depredation. Point 1. But the forestalling the Abbé's publication by London editions, both in French and English, and thereby not only defrauding him and throwing an expensive publication on his hands by anticipating the sale, are only the smaller injuries which such conduct may occasion. A man's opinions, whether written or in thought, are his own, until he pleases to publish them himself, and it is adding cruelty to injustice, to make him the author of what future reflection, or better information, might occasion him to suppress or amend. There are declarations and sentiments in the Abbé's piece, which, for my own part, I did not expect to find, and such as himself, on a revisal, might have seen occasion to change, but the anticipated piracy effectually prevented his having the opportunity, and precipitated him into difficulties, which, had it not been for such ungenerous fraud, might not have happened. This mode of making an author appear before his time, will appear still more ungenerous, when we consider how very few men there are in any country, who can at once, and without the aid of reflection and revisal, combine warm passions with a cool temper, and the full expansion of the imagination with the natural and necessary gravity of judgment, so as to be rightly balanced within themselves, and to make a reader feel, fancy, and understand justly at the same time. To call three powers of the mind into action at once, in a manner that neither shall interrupt, and that each shall aid and invigorate the other, is a talent very rarely possessed. It often happens that the weight of an argument is lost by the wit of setting it off, or the judgment disordered by an intemperate irritation of the passions, yet a certain degree of animation must be felt by the writer, and raised in the reader, in order to interest the attention, and a sufficient scope given to the imagination, to enable it to create in the mind a sight of the persons, characters, and circumstances of the subject, for without these, the judgment will feel little or no excitement to office, and its determinations will be cold, sluggish, and imperfect. But if either or both of the two former are raised too high, or heated too much, the judgment will be jostled from its seat, and the whole matter, however important in itself, will diminish into a pantomime of the mind, in which we create images that promote no other purpose than amusement. The Abbé's writings bear evident marks of that extension and rapidness of thinking, and quickness of sensation, which of all others require revisal, and the more particularly so, when applied to the living characters of nations or individuals in a state of war. The least misinformation or misconception leads to some wrong conclusion, and an error believed becomes the progenitor of others. And, as the Abbé has suffered such inconveniences in France, by mistaking certain circumstances of the war, and the characters of the parties therein, it becomes some apology for him that those errors were precipitated into the world by the avarice of an ungenerous enemy. To an author of such distinguished reputation as the Abbé Raynal, it might very well become me to apologize for the present undertaking, but, as to be right is the first wish of philosophy, and the first principle of history, he will, I presume, accept from me a declaration of my motives, which are those of doing justice, in preference to any complimental apology I might otherwise make. The Abbé, in the course of his work, has, in some instances, extolled without a reason, and wounded without a cause. He has given fame where it was not deserved, and withheld it where it was justly due, and appears to be so frequently in and out of temper with his subjects and parties, that few, or none of them are decisively and uniformly marked. It is yet too soon to write the history of the Revolution, and whoever attempts it, precipitately, will unavoidably mistake characters and circumstances, and involve himself in error and difficulty. Things, like men, are seldom understood rightly at first sight. But the Abbé is wrong even in the foundation of his work, that is, he has misconceived and misstated the causes which produced the rupture between England and her then colonies, and which led on, step by step, unstudied and uncontrived on the part of America, to a revolution, which has engaged the attention, and affected the interest of Europe. To prove this, I shall bring forward a passage, which, though placed towards the latter part of the Abbé's work, is more intimately connected with the beginning, and in which, speaking of the original cause of the dispute, he declares himself in the following manner. None, says he, of those energetic causes, which have produced so many revolutions upon the globe, existed in North America. Neither religion nor laws had there been outraged. The blood of martyrs or patriots had not there streamed from scaffolds. Morals had not there been insulted. Manners, customs, habits, no object dear to nations. Had there been the sport of ridicule, arbitrary power had not there torn any inhabitants from the arms of his family and friends, to drag him to a dreary dungeon. Public order had not been there inverted. The principles of administration had not been changed. There, and the maxims of government had there always remained the same. The whole question was reduced to the knowing whether the mother country had, or had not, a right to lay, directly or indirectly, a slight tax upon the colonies. On this extraordinary passage, it may not be improper, in general terms, to remark that none can feel like those who suffer, and that for a man to be a competent judge of the provocatives, or as the Abbé styles them, the energetic causes of the revolution, he must have resided at the time in America. The Abbé, in saying that the several particulars he has enumerated did not exist in America, and neglecting to point out the particular period in which he means they did not exist, reduces thereby his declaration to a nullity, by taking away all meaning from the passage. They did not exist in 1763, and they all existed before 1776, consequently as there was a time when they did not, and another, when they did exist, the time when constitutes the essence of the fact, and not to give it is to withhold the only evidence which proves the declaration right or wrong, and on which it must stand or fall. But the declaration as it now appears, unaccompanied by time, has an effect in holding out to the world that there was no real cause for the revolution, because it denies the existence of all those causes which are supposed to be justifiable, and which the Abbé styles energetic. I confess myself exceedingly at a loss to find out the time to which the Abbé alludes, because, in another part of the work, in speaking of the Stamp Act, which was passed in 1764, he styles it an usurpation of the Americans' most precious and sacred rights. Consequently he here admits the most energetic of all causes, that is, an usurpation of their most precious and sacred rights, to have existed in America 12 years before the Declaration of Independence, and 10 years before the breaking out of hostilities. The time, therefore, in which the paragraph is true, must be antecedent to the Stamp Act. But as at that time there was no revolution, nor any idea of one, it consequently applies without a meaning, and as it cannot, on the Abbé's own principle, be applied to any time after the Stamp Act, it is therefore a wandering, solitary paragraph, connected with nothing and at variance with everything. The Stamp Act, it is true, was repealed in 2 years after it was passed, but it was immediately followed by one of infinitely more mischievous magnitude, I mean the Declaratory Act, which asserted the right, as it was styled, of the British Parliament, to bind America in all cases whatsoever. If then the Stamp Act was an usurpation of the Americans' most precious and sacred rights, the Declaratory Act left them no rights at all, and contained the full-grown seeds of the most despotic government ever exercised in the world. It placed America not only in the lowest, but in the basest state of vassalage, because it demanded an unconditional submission in everything, or as the Act expressed it, in all cases whatsoever, and what renders this Act the more offensive, is, that it appears to have been passed as an act of mercy. Truly then may it be said, that the tender mercies of the wicked are cruel. All the original charters from the Crown of England, under the faith of which the adventurers from the Old World settled in the New, were by this Act displaced from their foundations, because, contrary to the nature of them, which was that of a compact, they were now made subject to repeal or alteration at the mere will of one party only. The whole condition of America was thus put into the hands of the Parliament or Ministry, without leaving to her the least right in any case whatsoever. There is no despotism to which this iniquitous law did not extend, and though it might have been convenient in the execution of it, to have consulted manners and habits, the principle of the Act made all tyranny legal. It stopped nowhere. It went to everything. It took in with it the whole life of a man, or if I may so express it, an eternity of circumstances. It is the nature of law to require obedience, but this demanded servitude. And the condition of an American, under the operation of it, was not that of a subject but a vassal. Tyranny has often been established without law and sometimes against it, but the history of mankind does not produce another instance in which it has been established by law. It is an audacious outrage upon civil government, and cannot be too much exposed, in order to be sufficiently detested. Neither could it be said after this, that the legislature of that country any longer made laws for this, but that it gave out commands, for were indifferent an act of parliament, constructed on this principle, and operating in this manner, over an unrepresented people, from the orders of a military establishment. The Parliament of England, with respect to America, was not centennial but perpetual. It appeared to the latter a body always in being. Its election or expiration were to her the same as if its members succeeded by inheritance, or went out by death, or lived forever, or were appointed to it as a matter of office. Therefore, for the people of England to have any just conception of the mind of America, respecting this extraordinary act, they must suppose all election and expiration in that country to cease forever, and the present Parliament, its heirs, etc., to be perpetual. In this case, I ask, what would the most clamorous of them think, were an act to be passed, declaring the right of such a Parliament to bind them in all cases whatsoever? For this word whatsoever would go as effectually to their Magna Carta, Bill of Rights, trial by juries, etc., as it went to the charters and forms of government in America. I am persuaded that the gentlemen to whom I address these remarks will not, after the passing of this act, say that the principles of administration had not been changed in America, and that the maxims of government had been there always the same. For here is, in principle, a total overthrow of the whole, and not a subversion only, but an annihilation of the foundation of liberty and absolute domination established in its stead. The Abbé likewise states the case exceedingly wrong and injuriously, when he says that the whole question was reduced to the knowing whether the mother country had, or had not, a right to lay, directly or indirectly, a slight tax upon the colonies. This was not the whole of the question, neither was the quantity of the tax the object either to the ministry or to the Americans. It was the principle, of which the tax made but a part, and the quantity still less, that formed the ground on which America resisted. The tax on tea, which is the tax here alluded to, was neither more nor less than an experiment to establish the practice of a declaratory law upon, modeled into the more fashionable phrase of the universal supremacy of Parliament. For until this time the declaratory law had lain dormant, and the framers of it had contented themselves with barely declaring an opinion. Therefore the whole question with America, in the opening of the dispute, was, shall we be bound in all cases whatsoever by the British Parliament, or shall we not? For submission to the Tea or Tax Act implied an acknowledgement of the Declaratory Act, or, in other words, of the universal supremacy of Parliament, which as they never intended to do, it was necessary they should oppose it, in its first stage of execution. It is probable the Abbé had been led into this mistake by perusing detached pieces in some of the American newspapers, for, in a case where all were interested, everyone had a right to give his opinion, and there were many, who, with the best intentions, did not choose the best, nor indeed the true ground, to defend their cause upon. They felt themselves right by a general impulse, without being able to separate, analyze, and arrange the parts. I am somewhat unwilling to examine too minutely into the whole of this extraordinary passage of the Abbé, lest I should appear to treat it with severity, otherwise I could show that not a single declaration is justly founded, for instance, the reviving an obsolete act of the reign of Henry VIII and fitting it to the Americans, by authority of which they were to be seized and brought from America to England, and there imprisoned and tried for any supposed offences, was, in the worst sense of the words, to tear them, by the arbitrary power of Parliament, from the arms of their families and friends, and drag them not only to dreary but distant dungeons. Yet this act was contrived some years before the breaking out of hostilities. And again, though the blood of martyrs and patriots had not streamed on the scaffolds, it streamed in the streets, in the massacre of the inhabitants of Boston, by the British soldiery in the year 1770. Had the Abbé said that the causes which produced the revolution in America were originally different from those which produced revolutions in other parts of the globe, he had been right. Here the value and quality of liberty, the nature of government, and the dignity of man, were known and understood, and the attachment of the Americans to these principles produced the revolution, as a natural and almost unavoidable consequence. They had no particular family to set up or pull down. Nothing of personality was incorporated with their cause. They started even-handed with each other, and went no faster into the several stages of it, than they were driven by the unrelenting and imperious conduct of Britain. Nay, in the last act, the Declaration of Independence, they had nearly been too late, for had it not been declared at the exact time it was, I see no period in their affairs since, in which it could have been declared with the same effect, and probably not at all. But the object being formed before the reverse of fortunes took place, that is, before the operations of the gloomy campaign of 1776, their honor, their interest, their everything, called loudly on them to maintain it, and that glow of thought and energy of heart, which even a distant prospect of independence inspires, gave confidence to their hopes, and resolution to their conduct, which a state of dependence could never have reached. They looked forward to happier days and scenes of rest, and qualified the hardships of the campaign by contemplating the establishment of their newborn system. If, on the other hand, we take a review of what part Britain has acted, we shall find everything which ought to make a nation blush, the most vulgar abuse, accompanied by that species of haughtiness which distinguishes the hero of a mob from the character of a gentleman. It was equally as much from her manners as from her injustice that she lost the colonies. By the latter she provoked their principles, by the former she wore out their temper, and it ought to be held out as an example to the world, to show how necessary it is to conduct the business of government with civility. In short, other revolutions may have originated in caprice, or generated in ambition, but here, the most unoffending humility was tortured into rage, and the infancy of existence made to weep. A union so extensive, continued and determined, suffering with patience and never in despair, could not have been produced by common causes. It must be something capable of reaching the whole soul of man and arming it with perpetual energy. It is in vain to look for precedents among the revolutions of former ages, to find out, by comparison, the causes of this. The spring, the progress, the object, the consequences, nay, the men, their habits of thinking, and all the circumstances of the country, are different. Those of other nations are, in general, little more than the history of their quarrels. They are marked by no important character in the annals of events, mixed in the mass of general matters, they occupy but a common page, and while the chief of the successful partisans stepped into power, the plundered multitude sat down and sorrowed. Few, very few of them are accompanied with reformation, either in government or manners, many of them with the most consummate profligacy. Triumph on the one side and misery on the other were the only events. Pains, punishments, torture, and death were made the business of mankind, until compassion, the fairest associate of the heart, was driven from its place, and the eye, accustomed to continual cruelty, could behold it without offense. But as the principles of the present revolution differed from those which preceded it, so likewise did the conduct of America both in government and war. Neither the foul finger of disgrace nor the bloody hand of vengeance has hitherto put a blot upon her fame. Her victories have received luster from a greatness of lenity, and her laws have been permitted to slumber, where they might justly be awakened to punish war so much. The trade of the world has here been only the business of necessity, and when the necessity shall cease, her very enemies must confess that as she drew the sword in her just defense, she used it without cruelty, and sheathed it without revenge. As it is not my design to extend these remarks to a history, I shall now take my leave of this passage of the Abbé, with an observation, which, until something unfolds itself to convince me otherwise, I cannot avoid believing to be true, which is, that it was the fixed determination of the British cabinet to quarrel with America at all events. They, the members who composed the cabinet, had no doubt of success, if they could once bring it to the issue of a battle, and they expected from a conquest what they could neither propose with decency, nor hope for by negotiation. The charters and constitutions of the colonies were become to them matters of offense, and their rapid progress in property and population were disgustingly beheld as the growing and natural means of independence. They saw no way to retain them long but by reducing them in time. A conquest would at once have made them both lords and landlords, and put them in the possession both of the revenue and the rental. The whole trouble of government would have ceased in a victory, and a final end put to remonstrance and debate. The experience of the Stamp Act had taught them how to quarrel with the advantages of cover and convenience, and they had nothing to do but to renew the scene, and put contention into motion. They hoped for a rebellion, and they made one. They expected a declaration of independence, and they were not disappointed. But after this, they looked for victory, and they obtained a defeat. If this be taken as the generating cause of the contest, then is every part of the conduct of the British ministry consistent from the commencement of the dispute, until the signing the Treaty of Paris, after which, conquest becoming doubtful, they retreated to negotiation, and were again defeated. Though the Abbé possesses and displays great powers of genius, and is a master of style and language, he seems not to pay equal attention to the office of an historian. His facts are coldly and carelessly stated. They neither inform the reader nor interest him. Many of them are erroneous, and most of them are defective and obscure. It is undoubtedly both an ornament and a useful addition to history, to accompany it with maxims and reflections. They afford likewise an agreeable change to the style, and a more diversified manner of expression, but it is absolutely necessary that the root from whence they spring, or the foundation on which they are raised, should be well attended to, which in this work is not. The Abbé hastens through his narrations as if he was glad to get from them, that he may enter the more copious field of eloquence and imagination. Though I am not surprised to see the Abbé mistaken in matters of history, acted at such a distance from his sphere of immediate observation, yet I am more than surprised to find him wrong, or at least what appears so to me, in the well-enlightened field of philosophical reflection. Here the materials are his own, created by himself, and the error, therefore, is an act of the mind. Hitherto my remarks have been confined to circumstance, the order in which they arose, and the events they produced. In these, my information being better than the Abbé's, my task was easy. How I may succeed in controverting matters of sentiment and opinion, with one whom years, experience, and long-established reputation have placed in a superior line, I am less confident in, but as they fall within the scope of my observations it would be improper to pass them over. From this part of the Abbé's work to the latter end, I find several expressions, which appear to me to start, with cynical complexion, from the path of liberal thinking, or at least they are so involved as to lose many of the beauties which distinguish other parts of the performance. The Abbé, having brought his work to the period when the treaty of alliance between France and the United States commenced, proceeds to make some remarks thereon. In short, says he, philosophy, whose first sentiment is the desire to see all governments just and all people happy, in casting her eyes upon this alliance of a monarchy, with a people who are defending their liberty, is curious to know its motive. She sees at once, too clearly, that the happiness of mankind has no part in it. Whatever train of thinking or of temper the Abbé might be in, when he penned this expression, matters not. They will neither qualify the sentiment, nor add to its defect. If right, it needs no apology; if wrong, it merits no excuse. It is sent into the world as an opinion of philosophy, and may be examined without regard to the author. It seems to be a defect, connected with ingenuity, that it often employs itself more in matters of curiosity than usefulness. Man must be the privy counsellor of fate. Or something is not right. He must know the springs, the whys, and wherefores of everything, or he sits down unsatisfied. Whether this be a crime, or only a caprice of humanity, I am not inquiring into. I shall take the passage as I find it, and place my objections against it. It is not so properly the motives which produce the alliance, as the consequences which are to be produced from it, that mark out the field of philosophical reflection. In the one we only penetrate into the barren cave of secrecy, where little can be known, and everything may be misconceived. In the other, the mind is presented with a wide, extended prospect of vegetative good, and sees 1,000 blessings budding into existence. But the expression, even within the compass of the Abbé's meaning, sets out with an error, because it is made to declare that which no man has authority to declare. Who can say that the happiness of mankind made no part of the motives which produced the alliance? To be able to declare this, a man must be possessed of the mind of all the parties concerned, and know that their motives were something else. In proportion as the independence of America became contemplated and understood, the local advantages of it to the immediate actors, and the numerous benefits it promised mankind, appeared to be every day increasing, and we saw not a temporary good for the present race only, but a continued good to all posterity. These motives, therefore, added to those which preceded them, became the motives on the part of America, which led her to propose and agree to the Treaty of Alliance, as the best effectual method of extending and securing happiness, and therefore, with respect to us, the Abbé is wrong. France, on the other hand, was situated very differently. She was not acted upon by necessity to seek a friend, and therefore her motive in becoming one, has the strongest evidence of being good, and that which is so, must have some happiness for its object. With regard to herself, she saw a train of conveniences worthy her attention. By lessening the power of an enemy, whom at the same time she sought neither to destroy nor distress, she gained an advantage without doing an evil, and created to herself a new friend by associating with the country in misfortune. The springs of thought that lead to actions of this kind, however political they may be, are nevertheless naturally beneficent, for in all causes, good or bad, it is necessary there should be a fitness in the mind, to enable it to act in character with the object. Therefore, as a bad cause cannot be prosecuted with a good motive, so neither can a good cause be long supported by a bad one, and as no man acts without a motive, therefore in the present instance, as they cannot be bad, they must be admitted to be good. But the Abbé sets out upon such an extended scale, that he overlooks the degrees by which it is measured, and rejects the beginning of good, because the end comes not out at once. It is true that bad motives may in some degree be brought to support a good cause or prosecute a good object, but it never continues long, which is not the case with France. For either the object will reform the mind, or the mind corrupt the object, or else not. Being able, either way, to get into unison, they will separate in disgust, and this natural, though unperceived progress of association or contention between the mind and the object, is the secret cause of fidelity or defection. Every object a man pursues, is, for the time, a kind of mistress to his mind. If both are good or bad, the union is natural, but if they are in reverse, and neither can seduce nor yet reform the other, the opposition grows into dislike, and a separation follows. When the cause of America first made its appearance on the stage of the universe, there were many, who, in the style of adventurers and fortune hunters, were dangling in its train, and making their court to it with every profession of honor and attachment. They were loud in its praise and ostentatious in its service. Every place echoed with their ardor or their anger, and they seemed like men in love. But, alas, they were fortune hunters. Their expectations were excited, but their minds were unimpressed, and, finding it not to their purpose, not themselves reformed by its influence, they ceased their suit, and in some instances deserted and betrayed it. There were others, who at first beheld America with indifference, and unacquainted with her character were cautious of her company. They treated her as one who, under the fair name of liberty, might conceal the hideous figure of anarchy, or the gloomy monster of tyranny. They knew not what she was. If fair, she was fair indeed. But still, she was suspected, and though born among us appeared to be a stranger. Accident with some, and curiosity with others, brought on a distant acquaintance. They ventured to look at her. They felt an inclination to speak to her. One intimacy led to another, till the suspicion wore away, and a change of sentiment gradually stole upon the mind, and having no self-interest to serve, no passion of designure to gratify, they became enamored of her innocence, and, unaltered by misfortune or uninfluenced by success, shared with fidelity in the varieties of her fate. This declaration of the Abbé's respective motives has led me unintentionally into a train of metaphysical reasoning, but there was no other avenue by which it could properly be approached. To place presumption against presumption, assertion against assertion, is a mode of opposition that has no effect, and therefore the more eligible method was to show that the declaration does not correspond with the natural progress of the mind, and the influence it has upon our conduct. I shall now quit this part and Proceed to what I have before stated, namely, that it is not so properly the motives which produce the alliance, as the consequences to be procured from it, that mark out the field of philosophical reflection. It is an observation I have already made in some former publications, that the circle of civilization is yet incomplete. Mutual wants have formed the individuals of each country into a kind of national society, and here the progress of civilization has stopped. For it is easy to see that nations with regard to each other, notwithstanding the ideal civil law, which everyone explains as it suits him, are like individuals in a state of nature. They are regulated by no fixed principle, governed by no compulsive law, and each does independently what it pleases or what it can. Were it possible we could have known the world when in a state of barbarism, we might have concluded that it never could be brought into the order we now see it. The untamed was then as hard, if not harder, to work upon in its individual state than the national mind is in its present one. Yet we have seen the accomplishment of one. Why then should we doubt that of the other? There is a greater fitness in mankind to extend and complete the civilization of nations with each other at this day than there was to begin it with the unconnected individuals at first, in the same manner that it is somewhat easier to put together the materials of a machine after they are formed than it was to form them from original matter. The present condition of the world, differing so exceedingly from what it formerly was, has given a new cast to the mind of man, more than what he appears to be sensible of. The wants of the individual, which first produced the idea of society, are now augmented into the wants of the nation, and he is obliged to seek from another country what before he sought from the next person. Letters, the tongue of the world, have in some measure brought all mankind acquainted, and by an extension of their uses are every day promoting some new friendship. Through them distant nations became capable of conversation, and losing by degrees the awkwardness of strangers, and the moroseness of suspicion, they learned to know and understand each other. Science, the partisan of no country, but the beneficent patroness of all, has liberally opened a temple where all may meet. Her influence on the mind, like the sun on the chilled earth, has long been preparing it for higher cultivation and further improvement. The philosopher of one country sees not an enemy in the philosopher of another. He takes his seat in the temple of science, and asks not who sits beside him. This was not the condition of the barbarian world. Then the wants of men were few, and the objects within his reach. While he could acquire these, he lived in a state of individual independence, the consequence of which was, there were as many nations as persons, each contending with the other, to secure something which he had, or to obtain something which he had not. The world had then no business to follow, no studies to exercise the mind. Their time was divided between sloth and fatigue. Hunting and war were their chief occupations, sleep and food their principal enjoyments. Now it is otherwise. A change in the mode of life has made it necessary to be busy, and man finds 1,000 things to do now which before he did not. Instead of placing his ideas of greatness in the rude achievements of the savage, he studies arts, sciences, agriculture and commerce, the refinements of the gentleman, the principles of society, and the knowledge of the philosopher. There are many things which in themselves are neither morally good nor bad, but they are productive of consequences, which are strongly marked with one or other of these characters. Thus commerce, though in itself a moral nullity, has had a considerable influence in tempering the human mind. It was the want of objects in the ancient world which occasioned in them such a rude and perpetual turn for war. Their time hung on their hands without the means of employment. The indolence they lived in afforded leisure for mischief, and being all idle at once, and equal in their circumstances, they were easily provoked or induced to action. But the introduction of commerce furnished the world with objects, which, in their extent, reach every man, and give him something to think about and something to do. By these his attention is mechanically drawn from the pursuits which a state of indolence and an unemployed mind occasioned, and he trades with the same countries, which in former ages, tempted by their productions, and too indolent to purchase them, he would have gone to war with. Thus, as I have already observed, the condition of the world being materially changed by the influence of science and commerce, it is put into a fitness not only to admit of, but to desire, an extension of civilization. The principal and almost only remaining enemy it now has to encounter is prejudice, for it is evidently the interest of mankind to agree and make the best of life. The world has undergone its divisions of empire, the several boundaries of which are known and settled. The idea of conquering countries, like the Greeks and Romans, does not now exist, and experience has exploded the notion of going to war for the sake of profit. In short, the objects for war are exceedingly diminished, and there is now left scarcely anything to quarrel about, but what arises from that demon of society, prejudice, and the consequent sullenness and untractableness of the temper. There is something exceedingly curious in the constitution and operation of prejudice. It has the singular ability of accommodating itself to all the possible varieties of the human mind. Some passions and vices are but thinly scattered among mankind, and find only here and there a fitness of reception. But prejudice, like the spider, makes every place its home. It has neither taste nor choice of situation, and all that it requires is room. Everywhere, except in fire or water, a spider will live. So, let the mind be as naked as the walls of an empty and forsaken tenement, gloomy as a dungeon, or ornamented with the richest abilities of thinking. Let it be hot, cold, dark or light, lonely or inhabited, still prejudice, if undisturbed, will fill it with cobwebs, and live, like the spider, where there seems nothing to live on. If the one prepares her food by poisoning it to her palate and her use, the other does the same, and, as several of our passions are strongly characterized by the animal world, prejudice may be denominated the spider of the mind. Perhaps no two events ever united so intimately and forcibly to combat and expel prejudice, as the revolution of America and the alliance with France. Their effects are felt, and their influence already extends as well to the old world as the new. Our style and manner of thinking have undergone a revolution more extraordinary than the political revolution of the country. We see with other eyes, we hear with other ears, and think with other thoughts, than those we formerly used. We can look back on our own prejudices, as if they had been the prejudices of other people. We now see and know they were prejudices and nothing else, and, relieved from their shackles, enjoy a freedom of mind we felt not before. It was not all the argument, however powerful, nor the reasoning, however eloquent, that could have produced this change, so necessary to the extension of the mind, and the cordiality of the world. Without the two circumstances of the revolution and the alliance, had America dropped quietly from Britain, no material change in sentiment had taken place. The same notions, prejudices, and conceits would have governed in both countries, as governed them before, and, still the slaves of error and education, they would have travelled on in the beaten track of vulgar and habitual thinking. But brought about by the means it has been, both with regard to ourselves, to France and England, every corner of the mind is swept of its cobwebs, poison, and dust, and made fit for the reception of generous happiness. Perhaps there never was an alliance on a broader basis than that between America and France, and the progress of it is worth attending to. The countries had been enemies, not properly of themselves, but through the medium of England. They originally had no quarrel with each other, nor any cause for one, but what arose from the interest of England, and her arming America against France. At the same time, the Americans at a distance from, and unacquainted with, the world, and tutored in all the prejudices which governed those who governed them, conceived it their duty to act as they were taught. In doing this, they expended their substance to make conquests, not for themselves, but for their masters, who in return treated them as slaves. A long succession of insolent severity, and the separation finally occasioned by the commencement of hostilities at Lexington, on the 19th of April, 1775, naturally produced a new disposition of thinking. As the mind closed itself towards England, it opened itself towards the world, and our prejudices, like our prescience, underwent, though less observed, a mental examination, until we found the former as inconsistent with reason and benevolence, as the latter were repugnant to our civil and political rights. While we were thus advancing by degrees into the wide field of extended humanity, the alliance with France was concluded. An alliance not formed for the mere purpose of a day, but on just and generous grounds, and with equal and mutual advantages, and the easy, affectionate manner in which the parties have since communicated has made it an alliance not of courts only, but of countries. There is now an union of mind as well as of interest, and our hearts as well as our prosperity call on us to support it. The people of England, not having experienced this change, had likewise no ideas of it. They were hugging to their bosoms the same prejudices we were trampling beneath our feet, and they expected to keep a hold upon America by that narrowness of thinking which America disdained. What they were proud of, we despised, and this is principle cause why all their negotiations, constructed on this ground, have failed. We are now really another people, and cannot again go back to ignorance and prejudice. The mind, once enlightened, cannot again become dark. There is no possibility, neither is there any term to express the supposition by, of the mind unknowing anything it already knows. And therefore all attempts on the part of England, fitted to the former habit of America, and on the expectation of their applying now, will be like persuading a seeing man to become blind, and a sensible one to turn an idiot. The first of which is unnatural and the other impossible. A total reformation is wanted in England. She wants an expanded mind, a heart, which embraces the universe. Instead of shutting herself up in an island, and quarreling with the world, she would derive more lasting happiness, and acquire more real riches, by generously mixing with it, and bravely saying, I am the enemy of none. It is not now a time for little contrivances or artful politics. The European world is too experienced to be imposed upon, and America too wise to be duped. It must be something new and masterly that can succeed. The idea of seducing America from her independence, or corrupting her from her alliance, is a thought too little for a great mind, and impossible for any honest one to attempt. Whenever politics are applied to debauch mankind from their integrity, and dissolve the virtue of human nature, they become detestable, and to be a statesman on this plan, is to be a commissioned villain. He who aims at it, leaves a vacancy in his character, which may be filled up with the worst of epithets. If the disposition of England should be such, as not to agree to a general and honorable peace, and the war must, at all events, continue longer, I cannot help wishing that the alliances which America has or may enter into, may become the only objects of the war. She wants an opportunity of showing to the world that she holds her honor as dear and sacred as her independence, and that she will in no situation forsake those whom no negotiations could induce to forsake her. Peace, to every reflecting mind, is a desirable object, but that peace which is accompanied with a ruined character becomes a crime to the seducer, and a curse upon the seduced. But where is the impossibility or even the great difficulty of England's forming a friendship with France and Spain, and making it a national virtue to renounce forever those prejudiced inveteracies it has been her custom to cherish, and which, while they serve to sink her with an increasing enormity of debt, by involving her in fruitless wars, become likewise the bane of her repose, and the destruction of her manners. We had once the fetters that she has now, but experience has shown us the mistake, and thinking justly has set us right. The true idea of a great nation is that which extends and promotes the principles of universal society, whose mind rises above the atmosphere of local thoughts, and considers mankind, of whatever nation or profession they may be, as the work of one Creator. The rage for conquest has had its fashion, and its day. Why may not the amiable virtues have the same? The Alexander and Caesars of antiquity have left behind them their monuments of destruction, and are remembered with hatred, while those more exalted characters, who first taught society and science, are blessed with the gratitude of every age and country. Of more use was one philosopher, though a heathen, to the world, than all the heathen conquerors that ever existed. Should the present revolution be distinguished by opening a new system of extended civilization, it will receive from heaven the highest evidence of approbation, and as this is a subject to which the Abbé's powers are so eminently suited, I recommend it to his attention with the affection of a friend, and the ardor of a universal citizen. 10 Dissertations on Government. The Affairs of the Bank, and Paper Money. 1786. In 1786 a bitter controversy developed in Philadelphia over the Bank of North America, formerly the Bank of Pennsylvania. Farmers, deeply in debt, sought to increase the circulation of paper money. Fearful that the Bank of North America would not accept paper money, the farmers of Pennsylvania also demanded the repeal of the bank's charter. The wealthy merchants as well as the artisans of Philadelphia, on the other hand, were concerned about inflation and resisted both the agitation for paper money and the repeal of the bank's charter. Paine entered the dispute in February 1786 with this pamphlet endorsing the view of the merchants and artisans. Many farmers accused Paine of selling out to, indeed, of being bribed by bank officials. Paine had been a friend of the bank since 1780, when he had played a role in its creation to help fund the war effort. The edited text included here indicates Paine's concern with the sanctity of contract as well as his optimistic assumptions about the benevolent effects of extending and facilitating commerce. I here present the public with a new performance. Some parts of it are more particularly adapted to the state of Pennsylvania, on the present state of its affairs, but there are others which are on a larger scale. The time bestowed on this work has not been long, the whole of it being written and printed during the short recess of the Assembly. As to parties, merely considered as such, I am attached to no particular one. There are such things as right and wrong in the world, and so far as these are parties against each other, the signature of common sense is properly employed. Every government, let its form be what it may, contains within itself a principle common to all, which is that of a sovereign power, or a power over which there is no control, and which controls all others, and as it is impossible to construct a form of government in which this power does not exist, so there must of necessity be a place, if it may be so called, for it to exist in. In despotic monarchies this power is lodged in a single person, or sovereign. His will is law, which he declares, alters, or revokes as he pleases, without being accountable to any power for so doing. Therefore, the only modes of redress, in countries so governed, are by petition or insurrection. And this is the reason we so frequently hear of insurrections in despotic governments, for as there are but two modes of redress, this is one of them. Perhaps it may be said that as the united resistance of the people is able, by force to control the will of the sovereign, that therefore the controlling power lodges in them, but it must be understood that I am speaking of such powers only as are constituent parts of the government, not of those powers which are externally applied to resist and overturn it. In republics, such as those established in America, the sovereign power, or the power over which there is no control, and which controls all others, remains where nature placed it, in the people, for the people in America are the fountain of power. It remains there as a matter of right, recognized in the constitutions of the country, and the exercise of it is constitutional and legal. This sovereignty is exercised in electing and deputing a certain number of persons to represent and act for the whole, and who, if they do not act right, may be displaced by the same power that placed them there, and others elected and deputed in their stead, and the wrong measures of former representatives corrected and brought right by this means. Therefore, the republican form and principle leaves no room for insurrection, because it provides and establishes a rightful means in its stead. Having already stated that the power of the representatives can never exceed the power of the people whom they represent, I now proceed to examine more particularly what the power of the representatives is. It is, in the first place, the power of acting as legislators in making laws, and in the second place, the power of acting in certain cases as agents or negotiators for the Commonwealth, for such purposes as the circumstances of the Commonwealth require. A very strange confusion of ideas, dangerous to the credit, stability, and the good and honor of the Commonwealth, has arisen, by confounding those two distinct powers and things together and blending every act of the Assembly, of whatever kind it may be, under one general name, of laws of the Commonwealth, and thereby creating an opinion, which is truly of the despotic kind, that every succeeding Assembly has an equal power over every transaction, as well as law, done by a former Assembly. All laws are acts, but all acts are not laws. Many of the acts of the Assembly are acts of agency or negotiation, that is, they are acts of contract and agreement, on the part of the state, with certain persons therein mentioned, and for certain purposes therein recited. An act of this kind, after it has passed the House, is of the nature of a deed or contract, signed, sealed and delivered, and subject to the same general laws and principles of justice as all other deeds and contracts are, for in a transaction of this kind, the state stands as an individual, and can be known in no other character in a court of justice. By laws, as distinct from the agency transactions, or matters of negotiation, are to be comprehended all those public acts of the Assembly or Commonwealth, which have a universal operation, or apply themselves to every individual of the Commonwealth. Of this kind are the laws for the distribution and administration of justice, for the preservation of the peace, for the security of property, for raising the necessary revenue, by just proportions, etc. Acts of this kind are properly laws, and they may be altered, amended, and repealed, or others substituted in their places, as experience shall direct, for the better effecting the purpose for which they were intended, and the right and power of the Assembly to do. This is derived from the right and power which the people, were they all assembled together, instead of being represented, would have to do the same thing, because, in acts or laws of this kind, there is no other party than the public. The law, or the alteration, or the repeal, is for themselves, and whatever the effects may be, it falls on themselves. If for the better, they have the benefit of it; if for the worse, they suffer the inconvenience. No violence to anyone is here offered, no breach of faith is here committed. It is therefore one of those rights and powers which is within the sense, meaning, and limits of the original compact of justice which they formed with each other as the foundation principle of the Republic, and being one of those rights and powers, it devolves on their representatives by delegation. As it is not my intention, neither is it within the limits assigned to this work, to define every species of what may be called laws, but rather to distinguish that part in which the representatives act as agents or negotiators for the state from the legislative part, I shall pass on to distinguish and describe those acts of the Assembly which are acts of agency or negotiation, and to show that as they are different in their nature, construction, and operation, from legislative acts, so likewise the power and authority of the Assembly over them, after they are passed, is different. It must occur to every person on the first reflection, that the affairs and circumstances of a commonwealth require other business to be done besides that of making laws, and, consequently, that the different kinds of business cannot all be classed under one name, or be subject to one and the same rule of treatment. But to proceed, by agency transactions, or matters of negotiation, done by the Assembly, are to be comprehended all that kind of public business, which the Assembly, as representatives of the Republic, transact in its behalf, with a certain person or persons, or part, or parts, of the Republic, for purposes mentioned in the Act, and which the Assembly confirm and ratify on the part of the Commonwealth, by affixing to it the seal of the State. An act of this kind differs from a law of the before mentioned kind, because here are two parties and there but one, and the parties are bound to perform different and distinct parts, whereas, in the before mentioned law, every man's part was the same. These acts, therefore, though numbered among the laws, are evidently distinct therefrom, and are not of the legislative kind. The former are laws for the government of the Commonwealth. These are transactions of business, such as selling and conveying an estate belonging to the public, or buying one; acts for borrowing money, and fixing with the lender the terms and modes of payment; acts of agreement and contract, with a certain person or persons, for certain purposes; and, in short, every act in which two parties, the state being one, are particularly mentioned or described, and in which the form and nature of the bargain or contract is comprehended. These, if for custom and uniformity's sake we call them by the name of laws, are not laws for the government of the Commonwealth, but for the government of the contracting parties, as all deeds and contracts are, and are not, properly speaking, acts of the Assembly, but joint acts, or acts of the Assembly in behalf of the Commonwealth on one part, and certain persons therein mentioned on the other part. Acts of this kind are distinguishable into two classes. First, those wherein the matters inserted in the Act have already been settled and adjusted between the state on one part, and the persons therein mentioned, on the other part. In this case the Act is the completion and ratification of the contract or matters therein recited. It is in fact a deed signed, sealed, and delivered. Second, those acts wherein the matters have not been already agreed upon, and wherein the Act only holds forth certain propositions and terms to be accepted of and acceded to. I shall give an instance of each of those acts. First, the state wants the loan of a sum of money. Certain persons make an offer to government to lend that sum, and send in their proposals. The government accept these proposals, and all the matters of the loan and the payment are agreed on, and an act is passed according to the usual form of passing acts, ratifying and confirming this agreement. This act is final. In the second case, the state, as in the preceding one, wants a loan of money. The assembly passes an act holding forth the terms on which it will borrow and pay. This act has no force until the propositions and terms are accepted of and acceded to by some person or persons, and when those terms are accepted of and complied with, the act is binding on the state. But if at the meeting of the next assembly, or any other, the whole sum intended to be borrowed should not be borrowed, that assembly may stop where they are, and discontinue proceeding with the loan, or make new propositions and terms for the remainder, but so far as the subscriptions have been filled up, and the terms complied with, it is, as in the first case, a signed deed, and in the same manner are all acts, let the matters in them be what they may, wherein, as I have before mentioned, the state on one part, and certain individuals on the other part, are parties in the act. If the state should become bankrupt, the creditors, as in all cases of bankruptcy, will be sufferers, they will have but a dividend for the whole, but this is not a dissolution of the contract, but an accommodation of it, arising from necessity. And so in all cases of this kind, if an inability takes place on either side, the contract cannot be performed, and some accommodation must be gone into, or the matter falls through of itself. It may likewise, though it ought not to, happen that in performing the matters, agreeably to the terms of the act, inconveniences, unforeseen at the time of making the act, may arise to either or both parties. In this case, those inconveniences may be removed by the mutual consent and agreement of the parties, and each finds its benefit in so doing, for in a republic it is the harmony of its parts that constitutes their several and mutual good. But the acts themselves are legally binding, as much as if they had been made between two private individuals. The greatness of one party cannot give it a superiority or advantage over the other. The state, or its representatives, the assembly, has no more power over an act of this kind, after it has passed, than if the state was a private person. It is the glory of a republic to have it so, because it secures the individual from becoming the prey of power, and prevents might from overcoming right. If any difference or dispute arise afterwards between the state and the individuals, with whom the agreement is made respecting the contract, or the meaning, or extent of any of the matters contained in the act, which may affect the property or interest of either, such difference or dispute must be judged of, and decided upon, by the laws of the land, in a court of justice and trial by jury, that is, by the laws of the land already in being at the time such act and contract was made. No law made afterwards can apply to the case, either directly, or by construction or implication, for such a law would be a retrospective law, or a law made after the fact, and cannot even be produced in court as applying to the case before it for judgment. That this is justice, that it is the true principle of republican government, no man will be so hardy as to deny. If, therefore, a lawful contract or agreement, sealed and ratified, cannot be affected or altered by any act made afterwards, how much more inconsistent and irrational, despotic, and unjust would it be, to think of making an act with the professed intention of breaking up a contract already signed and sealed. That it is possible in assembly, in the heat and indiscretion of party, and meditating on power rather than on the principle by which all power in a republican government is governed, that of equal justice, may fall into the error of passing such an act, is admitted, but it would be an actless act, an act that goes for nothing, an act which the courts of justice and the established laws of the land could know nothing of, because such an act would be an act of one party only, not only without, but against the consent of the other, and therefore, cannot be produced to effect a contract made between the two. That the violation of a contract should be set up as a justification to the violator, would be the same thing as to say, that a man by breaking his promises, freed from the obligation of it, or that by transgressing the laws, he exempts himself from the punishment of them. Besides the constitutional and legal reasons why an assembly cannot, of its own act and authority, undo or make void a contract made between the state, by a former assembly, and certain individuals, may be added what may be called the natural reasons, or those reasons which the plain rules of common sense point out to every man, among which are the following. The principals, or real parties in the contract, are the state and the persons contracted with. The assembly is not a party, but an agent in behalf of the state, authorized and empowered to transact its affairs. Therefore, it is the state that is bound on one part and certain individuals on the other part, and the performance of the contract, according to the conditions of it, devolves on succeeding assemblies, not as principals, but as agents. Therefore, for the next or any other assembly to undertake to dissolve the state from its obligation is an assumption of power of a novel and extraordinary kind. It is the servant attempting to free his master. The election of new assemblies following each other makes no difference in the nature of things. The state is still the same state. The public is still the same body. These do not annually expire, though the time of an assembly does. These are not new created every year, nor can they be displaced from their original standing, but are a perpetual, permanent body, always in being and still the same. But if we adopt the vague, inconsistent idea that every new assembly has a full and complete authority over every act done by the state in a former assembly, and confound together laws, contracts, and every species of public business, it will lead us into a wilderness of endless confusion and insurmountable difficulties. It would be declaring an assembly despotic, for the time being, instead of a government of established principles administered by established rules. The authority of government, by being strained so high, would, by the same rule, be reduced proportionately as low, and would be no other than that of a committee of the state, acting with discretionary powers for 1 year. Every new election would be a new revolution, or it would suppose the public of the former year dead and a new public in its place. Having now endeavored to fix a precise idea to, and distinguish between legislative acts and acts of negotiation and agency, I shall proceed to apply this distinction to the case now in dispute, respecting the charter of the bank. The charter of the bank, or what is the same thing, the act for incorporating it, is to all intents and purposes an act of negotiation and contract, entered into, and confirmed, between the state on one part, and certain persons mentioned therein on the other part. The purpose for which the act was done on the part of the state is therein recited, viz. the support which the finances of the country would derive therefrom. The incorporating clause is the condition or obligation on the part of the state, and the obligation on the part of the bank is that nothing contained in that act shall be construed to authorize the said corporation to exercise any powers in the state repugnant to the laws or constitution thereof. Here are all the marks and evidences of a contract: the parties, the purport, and the reciprocal obligations. That this is a contract, or a joint act, is evident from its being in the power of either of the parties to have forbidden or prevented its being done. The state could not force the stockholders of the bank to be a corporation, and therefore, as their consent was necessary to the making the act, their dissent would have prevented its being made. So, on the other hand, as the bank could not force the state to incorporate them, the consent or dissent of the state would have had the same effect to do, or to prevent its being done. And as neither of the parties could make the act alone, for the same reason can neither of them dissolve it alone, but this is not the case with a law or act of legislation, and therefore, the difference proves it to be an act of a different kind. The bank may forfeit the charter by delinquency, but the delinquency must be proved and established by a legal process in a court of justice and trial by jury, for the state, or the assembly, is not to be a judge in its own case, but must come to the laws of the land for judgment, for that which is law for the individual, is likewise law for the state. Before I enter further into this affair, I shall go back to the circumstances of the country, and the condition the government was in, for some time before, as well as at the time it entered into this engagement with the bank, and this act of incorporation was passed, for the government of the state, and I suppose the same of the rest, were then in want of two of the most essential matters which governments could be destitute of, money and credit. In looking back to those times, and bringing forward some of the circumstances attending them, I feel myself entering on unpleasant and disagreeable ground, because some of the matters which the attacks on the bank now make it necessary to state, in order to bring the affair fully before the public, will not add honor to those who have promoted that measure and carried it through the late House of Assembly, and for whom, though my own judgment and opinion on the case oblige me to differ from, I retain my esteem, and the social remembrance of times past. But, I trust, those gentlemen will do me the justice to recollect my exceeding earnestness with them, last spring, when the attack on the bank first broke out, for it clearly appeared to me one of those overheated measures, which, neither the country at large, not their own constituents, would justify them in, when it came to be fully understood, for however high a party measure may be carried in an assembly, the people out of doors are all the while following their several occupations and employments, minding their farms and their business, and take their own time and leisure to judge of public measures. The consequence of which is, that they often judge in a cooler spirit than their representatives act in. It may be easily recollected that the present bank was preceded by, and rose out of a former one, called the Pennsylvania Bank, which began a few months before, the occasion of which I shall briefly state. In the spring of 1780, the Pennsylvania Assembly was composed of many of the same members, and nearly all of the same connection, which composed the late House that began the attack on the bank. I served as clerk of the Assembly of 1780, which station I resigned at the end of the year, and accompanied a much lamented friend, the late Colonel John Lawrence, on an embassy to France. The spring of 1780 was marked with accumulation of misfortunes. The reliance placed on the defense of Charleston failed, and exceedingly lowered or depressed the spirits of the country. The measures of government, from the want of money, means and credit, dragged on like a heavy loaded carriage without wheels, and were nearly got to what a countryman would understand by a dead pull. The Assembly of that year met, by adjournment, at an unusual time, the 10th of May. And what particularly added to the affliction, was that so many of the members, instead of spiriting up their constituents to the most nervous exertions, came to the Assembly, furnished with petitions to be exempt from paying taxes. How the public measures were to be carried on, the country defended, and the army recruited, clothed, fed, and paid, when the only resource, and that not half sufficient, that of taxes, should be relaxed to almost nothing, was a matter too gloomy to look at. A language very different from that of petitions ought at this time to have been the language of everyone. A declaration to have stood forth with their lives and fortunes, and a reprobation of every thought of partial indulgence would have sounded much better than petitions. While the Assembly was sitting, a letter from the Commander-in-Chief was received by the Executive Council and transmitted to the House. The doors were shut, and it fell officially to me to read. In this letter the naked truth of things was unfolded. Among other informations, the General said, that notwithstanding his confidence in the attachment of the army to the cause of the country, the distress of it, from the want of every necessary which men could be destitute of, had arisen to such a pitch, that the appearances of mutiny and discontent were so strongly marked on the countenance of the army, that he dreaded the event of every hour. When the letter was read, I observed a despairing silence in the House. Nobody spoke for a considerable time. At length, a member, of whose fortitude to withstand misfortunes I had a high opinion, rose. If, said he, the account in that letter is a true state of things, and we are in the situation there represented, it appears to me in vain to contend the matter any longer. We may as well give up at first as at last. The gentleman who spoke next, was, to the best of my recollection, a member of Bucks County, who, in a cheerful note, endeavored to dissipate the gloom of the House. Well, said he, don't let the House despair. If things are not so well as we wish, we must endeavor to make them better. And on a motion for adjournment, the conversation went no further. There was now no time to lose, and something absolutely necessary to be done, which was not within the immediate power of the House to do, for what with the depreciation of the currency, and slow operation of taxes, and the petitions to be exempted therefrom, the Treasury was moneyless and the government creditless. If the Assembly could not give the assistance which the necessity of the case immediately required, it was very proper the matter should be known by those who either could or would endeavor to do it. To conceal the information within the House, and not provide the relief which that information required, was making no use of it knowledge, and endangering the public cause. The only thing that now remained, and was capable of reaching the case, was private credit, and the voluntary aid of individuals, and under this impression, on my return from the House, I drew out the salary due to me as clerk, enclosed $500 to a gentleman in the city, in part of the whole, and wrote fully to him on the subject of our affairs. The gentleman to whom this letter was addressed is Mr. Blair Emplanagan. I mentioned to him that, notwithstanding the current opinion that the enemy were beaten from before Charleston, there were too many reasons to believe the place was then taken and in the hands of the enemy, the consequence of which would be that a great part of the British force would return, and join at New York, that our own army required to be augmented, 10,000 men, to be able to stand against the combined force of the enemy. I informed Mr. Emplanagan of General Washington's letter, the extreme distresses he was surrounded with, and the absolute occasion there was for the citizens to exert themselves at this time, which there was no doubt they would do, if the necessity was made known to them, for that the ability of government was exhausted. I requested Mr. Emplanagan to propose a voluntary subscription among his friends, and added that I had enclosed $500 as my mite thereto, and that I would increase it as far as the last ability would enable me to go. The next day Mr. Emplanagan informed me that he had communicated the contents of the letter, at a meeting of gentlemen at the coffee house, and that a subscription was immediately begun, that Mr. Robert Morris and himself had subscribed £200 each, in hard money, and that the subscription was going on very successfully. This subscription was intended as a donation, and to be given in bounties to promote the recruiting service. It is dated June 8, 1780. The original subscription list is now in my possession. It amounts to £400 hard money, and £101,360 continental. While this subscription was going forward, information of the loss of Charleston arrived, and on a communication from several members of Congress to certain gentlemen of the city, of the increasing distresses and dangers then taking place, a meeting was held of the subscribers, and such other gentlemen who chose to attend, at the city tavern. This meeting was on the 17th of June, 9 days after the subscriptions had begun. At this meeting it was resolved to open a security subscription to the amount of £300,000, Pennsylvania currency, in real money, the subscribers to execute bonds to the amount of their subscriptions, and to form a bank thereon for supplying the army. This being resolved on and carried into execution, the plan of the first subscriptions was discontinued, and this extended one established in its stead. By means of this bank the army was supplied through the campaign, and being at the same time recruited, was enabled to maintain its ground, and on the appointment of M.R. Morris to be superintendent of the finances the spring following, he arranged the system of the present bank, styled the Bank of North America, and many subscribers of the former bank transferred their subscriptions into this. Towards the establishment of this bank, Congress passed an ordinance of incorporation, December 21st, which the government of Pennsylvania recognized by sundry matters, and afterwards, on an application of the President and directors of the bank, through the mediation of the Executive Council, the Assembly agreed to, and passed the State Act of Incorporation April 1st, 1782. Thus arose the bank, produced by the distresses of the times and the enterprising spirit of patriotic individuals. Those individuals furnished and risked the money, and the aid which the government contributed was that of incorporating them. It would have been well if the state had made all its bargains and contracts with as much true policy as it made this, for a greater service for so small a consideration, that only of an act of incorporation has not been obtained since the government existed. Having now shown how the bank originated, I shall proceed with my remarks. The sudden restoration of public and private credit, which took place on the establishment of the bank, is an event as extraordinary in itself as any domestic occurrence during the progress of the Revolution. How far a spirit of envy might operate to produce the attack on the bank during the sitting of the late Assembly, is best known and felt by those who began or promoted the attack. The bank had rendered services which the Assembly of 1780 could not, and acquired an honor which many of its members might be unwilling to own, and wish to obscure. But surely every government, acting on the principles of patriotism and public good, would cherish an institution capable of rendering such advantages to the community. The establishment of the bank in one of the most trying vicissitudes of the war, its zealous services in the public cause, its influence in restoring and supporting credit, and the punctuality with which all its business has been transacted, are matters that, so far from meriting the treatment it met with from the late Assembly, are an honor to the state, and what the body of her citizens may be proud to own. But the attack on the bank, as a chartered institution, under the protection of its violators, however criminal it may be as an error of government, or impolitic as a measure of party, is not to be charged on the constituents of those who made the attack. It appears from every circumstance that has come to light, to be a measure which that Assembly contrived of itself. The members did not come charged with the affair from their constituents. There was no idea of such a thing when they were elected or when they met. The hasty and precipitate manner in which it was hurried through the House, and the refusal of the House to hear the directors of the bank in its defense, prior to the publication of the repealing bill for public consideration, operated to prevent their constituents comprehending the subject. Therefore, whatever may be wrong in the proceedings lies not at the door of the public. The House took the affair on its own shoulders, and whatever blame there is lies on them. The matter must have been prejudged and predetermined by a majority of the members out of the House before it was brought into it. The whole business appears to have been fixed at once, and all reasoning or debate on the case rendered useless. The subsequent conduct of the House, in resolving not to hear the directors of the bank, on their application for that purpose, prior to the publication of the bill for the consideration of the people, strongly corroborates this opinion, for why should not the House hear them, unless it was apprehensive that the bank, by such a public opportunity, would produce proofs of its services and usefulness, that would not suit the temper and views of its oppressors. But if the House did not wish or choose to hear the defense of the bank, it was no reason that their constituents should not. The Constitution of the state, in lieu of having two branches of legislature, has substituted, that, to the end that laws before they are enacted may be more maturely considered, and the inconvenience of hasty determinations as much as possible prevented, all bills of a public nature shall be printed for the consideration of the people. The people, therefore, according to the Constitution, stand in the place of another House, or, more properly speaking, are a House in their own right. But in this instance, the Assembly arrogates the whole power to itself, and places itself as a bar to stop the necessary information spreading among the people. The application of the bank to be heard before the bill was published for public consideration had two objects. First, to the House, and secondly, through the House to the people, who are as another House. It was as a defense in the first instance, and as an appeal in the second. But the Assembly absorbs the right of the people to judge, because, by refusing to hear the defense, they barred the appeal. Were there no other cause which the constituents of that Assembly had for censuring its conduct, than the exceeding unfairness, partiality, and arbitrariness with which its business was transacted, it would be cause sufficient. Let the constituents of assemblies differ, as they may, respecting certain peculiarities. In the form of the Constitution, they will all agree in supporting its principles, and in reprobating unfair proceedings and despotic measures. Every constituent is a member of the Republic, which is a station of more consequence to him than being a member of a party, and though they may differ from each other in their choice of persons to transact the public business, it is of equal importance to all parties that the business be done on right principles, otherwise our laws and acts, instead of being founded in justice, will be founded in party, and be laws and acts of retaliation, and instead of being a republic of free citizens, we shall be alternately tyrants and slaves. But to return to the report. The report begins by stating that, the committee to whom was referred the petitions concerning the bank established at Philadelphia, and who were instructed to inquire whether the said bank be compatible with the public safety, and that equality which ought ever to prevail between the individuals of a republic, beg leave to report, not that they have made any inquiry, but that it is the opinion of this committee, that the said bank, as at present established, is, in every view, incompatible with the public safety. But why is it so? Here is an opinion unfounded and unwarranted. The committee have begun their report at the wrong end, for an opinion, when given as a matter of judgment, is an action of the mind which follows a fact, but here it is put in the room of 1. The report then says, that in the present state of our trade, the said bank has a direct tendency to banish a great part of the specie from the country, and to collect into the hands of the stockholders of the bank, almost the whole of the money which remains among us. Here is another mere assertion, just like the former, without a single fact or circumstance to show why it is made, or whereon it is founded. Now the very reverse of what the committee asserts is the natural consequence of the bank specie may be called the stock in trade of the bank. It is therefore its interest to prevent it from wandering out of the country, and to keep a constant standing supply to be ready for all domestic occasions and demands. Were it true that the bank has a direct tendency to banish the specie from the country, there would soon be an end to the bank, and, therefore, the committee have so far mistaken the matter, as to put their fears in the place of their wishes, for if it is to happen as the committee states, let the bank alone and it will cease of itself, and the repealing act need not have been passed. It is the interest of the bank that people should keep their cash there, and all commercial countries find the exceeding great convenience of having a general depository for their cash. But so far from banishing it, there are no two classes of people in America who are so much interested in preserving hard money in the country as the bank and the merchant. Neither of them can carry on their business without it. Their opposition to the paper money of the late assembly was because it has a direct effect, as far as it is able, to banish the specie, and that without providing any means for bringing more in. The committee must have been aware of this, and therefore chose to spread the first alarm, and, groundless as it was, to trust to the delusion. As the keeping the specie in the country is the interest of the bank, so it has the best opportunities of preventing its being sent away, and the earliest knowledge of such a design. While the bank is the general depository of cash, no great sums can be obtained without getting it from thence, and as it is evidently prejudicial to its interest to advance money to be sent abroad, because in this case the money cannot by circulation return. Again, the bank, therefore, is interested in preventing what the committee would have it suspected of promoting. It is to prevent the exportation of cash, and to retain it in the country, that the bank has, on several occasions, stopped the discounting notes till the danger had been past. Point 1. The first part, therefore, of the assertion, that of banishing the specie, contains an apprehension as needless as it is groundless, and which, had the committee understood, or been the least informed of the nature of the bank, they could not have made. It is very probable that some of the opposers of the bank are those persons who have been disappointed in their attempts to obtain specie for this purpose, and now disguise their opposition under other pretenses. I now come to the second part of the assertion, which is, that when the bank has banished a great part of the specie from the country, it will collect into the hands of the stockholders almost the whole of the money which remains among us. But how, or by what means, the bank is to accomplish this wonderful feat, the committee have not informed us. Whether people are to give their money to the bank for nothing, or whether the bank is to charm it from them as a rattlesnake charms a squirrel from a tree, the committee have left us as much in the dark about as they were themselves. Is it possible the committee should know so very little of the matter, as not to know that no part of the money which at any time may be in the bank belongs to the stockholders? Not even the original capital which they put in is any part of it their own, until every person who has a demand upon the bank is paid, and if there is not a sufficiency for this purpose, on the balance of loss and gain, the original money of the stockholders must make up the deficiency. The money, which at any time may be in the bank, is the property of every man who holds a banknote, or deposits cash there, or who has a just demand upon it from the city of Philadelphia up to Fort Pitt, or to any part of the United States, and he can draw the money from it when he pleases. Its being in the bank does not in the least make it the property of the stockholders, any more than the money in the state treasury is the property of the state treasurer. They are only stewards over it for those who please to put it, or let it remain there, and, therefore, the second part of the assertion is somewhat ridiculous. The next paragraph in the report is, that the accumulation of enormous wealth in the hands of a society who claim perpetual duration, will necessarily produce a degree of influence and power which cannot be entrusted in the hands of any set of men whatsoever, the committee I presume accepted, without endangering public safety. There is an air of solemn fear in this paragraph which is something like introducing a ghost in a play to keep people from laughing at the players. I have already shown that whatever wealth there may be, at any time, in the bank, is the property of those who have demands upon the bank, and not the property of the stockholders. As a society they hold no property, and most probably never will, unless it should be a house to transact their business in, instead of hiring one. Every half year, the bank settles its accounts, and each individual stockholder takes its dividend of gain or loss to himself, and the bank begins the next half year in the same manner it began the first, and so on. This being the nature of a bank, there can be no accumulation of wealth among them as a society. For what purpose the word society is introduced into the report I do not know, unless it be to make a false impression upon people's minds. It has no connection with the subject, for the bank is not a society, but a company, and denominated so in the charter. There are several religious societies incorporated in the state, which hold property as the right of those societies, and to which no person can belong that is not of the same religious profession. But this is not the case with the bank. The bank is a company for the promotion and convenience of commerce, which is a matter in which all the state is interested, and holds no property in the manner which those societies do. But there is a direct contradiction in this paragraph to that which goes before it. The committee, there, accuses the bank of banishing the specie, and here, of accumulating enormous sums of it. So here are two enormous sums of specie, one enormous sum going out, and another enormous sum remaining. To reconcile this contradiction, the committee should have added to their report that they suspected the bank had found out the philosopher's stone, and kept it a secret. The next paragraph is, that the said bank, in its corporate capacity, is empowered to hold estates to the amount often millions of dollars, and by the tenor of the present charter is to exist forever, without being obliged to yield any emolument to the government, or be in the least dependent on it. The committee have gone so vehemently into this business, and so completely shown their want of knowledge in every point of it, as to make, in the first part of this paragraph, a fear of what, the greater fear is, will never happen. Had the committee known anything of banking, they must have known, that the objection against banks has been, not that they held great estates but, that they held none, that they had no real, fixed, and visible property, and that it is the maxim and practice of banks not to hold any. The Honorable Chancellor Livingston, late Secretary for Foreign Affairs, did me the honor of showing, and discoursing with me on a plan of a bank he had drawn up for the state of New York. In this plan it was made a condition or obligation, that whatever the capital of the bank amounted to in specie, there should be added twice as much in real estates. But the mercantile interest rejected the proposition. It was a very good piece of policy in the Assembly which passed the Charter Act, to add the clause to empower the bank to purchase and hold real estates. It was as an inducement to the bank to do it, because such estates being held as the property of the bank would be so many mortgages to the public in addition to the money capital of the bank. But the doubt is that the bank will not be induced to accept the opportunity. The bank has existed 5 years, and has not purchased a shilling of real property, and as such, property or estates cannot be purchased by the bank but with the interest money which the stock produces, and as that is divided every half year among the stockholders, and each stockholder chooses to have the management of his own dividend, and if he lays it out in purchasing an estate to have that estate his own private property, and under his own immediate management, there is no expectation, so far from being any fear, that the clause will be accepted. Where knowledge is a duty, ignorance is a crime, and the committee are criminal in not understanding this subject better. Had this clause not been in the charter, the committee might have reported the want of it as a defect, in not empowering the bank to hold estates as a real security to its creditors, but as the complaint now stands, the accusation of it is, that the charter empowers the bank to give real security to its creditors. A complaint never made, heard of, or thought of before. The second article in this paragraph is, that the bank, according to the tenor of the present charter, is to exist forever. Here I agree with the committee, and am glad to find that among such a list of errors and contradictions there is one idea which is not wrong. Although the committee have made a wrong use of it. As we are not to live forever ourselves, and other generations are to follow us, we have neither the power nor the right to govern them, or to say how they shall govern themselves. It is the summit of human vanity, and shows a covetousness of power beyond the grave, to be dictating to the world to come. It is sufficient that we do that which is right in our own day, and leave them with the advantage of good examples, as the generations of the world are every day both commencing and expiring. Therefore, when any public act of this sort is done, it naturally supposes the age of that generation to be then beginning, and the time contained between coming of age and the natural end of life is the extent of time it has a right to go to, which may be about 30 years, for though many may die before, others will live beyond, and the meantime is equally fair for all generations. If it was made an article in the Constitution that all laws and acts should cease of themselves in 30 years, and have no legal force beyond that time, it would prevent their becoming too numerous and voluminous, and serve to keep them within view in a compact compass. Such as were proper to be continued, would be enacted again, and those which were not, would go into oblivion. There is the same propriety that a nation should fix a time for a full settlement of its affairs, and begin again from a new date, as that an individual should, and to keep within the distance of 30 years would be a convenient period. The British, from the want of some general regulation of this kind, have a great number of obsolete laws, which, though out of use and forgotten, are not out of force, and are occasionally brought up for particular purposes, and innocent, unwary persons trepend thereby. To extend this idea still further, it would probably be a considerable improvement in the political system of nations, to make all treaties of peace for a limited time. It is the nature of the mind to feel uneasy under the idea of a condition perpetually existing over it, and to excite in itself apprehensions that would not take place were it not from that cause. Were treaties of peace made for, and renewable every 7 or 10 years, the natural effect would be, to make peace continue longer than it does under the custom of making peace forever. If the parties felt, or apprehended, any inconveniences under the terms already made, they would look forward to the time when they should be eventually relieved therefrom, and might renew the treaty on improved conditions. This opportunity periodically occurring, and the recollection of it always existing, would serve as a chimney to the political fabric, to carry off the smoke and fume of national fire. It would naturally abate and honorably take off the edge and occasion for fighting, and however the parties might determine to do it, when the time of the treaty should expire, it would then seem like fighting in cool blood. The fighting temper would be dissipated before the fighting time arrived, and negotiation supply its place. To know how probable this may be, a man need do no more than observe the progress of his own mind on any private circumstance similar in its nature to a public one. But to return to my subject. To give limitation is to give duration, and though it is not a justifying reason, that, because an act or contract is not to last forever, that it shall be broken or violated to day, yet, where no time is mentioned, the omission affords an opportunity for the abuse. When we violate a contract on this pretense, we assume a right that belongs to the next generation, for though they, as a following generation, have the right of altering or setting it aside, as not being concerned in the making it, or not being done in their day, we, who made it, have not that right, and, therefore, the committee, in this part of their report, have made a wrong use of a right principle, and as this clause in the charter might have been altered by the consent of the parties, it cannot be produced to justify the violation. And were it not altered there would be no inconvenience from it. The term forever is an absurdity that would have no effect. The next age will think for itself, by the same rule of right that we have done, and not admit any assumed authority of ours to encroach upon the system of their day. Our forever ends, where their forever begins. The third article in this paragraph is, that the bank holds its charter without being obliged to yield any emolument to the government. Ingratitude has a short memory. It was on the failure of the government to support the public cause, that the bank originated. It stepped in as a support, when some of the persons then in the government, and who now oppose the bank, were apparently on the point of abandoning the cause, not from disaffection, but from despair. While the expenses of the war were carried on by emissions of continental money, any set of men in government might carry it on. The means being provided to their hands required no great exertions of fortitude or wisdom, but when this means failed, they would have failed with it, had not a public spirit awakened itself with energy out of doors. It was easy times to the government while continental money lasted. The dream of wealth supplied the reality of it, but when the dream vanished, the government did not awake. But what right has the government to expect any emolument from the bank? Does the committee mean to set up acts and charters for sale, or what do they mean? Because it is the practice of the British ministry to grind a toll out of every public institution they can get a power over, is the same practice to be followed here? The war being now ended, and the bank having rendered the service expected, or rather hoped for, from it, the principal public use of it, at this time, is for the promotion and extension of commerce. The whole community derives benefit from the operation of the bank. It facilitates the commerce of the country. It quickens the means of purchasing and paying for country produce, and hastens on the exportation of it. The emolument, therefore, being to the community, it is the office and duty of government to give protection to the bank. Among many of the principal conveniences arising from the bank, one of them is, that it gives a kind of life to what would otherwise be dead money. Every merchant and person in trade has always in his hands some quantity of cash, which constantly remains with him, that is, he is never entirely without, this remnant money, as it may be called, is of no use to him till more is collected to it. He can neither buy produce nor merchandise with it, and this being the case with every person in trade, there will be, though not all at the same time, as many of those sums lying uselessly by, and scattered throughout the city, as there are persons in trade, besides many that are not in trade. I should not suppose the estimate overrated, in conjecturing, that half the money in the city, at any one time, lies in this manner. By collecting those scattered sums together, which is done by means of the bank, they become capable of being used, and the quantity of circulating cash is doubled, and by the depositors alternately lending them to each other, the commercial system is invigorated, and as it is the interest of the bank to preserve this money in the country for domestic uses only, and as it has the best opportunity of doing so, the bank serves as a sentinel over the specie. If a farmer, or a miller, comes to the city with produce, there are but few merchants that can individually purchase it with ready money of their own, and those few would command nearly the whole market for country produce, but, by means of the bank, this monopoly is prevented, and the chance of the market enlarged. It is very extraordinary that the late assembly should promote monopolizing, yet such would be the effect of suppressing the bank, and it is much to the honor of those merchants, who are capable by their fortunes of becoming monopolizers, that they support the bank. In this case, honor operates over interest. They were the persons who first set up the bank, and their honor is now engaged to support what it is their interest to put down. If merchants, by this means, or farmers, by similar means, among themselves, can mutually aid and support each other, what has the government to do with it? What right has it to expect emolument from associated industry, more than from individual industry? It would be a strange sort of government, that should make it illegal for people to assist each other, or pay a tribute for doing so. But the truth is, that the government has already derived emoluments, and very extraordinary ones. It has already received its full share, by the services of the bank, during the war, and it is every day receiving benefits, because whatever promotes and facilitates commerce, serves likewise to promote and facilitate the revenue. The last article in this paragraph is, that the bank is not the least dependent on the government. Have the committee so soon forgotten the principles of republican government and constitution, or are they so little acquainted with them, as not to know, that this article, in their report partakes of the nature of treason? Do they not know, that freedom is destroyed by dependence, and the safety of the state endangered thereby? Do they not see, that to hold any part of the citizens of the state, as yearly pensioners on the favor of an assembly, is striking at the root of free elections? If other parts of their report discover a want of knowledge on the subjects of banks, this shows a want of principle in the science of government. Only let us suppose this dangerous idea carried into practice, and then see what it leads to. If corporate bodies are, after their incorporation, to be annually dependent on an assembly for the continuance of their charter, the citizens which compose those corporations are not free. The government holds an authority and influence over them, in a manner different from what it does over other citizens, and by this means destroys that equality of freedom, which is the bulwark of the republic and the constitution. By this scheme of government, any party, which happens to be uppermost in a state, will command all the corporations in it, and may create more for the purpose of extending that influence. The dependent borough towns in England are the rotten parts of their government, and this idea of the committee has a very near relation to it. If you do not do so and so, expressing what was meant, take care of your charter, was a threat thrown out against the bank. But as I do not wish to enlarge on a disagreeable circumstance, and hope that what is already said is sufficient to show the anti-constitutional conduct and principles of the committee, I shall pass on to the next paragraph in the report, which is, that the great profits of the bank, which will daily increase as money grows scarcer, and which already far exceed the profits of European banks, have tempted foreigners to vest their money in this bank, and thus to draw from us large sums for interest. Had the committee understood the subject, some dependence might be put on their opinion which now cannot. Whether money will grow scarcer, and whether the profits of the bank will increase, are more than the committee know, or are judges sufficient to guess at. The committee are not so capable of taking care of commerce, as commerce is capable of taking care of itself. The farmer understands farming, and the merchant understands commerce, and as riches are equally the object of both, there is no occasion that either should fear that the other will seek to be poor. The more money the merchant has, so much the better for the farmer who has produce to sell, and the richer the farmer is, so much the better for the merchant, when he comes to his store. As to the profits of the bank, the stockholders must take their chance for it. It may some years be more and others less, and upon the whole may not be so productive as many other ways that money may be employed. It is the convenience which the stockholders, as commercial men, derive from the establishment of the bank, and not the mere interest they receive, that is the inducement to them. It is the ready opportunity of borrowing alternately of each other that forms the principal object, and as they pay as well as receive a great part of the interest among themselves, it is nearly the same thing. Both cases considered at once, whether it is more or less. The stockholders are occasionally depositors and sometimes borrowers of the bank. They pay interest for what they borrow, and receive none for what they deposit, and were a stockholder to keep a nice account of the interest he pays for the one and loses on the other, he would find, at the year's end, that 10% on his stock would probably not be more than common interest on the whole, if so much. As to the committee complaining that foreigners by vesting their money in the bank will draw large sums from us for interest, it is like a miller complaining, in a dry season, that so much water runs into his dam and some of it runs over. Could those foreigners draw this interest without putting in any capital, the complaint would be well founded, but as they must first put money in before they can draw any out, as they must draw many years before they can draw even the numerical sum they put in at first, the effect for at least 20 years to come will be directly contrary to what the committee states, because we draw capital from them and they only interest from us, and as we shall have the use of the money all the while it remains with us, the advantage will always be in our favor. In framing this part of the report, the committee must have forgotten which side of the Atlantic they were on, for the case would be as they stated if we put money into their bank instead of their putting it into ours. I proceed to the third and last subject, that of paper money. I remember a German farmer expressing as much in a few words as the whole subject requires. Money is money, and paper is paper. All the invention of man cannot make them otherwise. The alchemist may cease his labors, and the hunter after the philosopher's stone go to rest, if paper can be metamorphosed into gold and silver, or made to answer the same purpose in all cases. Gold and silver are the emissions of nature, paper is the emission of art. The value of gold and silver is ascertained by the quantity which nature has made in the earth. We cannot make that quantity more or less than it is, and therefore the value being dependent upon the quantity, depends not on man. Man has no share in making gold or silver. All that his labors and ingenuity can accomplish is, to collect it from the mine, refine it for use and give it an impression, or stamp it into coin. Its being stamped into coin adds considerably to its convenience but nothing to its value. It has then no more value than it had before. Its value is not in the impression but in itself. Take away the impression and still the same value remains. Alter it as you will, or expose it to any misfortune that can happen, still the value is not diminished. It has a capacity to resist the accidents that destroy other things. It has, therefore, all the requisite qualities that money can have, and is a fit material to make money of, and nothing which has not all those properties can be fit for the purpose of money. Paper, considered as a material whereof to make money, has none of the requisite qualities in it. It is too plentiful, and too easily come at. It can be had anywhere, and for a trifle. There are two ways in which I shall consider paper. The only proper use for paper, in the room of money, is to write promissory notes and obligations of payment in specie upon a piece of paper, thus written and signed, is worth the sum it is given for, if the person who gives it is able to pay it, because in this case, the law will oblige him. But if he is worth nothing, the paper note is worth nothing. The value, therefore, of such a note, is not in the note itself, for that is but paper and promise, but in the man who is obliged to redeem it with gold or silver. Paper, circulating in this manner, and for this purpose, continually points to the place and person where, and of whom, the money is to be had, and at last finds its home, and, as it were, unlocks its master's chest and pays the bearer. But when an assembly undertake to issue paper as money, the whole system of safety and certainty is overturned, and property set afloat. Paper notes given and taken between individuals as a promise of payment is one thing, but paper issued by an assembly as money is another thing. It is like putting an apparition in the place of a man. It vanishes with looking at it, and nothing remains but the air. Money, when considered as the fruit of many years' industry, as the reward of labor, sweat and toil, as the widow's dowry and children's portion, and as the means of procuring the necessaries and alleviating the afflictions of life, and making old age a scene of rest, has something in it sacred that is not to be sported with, or trusted to the airy bubble of paper currency. By what power or authority an assembly undertakes to make paper money, is difficult to say. It derives none from the Constitution, for that is silent on the subject. It is one of those things which the people have not delegated, and which, were they at any time assembled together, they would not delegate. It is, therefore, an assumption of power, which an assembly is not warranted in, and which may, one day or other, be the means of bringing some of them to punishment. I shall enumerate some of the evils of paper money and conclude with offering means for preventing them. One of the evils of paper money is, that it turns the whole country into stock jobbers. The precariousness of its value and the uncertainty of its fate continually operate, night and day, to produce this destructive effect. Having no real value in itself, it depends for support upon accident, caprice, and party, and as it is the interest of some to depreciate, and of others to raise its value, there is a continual invention going on that destroys the morals of the country. It was horrid to see, and hurtful to recollect, how loose the principles of justice were left, by means of the paper emissions during the war. The experience then had, should be a warning to any assembly how they venture to open such a dangerous door again. As to the romantic, if not hypocritical, tale that a virtuous people need no gold and silver, and that paper will do as well, it requires no other contradiction than the experience we have seen. Though some well-meaning people may be inclined to view it in this light, it is certain that the sharper always talks this language. There are a set of men who go about making purchases upon credit, and buying estates they have not wherewithal to pay for, and having done this, their next step is to fill the newspapers with paragraphs of the scarcity of money and the necessity of a paper emission, then to have a legal tender under the pretense of supporting its credit, and when out, to depreciate it as fast as they can, get a deal of it for a little price, and cheat their creditors, and this is the concise history of paper money schemes. But why, since the universal custom of the world has established money as the most convenient medium of traffic and commerce, should paper be set up in preference to gold and silver? The productions of nature are surely as innocent as those of art, and in the case of money, are abundantly, if not infinitely, more so. The love of gold and silver may produce covetousness, but covetousness, when not connected with dishonesty, is not properly a vice. It is frugality run to an extreme. But the evils of paper money have no end. Its uncertain and fluctuating value is continually awakening or creating new schemes of deceit. Every principle of justice is put to the rack, and the bond of society dissolved. The suppression, therefore, of paper money might very properly have been put into the act for preventing vice and immorality. The pretense for paper money has been, that there was not a sufficiency of gold and silver. This, so far from being a reason for paper emissions, is a reason against them. As gold and silver are not the productions of North America, they are, therefore, articles of importation, and if we set up a paper manufactory of money it amounts, as far as it is able, to prevent the importation of hard money, or to send it out again as fast it comes in, and by following this practice we shall continually banish the specie, till we have none left, and be continually complaining of the grievance instead of remedying the cause. Considering gold and silver as articles of importation, there will in time, unless we prevent it by paper emissions, be as much in the country as the occasions of it require. For the same reasons there are as much of other imported articles. But as every yard of cloth manufactured in the country occasions a yard the less to be imported, so it is by money, with this difference, that in the one case we manufacture the thing itself and in the other we do not. We have cloth for cloth, but we have only paper dollars for silver ones. As to the assumed authority of any assembly in making paper money, or paper of any kind, a legal tender, or in other language, a compulsive payment, it is a most presumptuous attempt at arbitrary power. There can be no such power in a republican government. The people have no freedom, and property no security where this practice can be acted, and the committee who shall bring in a report for this purpose, or the member who moves for it, and he who seconds it merits impeachment, and sooner or later may expect it. Of all the various sorts of base coin, paper money is the basest. It has the least intrinsic value of anything that can be put in the place of gold and silver. A hobnail or a piece of wampum far exceeds it, and there would be more propriety in making those articles a legal tender than to make paper so. Most of the advocates for tender laws are those who have debts to discharge, and who take refuge in such a law, to violate their contracts and cheat their creditors. But as no law can warrant the doing an unlawful act, therefore the proper mode of proceeding, should any such laws be enacted in future, will be to impeach and execute the members who moved for and seconded such a bill, and put the debtor and the creditor in the same situation they were in, with respect to each other, before such a law was passed. Men ought to be made to tremble at the idea of such a barefaced act of injustice. It is in vain to talk of restoring credit, or complain that money cannot be borrowed at legal interest. until every idea of tender laws is totally and publicly reprobated and extirpated from among us. As to paper money, in any light it can be viewed, it is at best a bubble. Considered as property, it is inconsistent to suppose that the breath of an assembly, whose authority expires with the year, can give to paper the value and duration of gold. They cannot even engage that the next assembly shall receive it in taxes. And by the precedent, for authority there is none, that one assembly makes paper money, another may do the same, until confidence and credit are totally expelled, and all the evils of depreciation acted over again. The amount, therefore, of paper money is this, that it is the illegitimate offspring of assemblies, and when their year expires, they leave a vagrant on the hands of the public. Having now gone through the three subjects proposed in the title to this work, I shall conclude with offering some thoughts on the present affairs of the state. My idea of a single legislature was always founded on a hope that whatever personal parties there might be in the state, they would all unite and agree in the general principles of good government, that these party differences would be dropped at the threshold of the state house, and that the public good, or the good of the whole, would be the governing principle of the legislature within it. Party dispute, taken on this ground, would only be who should have the honor of making the laws, not what the laws should be. But when party operates to produce party laws, a single house is a single person, and subject to the haste, rashness, and passion of individual sovereignty. At least, it is an aristocracy. The form of the present constitution is now made to trample on its principles, and the constitutional members are anti-constitutional legislators. They are fond of supporting the form for the sake of the power, and they dethrone the principle to display the scepter. The attack of the late assembly on the bank discovers such a want of moderation and prudence, of impartiality and equity, of fair and candid inquiry and investigation, of deliberate and unbiased judgment, and such a rashness of thinking and vengeance of power, as is inconsistent with the safety of the republic. It was judging without hearing, and executing without trial. By such rash, injudicious and violent proceedings, the interest of the state is weakened, its prosperity diminished, and its commerce and its specie banished to other places. Suppose the bank had not been in an immediate condition to have stood such a sudden attack, what a scene of instant distress would the rashness of that assembly have brought upon the city and state. The holders of banknotes, whoever they might be, would have been thrown into the utmost confusion and difficulties. It is no apology to say the House never thought of this, for it was their duty to have thought of everything. But by the prudent and provident management of the bank, though unsuspicious of the attack, it was enabled to stand the run upon it, without stopping payment a moment, and to prevent the evils and mischiefs taking place which the rashness of the assembly had a direct tendency to bring on, a trial that scarcely a bank in Europe, under a similar circumstance, could have withstood. I cannot see reason sufficient to believe that the hope of the House to put down the bank was placed on the withdrawing the charter, so much as on the expectation of producing a bankruptcy of the bank, by starting a run upon it. If this was any part of their project, it was a very wicked one, because hundreds might have been ruined to gratify a party spleen. But this not being the case, what has the attack amounted to, but to expose the weakness and rashness, the want of judgment as well as justice, of those who made it, and to confirm the credit of the bank more substantially than it was before? The attack, it is true, has had one effect, which is not in the power of the assembly to remedy. It has banished many thousand hard dollars from the state. By means of the bank, Pennsylvania had the use of a great deal of hard money belonging to citizens of other states, and that without any interest, for it lay here in the nature of deposit, the depositors taking banknotes in its stead. But the alarm called those notes in, and the owners drew out their cash. The banishing the specie served to make room for the paper money of the assembly. And we have now paper dollars where we might have had silver ones. So that the effect of the paper money has been to make less money in the state than there was before. Paper money is like dram drinking, it relieves for a moment by deceitful sensation, but gradually diminishes the natural heat, and leaves the body worse than it found it. Were not this the case, and could money be made of paper at pleasure, every sovereign in Europe would be as rich as he pleased. But the truth is, that it is a bubble and a attempt vanity. Nature has provided the proper materials for money, gold, and silver, and any attempt of ours to rival her is ridiculous. But to conclude, if the public will permit the opinion of a friend who is attached to no party, and under obligation to none, nor at variance with any, and who through a long habit of acquaintance with them has never deceived them, that opinion shall be freely given. The bank is an institution capable of being made exceedingly beneficial to the state, not only as a means of extending and facilitating its commerce, but as a means of increasing the quantity of hard money in the state. The assembly's paper money serves directly to banish or crowd out the hard, because it is issued as money and put in the place of hard money. But banknotes are of a very different kind, and produce a contrary effect. They are promissory notes payable on demand, and may be taken to the bank and exchanged for gold or silver without the least ceremony or difficulty. The bank, therefore, is obliged to keep a constant stock of hard money sufficient for this purpose, which is what the assembly neither does, nor can do by their paper. Because the quantity of hard money collected by taxes into the treasury is trifling, compared with the quantity that circulates in trade and through the bank. The method, therefore, to increase the quantity of hard money would be to combine the security of the government and the bank into one, and instead of issuing paper money that serves to banish the specie, to borrow the sum wanted of the bank in bank notes, on the condition of the bank exchanging those notes at stated periods and quantities, with hard money. Paper issued in this manner, and directed to this end, would, instead of banishing, work itself into gold and silver, because it will then be both the advantage and duty of the bank and of all the mercantile interests connected with it, to procure and import gold and silver from any part of the world, to give in exchange for the notes. The English bank is restricted to the dealing in no other articles of importation than gold and silver, and we may make the same use of our bank if we proceed properly with it. Those notes will then have a double security, that of the government and that of the bank, and they will not be issued as money, but as hostages to be exchanged for hard money, and will, therefore, work the contrary way to what the paper of the assembly, uncombined with the security of the bank, produces, and the interest allowed the bank, will be saved to the government, by a saving of the expenses and charge attending paper emissions. It is, as I have already observed in the course of this work, the harmony of all the parts of a republic that constitutes their several and mutual good. A government that is constructed only to govern, is not a republican government. It is combining authority with usefulness, that in a great measure distinguishes the republican system from others. Paper money appears, at first sight, to be a great saving, or rather that it costs nothing. But it is the dearest money there is. The ease with which it is emitted by an assembly at first, serves as a trap to catch people in at last. It operates as an anticipation of the next year's taxes. If the money depreciates, after it is out, it then, as I have already remarked, has the effect of fluctuating stock, and the people become stock jobbers to throw the loss on each other. If it does not depreciate, it is then to be sunk by taxes at the price of hard money. Because the same quantity of produce, or goods, that would procure a paper dollar to pay taxes with, would procure a silver one for the same purpose. Therefore, in any case, of paper money, it is dearer to the country than hard money, by all the expense which the paper, printing, signing, and other attendant charges come to, and at last goes into the fire. Suppose $100,000 in paper money to be emitted every year by the assembly, and the same sum to be sunk every year by taxes, there will then be no more than $100,000 out at any one time. If the expense of paper and printing, and of persons to attend the press while the sheets are striking off, signers, etc., be 5%, it is evident that in the course of 20 years emissions, the $100,000 will cost the country $200,000. Because the paper makers and printers' bills, and the expense of supervisors and signers, and other attendant charges, will in that time amount to as much as the money amounts to, for the successive emissions are but a recoinage of the same sum. But gold and silver require to be coined but once, and will last an 100 years. Better than paper will 1 year, and at the end of that time be still gold and silver. Therefore, the saving to government, in combining its aid and security with that of the bank in procuring hard money, will be an advantage to both, and to the whole community. The case to be provided against, after this, will be, that the government do not borrow too much of the bank, nor the bank lend more notes than it can redeem, and, therefore, should anything of this kind be undertaken, the best way will be to begin with a moderate sum, and observe the effect of it. The interest given the bank operates as a bounty on the importation of hard money, and which may not be more than the money expended in making paper emissions. But nothing of this kind, nor any other public undertaking, that requires security and duration beyond a year, can be gone upon under the present mode of conducting government. The late assembly, by assuming a sovereign power over every act and matter done by the state in former assemblies, and thereby setting up a precedent of overhauling and overturning, as the accident of elections shall happen or party prevail, have rendered government incompetent to all the great objects of the state. They have eventually reduced the public to an annual body like themselves, whereas the public are a standing, permanent body, holding annual elections. There are several great improvements and undertakings, such as inland navigation, building bridges, opening roads of communication through the state, and other matters of a public benefit, that might be gone upon, but which now cannot, until this governmental error or defect is remedied. The faith of government, under the present mode of conducting it, cannot be relied on. Individuals will not venture their money in undertakings of this kind, on an act that may be made by one assembly and broken by another. When a man can say that he cannot trust the government, the importance and dignity of the public is diminished, sapped, and undermined, and, therefore, it becomes the public to restore their own honor by setting these matters to rights. Perhaps this cannot be effectually done until the time of the next convention, when the principles, on which they are to be regulated and fixed, may be made a part of the Constitution. In the meantime the public may keep their affairs in sufficient good order, by substituting prudence in the place of authority, and electing men into the government, who will at once throw aside the narrow prejudices of party, and make the good of the whole the ruling object of their conduct. And with this hope, and a sincere wish for their prosperity, I close my book. 11. The Rights of Man. 1791-2. In this his largest and most important work Paine spells out the principles of his radical liberal faith. Part 1, dedicated to George Washington, is a point-by-point rebuttal of Edmund Burke's Reflections on the Revolution in France 1790. Shortly after its publication in London in February 1791, Part 1 was translated into French and also published in America with an accompanying letter from Jefferson, hailing once again the standard of common sense. President Andrew Jackson would later claim that the rights of man would be more enduring than all the piles of marble and granite man can erect. Along with excerpts from Part 1, the text here includes chapters from Part 2, published in February 1792, dedicated to Lafayette. Part 2 of the Rights of Man is said to have sold nearly 1.5 million copies during Paine's lifetime. Part 2 contains Paine's most progressive social programs. Shortly after its publication Paine fled Britain for France. 3 months later he was found guilty of seditious libel for having written The Rights of Man. Paine never returned to Britain. Part 1. Among the incivilities by which nations or individuals provoke and irritate each other, Mr. Burke's pamphlet on the French Revolution is an extraordinary instance. Neither the people of France, nor the National Assembly, were troubling themselves about the affairs of England, or the English Parliament, and why Mr. Burke should commence an unprovoked attack upon them, both in Parliament and in public, is a conduct that cannot be pardoned on the score of manners, nor justified on that of policy. There is scarcely an epithet of abuse to be found in the English language, with which Mr. Burke has not loaded the French nation and the National Assembly. Everything which rancor, prejudice, ignorance, or knowledge could suggest, are poured forth in the copious fury of near 400 pages. In the strain and on the plan Mr. Burke was writing, he might have written onto as many thousands. When the tongue or the pen is let loose in a frenzy of passion, it is the man, and not the subject, that becomes exhausted. Hitherto Mr. Burke has been mistaken and disappointed in the opinions he had formed of the affairs of France, but such is the ingenuity of his hope, or the malignancy of his despair, that it furnishes him with new pretenses to go on. There was a time when it was impossible to make Mr. Burke believe there would be any revolution in France. His opinion then was, that the French had neither spirit to undertake it, nor fortitude to support it, and now that there is one, he seeks an escape, by condemning it. Not sufficiently content with abusing the National Assembly, the great part of his work is taken up with abusing Dr. Price, one of the best-hearted men that lives, and the two societies in England known by the name of the Revolution Society, and the Society for Constitutional Information. Dr. Price had preached a sermon on the 4th of November 1789, being the anniversary of what is called in England, the Revolution which took place 1688. Mr. Burke, speaking of this sermon, says, the political divine proceeds dogmatically to assert that, by the principles of the Revolution, the people of England have acquired 3 fundamental rights. 1. To choose our own governors. 2. To cashier them for misconduct. 3. To frame a government for ourselves. Dr. Price does not say that the right to do these things exists in this or in that person, or in this or in that description of persons, but that it exists in the whole, that it is a right resident in the nation. Mr. Burke, on the contrary, denies that such a right exists in the nation, either in whole or in part, or that it exists anywhere, and, what is still more strange and marvelous, he says, that the people of England utterly disclaim such a right, and that they will resist the practical assertion of it with their lives and fortunes. That men should take up arms, and spend their lives and fortunes, not to maintain their rights, but to maintain they have not rights, is an entirely new species of discovery, and suited to the paradoxical genius of Mr. Burke. The method which Mr. Burke takes to prove that the people of England have no such rights, and that such rights do not now exist in the nation, either in whole or in part, or anywhere at all, is of the same marvelous and monstrous kind with what he has already said, for his arguments are, that the persons, or the generation of persons, in whom they did exist, are dead, and with them the right is dead also. To prove this, he quotes a declaration made by Parliament about 100 years ago, to William and Mary, in these words: the Lords spiritual and temporal, and commons, do, in the name of the people aforesaid, meaning the people of England and living, most humbly and faithfully submit themselves, their heirs and posterities, forever. He also quotes a clause of another act of Parliament made in the same reign, the terms of which, he says, bind us, meaning the people of that day, our heirs, and our posterity, to them. Their heirs and posterity, to the end of time. Mr. Burke conceives his point sufficiently established by producing those clauses, which he enforces by saying that they exclude the right of the nation forever. And not yet content with making such declarations, repeated over and over again, he farther says, that if the people of England possessed such a right before the Revolution, which he acknowledges to have been the case, not only in England, but throughout Europe, at an early period, yet that the English nation did, at the time of the Revolution, most solemnly renounce and abdicate it, for themselves and for all their posterity, forever. As Mr. Burke occasionally applies the poison drawn from his horrid principles, not only to the English nation, but to the French Revolution and the National Assembly, and charges that august, illuminated and illuminating body of men with the epithet of usurpers, I shall, sans ceremony, place another system of principles in opposition to his. The English Parliament of 1688 did a certain thing, which, for themselves and their constituents, they had a right to do, and which it appeared right should be done, but, in addition to this right, which they possessed by delegation, they set up another right by assumption, that of binding and controlling posterity to the end of time. The case, therefore, divides itself into two parts, the right which they possessed by delegation, and the right which they set up by assumption. The first is admitted, but, with respect to the second, I reply, there never did, there never will, and there never can exist a parliament, or any description of men, or any generation of men, in any country, possessed of the right or the power of binding and controlling posterity to the end of time, or of commanding forever how the world shall be governed, or who shall govern it, and therefore, all such clauses, acts, or declarations, by which the makers of them attempt to do what they have neither the right nor the power to do, nor the power to execute, are in themselves null and void. Every age and generation must be as free to act for itself, in all cases, as the ages and generations which preceded it. The vanity and presumption of governing beyond the grave is the most ridiculous and insolent of all tyrannies. Man has no property in man, neither has any generation of property in the generations which are to follow. The Parliament or the people of 1688, or of any other period, has no more right to dispose of the people of the present day, or to bind or to control them in any shape whatever, than the Parliament or the people of the present day have to dispose of, bind, or control those who are to live 100 or 1,000 years hence. Every generation is, and must be, competent to all the purposes which its occasions require. It is the living, and not the dead, that are to be accommodated. When man ceases to be, his power and his wants cease with him, and having no longer any participation in the concerns of this world, he has no longer any authority in directing who shall be its governors, or how its government shall be organized, or how administered. I am not contending for nor against any form of government, nor for nor against any party here or elsewhere. That which a whole nation chooses to do, it has a right to do. Mr. Burke says, no. Where then does the right exist? I am contending for the rights of the living, and against their being willed away, and controlled and contracted for, by the manuscript assumed authority of the dead, and Mr. Burke is contending for the authority of the dead over the rights and freedom of the living. There was a time when kings disposed of their crowns by will upon their deathbeds, and consigned the people, like beasts of the field, to whatever successor they appointed. This is now so exploded as scarcely to be remembered, and so monstrous as hardly to be believed, but the parliamentary clauses upon which Mr. Burke builds his political church are of the same nature. The laws of every country must be analogous to some common principle. In England, no parent or master, nor all the authority of Parliament, omnipotent as it has called itself, can bind or control the personal freedom even of an individual beyond the age of 21 years. On what ground of right, then, could the Parliament of 1688, or any other Parliament, bind all posterity forever? Those who have quitted the world, and those who are not yet arrived at it, are as remote from each other as the utmost stretch of mortal imagination can conceive. What possible obligation, then, can exist between them? What rule or principle can be laid down, that of two non-entities, the one out of existence, and the other not in, and who never can meet in this world, the one should control the other to the end of time? In England, it is said that money cannot be taken out of the pockets of the people without their consent, but who authorized, or who could authorize the Parliament of 1688 to control and take away the freedom of posterity, who were not in existence, to give or to withhold their consent, and limit and confine their right of acting in certain cases forever? A greater absurdity cannot present itself to the understanding of man, than what M.R. Burke offers to his readers. He tells them, and he tells the world to come, that a certain body of men, who existed 100 years ago, made a law, and that there does not now exist in the nation, nor ever will, nor ever can, a power to alter it. Under how many subtleties, or absurdities, has the divine right to govern been imposed on the credulity of mankind? Mr. Burke has discovered a new one, and he has shortened his journey to Rome, by appealing to the power of this infallible Parliament of former days, and he produces what it has done, as of divine authority, for that power must certainly be more than human, which no human power to the end of time can alter. But Mr. Burke has done some service, not to his cause, but to his country, by bringing those clauses into public view. They serve to demonstrate how necessary it is at all times to watch against the attempted encroachment of power, and to prevent its running to excess. It is somewhat extraordinary, that the offense for which James II was expelled, that of setting up power by assumption, should be reacted, under another shape and form, by the Parliament that expelled him. It shows, that the rights of man were but imperfectly understood at the Revolution, for, certain it is, that the right which that Parliament set up by assumption, for by delegation it had it not, and could not have it, because none could give it, over the persons and freedom of posterity forever, was of the same tyrannical unfounded kind which James attempted to set up over the Parliament and the nation, and for which he was expelled. The only difference is, for in principle they differ not, that the one was an usurper over the living, and the other over the unborn, and as the one has no better authority to stand upon than the other, both of them must be equally null and void, and of no effect. From what, or from whence, does Mr. Burke prove the right of any human power to bind posterity forever? He has produced his clauses, but he must produce also his proofs that such a right existed, and show how it existed. If it ever existed, it must now exist, for whatever appertains to the nature of man cannot be annihilated by man. It is the nature of man to die, and he will continue to die as long as he continues to be born. But Mr. Burke has set up a sort of political atom, in whom all posterity are bound for ever. He must therefore prove that his atom possessed such a power, or such a right. The weaker any court is, the less will it bear to be stretched, and the worse is the policy to stretch it, unless it is intended to break it. Had anyone purposed the overthrow of Mr. Burke's positions, he would have proceeded as Mr. Burke has done. He would have magnified the authorities, on purpose to have called the right of them into question, and the instant the question of right was started, the authorities must have been given up. It requires but a very small glance of thought to perceive, that although laws made in one generation often continue in force through succeeding generations, yet that they continue to derive their force from the consent of the living. A law not repealed continues in force, not because it cannot be repealed, but because it is not repealed, and the non-repealing passes for consent. But Mr. Burke's clauses have not even this qualification in their favor. They become null, by attempting to become immortal. The nature of them precludes consent. They destroy the right which they might have, by grounding it on a right which they cannot have. Immortal power is not a human right, and therefore cannot be a right of Parliament. The Parliament of 1688 might as well have passed an act to have authorized themselves to have forever, as to make their authority live forever. All therefore that can be said of those clauses is, that they are a formality of words, of as much import, as if those who used them had addressed a congratulation to themselves, and, in the Oriental style of antiquity, had said, O Parliament, live forever. The circumstances of the world are continually changing, and the opinions of men change also, and as government is for the living, and not for the dead, it is the living only that has any right in it. That which may be thought right and found convenient in one age, may be thought wrong and found inconvenient in another. In such cases, who is to decide, the living, or the dead? As almost 100 pages of Mr. Burke's book are employed upon these clauses, it will consequently follow, that if the clauses themselves, so far as they set up and assumed, usurp dominion over posterity forever, are unauthoritative, and in their nature null and void, that all his voluminous inferences and declamation drawn therefrom, or founded thereon, are null and void also, and on this ground I rest the matter. We now come more particularly to the affairs of France. Mr. Burke's book has the appearance of being written as instruction to the French nation, but if I may permit myself the use of an extravagant metaphor, suited to the extravagance of the case, it is darkness attempting to illuminate light. While I am writing this, there are accidentally before me some proposals for a declaration of rights by the Marquis de Lafayette. I ask his pardon for using his former address, and do it only for distinction's sake, to the National Assembly, on the nth of July 1789, 3 days before the taking of the Bastille. And I cannot but remark with astonishment how opposite the sources are from which that gentleman and Mr. Burke draw their principles. Instead of referring to musty records and moldy parchments to prove that the rights of the living are lost, renounced, and abdicated forever, by those who are now no more, as Mr. Burke has done, M. de Lafayette applies to the living world, and emphatically says, call to mind the sentiments which nature has engraved in the heart of every citizen, and which take a new force when they are solemnly recognized by all. For a nation to love liberty, it is sufficient that she knows it, and to be free, it is sufficient that she wills it. How dry, barren, and obscure is the source from which Mr. Burke labors, and how ineffectual, though gay with flowers, are all his declamation and his arguments, compared with these clear, concise, and soul animating sentiments. Few and short as they are, they lead onto a vast field of generous and manly thinking, and do not finish, like Mr. Burke's periods, with music in the ear, and nothing in the heart. As I have introduced M. de Lafayette, I will take the liberty of adding an anecdote respecting his farewell address to the Congress of America in 1783, and which occurred fresh to my mind when I saw Mr. Burke's thundering attack on the French Revolution. M. de Lafayette went to America at an early period of the war, and continued to volunteer in her service to the end. His conduct through the whole of that enterprise is one of the most extraordinary that is to be found in the history of a young man, scarcely then 20 years of age, situated in a country that was like the lap of sensual pleasure, and with the means of enjoying it. How few are there to be found who would exchange such a scene for the woods and wildernesses of America, and pass the flowery years of youth in unprofitable danger and hardship. But such is the fact. When the war ended, and he was on the point of taking his final departure, he presented himself to Congress, and contemplating, in his affectionate farewell, the revolution he had seen, expressed himself in these words: May this great monument, raised to liberty, serve as a lesson to the oppressor, and an example to the oppressed. When this address came to the hands of Dr. Franklin, who was then in France, he applied to Count Vergennes to have it inserted in the French Gazette, but never could obtain his consent. The fact was, that Count Vergennes was an aristocratical despot at home, and dreaded the example of the American Revolution in France, as certain other persons now dread the example of the French Revolution in England, and Mr. Burke's tribute of fear, for in this light his book must be considered, runs parallel with Count Vergennes' refusal. But, to return more particularly to his work, we have seen, says Mr. Burke, the French rebel against a mild and lawful monarch, with more fury, outrage, and insult, than any people has been known to rise against the most illegal usurper, or the most sanguinary tyrant. This is one among 1,000 other instances, in which M.R. Burke shows that he is ignorant of the springs and principles of the French Revolution. It was not against Louis XV, but against the despotic principles of the government, that the nation revolted. These principles had not their origin in him, but in the original establishment, many centuries back, and they were become too deeply rooted to be removed, and the Augean stable of parasites and plunderers too abominably filthy to be cleansed, by anything short of a complete and universal revolution. When it becomes necessary to do a thing, the whole heart and soul should go into the measure, or not attempt it. That crisis was then arrived, and there remained no choice but to act with determined vigor, or not to act at all. The king was known to be the friend of the nation, and this circumstance was favorable to the enterprise. Perhaps no man bred up in the style of an absolute king ever possessed a heart so little disposed to the exercise of that species of power as the present king of France. But the principles of the government itself still remained the same. The monarch and the monarchy were distinct. and separate things, and it was against the established despotism of the latter, and not against the person or principles of the former, that the revolt commenced, and the revolution has been carried. Mr. Burke does not attend to the distinction between men and principles, and, therefore, he does not see that a revolt may take place against the despotism of the latter, while there lies no charge of despotism against the former. The natural moderation of Louis XVI contributed nothing to alter the hereditary despotism of the monarchy. All the tyrannies of former reigns, acted under that hereditary despotism, were still liable to be revived in the hands of a successor. It was not the respite of a reign that would satisfy France, enlightened as she was then become. A casual discontinuance of the practice of despotism is not a discontinuance of its principles. The former depends on the virtue of the individual who is in immediate possession of the power, the latter, on the virtue and fortitude of the nation. In the case of Charles I and James II of England, the revolt was against the personal despotism of the men, whereas in France, it was against the hereditary despotism of the established government. But men who can consign over the rights of posterity forever on the authority of a moldy parchment, like Mr. Burke, are not qualified to judge of this revolution. It takes in a field too vast for their views to explore, and proceeds with a mightiness of reason they cannot keep pace with. But there are many points of view in which this revolution may be considered. When despotism has established itself for ages in a country, as in France, it is not in the person of the king only that it resides. It has the appearance of being so in show, and in nominal authority, but it is not so in practice, and in fact, it has its standard everywhere. Every office and department has its despotism, founded upon custom and usage. Every place has its Bastille, and every Bastille its despot. The original hereditary despotism, resident in the person of the king, divides and subdivides itself into 1,000 shapes and forms, till at last the whole of it is acted by deputation. This was the case in France. And against this species of despotism, proceeding on through an endless labyrinth of office till the source of it is scarcely perceptible, there is no mode of redress. It strengthens itself by assuming the appearance of duty, and tyrannizes under the pretense of obeying. When a man reflects on the condition which France was in from the nature of her government, he will see other causes for revolt than those which immediately connect themselves with the person or character of Louis XVI. There were, if I may so express it, 1,000 despotisms to be reformed in France, which had grown up under the hereditary despotism of the monarchy, and became so rooted as to be in a great measure independent of it. Between the monarchy, the parliament, and the church, there was a rivalship of despotism, besides the feudal despotism operating locally, and the ministerial despotism operating everywhere. But Mr. Burke, by considering the king as the only possible object of a revolt, speaks as if France was a village, in which everything that passed must be known to its commanding officer, and no oppression could be acted but what he could immediately control. Mr. Burke might have been in the Bastille his whole life, as well under Louis XVI as Louis XIV, and neither the one nor the other have known that such a man as Mr. Burke existed. The despotic principles of the government were the same in both reigns, though the dispositions of the men were as remote as tyranny and benevolence. What Mr. Burke considers as a reproach to the French Revolution, that of bringing it forward under a reign more mild than the preceding ones, is one of its highest honors. The revolutions that have taken place in other European countries have been excited by personal hatred. The rage was against the man, and he became the victim. But, in the instance of France, we see a revolution generated in the rational contemplation of the rights of man, and distinguishing from the beginning between persons and principles. But Mr. Burke appears to have no idea of principles, when he is contemplating governments. 10 years ago, says he, I could have felicitated France on her having a government, without inquiring what the nature of that government was, or how it was administered. Is this the language of a rational man? Is it the language of a heart feeling, as it ought to feel for the rights and happiness of the human race? On this ground, M.R. Burke must compliment all the governments in the world, while the victims who suffer under them, whether sold into slavery, or tortured out of existence, are wholly forgotten. It is power, and not principles, that Mr. Burke venerates, and under this abominable depravity, he is disqualified to judge between them. Thus much for his opinion as to the occasions of the French Revolution. I now proceed to other considerations. I know a place in America called Point No Point, because as you proceed along the shore, gay and flowery as Mr. Burke's language, it continually recedes and presents itself at a distance before you, but when you have got as far as you can go, there is no point at all. Just thus it is with Mr. Burke's 356 pages. It is, therefore, difficult to reply to him. But as the points he wishes to establish may be inferred from what he abuses, it is in his paradoxes that we must look for his arguments. As the tragic paintings by which Mr. Burke has outraged his own imagination, and seeks to work upon that of his readers, they are very well calculated for theatrical representation, where facts are manufactured for the sake of show, and accommodated to produce, through the weakness of sympathy, a weeping effect. But Mr. Burke should recollect that he is writing history, and not plays, and that his readers will expect truth, and not the spouting rant of high-toned exclamation. When we see a man dramatically lamenting in a publication intended to be believed, that the age of chivalry is gone, be that the glory of Europe is extinguished forever, be that the unbought grace of life, if anyone knows what it is, the chief defenses of nations, the nurse of manly sentiment and heroic enterprise, is gone, and all this, because the Quixote age of chivalry nonsense is gone, what opinion can we form of his judgment, or what regard can we pay to his facts? In the rhapsody of his imagination, he had discovered a world of windmills, and his sorrows are, that there are no Quixotes to attack them. But if the age of aristocracy, like that of chivalry, should fall, and they had originally some connection, Mr. Burke, the trumpeter of the order, may continue his parody to the end, and finish with exclaiming, Othello's occupation's gone. Notwithstanding Mr. Burke's horrid paintings, when the French Revolution is compared with the revolutions of other countries, the astonishment will be, that it is marked with so few sacrifices, but this astonishment will cease when we reflect that principles, and not persons, were the meditated objects of destruction. The mind of the nation was acted upon by a higher stimulus than what the consideration of persons could inspire, and sought a higher conquest than could be produced by the downfall of an enemy. Among the few who fell, there do not appear to be any that were intentionally singled out. They all of them had their fate in the circumstances of the moment, and were not pursued with that long, cold-blooded, unabated revenge which pursued the unfortunate Scotch in the affair of 1745. Through the whole of Mr. Burke's book I do not observe that the Bastille is mentioned more than once, and that with a kind of implication as if he were sorry it was pulled down, and wished it were built up again. We have rebuilt Newgate, says he, and tenanted the mansion, and we have prisons almost as strong as the Bastille for those who dare to libel the queens of France. One as to what a madman, like the person called Lord Gigi might say, and to whom Newgate is rather a bedlam than a prison, it is unworthy of rational consideration. It was a madman that libelled, and that is sufficient apology, and it afforded an opportunity for confining him, which was the thing that was wished for, but certain it is that Mr. Burke, who does not call himself a madman, whatever other people may do, has libelled, in the most unprovoked manner, and in the grossest style of the most vulgar abuse, the whole representative authority of France. And yet Mr. Burke takes his seat in the British House of Commons. From his violence, and his grief, his silence on some points, and his excess on others, it is difficult not to believe that Mr. Burke is sorry, extremely sorry, that arbitrary power, the power of the Pope, and the Bastille, are pulled down. Not one glance of compassion, not one commiserating reflection, that I can find, throughout his book, has he bestowed on those who lingered out the most wretched of lives, a life without hope, in the most miserable of prisons. It is painful to behold a man employing his talents to corrupt himself. Nature has been kinder to Mr. Burke than he is to her. He is not affected by the reality of distress touching his heart, but by the showy resemblance of it striking his imagination. He pities the plumage, but forgets the dying bird. Accustomed to kiss the aristocratical hand that hath purloined him from himself, he degenerates into a composition of art, and the genuine soul of nature forsakes him. His hero or his heroine must be a tragedy victim expiring in show, and not the real prisoner of misery, sliding into death in the silence of a dungeon. Lay then the axe to the root, and teach governments humanity. It is their sanguinary punishments which corrupt mankind. In England, the punishment in certain cases is by hanging, drawing, and quartering. The heart of the sufferer is cut out, and held up to the view of the populace. In France, under the former government, the punishments were not less barbarous. Who does not remember the execution of Damien, torn to pieces by horses? The effect of those cruel spectacles exhibited to the populace is to destroy tenderness, or excite revenge, and by the base and false idea of governing men by terror, instead of reason, they become precedents. It is over the lowest class of mankind that government by terror is intended to operate, and it is on them that it operates to the worst effect. They have sense enough to feel they are the objects aimed at, and they inflict in their turn the examples of terror they have been instructed to practice. There is in all European countries a large class of people of that description which, in England, is called the mob. Of this class were those who committed the burnings and devastations in London in 1780, and of this class were those who carried the heads upon spikes in Paris. Fallon and Berthier were taken up in the country, and sent to Paris, to undergo their examination at the Hôtel de Ville, for the National Assembly. Immediately on the new ministry coming into office, passed a decree, which they communicated to the King and Cabinet, that they, the National Assembly, would hold the ministry, of which Fallon was one, responsible for the measures they were advising and pursuing, but the mob, incensed at the appearance of Fallon and Berthier, tore them from their conductors before they were carried to the Hôtel de Ville, and executed them on the spot. Why then does Mr. Burke charge outrages of this kind on the whole people? As well may he charge the riots and outrages of 1780 on all the people of London, or those in Ireland on all his countrymen. But everything we see or hear offensive to our feelings, and derogatory to the human character, should lead to other reflections than those of reproach. Even the beings who commit them have some claim to our consideration. How then is it that such vast classes of mankind as are distinguished by the appellation of the vulgar, or the ignorant mob, are so numerous in all old countries? The instant we ask ourselves this question, reflection feels an answer. They arise, as an unavoidable consequence, out of the ill construction of all old governments in Europe, England included with the rest. It is by distortedly exalting some men, that others are distortedly debased, till the whole is out of nature. A vast mass of mankind are degradedly thrown into the background of the human picture, to bring forward with greater glare, the puppet show of state and aristocracy. In the commencement of a revolution, those men are rather the followers of the camp than of the standard of liberty, and have yet to be instructed how to reverence it. I give to Mr. Burke all his theatrical exaggerations for facts, and I then ask him, if they do not establish the certainty of what I here lay down, admitting them to be true, they show the necessity of the French Revolution, as much as any one thing he could have asserted. These outrages were not the effect of the principles of the Revolution, but of the degraded mind that existed before the Revolution, and which the Revolution is calculated to reform. Place them then to their proper cause, and take the reproach of them to your own side. It is to the honor of the National Assembly, and the city of Paris, that during such a tremendous scene of arms and confusion, beyond the control of all authority, they have been able, by the influence of example and exhortation, to restrain so much. Never were more pains taken to instruct and enlighten mankind, and to make them see that their interest consisted in their virtue, and not in their revenge, than have been displayed in the Revolution of France. Mr. Burke, with his usual outrage, abuses the Declaration of the Rights of Man, published by the National Assembly of France as the basis on which the Constitution of France is built. This he calls paltry and blurred sheets of paper about the rights of man. Does Mr. Burke mean to deny that man has any rights? If he does, then he must mean that there are no such things as rights anywhere, and that he has none himself, for who is there in the world but man? But if Mr. Burke means to admit that man has rights, the question then will be, what are those rights, and how came man by them originally? The error of those who reason by precedents drawn from antiquity, respecting the rights of man, is, that they do not go far enough into antiquity. They do not go the whole way. They stop in some of the intermediate stages of 100 or 1,000 years, and produce what was then done, as a rule for the present day. This is no authority at all. If we travel still farther into antiquity, we shall find a direct contrary opinion and practice prevailing, and if antiquity is to be authority, 1,000 such authorities may be produced, successively contradicting each other, but if we proceed on, we shall at last come out right. We shall come to the time when man came from the hand of his Maker. What was he then? Man was his high and only title, and higher cannot be given him. But of titles I shall speak hereafter. We are now got at the origin of man, and at the origin of his rights. As to the manner in which the world has been governed from that day to this, it is no further any concern of ours than to make a proper use of the errors or the improvements which the history of it presents. Those who lived 100 or 1,000 years ago were then moderns, as we are now. They had their ancients, and those ancients had others, and we also shall be ancients in our turn. If the mere name of antiquity is to govern in the affairs of life, the people who are to live 100 or 1,000 years hence may as well take us for a precedent, as we make a precedent of those who lived 100 or 1,000 years ago. The fact is, that portions of antiquity, by proving everything, establish nothing. It is authority against authority all the way, till we come to the divine origin of the rights of man at the creation. Here our inquiries find a resting place, and our reason finds a home. If a dispute about the rights of man had arisen at the distance of 100 years from the creation, it is to the source of authority they must have referred. And it is to the same source of authority that we must now refer. Though I mean not to touch upon any sectarian principle of religion, yet it may be worth observing that the genealogy of Christ is traced to Adam. Why then not trace the rights of man to the creation of man? I will answer the question. Because there have been upstart governments, thrusting themselves between, and presumptuously working to unmake man. If any generation of men ever possessed the right of dictating the mode by which the world should be governed forever, it was the first generation that existed, and if that generation did it not, no succeeding generation can show any authority for doing it, nor can set any up. The illuminating and divine principle of the equal rights of man, for it has its origin from the Maker of man, relates not only to the living individuals, but to generations of men succeeding each other. Every generation is equal in rights to the generations which preceded it, by the same rule that every individual is born equal in rights with his contemporary. Every history of the creation, and every traditionary account, whether from the lettered or unlettered world, however they may vary in their opinion or belief of certain particulars, all agree in establishing one point, the unity of man, by which I mean, that men are all of one degree, and consequently that all men are born equal, and with equal natural right, in the same manner as if posterity had been continued by creation instead of generation, the latter being only the mode by which the former is carried forward. And consequently, every child born into the world must be considered as deriving its existence from God. The world is as new to him as it was to the first man that existed, and his natural right in it is of the same kind. The Mosaic account of the creation, whether taken as divine authority, or merely historical, is full to this point, the unity or equality of man. The expressions admit of no controversy. And God said, let us make man in our own image. In the image of God created he him, male and female created he them. The distinction of sexes is pointed out, but no other distinction is even implied. If this be not divine authority, it is at least historical authority, and shows that the equality of man, so far from being a modern doctrine, is the oldest open record. It is also to be observed that all the religions known in the world are founded, so far as they relate to man, on the unity of man, as being all of one degree. Whether in heaven, or in hell, or in whatever state man may be supposed to exist hereafter, the good and the bad are the only distinctions. Nay, even the laws of governments are obliged to slide into this principle, by making degrees to consist in crimes, and not in persons. It is one of the greatest of all truths, and of the highest advantage to cultivate. By considering man in this light, and by instructing him to consider himself in this light, it places him in a close connection with all his duties, whether to his Creator, or to the creation of which he is a part, and it is only when he forgets his origin, or, to use a more fashionable phrase, his birth and family, that he becomes dissolute. It is not among the least of the evils of the present existing governments in all parts of Europe, that man, considered as man, is thrown back to a vast distance from his Maker, and the artificial chasm filled up by a succession of barriers, or sort of turnpike gates, through which he has to pass. I will quote Mr. Burke's catalogue of barriers that he has set up between man and his Maker. Putting himself in the character of a herald, he says, we fear God. We look with awe to kings, with affection to parliaments, with duty to magistrates, with reverence to priests, and with respect to nobility. Mr. Burke has forgotten to put in chivalry star. He has also forgotten to put in Peter. The duty of man is not a wilderness of turnpike gates, through which he is to pass by tickets from one to the other. It is plain and simple, and consists but of 2 points. His duty to God, which every man must feel, and with respect to his neighbor, to do as he would be done by. If those to whom power is delegated do well, they will be respected. If not, they will be despised, and with regard to those to whom no power is delegated, but who assume it, the rational world can know nothing of them. Hitherto we have spoken only, and that but in part, of the natural rights of man. We have now to consider the civil rights of man, and to show how the one originates from the other. Man did not enter into society to become worse than he was before, nor to have fewer rights than he had before, but to have those rights better secured. His natural rights are the foundation of all his civil rights. But in order to pursue this distinction with more precision, it will be necessary to mark the different qualities of natural and civil rights. A few words will explain this. Natural rights are those which appertain to man in right of his existence. Of this kind are all the intellectual rights, or rights of the mind, and also all those rights of acting as an individual for his own comfort and happiness, which are not injurious to the natural rights of others. Civil rights are those which appertain to man in right of his being a member of society. Every civil right has for its foundation some natural right pre-existing in the individual, but to the enjoyment of which his individual power is not, in all cases, sufficiently competent. Of this kind are all those which relate to security and protection. From this short review, it will be easy to distinguish between that class of natural rights which man retains after entering into society, and those which he throws into the common stock as a member of society. The natural rights which he retains are all those in which the power to execute is as perfect in the individual as the right itself. Among this class, as is before mentioned, are all the intellectual rights, or rights of the mind. Consequently, religion is one of those rights. The natural rights which are not retained are all those in which, though the right is perfect in the individual, the power to execute them is defective. They answer not his purpose. A man, by natural right, has a right to judge in his own cause, and so far as the right of mind is concerned, he never surrenders it, but what availeth it him to judge, if he has not power to redress? He therefore deposits this right in the common stock of society, and takes the arm of society, of which he is a part, in preference, and in addition to his own. Society grants him nothing. Every man is a proprietor in society, and draws on the capital as a matter of right. From these premises, 2 or 3 certain conclusions will follow. First, that every civil right grows out of a natural right, or, in other words, is a natural right exchanged. Secondly, that civil power, properly considered as such, is made up of the aggregate of that class of the natural rights of man, which becomes defective in the individual in point of power, and answers not his purpose, but when collected to a focus, becomes competent to the purpose of every one. Thirdly, that the power produced from the aggregate of natural rights, imperfect in power in the individual, cannot be applied to invade the natural rights which are retained in the individual, and in which the power to execute is as perfect as the right itself. We have now, in a few words, traced man from a natural individual to a member of society, and shown, or endeavored to show, the quality of the natural rights retained, and of those which are exchanged for civil rights. Let us now apply these principles to governments. In casting our eyes over the world, it is extremely easy to distinguish the governments which have arisen out of society, or out of the social compact, from those which have not, but to place this in a clearer light than what a single glance may afford, it will be proper to take a review of the several sources from which governments have arisen, and on which they have been founded. They may be all comprehended under three heads. First, superstition. Secondly, power. Thirdly, the common interest of society, and the common rights of man. The first was a government of priestcraft, the second of conquerors, and the third of reason. When a set of artful men pretended, through the medium of oracles, to hold intercourse with the deity, as familiarly as they now march up the back stairs in European courts, the world was completely under the government of superstition. The oracles were consulted, and whatever they were made to say, became the law, and this sort of government lasted as long as the sort of superstition lasted. After these a race of conquerors arose, whose government, like that of William the Conqueror, was founded in power, and the sword assumed the name of a scepter. Governments thus established, last as long as the power to support them lasts, but that they might avail themselves of every engine in their favor, they united fraud to force, and set up an idol which they called divine right, and which, in imitation of the Pope, who affects to be spiritual and temporal, and in contradiction to the founder of the Christian religion, twisted itself afterwards into an idol of another shape, called church and state. The key of St. Peter, and the key of the treasury, became quartered on one another, and the wondering cheated multitude worshipped the invention. When I contemplate the natural dignity of man, what I feel, for nature has not been kind enough to me to blunt my feelings, for the honor and happiness of its character, I become irritated at the attempt to govern mankind by force and fraud, as if they were all knaves and fools, and can scarcely avoid disgust at those who are thus imposed upon. We have now to review the governments which arise out of society, in contradistinction to those which arose out of superstition and conquest. It has been thought a considerable advance towards establishing the principles of freedom, to say that government is a compact between those who govern and those who are governed, but this cannot be true, because it is putting the effect before the cause, for as man must have existed before governments existed, there necessarily was a time when governments did not exist, and consequently there could originally exist no governors to form such a compact with. The fact therefore must be, that the individuals themselves, each in his own personal and sovereign right, entered into a compact with each other to produce a government, and this is the only mode in which governments have a right to arise, and the only principle on which they have a right to exist. To possess ourselves of a clear idea of what government is, or ought to be, we must trace it to its origin. In doing this, we shall easily discover that governments must have arisen, either out of the people, or over the people. Mr. Burke has made no distinction. He investigates nothing to its source, and therefore he confounds everything, but he has signified his intention of undertaking at some future opportunity a comparison between the constitutions of England and France, as he thus renders it a subject of controversy. By throwing the gauntlet, I take him up on his own ground. It is in high challenges that high truths have the right of appearing, and I accept it with the more readiness, because it affords me, at the same time, an opportunity of pursuing the subject with respect to governments arising out of society. But it will be first necessary to define what is meant by a constitution. It is not sufficient that we adopt the word, we must fix also a standard signification to it. A constitution is not a thing in name only, but in fact. It has not an ideal, but a real existence, and wherever it cannot be produced in a visible form, there is none. A constitution is a thing antecedent to a government, and a government is only the creature of a constitution. The constitution of a country is not the act of its government, but of the people constituting a government. It is the body of elements, to which you can refer, and quote article by article, and which contains the principles on which the government shall be established, the manner in which it shall be organized, the powers it shall have, the mode of elections, the duration of parliaments, or by what other name such bodies may be called, the powers which the executive part of the government shall have, and, in fine, everything that relates to the complete organization of a civil government, and the principles on which it shall act, and by which it shall be bound. A constitution, therefore, is to a government what the laws made afterwards by that government are to a court of judicature. The court of judicature does not make the laws, neither can it alter them. It only acts in conformity to the laws made, and the government is in like manner governed by the constitution. Can then Mr. Burke produce the English constitution? If he cannot, we may fairly conclude that though it has been so much talked about, no such thing as a constitution exists, or ever did exist, and consequently that the people have yet a constitution to form. Mr. Burke will not, I presume, deny the position I have already advanced, namely, that governments arise, either out of the people, or over the people. The English government is one of those which arose out of a conquest, and not out of society, and, consequently, it arose over the people, and though it has been much modified from the opportunity of circumstances since the time of William the Conqueror, the country has never yet regenerated itself, and is therefore without a constitution. I readily perceive the reason why Mr. Burke declined going into the comparison between the English and French constitutions, because he could not but perceive, when he sat down to the task, that no such thing as a constitution existed on his side. The question. His book is certainly bulky enough to have contained all he could say on this subject, and it would have been the best manner in which people could have judged of their separate merits. Why then has he declined the only thing that was worthwhile to write upon? It was the strongest ground he could take, if the advantages were on his side, but the weakest, if they were not, and his declining to take, is either a sign that he could not possess it, or could not maintain it. Mr. Burke said in a speech last winter in Parliament, that when the National Assembly first met in three orders, the tiers états, the clergy, and the noblesse, France had then a good constitution. This shows, among numerous other instances, that Mr. Burke does not understand what a constitution is. The persons so met were not a constitution, but a convention, to make a constitution. The present National Assembly of France is, strictly speaking, the personal social compact. The members of it are the delegates of the nation in its original character. Future assemblies will be the delegates of the nation in its organized character. The authority of the present assembly is different to what the authority of future assemblies will be. The authority of the present one is to form a constitution, the authority of future assemblies will be to legislate according to the principles and forms prescribed in that constitution, and if experience should hereafter show that alterations, amendments, or additions are necessary, the constitution will point out the mode by which such things shall be done, and not leave it to the discretionary power of the future government. The government on the principles on which constitutional governments arising out of society are established, cannot have the right of altering itself. If it had, it would be arbitrary. It might make itself what it pleased, and wherever such a right is set up, it shows there is no constitution. The act by which the English Parliament empowered itself to sit 7 years shows there is no constitution in England. It might, by the same self-authority, have sat any greater number of years, or for life. The bill which the present Mr. Pitt brought into Parliament some years ago, to reform Parliament, was on the same erroneous principle. The right to reform is in the nation in its original character, and the constitutional method would be by a general convention elected for the purpose. There is, moreover, a paradox in the idea of vitiated bodies reforming themselves. From these preliminaries I proceed to draw some comparisons. I have already spoken of the Declaration of Rights, and as I mean to be as concise as possible, I shall proceed to other parts of the French Constitution. The Constitution of France says that every man who pays a tax of 60 sous per annum, 2s and 60 English, is an elector. What article will Mr. Burke place against this? Can anything be more limited, and at the same time more capricious, than the qualifications of electors are in England? Limited, because not one man in 100, I speak much within compass, is admitted to vote. Capricious, because the lowest character that can be supposed to exist, and who has not so much as the visible means of an honest livelihood, is an elector in some places, while, in other places, the man who pays very large taxes, and has a known fair character, and the farmer who rents to the amount of 300 or 400 pounds a year, with the property on that farm to 3 or 4 times that amount, is not admitted to be an elector. Everything is out of nature, as Mr. Burke says on another occasion, in this strange chaos, and all sorts of follies are blended with all sorts of crimes. William the Conqueror and his descendants parceled out the country in this manner, and bribed some parts of it by what they call charters, to hold the other parts of it the better subjected to their will. This is the reason why so many of those charters abound in Cornwall. The people were averse to the government established at the conquest, and the towns were garrisoned and bribed to enslave the country. All the old charters are the badges of this conquest, and it is from this source that the capriciousness of elections arises. The French Constitution says that the number of representatives for any place shall be in a ratio to the number of taxable inhabitants or electors. What article will Mr. Burke place against this? The county of Yorkshire, which contains near 1,000,000 of souls, sends 2 county members, and so does the county of Rutland, which contains not an 100th part of that number. The town of Old Sarum, which contains not 3 houses, sends 2 members, and the town of Manchester, which contains upwards of 60,000 souls, is not admitted to send any. Is there any principle in these things? Is there anything by which you can trace the marks of freedom, or discover those of wisdom? No wonder, then, Mr. Burke has declined the comparison, and endeavored to lead his readers from the point by a wild unsystematical display of paradoxical rhapsodies. The French Constitution says that the National Assembly shall be elected every 2 years. What article will Mr. Burke place against this? Why, that the nation has no right at all in the case that the government is perfectly arbitrary with respect to this point. And he can quote for his authority the precedent of a former parliament. The French Constitution says, there shall be no game laws, that the farmer on whose lands wild game shall be found, for it is by the produce of his lands they are fed, shall have a right to what he can take, that there shall be no monopolies of any kind, that all trade shall be free, and every man free to follow any occupation by which he can procure an honest livelihood, and in any place, town, or city throughout the nation. What will Mr. Burke say to this? In England, game is made the property of those at whose expense it is not fed, and with respect to monopolies, the country is cut up into monopolies. Every chartered town is an aristocratical monopoly in itself, and the qualification of electors proceeds out of those chartered monopolies. Is this freedom? Is this what Mr. Burke means by a constitution? In these chartered monopolies, a man coming from another part of the country is hunted from them as if he were a foreign enemy. An Englishman is not free of his own country. Every one of those places presents a barrier in his way, and tells him he is not a freeman, that he has no rights. Within these monopolies are other monopolies. In a city, such for instance as Bath, which contains between 20 and 30,000 inhabitants, the right of electing representatives to Parliament is monopolized by about 31 persons. And within these monopolies are still others. A man even of the same town, whose parents were not in circumstances to give him an occupation, is debarred, in many cases, from the natural right of acquiring one, be his genius or industry what it may. Are these things examples to hold out to a country regenerating itself from slavery? Like France? Certainly they are not, and certain am I, that when the people of England come to reflect upon them, they will, like France, annihilate those badges of ancient oppression, those traces of a conquered nation. Had Mr. Burke possessed talents similar to the author of On the Wealth of Nations, he would have comprehended all the parts which enter into, and, by assemblage, form a constitution. He would have reasoned from minutiae to magnitude. It is not from his prejudices only, but from the disorderly cast of his genius, that he is unfit for the subject he writes upon. Even his genius is without a constitution. It is a genius at random, and not a genius constituted. But he must say something. He has therefore mounted in the air like a balloon, to draw the eyes of the multitude from the ground they stand upon. Much is to be learned from the French Constitution. Conquest and tyranny transplanted themselves with William the Conqueror from Normandy into England, and the country is yet disfigured with the marks. May then the example of all France contribute to regenerate the freedom which a province of it destroyed. The French Constitution says that to preserve the national representation from being corrupt, no member of the National Assembly shall be an officer of the government, a placeman, or a pensioner. What will Mr. Burke place against this? I will whisper his answer: loaves and fishes. Ah, this government of loaves and fishes has more mischief in it than people have yet reflected on. The National Assembly has made the discovery, and it holds out the example to the world. Had governments agreed to quarrel on purpose to fleece their countries by taxes, they would not have succeeded better than they have done. Many things in the English government appear to me the reverse of what they ought to be, and of what they are said to be. The Parliament, imperfectly and capriciously elected as it is nevertheless supposed to hold the national purse in trust for the nation, but in the manner in which an English Parliament is constructed, it is like a man being both mortgager and mortgagee, and in the case of misapplication of trust, it is the criminal sitting in judgment upon himself. If those who vote the supplies are the same persons who receive the supplies when voted, and are to account for the expenditure of those supplies to those who voted them, it is themselves accountable to themselves. And the comedy of errors concludes with the pantomime of hush. Neither the ministerial party, nor the opposition, will touch upon this case. The national purse is the common hack which each mounts upon. It is like what the country people call, ride and tie. You ride a little way, and then have to. They order these things better in France. The French Constitution says that the right of war and peace is in the nation. Where else should it reside, but in those who are to pay the expense? In England, this right is said to reside in a metaphor, shown at the Tower for sixpence, or a shilling apiece, so are the lions, and it would be a step nearer to reason to say it resided in them, for any inanimate metaphor is no more than a hat or a cap. We can all see the absurdity of worshipping Aaron's molten calf, or Nebuchadnezzar's golden image, but why do men continue to practice themselves the absurdities they despise in others? It may with reason be said, that in the manner the English nation is represented, it signifies not where this right resides, whether in the crown, or in the parliament. War is the common harvest of all those who participate in the division and expenditure of public money, in all countries. It is the art of conquering at home, the object of it is an increase of revenue, and as revenue cannot be increased without taxes, a pretense must be made for expenditures. In reviewing the history of the English government, its wars, and its taxes, a bystander, not blinded by prejudice, nor warped by interest, would declare that taxes were not raised to carry on wars, but that wars were raised to carry on taxes. Mr. Burke, as a member of the House of Commons, is a part of the English government, and though he professes himself an enemy to war, he abuses the French Constitution, which seeks to explode it. He holds up the English government as a model, in all its parts, to France, but he should first know the remarks which the French make upon it. They contend, in favor of their own, that the portion of liberty enjoyed in England is just enough to enslave a country by, more productively than by despotism, and that as the real object of all despotism is revenue, the government so formed obtains more than it could do either by direct despotism, or in a full state of freedom, and is, therefore, on the ground of interest, opposed to both. They account also for the readiness, which always appears in such governments for engaging in wars, by remarking on the different motives which produce them. In despotic governments, wars are the effect of pride, but in those governments in which they become the means of taxation, they acquire thereby a more permanent promptitude. The French Constitution, therefore, to provide against both these evils, has taken away the power of declaring war from kings and ministers, and placed the right where the expense must fall. The French Constitution says, there shall be no titles, and of consequence, all that class of equivocal generation, which in some countries is called aristocracy, and in others nobility, is done away, and the peer is exalted into man. Titles are but nicknames, and every nickname is a title. The thing is perfectly harmless in itself, but it marks a sort of foppery in the human character, which degrades it. It reduces man into the diminutive of man in things which are great, and the counterfeit of woman in things which are little. It talks about its fine blue ribbon like a girl, and shows its new garter like a child. A certain writer of some antiquity says, when I was a child, I thought as a child, but when I became a man, I put away childish things. It is, properly, from the elevated mind of France, that the folly of titles has fallen. It has outgrown the baby clothes of count and duke, and breached itself in manhood. France has not leveled, it has exalted. It has put down the dwarf, to set up the man. The punism of a senseless word like duke, or count, or earl, has ceased to please. Even those who possess them have disowned the gibberish, and as they outgrew the rickets, have despised the rattle. The genuine mind of man, thirsting for its native home, society, condemns the gewgaws that separate him from it. Titles are like circles drawn by the magician's wand, to contract the sphere of man's felicity. He lives immured within the bastille of a word, and surveys at a distance the envied life of man. Is it then any wonder that titles should fall in France? Is it not a greater wonder they should be kept up anywhere? What are they? What is their worth, and what is their amount? When we think or speak of a judge or a general, we associate with it the ideas of office and character. We think of gravity in the one, and bravery in the other. But when we use a word merely as a title, no ideas associate with it. Through all the vocabulary of Adam, there is not such an animal as a duke or a count, neither can we connect any certain idea with the words, whether they mean strength or weakness, wisdom or folly, a child, or a man, or the rider or the horse, is all equivocal. What respect then can be paid to that which describes nothing, and which means nothing? Imagination has given figure and character to centaurs, satyrs, and down to all the fairy tribe, but titles baffle even the powers of fancy, and are a chimerical nondescript. But this is not all. If a whole country is disposed to hold them in contempt, all their value is gone, and none will own them. It is common opinion only that makes them anything, or nothing, or worse than nothing. There is no occasion to take titles away, for they take themselves away when society concurs to ridicule them. This species of imaginary consequence has visibly declined in every part of Europe, and it hastens to its exit as the world of reason continues to rise. There was a time when the lowest class of what are called nobility was more thought of than the highest is now, and when a man in armor riding throughout Christendom in quest of adventures was more scared at than a modern duke. The world has seen his folly fall, and it has fallen by being laughed at, and the farce of titles will follow its fate. The patriots of France have discovered in good time that rank and dignity in society must take a new ground. The old one has fallen through. It must now take the substantial ground of character, instead of the chimerical ground of titles, and they have brought their titles to the altar, and made of them a burnt offering to reason. If no mischief had annexed itself to the folly of titles, they would not have been worth a serious and formal destruction, such as the National Assembly have decreed them, and this makes it necessary to inquire farther into the nature and character of aristocracy. That, then, which is called aristocracy in some countries, and nobility in others, arose out of the governments founded upon conquest. It was originally a military order, for the purpose of supporting military government. For such were all governments founded in conquest, and to keep up a succession of this order for the purpose for which it was established, all the younger branches of those families were disinherited, and the law of primogenitureship set up. The nature and the character of aristocracy shows itself to us in this law. It is a law against every law of nature, and nature herself calls for its destruction. Establish family justice, and aristocracy falls. By the aristocratical law of primogenitureship, in a family of 6 children, 5 are exposed. Aristocracy has never more than one child. The rest are begotten to be devoured. They are thrown to the cannibal for prey, and the natural parent prepares the unnatural repast. As everything which is out of nature in man affects, more or less, the interest of society, so does this. All the children which the aristocracy disowns, which are all, except the eldest, are, in general, cast like orphans on a parish, to be provided for by the public, but at a greater charge. Unnecessary offices and places in governments and courts are created at the expense of the public, to maintain them. With what kind of parental reflections can the father or mother contemplate their younger offspring? By nature they are children, and by marriage they are heirs, but by aristocracy they are bastards and orphans. They are the flesh and blood of their parents, in one line, and nothing akin to them in the other. To restore, therefore, parents to their children, and children to their parents, relations to each other, and men to society, and to exterminate the monster aristocracy, root and branch, the French Constitution has destroyed the law of primogenitorship. Here then lies the monster, and Mr. Burke, if he pleases, may write its epitaph. Hitherto we have considered aristocracy chiefly in one point of view. We have now to consider it in another. But whether we view it before or behind, or sideways, or any way else, domestically or publicly, it is still a monster. In France, aristocracy had one feature less in its countenance than what it has in some other countries. It did not compose a body of hereditary legislators. It was not a corporation of aristocracy, for such I have heard M. de Lafayette describe in English. House of Peers. Let us then examine the grounds upon which the French Constitution has resolved against having such a house in France. Because, in the first place, as is already mentioned, aristocracy is kept up by family, tyranny and injustice. Secondly, because there is an unnatural unfitness in an aristocracy to be legislators. For a nation, their ideas of distributive justice are corrupted at the very source. They begin life by trampling on all their younger brothers and sisters, and relations of every kind, and are taught and educated so to do. With what ideas of justice or honor can that man enter a house of legislation, who absorbs in his own person the inheritance of a whole family of children, or doles out to them some pitiful portion with the insolence of a gift? Thirdly, because the idea of hereditary legislation is as inconsistent as that of hereditary judges, or hereditary juries, and as absurd as an hereditary mathematician, or an hereditary wise man, and as ridiculous as an hereditary poet laureate. Fourthly, because a body of men holding themselves accountable to nobody, ought not to be trusted by anybody. Fifthly, because it is continuing the uncivilized principle of governments founded in conquest, and the base idea of man having property in man, and governing him by personal right. Sixthly, because aristocracy has a tendency to degenerate the human species. By the universal economy of nature it is known, and by the instance of the Jews it is proved, that the human species has a tendency to degenerate, in any small number of persons, when separated from the general stock of society, and intermarrying constantly with each other. It defeats even its pretended end, and becomes in time the opposite of what is noble in man. Mr. Burke talks of nobility, let him show what it is. The greatest characters the world have known, have risen on the democratic floor. Aristocracy has not been able to keep a proportionate pace with democracy. The artificial noble shrinks into a dwarf before the noble of nature, and in the few instances of those, for there are some in all countries, in whom nature, as by a miracle, has survived in aristocracy, those men despise it. But it is time to proceed to a new subject. The French Constitution has reformed the condition of the clergy. It has raised the income of the lower and middle classes, and taken from the higher. None is now less than 1,200 livres, 50 pounds sterling, nor any higher than about 2 or 3,000 pounds. What will Mr. Burke place against this? Hear what he says. He says, that the people of England can see without pain or grudging, an archbishop precede a duke, they can see a bishop of Durham, or a bishop of Winchester, in possession of 10,000 pounds a year, and cannot see why it is in worse hands than estates to the like amount in the hands of this earl or that squire. And Mr. Burke offers this as an example to France. As to the first part, whether the archbishop precedes the duke, or the duke the bishop, it is, I believe, to the people in general, somewhat like Stemhold and Hopkins, or Hopkins and Sternhold, you may put which you please first, and as I confess that I do not understand the merits of this case, I will not contend it with Mr. Burke. But with respect to the latter, I have something to say. Mr. Burke has not put the case right. The comparison is out of order, by being put between the bishop and the earl or the squire. It ought to be put between the bishop and the curate, and then it will stand. Thus, the people of England can see without pain or grudging, a bishop of Durham, or a bishop of Winchester, in possession often £1,000 a year, and a curate on 30 or 40 pounds a year, or less. No, sir, they certainly do not see those things without great pain or grudging. It is a case that applies itself to every man's sense of justice, and is one among many that calls aloud for a constitution. In France, the cry of the church, was repeated as often as in M.R. Burke's book, and as loudly as when the dissenters' bill was before the English Parliament, but the generality of the French clergy were not to be deceived by this cry any longer. They knew that whatever the pretence might be, it was themselves who were one of the principal objects of it. It was the cry of the high beneficed clergy, to prevent any regulation of income taking place between those of £10,000 a year and the parish priest. They, therefore, joined their case to those of every other oppressed class of men, and by this union obtained redress. The French Constitution has abolished tithes, that source of perpetual discontent between the tithe holder and the parishioner. When land is held untithed, it is in the condition of an estate held between two parties, the one receiving 1/10, and the other 9/10 of the produce, and, consequently, on principles of equity, if the estate can be improved, and made to produce by that improvement double or treble what it did before, or in any other ratio, the expense of such improvement ought to be borne in like proportion between the parties who are to share the produce. But this is not the case in tithes. The farmer bears the whole expense, and the tithe holder takes 1/10 of the improvement, in addition to the original 10th, and by this means gets the value of 2/10 instead of 1. This is another case that calls for a constitution. The French Constitution hath abolished or renounced toleration, and intolerance also, and hath established universal right of conscience. Toleration is not the opposite of intolerance, but is the counterfeit of it. Both are despotisms. The one assumes to itself the right of withholding liberty of conscience, and the other of granting it. The one is the Pope armed with fire and faggot, and the other is the Pope selling or granting indulgences. The former is church and state, and the latter is church and traffic. But toleration may be viewed in a much stronger light. Man worships not himself, but his Maker, and the liberty of conscience which he claims, is not for the service of himself, but of his God. In this case, therefore, we must necessarily have the associated idea of two beings, the mortal who renders the worship, and the immortal being who is worshipped. Toleration, therefore, places itself, not between man and man, nor between church and church, nor between one denomination of religion and another, but between God and man, between the being who worships, and the being who is worshipped, and, by the same act of assumed authority by which it tolerates man to pay his worship, it presumptuously and blasphemously sets itself up to tolerate the Almighty to receive it. Were a bill brought into any parliament, entitled an act to tolerate or grant liberty to the Almighty to receive the worship of a Jew or a Turk, or to prohibit the Almighty from receiving it, all men would startle, and call it blasphemy. There would be an uproar. The presumption of toleration in religious matters would then present itself unmasked, but the presumption is not the less because the name of man only appears to those laws, for the associated idea of the worshipper and the worship cannot be separated. Who, then, art thou, vain dust and ashes? By whatever name thou art called, whether a king, a bishop, a church, or a state, a parliament, or anything else, that obtrudest thine insignificance between the soul of man and its maker? Mind thine own concerns. If he believes not as thou believest, it is a proof that thou believest not as he believeth, and there is no earthly power can determine between you. With respect to what are called denominations of religion, if everyone is left to judge of his own religion, there is no such thing as a religion that is wrong, but if they are to judge of each other's religion, there is no such thing as a religion that is right, and therefore, all the world is right, or all the world is wrong. But with respect to religion itself, without regard to names, and as directing itself from the universal family of mankind to the divine object of all adoration, it is man bringing to his Maker the fruits of his heart, and though those fruits may differ from each other like the fruits of the earth, the grateful tribute of everyone is accepted. A bishop of Durham, or a bishop of Winchester, or the archbishop who heads the dukes, will not refuse a tithe sheaf of wheat, because it is not a cock of hay, nor a cock of hay, because it is not a sheaf of wheat, nor a pig, because it is neither one nor the other, but these same persons, under the figure of an established church, will not permit their Maker to receive the very tithes of man's devotion. One of the continual choruses of Mr. Burke's book is, church and state. He does not mean some one particular church, or some one particular state, but any church and state, and he uses the term as a general figure to hold forth the political doctrine of always uniting the church with the state in every country, and he censures the National Assembly for not having done this in France. Let us bestow a few thoughts on this subject. All religions are in their nature kind and benign, and united with principles of morality. They could not have made proselytes at first, by professing anything that was vicious, cruel, persecuting, or immoral. Like everything else, they had their beginning, and they proceeded by persuasion, exhortation, and example. How then is it that they lose their native mildness, and become morose and intolerant? It proceeds from the connection which Mr. Burke recommends, by engendering the church with the state, a sort of mule animal, capable only of destroying, and not of breeding up, is produced, called the church established by law. It is a stranger, even from its birth, to any parent mother on which it is begotten, and whom in time it kicks out and destroys. The Inquisition in Spain does not proceed from the religion originally professed, but from this mule animal, engendered between the church and the state. The burnings in Smithfield proceeded from the same heterogeneous production, and it was the regeneration of this strange animal in England afterwards, that renewed rancor and irreligion among the inhabitants, and that drove the people called Quakers and dissenters to America. Persecution is not an original feature in any religion, but it is always the strongly marked feature of all law religion, or religions established by law. Take away the law establishment, and every religion resumes its original Benny Goodnighting. In America, a Catholic priest is a good citizen, a good character, and a good neighbor. An Episcopalian minister is of the same description, and this proceeds, independently of the men, from there being no law establishment in America. If also we view this matter in a temporal sense, we shall see the ill effects it has had on the prosperity of nations. The union of church and state has impoverished Spain. The revoking the Edict of Nantes drove the silk manufacture from France into England, and church and state are now driving the cotton manufacture from England to America and France. Let then Mr. Burke continue to preach his anti-political doctrine of church and state. It will do some good. The National Assembly will not follow his advice, but will benefit by his folly. It was by observing the ill effects of it in England, that America has been warned against it, and it is by experiencing them in France, that the National Assembly have abolished it, and, like America, have established universal right of conscience, and universal right of citizenship. Point 3. I will here cease the comparison with respect to the principles of the French Constitution, and conclude this part of the subject with a few observations on the organization of the formal parts of the French and English governments. The executive power in each country is in the hands of a person styled the king, but the French Constitution distinguishes between the king and the sovereign. It considers the station of king as official, and places sovereignty in the nation. The representatives of the nation, who compose the National Assembly, and who are the legislative power, originate in and from the people by election, as an inherent right in the people. In England it is otherwise, and this arises from the original establishment of what is called its monarchy, for, as by the conquest all the rights of the people or the nation were absorbed into the hands of the conqueror, and who added the title of king to that of conqueror, those same matters which in France are now held as rights in the people, or in the nation, are held in England as grants from what is called the crown. The Parliament in England, in both its branches, was erected by patents from the descendants of the conqueror. The House of Commons did not originate as a matter of right in the people to delegate or elect, but as a grant or boon. By the French Constitution, the nation is always named before the king. The third article of the Declaration of Rights says, the nation is essentially the source, or fountain, of all sovereignty. Mr. Burke argues, that, in England, a king is the fountain, that he is the fountain of all honor. But as this idea is evidently descended from the conquest, I shall make no other remark upon it, than that it is the nature of conquest to turn everything upside down, and as Mr. Burke will not be refused the privilege of speaking twice, and as there are but two parts in the figure, the fountain and the spout, he will be right the second time. The French Constitution puts the legislative before the executive, the law before the king, la loi, hieroi. This also is in the natural order of things, because laws must have existence, before they can have execution. A king in France does not, in addressing himself to the National Assembly, say, my assembly, similar to the phrase used in England of my parliament, neither can he use it consistently with the Constitution, nor could it be admitted. There may be propriety in the use of it in England, because, as is before mentioned, both houses of parliament originated from what is called the crown by patent or boon, and not from the inherent rights of the people, as the National Assembly does in France, and whose name designates its origin. The President of the National Assembly does not ask the King to grant to the Assembly liberty of speech, as is the case with the English House of Commons. The constitutional dignity of the National Assembly cannot debase itself. Speech is, in the first place, one of the natural rights of man always retained, and with respect to the National Assembly, the use of it is their duty, and the nation is their authority. They were elected by the greatest body of men exercising the right of election the European world ever saw. They sprung not from the filth of rotten boroughs, nor are they the vassal representatives of aristocratical ones. Feeling the proper dignity of their character, they supported their parliamentary language, whether for or against a question, is free, bold, and manly, and extends to all the parts and circumstances of the case. If any matter or subject respecting the executive department, or the person who presides in it, the king, comes before them, it is debated on with the spirit of men, and the language of gentlemen, and their answer, or their address, is returned in the same style. They stand not aloof with the gaping vacuity of vulgar ignorance, nor bend with the cringe of sycophantic insignificance. The graceful pride of truth knows no extremes, and preserves, in every latitude of life, the right-angled character of man. Let us now look to the other side of the question. In the addresses of the English parliaments to their kings, we see neither the intrepid spirit of the old parliaments of France, nor the serene dignity of the present National Assembly, neither do we see in them anything of the style of English manners, which border somewhat on bluntness. Since then they are neither of foreign extraction, nor naturally of English production. Their origin must be sought for elsewhere, and that origin is the Norman conquest. They are evidently of the vassalage class of manners, and emphatically mark the prostrate distance that exists in no other condition of men than between the conqueror and the conquered. That this vassalage idea and style of speaking was not got rid of even at the Revolution of 1688 is evident from the declaration of Parliament to William and Mary. In these words, we do most humbly and faithfully submit ourselves, our heirs and posterities, forever. Submission is wholly a vassalage term, repugnant to the dignity of freedom, and an echo of the language used at the conquest. As the estimation of all things is by comparison, the Revolution of 1688, however, from circumstances it may have been exalted beyond its value, will find its level. It is already on the wane, eclipsed by the enlarging orb of reason, and the luminous revolutions of America and France. In less than another century, it will go, as well as Mr. Burke's labors, to the family vault of all the Capulets. Mankind will then scarcely believe that a country calling itself free would send to Holland for a man, and clothe him with power, on purpose to put themselves in fear of him, and give him almost £1,000,000 a year for leave to submit themselves and their posterity, like bondmen and bondwomen, forever. But there is a truth that ought to be made known. I have had the opportunity of seeing it, which is, that, notwithstanding appearances, there is not any description of men that despise monarchy so much as courtiers. But they well know, that if it were seen by others, as it is seen by them, the juggle could not be kept up. They are in the condition of men who get their living by a show, and to whom the folly of that show is so familiar that they ridicule it, but were the audience to be made as wise in this respect as themselves, there would be an end to the show and the profits with it. The difference between a republican and a courtier with respect to monarchy is that the one opposes monarchy, believing it to be something, and the other laughs at it, knowing it to be nothing. As I used sometimes to correspond with Mr. Burke, believing him then to be a man of sounder principles than his book shows him to be, I wrote to him last winter from Paris, and gave him an account how prosperously matters were going on. Among other subjects in that letter, I referred to the happy situation the National Assembly were placed in, that they had taken a ground on which their moral duty and their political interests were united. They have not to hold out a language which they do not themselves believe, for the fraudulent purpose of making others believe it. Their station requires no artifice to support it, and can only be maintained by enlightening mankind. It is not their interest to cherish ignorance, but to dispel it. They are not in the case of a ministerial or an opposition party in England, who, though they are opposed, are still united to keep up the common mystery. The National Assembly must throw open a magazine of light. It must show man the proper character of man, and the nearer it can bring him to that standard, the stronger the National Assembly becomes. In contemplating the French Constitution, we see in it a rational order of things. The principles harmonize with the forms, and both with their origin. It may perhaps be said, as an excuse for bad forms, that they are nothing more than forms, but this is a mistake. Forms grow out of principles, and operate to continue the principles they grow from. It is impossible to practice a bad form on anything but a bad principle. It cannot be engrafted on a good one, and wherever the forms in any government are bad, it is a certain indication that the principles are bad also. I will here finally close this subject. I began it by remarking that Mr. Burke had voluntarily declined going into a comparison of the English and French constitutions. He apologizes, in page 241, for not doing it, by saying that he had not time. Mr. Burke's book was upwards of 8 months in hand, and is extended to a volume of 366 pages. As his omission does injury to his cause, his apology makes it worse, and men on the English side of the water will begin to consider whether there is not some radical defect in what is called the English Constitution, that made it necessary for Mr. Burke to suppress the comparison, to avoid bringing it into view. As Mr. Burke has not written on constitutions, so neither has he written on the French Revolution. He gives no account of its commencement or its progress. He only expresses his wonder. It looks, says he, to me, as if I were in a great crisis, not of the affairs of France alone, but of all Europe, perhaps of more than Europe. All circumstances taken together, the French Revolution is the most astonishing that has hitherto happened in the world. As wise men are astonished at foolish things, and other people at wise ones, I know not on which ground to account for Mr. Burke's astonishment, but certain it is, that he does not understand the French Revolution. It has apparently burst forth like a creation from a chaos, but it is no more than the consequence of a mental revolution previously existing in France. The mind of the nation had changed beforehand, and the new order of things has naturally followed the new order of thoughts. I will here, as concisely as I can, trace out the growth of the French Revolution, and mark the circumstances that have contributed to produce it. The despotism of Louis XIV, united with the gaiety of his court, and the gaudy ostentation of his character, had so humbled, and at the same time so fascinated the mind of France, that the people appeared to have lost all sense of their own dignity, in contemplating that of their grand monarch, and the whole reign of Louis XV, remarkable only for weakness and effeminacy, made no other alteration than that of spreading a sort of lethargy over the nation, from which it showed no disposition to rise. The only signs which appeared of the spirit of liberty during those periods, are to be found in the writings of the French philosophers. Montesquieu, president of the Parliament of Bordeaux, went as far as a writer under a despotic government could well proceed, and being obliged to divide himself between principle and prudence, his mind often appears under a veil, and we ought to give him credit for more than he has expressed. Voltaire, who was both the flatterer and the satirist of despotism, took another line. His forte lay in exposing and ridiculing the superstitions which priestcraft united with statecraft had interwoven with governments. It was not from the purity of his principles, or his love of mankind, for satire and philanthropy are not naturally concord and, but, from his strong capacity of seeing folly in its true shape, and his irresistible propensity to expose it, that he made those attacks. They were however as formidable as if the motives had been virtuous, and he merits the thanks, rather than the esteem of mankind. On the contrary, we find in the writings of Rousseau, and the Abbé Raynal, a loveliness of sentiment in favor of liberty, that excites respect, and elevates the human faculties, but having raised this animation, they do not direct its operations, and leave the mind in love with an object, without describing the means of possessing it. The writings of Quesnay, Turgot, and the friends of those authors, are of the serious kind, but they labored under the same disadvantage with Montesquieu. Their writings abound with moral maxims of government, but are rather directed to economize and reform the administration of the government, than the government itself. But all those writings and many others had their weight, and by the different manner in which they treated the subject of government, Montesquieu by his judgment and knowledge of laws, Voltaire by his wit, Rousseau and Raynal by their animation, and Quesnay and Turgot by their moral maxims and systems of economy, readers of every class met with something to their taste, and a spirit of political inquiry began to diffuse itself through the nation at the time the dispute between England and the then colonies of America broke out. In the war which France afterwards engaged in, it is very well known that the nation appeared to be beforehand with the French ministry. Each of them had its view, but those views were directed to different objects. The one fought liberty, and the other retaliation on England. The French officers and soldiers who after this went to America were eventually placed in the school of freedom, and learned the practice as well as the principles of it by heart. As it was impossible to separate the military events which took place in America from the principles of the American Revolution, the publication of those events in France necessarily connected themselves with the principles which produced them. Many of the facts were in themselves principles, such as the Declaration of American Independence, and the Treaty of Alliance between France and America, which recognized the natural right of man, and justified resistance to oppression. The then Minister of France, Count Vergennes, was not the friend of America, and it is both justice and gratitude to say that it was the Queen of France who gave the cause of America a fashion at the French court. Count Vergennes was the personal and social friend of Dr. Franklin, and the doctor had obtained, by his sensible gracefulness, a sort of influence over him, but with respect to principles, Count Vergennes was a despot. The situation of Dr. Franklin as minister from America to France should be taken into the chain of circumstances. The diplomatic character is of itself the narrowest sphere of society that man can act in. It forbids intercourse by reciprocity of suspicion, and a diplomatic is a sort of unconnected atom, continually repelling and repelled. But this was not the case with Dr. Franklin. He was not the diplomatic of a court, but of man. His character as a philosopher had been long established, and his circle of society in France was universal. Count Vergennes resisted for a considerable time the publication in France of the American constitutions, translated into the French language, but even in this he was obliged to give way to public opinion, and a sort of propriety in admitting to appear what he had undertaken to defend. The American constitutions were to liberty, what a grammar is to language. They define its parts of speech, and practically construct them into syntax. The peculiar situation of the then Marquis de Lafayette is another link in the great chain. He served in America as an American officer under a commission of Congress, and by the universality of his acquaintance, was in close friendship with the civil government of America, as well as with the military line. He spoke the language of the country, entered into the discussions on the principles of government, and was always a welcome friend at any election. When the war closed, a vast reinforcement to the cause of liberty spread itself over France, by the return of the French officers and soldiers. A knowledge of the practice was then joined to the theory, and all that was wanting to give it real existence was opportunity. Man cannot, properly speaking, make circumstances for his purpose, but he always has it in his power to improve them when they occur, and this was the case in France. The States General were to meet at Versailles in April 1789, but did not assemble till May. They situated themselves in 3 separate chambers, or rather the clergy and the aristocracy withdrew each into a separate chamber. The majority of the aristocracy claimed what they called the privilege of voting as a separate body, and of giving their consent or their negative in that matter, and many of the bishops and the high beneficed clergy claimed the same privilege on the part of their order. The tiers état, as they were then called, disowned any knowledge of artificial orders and artificial privileges, and they were not only resolute on this point, but somewhat disdainful. They began to consider aristocracy as a kind of fungus growing out of the corruption of society that could not be admitted even as a branch of it, and from the disposition the aristocracy had shown by upholding lettre de cachet, and in sundry other instances, it was manifest that no constitution could be formed by admitting men in any other character than as national men. After various altercations on this head, the tiers état or commons, as they were then called, declared themselves, on a motion made for that purpose by the Abbé Sieyes, the representatives of the nation, and that the two orders could be considered but as deputies of corporations, and could only have a deliberative voice when they assembled in a national character with the national representatives. This proceeding extinguished the style of États Généraux, or States General, and erected it into the style it now bears, that of the Assemblée Nationale, or National Assembly. This motion was not made in a precipitate manner, it was the result of cool deliberation, and concerted between the national representatives and the patriotic members of the two chambers, who saw into the folly, mischief, and injustice of artificial privilege distinctions. It was become evident that no constitution, worthy of being called by that name, could be established on anything less than a national ground. The aristocracy had hitherto opposed the despotism of the court, and affected the language of patriotism, but it opposed it as its rival, as the English barons opposed King John, and it now opposed the nation from the same motives. On carrying this motion, the national representatives, as had been concerted, sent an invitation to the two chambers, to unite with them in a national character, and proceed to business. A majority of the clergy, chiefly of the parish priests, withdrew from the clerical chamber, and joined the nation, and 45 from the other chamber joined in like manner. There is a sort of secret history belonging to this last circumstance, which is necessary to its explanation. It was not judged prudent that all the patriotic members of the chamber, styling itself the nobles, should quit it at once, and in consequence of this arrangement, they drew off by degrees, always leaving some, as well to reason the case, as to watch the suspected. In a little time, the numbers increased from 45 to 80, and soon after to a greater number, which, with the majority of the clergy, and the whole of the national representatives, put the malcontents in a very diminutive condition. The king, who, very different from the general class called by that name, is a man of a good heart, showed himself disposed to recommend an union of the three chambers, on the ground the National Assembly had taken, but the malcontents exerted themselves to prevent it, and began now to have another project in view. Their numbers consisted of a majority of the aristocratical chamber, and a minority of the clerical chamber, chiefly of bishops and high beneficed clergy, and these men were determined to put everything to issue, as well by strength as by stratagem. They had no objection to a constitution, but it must be such a one as themselves should dictate, and suited to their own views and particular situations. On the other hand, the nation disowned knowing anything of them but as citizens, and was determined to shut out all such upstart pretensions. The more aristocracy appeared, the more it was despised. There was a visible imbecility and want of intellects in the majority, a sort of and say squat, that, while it affected to be more than citizen, was less than man. It lost ground from contempt more than from hatred, and was rather jeered at as an ass, than dreaded as a lion. This is the general character of aristocracy, or what are called nobles or nobility, or rather nobility, in all countries. The plan of the malcontents consisted now of two things, either to deliberate and vote by chambers, or orders, more especially on all questions respecting a constitution, by which the aristocratical chamber would have had a negative on any article of the constitution, or, in case they could not accomplish this object, to overthrow the National Assembly entirely. To effect one or other of these objects, they began now to cultivate a friendship with the despotism they had hitherto attempted to rival, and the Count d'Artois became their chief. The king, who has since declared himself deceived into their measures, held, according to the old form, a bed of justice, in which he accorded to the deliberation and vote by head, upon several subjects, but reserved the deliberation and vote upon all questions respecting the constitution, to the three chambers separately. This declaration of the king was made against the advice of M. Necker, who now began to perceive that he was growing out of fashion at court, and that another minister was in contemplation. As the form of sitting in separate chambers was yet apparently kept up, though essentially destroyed, the national representatives, immediately after this declaration of the king, resorted to their own chambers to consult on a protest against it, and the minority of the chamber, calling itself the nobles, who had joined the national cause, retired to a private house to consult in like manner. The malcontents had by this time concerted their measures with the court, which Count d'Artois undertook to conduct, and as they saw from the discontent which the declaration excited, and the opposition making against it, that they could not obtain a control over the intended constitution by a separate vote, they prepared themselves for their final object, that of conspiring against the National Assembly, and overthrowing it. The next morning, the door of the chamber of the National Assembly was shut against them, and guarded by troops, and the members were refused admittance. On this, they withdrew to a tennis ground in the neighborhood of Versailles, as the most convenient place they could find, and, after renewing their session, took an oath never to separate from each other, under any circumstance whatever, death excepted, until they had established a constitution. As the experiment of shutting up the house had no other effect than that of producing a closer connection in the members, it was opened again the next day, and the public business recommenced in the usual place. It is worth remarking that the National Assembly neither pursued those fugitive conspirators, nor took any notice of them, nor sought to retaliate in any shape whatever. Occupied with establishing a constitution founded on the rights of man and the authority of the people, the only authority on which government has a right to exist in any country, the National Assembly felt none of those mean passions which mark the character of impertinent governments, founding themselves on their own authority, or on the absurdity of hereditary succession. It is the faculty of the human mind to become what it contemplates, and to act in unison with its object. The conspiracy being thus dispersed, one of the first works of the National Assembly, instead of vindictive proclamations, as has been the case with other governments, published a declaration of the rights of man, as the basis on which the new constitution was to be built. Miscellaneous chapter. The opinions of men with respect to government are changing fast in all countries. The revolutions of America and France have thrown a beam of light over the world, which reaches into man. The enormous expense of governments have provoked people to think, by making them feel, and when once the veil begins to rend, it admits not of repair. Ignorance is of a peculiar nature, and once dispelled, and it is impossible to re-establish it. It is not originally a thing of itself, but is only the absence of knowledge. And though man may be kept ignorant, he cannot be made ignorant. The mind, in discovering truth, acts in the same manner as it acts through the eye in discovering objects. When once any object has been seen, it is impossible to put the mind back to the same condition it was in before it saw it. Those who talk of a counter-revolution in France show how little they understand of man. There does not exist in the compass of language an arrangement of words to express so much as the means of effecting a counter-revolution. The means must be an obliteration of knowledge, and it has never yet been discovered how to make man unknow his knowledge, or unthink his thoughts. Mr. Burke is laboring in vain to stop the progress of knowledge, and it comes with the worse grace from him, as there is a certain transaction known in the city, which renders him suspected of being a pensioner in a fictitious name. This may account for some strange doctrine he has advanced in his book, which, though he points it at the Revolution Society, is effectually directed against the whole nation. The King of England, says he, holds his crown, for it does not belong to the nation, according to Mr. Burke, in contempt of the choice of the Revolution Society, who have not a single vote for a king among them either individually or collectively. And His Majesty's heirs, each in their time and order, will come to the crown with the same contempt of their choice, with which His Majesty has succeeded to that which he now wears. As to who is king in England or elsewhere, or whether there is any king at all, or whether the people choose a Cherokee chief, or a Hessian Hussar for a king, it is not a matter that I trouble myself about, be that to themselves, but with respect to the doctrine, so far as it relates to the rights of men and nations, it is as abominable as anything ever uttered in the most enslaved country under heaven. Whether it sounds worse to my ear, by not being accustomed to hear such despotism, than what it does to the ear of another person, I am not so well a judge of, but of its abominable principle I am at no loss to judge. It is not the Revolution Society that Mr. Burke means, it is the nation, as well in its original, as in its representative character, and he has taken care to make himself understood, by saying that they have not a vote either collectively or individually. The Revolution Society is composed of citizens of all denominations, and of members of both the houses of Parliament, and consequently, if there is not a right to vote in any of the characters, there can be no right to any, either in the nation, or in its Parliament. This ought to be a caution to every country, how it imports foreign families to be kings. It is somewhat curious to observe, that although the people of England have been in the habit of talking about kings, it is always a foreign house of kings, hating foreigners, yet governed by them. It is now the House of Brunswick, one of the petty tribes of Germany. It has hitherto been the practice of the English parliaments, to regulate what was called the succession, taking it for granted, that the nation then continued to accord to the form of annexing a monarchical branch to its government, for without this, the Parliament could not have had authority to have sent either to Holland or to Hanover, or to impose a king upon the nation against its will. And this must be the utmost limit to which Parliament can go upon the case, but the right of the nation goes to the whole case, because it has the right of changing its whole form of government. The right of a Parliament is only a right in trust, a right by delegation, and that but from a very small part of the nation, and one of its houses has not even this. But the right of the nation is an original right, as universal as taxation. The nation is the paymaster of everything, and everything must conform to its general will. I remember taking notice of a speech in what is called the English House of Peers, by the then Earl of Shelburne, and I think it was at the time he was minister, which is applicable to this case. I do not directly charge my memory with every particular, but the words and the purport, as nearly as I remember, were these, that the form of a government was a matter wholly at the will of a nation, at all times, that if it chose a monarchical form, it had a right to have it so, and if it afterwards chose to be a republic, it had a right to be a republic, and to say to a king, we have no longer any occasion for you. When Mr. Burke says that His Majesty's heirs and successors, each in their time and order, will come to the crown with the same contempt of their choice with which His Majesty has succeeded to that he wears, it is saying too much even to the humblest individual in the country, part of whose daily labor goes towards making up the £1,000,000 a year, which the country gives the person it styles a king. Government, with insolence, is despotism, but when contempt is added, it becomes worse, and to pay for contempt is the excess of slavery. This species of government comes from Germany, and reminds me of what one of the Brunswick soldiers told me, who was taken prisoner by the Americans in the late war. Ah, said he, America is a fine free country, it is worth the people's fighting for. I know the difference by knowing my own. In my country, if the prince says, eat straw, we eat straw. God help that country, thought I, be it England or elsewhere, whose liberties are to be protected by German principles of government, and princes of Brunswick. As Mr. Burke sometimes speaks of England, sometimes of France, and sometimes of the world, and of government in general, it is difficult to answer his book without apparently meeting him on the same ground. Although principles of government are general subjects, it is next to impossible in many cases to separate them from the idea of place and circumstance, and the more so when circumstances are put for arguments, which is frequently the case with Mr. Burke. In the former part of his book, addressing himself to the people of France, he says, no experience has taught us, meaning the English, that in any other course or method than that of an hereditary crown, can our liberties be regularly perpetuated and preserved sacred as our hereditary right. I ask Mr. Burke, who is to take them away? M. de Lafayette, in speaking to France, says, for a nation to be free, it is sufficient that she wills it. But Mr. Burke represents England as wanting capacity to take care of itself, and that its liberties must be taken care of by a king holding it in contempt. If England is sunk to this, it is preparing itself to eat straw, as in Hanover or in Brunswick. But besides the folly of the declaration, it happens that the facts are all against M.R. Burke. It was by the government being hereditary, that the liberties of the people were endangered. Charles I and James II are instances of this truth, yet neither of them went so far as to hold the nation in contempt. As it is sometimes of advantage to the people of one country, to hear what those of other countries have to say respecting it, it is possible that the people of France may learn something from Mr. Burke's book, and that the people of England may also learn something from the answers it will occasion. When nations fall out about freedom, a wide field of debate is opened. The argument commences with the rights of war, without its evils, and as knowledge is the object contended for, the party that sustains the defeat obtains the prize. Mr. Burke talks about what he calls an hereditary crown, as if it were some production of nature, or as if, like time, it had power to operate, not only independently, but in spite of man, or as if it were a thing or a subject universally consented to. Alas, it has none of those properties, but is the reverse of them all. It is a thing in imagination, the propriety of which is more than doubted, and the legality of which in a few years will be denied. But, to arrange this matter in a clearer view than what general expressions can convey, it will be necessary to state the distinct heads under which, what is called, an hereditary crown, or, more properly speaking, an hereditary succession to the government of a nation, can be considered, which are, first, the right of a particular family to establish itself. Secondly, the right of a nation to establish a particular family. With respect to the first of these heads, that of a family establishing itself with hereditary powers on its own authority, and independent of the consent of a nation, all men will concur in calling it despotism, and it would be trespassing on their understanding to attempt to prove it. But the second head, that of a nation establishing a particular family with hereditary powers, does not present itself as despotism on the first reflection, but if men will permit a second reflection to take place, and carry that reflection forward but one remove out of their own persons to that of their offspring, they will then see that hereditary succession becomes in its consequences the same despotism to others, which they reprobated for themselves. It operates to preclude the consent of the succeeding generation, and the preclusion of consent is despotism. When the person who at any time shall be in possession of a government, or those who stand in succession to him, shall say to a nation, I hold this power in contempt of you, it signifies not on what authority he pretends to say it. It is no relief, but an aggravation to a person in slavery, to reflect that he was sold by his parent, and as that which heightens the criminality of an act cannot be produced to prove the legality of it, hereditary succession cannot be established as a legal thing. In order to arrive at a more perfect decision on this head, it will be proper to consider the generation which undertakes to establish a family with hereditary powers, apart and separate from the generations which are to follow, and also to consider the character in which the first generation acts with respect to succeeding generations. The generation which first selects a person, and puts him at the head of its government, either with the title of king, or any other distinction, acts its own choice, be it wise or foolish, as a free agent for itself. The person so set up is not hereditary, but selected and appointed, and the generation who sets him up, does not live under an hereditary government, but under a government of its own choice and establishment. Were the generation who sets him up, and the person so set up, to live forever, it never could become hereditary succession, and of consequence, hereditary succession can only follow on the death of the first parties. As therefore hereditary succession is out of the question with respect to the first generation, we have now to consider the character in which that generation acts with respect to the commencing generation, and to all succeeding ones. It assumes a character, to which it has neither right nor title. It changes itself from a legislator to a testator, and affects to make its will, which is to have operation after the demise of the makers, to bequeath the government, and it not only attempts to bequeath, but to establish on the succeeding generation, a new and different form of Government under which itself lived. Itself, as is already observed, lived not under an hereditary government, but under a government of its own choice and establishment, and it now attempts, by virtue of a will and testament, and which it has not authority to make, to take from the commencing generation, and all future ones, the rights and free agency by which itself acted, but, exclusive of the right which any generation has to act collectively as a testator, the objects to which it applies itself in this case, are not within the compass of any law, or of any will or testament. The rights of men in society are neither divisible, nor transferable, nor annihilable, but are descendable only, and it is not in the power of any generation to intercept, finally, and cut off the descent. If the present generation, or any other, are disposed to be slaves, it does not lessen the right of the succeeding generation to be free. Wrongs cannot have a legal descent. When Mr. Burke attempts to maintain that the English nation did at the Revolution 0/1688 most solemnly renounce and abdicate their rights for themselves, and for all their posterity forever, he speaks a language that merits not reply, and which can only excite contempt for his prostitute principles, or pity for his ignorance. In whatever like hereditary succession, as growing out of the will and testament of some former generation, presents itself, it is an absurdity. A cannot make a will to take from B the property of B, and give it to C, yet this is the manner in which, what is called hereditary succession by law operates. A certain former generation made a will to take away the rights of the commencing generation, and all future ones, and convey those rights to a third person, who afterwards comes forward, and tells them, in M.R. Burke's language, that they have no rights, that their rights are already bequeathed to him, and that he will govern in contempt of them. From such principles, and such ignorance, good Lord deliver the world. But, after all, what is this metaphor called the crown, or rather what is monarchy? Is it a thing, or is it a name, or is it a fraud? Is it a contrivance of human wisdom, or of human craft to obtain money from a nation under specious pretenses? Is it a thing necessary to a nation? If it is, in what does that necessity consist? What services does it perform? What is its business, and what are its merits? Doth the virtue consist in the metaphor, or in the man? Doth the goldsmith that makes the crown make the virtue also? Doth it operate like Fortunatus's witching cap, or Harlequin's wooden sword? Doth it make a man a conjurer? In fine, what is it? It appears to be a something going much out of fashion, falling into ridicule, and rejected in some countries both as unnecessary and expensive. In America it is considered as an absurdity, and in France it has so far declined, that the goodness of the man, and the respect for his personal character, are the only things that preserve the appearance of its existence. If government be what Mr. Burke describes it, a contrivance of human wisdom, I might ask him, if wisdom was at such a low ebb in England, that it was become necessary to import it from Holland and from Hanover. But I will do the country the justice to say, that was not the case, and even if it was, it mistook the cargo. The wisdom of every country, when properly exerted, is sufficient for all its purposes, and there could exist no more real occasion in England to have sent for a Dutch stadtholder, or a German elector, than there was in America to have done a similar thing. If a country does not understand its own affairs, how is a foreigner to understand them, who knows neither its laws, its manners, nor its language? If there existed a man so transcendently wise above all others, that his wisdom was necessary to instruct a nation, some reason might be offered for monarchy, but when we cast our eyes about a country, and observe how every part understands its own affairs, and when we look around the world, and see that of all men in it, the race of kings are the most insignificant in capacity, our reason cannot fail to ask us, what are those men kept for? If there is anything in monarchy which we people of America do not understand, I wish Mr. Burke would be so kind as to inform us. I see in America, a government extending over a country 10 times as large as England, and conducted with regularity, for a 40th part of the expense which government costs in England. If I ask a man in America, if he wants a king, he retorts, and asks me if I take him for an idiot. How is it that this difference happens? Are we more or less wise than others? I see in America the generality of people living in a style of plenty unknown in monarchical countries, and I see that the principle of its government, which is that of the equal rights of man, is making a rapid progress in the world. If monarchy is a useless thing, why is it kept up anywhere? And if a necessary thing, how can it be dispensed with? That civil government is necessary, all civilized nations will agree, but civil government is republican government. All that part of the government of England which begins with the office of constable, and proceeds through the department of magistrate, court of session, and general assize, including trial by jury, is republican government. Nothing of monarchy appears in any part of it, except the name which William the Conqueror imposed upon the English, that of obliging them to call him their sovereign lord the king. It is easy to conceive that a band of interested men, such as placemen, pensioners, lords of the bedchamber, lords of the kitchen, lords of the necessary house, and the Lord knows what besides, can find as many reasons for monarchy as their salaries, paid at the expense of the country, amount to. But if I ask the farmer, the manufacturer, the merchant, the tradesman, and down through all the occupations of life to the common laborer, what service monarchy is to him, he can give me no answer. If I ask him what monarchy is, he believes it is something like a sinecure. Notwithstanding the taxes of England amount to almost 17 millions a year, said to be for the expenses of government, it is still evident that the sense of the nation is left to govern itself, and does govern itself by magistrates and juries, almost at its own charge, on republican principles, exclusive of the expense of taxes. The salaries of the judges are almost the only charge that is paid out of the revenue. Considering that all the internal government is executed by the people, the taxes of England ought to be the lightest of any nation in Europe, instead of which, they are the contrary. As this cannot be accounted for on the score of civil government, the subject necessarily extends itself to the monarchical part. When the people of England sent for George I, and it would puzzle a wiser man than Mr. Burke to discover for what he could be wanted, or what service he could render, they ought at least to have conditioned for the abandonment of Hanover. Besides the endless German intrigues that must follow from a German elector being King of England, there is a natural impossibility of uniting in the same person the principles of freedom and the principles of despotism, or, as it is usually called in England, arbitrary power. A German elector is in his electorate a despot. How then could it be expected that he should be attached to principles of liberty in one country, while his interest in another was to be supported by despotism? The union cannot exist. And it might easily have been foreseen that German electors would make German kings, or, in Mr. Burke's words, would assume government with contempt. The English have been in the habit of considering a king of England only in the character in which he appears to them, whereas the same person, while the connection lasts, has a home seat in another country, the interest of which is different to their own. and the principles of the governments in opposition to each other, to such a person England will appear as a town residence, and the electorate as the estate. The English may wish, as I believe they do, success to the principles of liberty in France, or in Germany. But a German elector trembles for the fate of despotism in his electorate, and the duchy of Mecklenburg, where the present Queen's family governs, is under the same wretched state of arbitrary power, and the people in slavish vassalage. There never was a time when it became the English to watch continental intrigues more circumspectly than at the present moment, and to distinguish the politics of the electorate from the politics of the nation. The revolution of France has entirely changed the ground with respect to England and France, as nations, but the German despots, with Prussia at their head, are combining against liberty, and the fondness of Mr. Pitt for office, and the interest which all his family connections have obtained, do not give sufficient security against this intrigue. As everything which passes in the world becomes matter for history, I will now quit this subject, and take a concise review of the state of parties and politics in England, as Mr. Burke has done in France. Whether the present reign commenced with contempt, I leave to Mr. Burke, certain, however it is, that it had strongly that appearance. The animosity of the English nation, it is very well remembered, ran high, and, had the true principles of liberty been as well understood then as they now promise to be, it is probable the nation would not have patiently submitted to so much. George I and II were sensible of a rival in the remains of the Stuarts, and as they could not but consider themselves as standing on their good behavior, they had prudence to keep their German principles of government to themselves, but as the Stuart family wore away, the prudence became less necessary. The contest between rights, and what were called prerogatives, continued to heat the nation till some time after the conclusion of the American War, when all at once it fell a calm, execration exchanged itself for applause, and court popularity sprang up like a mushroom in a night. To account for this sudden transition, it is proper to observe, that there are two distinct species of popularity, the one excited by merit, the other by resentment. As the nation had formed itself into two parties, and each was extolling the merits of its parliamentary champions for and against prerogative, nothing could operate to give a more general shock than an immediate coalition of the champions themselves. The partisans of each being thus suddenly left in the lurch, and mutually heated with disgust at the measure, felt no other relief than uniting in a common execration against both. A higher stimulus of resentment being thus excited, than what the contest on prerogatives had occasioned, the nation quitted all former objects of rights and wrongs, and sought only that of gratification. The indignation at the coalition so effectually superseded the indignation against the court, as to extinguish it, and without any change of principles on the part of the court, the same people who had reprobated its despotism, united with it, to revenge themselves on the coalition parliament. The case was not, which they liked best, but, which they hated most, and the least hated passed for love. The dissolution of the coalition parliament, as it afforded the means of gratifying the resentment of the nation, could not fail to be popular, and from hence arose the popularity of the court. Transitions of this kind exhibit a nation under the government of temper, instead of a fixed and steady principle, and having once committed itself, however rashly, it feels itself urged along to justify by continuance its first proceeding. Measures which at other times it would censure, it now approves, and acts persuasion upon itself to suffocate its judgment. On the return of a new parliament, the new minister, Mr. Pitt, found himself in a secure majority, and the nation gave him credit, not out of regard to himself, but because it had resolved to do it out of resentment to another. He introduced himself to public notice by a proposed reform of parliament, which in its operation would have amounted to a public justification of corruption. The nation was to be at the expense of buying up the rotten boroughs, whereas it ought to punish the persons who deal in the traffic. Passing over the two bubbles of the Dutch business, and the million a year to sink the national debt, the matter which most presents itself, is the affair of the Regency. Never, in the course of my observation, was delusion more successfully acted, nor a nation more completely deceived. But, to make this appear, it will be necessary to go over the circumstances. Mr. Fox had stated in the House of Commons, that the Prince of Wales, as heir in succession, had a right in himself to assume the government. This was opposed by M.R. Pitt, and, so far as the opposition was confined to the doctrine, it was just. But the principles which Mr. Pitt maintained on the contrary side, were as bad, or worse in their extent, than those of Mr. Fox, because they went to establish an aristocracy over the nation, and over the small representation it has in the House of Commons. Whether the English form of government be good or bad, is not in this case the question, but, taking it as it stands, without regard to its merits or demerits, Mr. Pitt was farther from the point than Mr. Fox. It is supposed to consist of three parts, while therefore the nation is disposed to continue this form, the parts have a national standing, independent of each other, and are not the creatures of each other. Had Mr. Fox passed through Parliament, and said that the person alluded to claimed on the ground of the nation, Mr. Pitt must then have contended, what he called, the right of the Parliament, against the right of the nation. By the appearance which the contest made, Mr. Fox took the hereditary ground, and Mr. Pitt the parliamentary ground, but the fact is, they both took hereditary ground, and Mr. Pitt took the worst of the two. What is called the Parliament, is made up of two houses, one of which is more hereditary, and more beyond the control of the nation, than what the Crown, as it is called, is supposed to be. It is an hereditary aristocracy, assuming and asserting infeasible, irrevocable rights and authority, wholly independent of the nation. Where, then, was the merited popularity of exalting this hereditary power over another hereditary power less independent of the nation than what itself assumed to be, and of absorbing the rights of the nation into a house over which it has neither election nor control? The general impulse of the nation was right, but it acted without reflection. It approved the opposition made to the right set up by Mr. Fox, without perceiving that M.R. Pitt was supporting another infeasible right, more remote from the nation, in opposition to it. With respect to the House of Commons, it is elected but by a small part of the nation. But were the election as universal as taxation, which it ought to be, it would still be only the organ of the nation, and cannot possess inherent rights. When the National Assembly of France resolves a matter, the resolve is made in right of the nation, but M.R. Pitt, on all national questions, so far as they refer to the House of Commons, absorbs the rights of the nation into the organ, and makes the organ into a nation, and the nation itself into a cipher. In a few words, the question on the Regency was a question of $1 million a year, which is appropriated to the executive department, and Mr. Pitt could not possess himself of any management of this sum, without setting up the supremacy of Parliament. And when this was accomplished, it was indifferent who should be regent, as he must be regent at his own cost. Among the curiosities which this contentious debate afforded, was that of making the Great Seal into a king, the affixing of which to an act, was to be royal authority. If, therefore, royal authority is a great seal, it consequently is in itself nothing, and a good constitution would be of infinitely more value to the nation than what the three nominal powers, as they now stand, are worth. The continual use of the word constitution in the English Parliament shows there is none, and that the whole is merely a form of government without a constitution, and constituting itself with what powers it pleases. If there were a constitution, it certainly could be referred to, and the debate on any constitutional point would terminate by producing the constitution. One member says, this is constitution, and another says, that is constitution. Today it is one thing, and tomorrow it is something else, while the maintaining the debate proves there is none. Constitution is now the cant word of Parliament, turning itself to the ear of the nation. Formerly it was the universal supremacy of Parliament, the omnipotence of Parliament, but since the progress of liberty in France, those phrases have a despotic harshness in their note, and the English Parliament have caught the fashion from the National Assembly, but without the substance of speaking of constitution. As the present generation of people in England did not make the government, they are not accountable for any of its defects, but that sooner or later it must come into their hands to undergo a constitutional reformation, is as certain as that the same thing has happened in France. If France, with a revenue of nearly 24 million sterling, with an extent of rich and fertile country above 4 times larger than England, with a population of 24 millions of inhabitants to support taxation, with upwards of 90 million sterling of gold and silver circulating in the nation, and with a debt less than the present debt of England, still found it necessary, from whatever cause, to come to a settlement of its affairs, it solves the problem of funding for both countries. It is out of the question to say how long what is called the English Constitution has lasted, and to argue from thence how long it is to last. The question is, how long can the funding system last? It is a thing but of modern invention, and has not yet continued beyond the life of a man, yet in that short space it has so far accumulated, that, together with the current expenses, it requires an amount of taxes at least equal to the whole landed rental of the nation in acres to defray the annual expenditure. That a government could not always have gone on by the same system which has been followed for the last 70 years, must be evident to every man, and for the same reason it cannot always go on. Conclusion. Reason and ignorance, the opposites of each other, influence the great bulk of mankind. If either of these can be rendered sufficiently extensive in a country, the machinery of government goes easily on. Reason obeys itself, and ignorance submits to whatever is dictated to it. The two modes of government which prevail in the world are, first, government by election and representation, secondly, government by hereditary succession. The former is generally known by the name of republic, the latter by that of monarchy and aristocracy. Those two distinct and opposite forms erect themselves on the two distinct and opposite bases of reason and ignorance. As the exercise of government requires talents and abilities, and as talents and abilities cannot have hereditary descent, it is evident that hereditary succession requires a belief from man, to which his reason cannot subscribe, and which can only be established upon his ignorance, and the more ignorant any country is, the better it is fitted for this species of government. On the contrary, government in a well-constituted republic requires no belief from man beyond what his reason can give. He sees the rationale of the whole system, its origin and its operation, and as it is best supported when best understood, the human faculties act with boldness, and acquire, under this form of government, a gigantic manliness. As, therefore, each of those forms acts on a different base, the one moving freely by the aid of reason, the other by ignorance, we have next to consider what it is that gives motion to that species of government which is called mixed government, or, as it is sometimes ludicrously styled, the government of this, that, and the other. The moving power in this species of government is of necessity corruption. However imperfect election and representation may be in mixed governments, they still give exercise to a greater portion of reason than is convenient to the hereditary part, and therefore it becomes necessary to buy the reason up. A mixed government is an imperfect everything, cementing and soldering the discordant parts together by corruption, to act as a whole. Mr. Burke appears highly disgusted that France, since she had resolved on a revolution, did not adopt what he calls a British constitution, and the regretful manner in which he expresses himself on this occasion implies a suspicion that the British constitution needed something to keep its defects in countenance. In mixed governments there is no responsibility, the parts cover each other till responsibility is lost, and the corruption which moves the machine contrives at the same time its own escape. When it is laid down as a maxim that a king can do no wrong, it places him in a state of similar security with that of idiots and persons insane, and responsibility is out of the question with respect to himself. It then descends upon the minister, who shelters himself under a majority in Parliament, which, by places, pensions, and corruption, he can always command, and that majority justifies itself by the same authority with which it protects the minister. In this rotatory motion, responsibility is thrown off from the parts, and from the whole. When there is a part in a government which can do no wrong, it implies that it does nothing, and is only the machine of another power, by whose advice and direction it acts. What is supposed to be the king in mixed governments, is the cabinet, and as the cabinet is always a part of the parliament, and the members justifying in one character what they advise and act in another, a mixed government becomes a continual enigma, entailing upon a country, by the quantity of corruption necessary to solder the parts, the expense of supporting all the forms of government at once, and finally resolving itself into a government by committee, in which the advisers, the actors, the approvers, the justifiers, the persons responsible, and the persons not responsible, are the same persons. By this pantomimical contrivance, and change of scene and character, the parts help each other out in matters which neither of them singly would assume to act. When money is to be obtained, the mass of variety apparently dissolves, and a profusion of parliamentary praises passes between the parts. Each admires with astonishment the wisdom, the liberality, the disinterestedness of the other, and all of them breathe a pitying sigh at the burdens of the nation. But in a well-constituted republic, nothing of this soldering, praising, and pitying can take place, the representation being equal throughout the country, and complete in itself. However it may be arranged into legislative and executive, they have all one and the same natural source. The parts are not foreigners to each other, like democracy, aristocracy, and monarchy. As there are no discordant distinctions, there is nothing to corrupt by compromise, nor confound by contrivance. Public measures appeal of themselves to the understanding of the nation, and, resting on their own merits, disown any flattering application to vanity. The continual want of lamenting the burden of taxes, however successfully it may be practiced in mixed governments, is inconsistent with the sense and spirit of a republic. If taxes are necessary, they are of course advantageous, but if they require an apology, the apology itself implies an impeachment. Why then is man thus imposed upon, or why does he impose upon himself? When men are spoken of as kings and subjects, or when government is mentioned, under the distinct or combined heads of monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy, what is it that reasoning man is to understand by the terms? If there really existed in the world two or more distinct and separate elements of human power, we should then see the several origins to which those terms would descriptively apply, but as there is but one species of man, there can be but one element of human power, and that element is man himself. Monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy are but creatures of imagination, and a thousand such may be contrived, as well as three. Asterisk. From the revolutions of America and France, and the symptoms that have appeared in other countries, it is evident that the opinion of the world is changed with respect to systems of government, and that revolutions are not within the compass of political calculations. The progress of time and circumstances, which men assign to the accomplishment of great changes, is too mechanical to measure the force of the mind, and the rapidity of reflection, by which revolutions are generated. All the old governments have received a shock from those that already appear, and which were once more improbable, and are a greater subject of wonder, than a general revolution in Europe would be now. When we survey the wretched condition of man under the monarchical and hereditary systems of government, dragged from his home by one power, or driven by another, and impoverished by taxes more than by enemies, it becomes evident that those systems are bad, and that a general revolution in the principle and construction of governments is necessary. What is government more than the management of the affairs of a nation? It is not, and from its nature cannot be, the property of any particular man or family, but of the whole community, at whose expense it is supported, and though by force or contrivance it has been usurped into an inheritance, the usurpation cannot alter the right of things. Sovereignty, as a matter of right, appertains to the nation only, and not to any individual, and a nation has at all times an inherent infeasible right to abolish any form of government it finds inconvenient, and establish such as accords with its interest, disposition, and happiness. The romantic and barbarous distinction of men into kings and subjects, though it may suit the condition of courtiers, cannot that of citizens, and is exploded by the principle upon which governments are now founded. Every citizen is a member of the sovereignty, and, as such, can acknowledge no personal subjection, and his obedience can be only to the laws. When men think of what government is, they must necessarily suppose it to possess a knowledge of all the objects and matters upon which its authority is to be exercised. In this view of government, the republican system, as established by America and France, operates to embrace the whole of a nation, and the knowledge necessary to the interest of all the parts is to be found in the center, which the parts by representation form. But the old governments are on a construction that excludes knowledge as well as happiness. Government by monks, who know nothing of the world beyond the walls of a convent, is as consistent as government by kings. What were formerly called revolutions were little more than a change of persons, or an alteration of local circumstances. They rose and fell like things of course, and had nothing in their existence or their fate that could influence beyond the spot that produced them. But what we now see in the world, from the revolutions of America and France, are a renovation of the natural order of things, a system of principles as universal as truth and the existence of man, and combining moral with political happiness and national prosperity. Men are born and always continue free, and equal in respect of their rights. Civil distinctions, therefore, can be founded only on public utility. To the end of all political associations is the preservation of the natural and imprescriptible rights of man, and these rights are liberty, property, security, and resistance of oppression. 3. The nation is essentially the source of all sovereignty. Nor can any individual, or any body of men, be entitled to any authority which is not expressly derived from it. In these principles, there is nothing to throw a nation into confusion by inflaming ambition. They are calculated to call forth wisdom and abilities, and to exercise them for the public good, and not for the emolument or aggrandizement of particular descriptions of men or families. Monarchical sovereignty, the enemy of mankind, and the source of misery, is abolished, and sovereignty itself is restored to its natural and original place, the nation. Were this the case through Europe, the cause of wars would be taken away. It is attributable to Henry IV of France, a man of an enlarged and benevolent heart, that he proposed, about the year 1610, a plan for abolishing war in Europe. The plan consisted in constituting an European Congress, or as the French authors style it, a Pacific Republic, by appointing delegates from the several nations, who were to act as a court of arbitration in any disputes that might arise between nation and nation. Had such a plan been adopted at the time it was proposed, the taxes of England and France, as two of the parties, would have been at least 10 million sterling annually due each nation, less than they were at the commencement of the French Revolution. To conceive a cause why such a plan has not been adopted, and that instead of a Congress for the purpose of preventing war, it has been called only to terminate a war. After a fruitless expense of several years, it will be necessary to consider the interest of governments as a distinct interest to that of nations. Whatever is the cause of taxes to a nation, becomes also the means of revenue to a government. Every war terminates with an addition of taxes, and consequently with an addition of revenue, and in any event of war, in the manner they are now commenced and concluded, the power and interest of governments are increased. War, therefore, from its productiveness, as it easily furnishes the pretence of necessity for taxes and appointments to places and offices, becomes a principal part of the system of old governments, and to establish any mode to abolish war, however advantageous it might be to nations, would be to take from such government the most lucrative of its branches. The frivolous matters upon which war is made, show the disposition and avidity of governments to uphold the system of war, and betray the motives upon which they act. Why are not republics plunged into war, but because the nature of their government does not admit of an interest distinct from that of the nation? Even Holland, though an ill-constructed republic, and with a commerce extending over the world, existed nearly a century without war, and the instant the form of government was changed in France, the republican principles of peace and domestic prosperity and economy arose with the new government, and the same consequences would follow the same causes in other nations. As war is the system of government on the old construction, the animosity which nations reciprocally entertain is nothing more than what the policy of their governments excites, to keep up the spirit of the system. Each government accuses the other of perfidy, intrigue, and ambition, as a means of heating the imagination of their respective nations, and incensing them to hostilities. Man is not the enemy of man, but through the medium of a false system of government. Instead, therefore, of exclaiming against the ambition of kings, the exclamation should be directed against the principle of such governments, and instead of seeking to reform the individual, the wisdom of a nation should apply itself to reform the system. Whether the forms and maxims of governments which are still in practice were adapted to the condition of the world at the period they were established, is not in this case the question. The older they are, the less correspondence can they have with the present state of things. Time, and change of circumstances and opinions, have the same progressive effect in rendering modes of government obsolete, as they have upon customs and manners. Agriculture, commerce, manufactures, and the tranquil arts, by which the prosperity of nations is best promoted, require a different system of government, and a different species of knowledge to direct its operations, than what might have been required in the former condition of the world. As it is not difficult to perceive, from the enlightened state of mankind, that hereditary governments are verging to their decline, and that revolutions on the broad basis of national sovereignty, and government by representation, are making their way in Europe. It would be an act of wisdom to anticipate their approach, and produce revolutions by reason and accommodation, rather than commit them to the issue of convulsions. From what we now see, nothing of reform in the political world ought to be held improbable. It is an age of revolutions, in which everything may be looked for. The intrigue of courts, by which the system of war is kept up, may provoke a confederation of nations to abolish it, and an European Congress, to patronize the progress of free government, and promote the civilization of nations with each other, is an event nearer, in probability, than once were the revolutions and alliance of France and America. Finus. Part 2. Introduction. What Archimedes said of the mechanical powers, may be applied to reason and liberty. Had we, said he, a place to stand upon, we might raise the world. The revolution of America presented in politics what was only theory in mechanics. So deeply rooted were all the governments of the old world, and so effectually had the tyranny and the antiquity of habit established itself over the mind, that no beginning could be made in Asia, Africa, or Europe, to reform the political condition of man. Freedom had been hunted round the globe, reason was considered as rebellion, and the slavery of fear had made men afraid to think. But such is the irresistible nature of truth, that all it asks, and all it wants, is the liberty of appearing. The sun needs no inscription to distinguish him from darkness, and no sooner did the American governments display themselves to the world, than despotism felt a shock, and men began to contemplate redress. The independence of America, considered merely as a separation from England, would have been a matter but of little importance, had it not been accompanied by a revolution in the principles and practice of governments. She made a stand, not for herself only, but for the world, and looked beyond the advantages herself could receive. Even the Hessian, though hired to fight against her, may live to bless his defeat, and England, condemning the viciousness of its government, rejoice in its miscarriage. As America was the only spot in the political world where the principles of universal reformation could begin, so also was it the best in the natural world. An assemblage of circumstances conspired, not only to give birth, but to add gigantic maturity to its principles. The scene which that country presents to the eye of a spectator, has something in it which generates and encourages great ideas. Nature appears to him in magnitude. The mighty objects he beholds, act upon his mind by enlarging it, and he partakes of the greatness he contemplates. Its first settlers were emigrants from different European nations, and of diversified professions of religion, retiring from the governmental persecutions of the old world, and meeting in the new, not as enemies, but as brothers. The wants which necessarily accompany the cultivation of a wilderness produced among them a state of society, which countries, long harassed by the quarrels and intrigues of governments, had neglected to cherish. In such a situation man becomes what he ought. He sees his species, not with the inhuman idea of a natural enemy, but as kindred, and the example shows to the artificial world, that man must go back to nature for information. From the rapid progress which America makes in every species of improvement, it is rational to conclude, that if the governments of Asia, Africa, and Europe, had begun on a principle similar to that of America, or had not been very early corrupted therefrom, that those countries must, by this time, have been in a far superior condition to what they are. Age after age has passed away, for no other purpose than to behold their wretchedness. Could we suppose a spectator who knew nothing of the world, and who was put into it merely to make his observations, he would take a great part of the old world to be new, just struggling with the difficulties and hardship of an infant settlement. He could not suppose that the hordes of miserable poor, with which old countries abound, could be any other than those who had not yet had time to provide for themselves. Little would he think they are the consequences of what in such countries is called government. If, from the more wretched parts of the old world, we look at those which are in an advanced stage of improvement, we still find the greedy hand of government thrusting itself into every corner and crevice of industry, and grasping the spoil of the multitude. Invention is continually exercised, to furnish new pretenses for revenue and taxation. It watches prosperity as its prey, and permits none to escape without a tribute. As revolutions have begun, and as the probability is always greater against a thing beginning, than of proceeding after it has begun, it is natural to expect that other revolutions will follow. The amazing and still increasing expenses with which old governments are conducted, the numerous wars they engage in or provoke, the embarrassments they throw in the way of universal civilization and commerce, and the oppression and usurpation they practice at home, have wearied out the patience, and exhausted the property of the world. In such a situation, and with the examples already existing, revolutions are to be looked for. They are become subjects of universal conversation, and may be considered as the order of the day. If systems of government can be introduced, less expensive, and more productive of general happiness, than those which have existed, all attempts to oppose their progress will in the end be fruitless. Reason, like time, will make its own way, and prejudice will fall into combat with interest. If universal peace, civilization, and commerce are ever to be the happy lot of man, it cannot be accomplished but by a revolution in the system of governments. All the monarchical governments are military. War is their trade, plunder, and revenue their objects. While such governments continue, peace has not the absolute security of a day. What is the history of all monarchical governments? But a disgustful picture of human wretchedness, and the accidental respite of a few years' repose. Wearied with war, and tired with human butchery, they sat down to rest, and called it peace. This certainly is not the condition that heaven intended for man. And if this be monarchy, well might monarchy be reckoned among the sins of the Jews. The revolutions which formerly took place in the world, had nothing in them that interested the bulk of mankind. They extended only to a change of persons and measures, but not of principles, and rose or fell among the common transactions of the moment. What we now behold, may not improperly be called a counter-revolution. Conquest and tyranny, at some early period, dispossessed man of his rights, and he is now recovering them. And as the tide of all human affairs has its ebb and flow in directions contrary to each other, so also is it in this. Government founded on a moral theory, on a system of universal peace, on the infeasible hereditary rights of man, is now revolving from west to east, by a stronger impulse than the government of the sword. revolved from east to west. It interests not particular individuals, but nations, in its progress, and promises a new era to the human race. The danger to which the success of revolutions is most exposed is that of attempting them before the principles on which they proceed, and the advantages to result from them, are sufficiently seen and understood. Almost everything appertaining to the circumstances of a nation has been absorbed and confounded under the general and mysterious word government. Though it avoids taking to its account the errors it commits, and the mischiefs it occasions, it fails not to arrogate to itself whatever has the appearance of prosperity. It robs industry of its honors, by pedantically making itself the cause of its effects, and purloins from the general character of man the merits that appertain to him as a social being. It may therefore be of use, in this day of revolutions, to discriminate between those things which are the effect of government, and those which are not. This will best be done by taking a review of society and civilization, and the consequences resulting therefrom, as things distinct from what are called governments. By beginning with this investigation, we shall be able to assign effects to their proper cause, and analyze the mass of common errors. Chapter I. Of Society and Civilization. Great part of that order which reigns among mankind is not the effect of government. It has its origin in the principles of society and the natural constitution of man. It existed prior to government, and would exist if the formality of government was abolished. The mutual dependence and reciprocal interest which man has upon man, and all the parts of a civilized community upon each other, create that great chain of connection which holds it together. The landholder, the farmer, the manufacturer, the merchant, the tradesman, and every occupation, prospers by the aid which each receives from the other, and from the whole. Common interest regulates their concerns, and forms their law, and the laws which common usage ordains, have a greater influence than the laws of government. In fine, society performs for itself almost everything which is ascribed to government. To understand the nature and quantity of government proper for man, it is necessary to attend to his character. As nature created him for social life, she fitted him for the station she intended. In all cases she made his natural wants greater than his individual powers. No one man is capable, without the aid of society, of supplying his own wants. And those wants, acting upon every individual, impel the whole of them into society, as naturally as gravitation acts to a center. But she has gone further. She has not only forced man into society, by a diversity of wants, which the reciprocal aid of each other can supply, but she has implanted in him a system of social affections, which, though not necessary to his existence, are essential to his happiness. There is no period in youth when this love for society ceases to act. It begins and ends with our being. If we examine, with attention, into the composition and constitution of man, the diversity of his wants, and the diversity of talents in different men for reciprocally accommodating the wants of each other, his propensity to society, and consequently to preserve the advantages resulting from it, we shall easily discover that a great deal of what is called government is mere imposition. Government is no farther necessary than to supply the few cases to which society and civilization are not conveniently competent, and instances are not wanting to show that everything which government can usefully add thereto has been performed by the common consent of society, without government. For upwards of 2 years from the commencement of the American War, and to a longer period in several of the American states, there were no established forms of government. The old governments had been abouched, and the country was too much occupied in defense to employ its attention in establishing new governments, yet during this interval, order and harmony were preserved as inviolate as in any country in Europe. There is a natural aptness in man, and more so in society, because it embraces a greater variety of abilities and resources, to accommodate itself to whatever situation it is in. The instant formal government is abolished, society begins to act. A general association takes place, and common interest produces common security. So far is it from being true, as has been pretended, that the abolition of any formal government is the dissolution of society, that it acts by a contrary impulse, and brings the latter the closer together. All that part of its organization which it had committed to its government, devolves again upon itself, and acts through its medium. When men, as well from natural instinct, as from reciprocal benefits, have habituated themselves to social and civilized life, there is always enough of its principles in practice to carry them through any changes they may find necessary or convenient to make in their government. In short, man is so naturally a creature of society, that it is almost impossible to put him out of it. Formal government makes but a small part of civilized life, and when even the best that human wisdom can devise is established, it is a thing more in name and idea than in fact. It is to the great and fundamental principles of society and civilization, to the common usage universally consented to, and mutually and reciprocally maintained, to the unceasing circulation of interest, which, passing through its million channels, invigorates the whole mass of civilized man. It is to these things, infinitely more than to anything else which even the best instituted government can perform, that the safety and prosperity of the individual and of the whole depends. The more perfect civilization is, the less occasion has it for government, because the more does it regulate its own affairs, and govern itself. But so contrary is the practice of old governments to the reason of the case, that the expenses of them increase in the proportion they ought to diminish. It is but few general laws that civilized life requires, and those of such common usefulness, that whether they are enforced by the forms of government or not, the effect will be nearly the same. If we consider what the principles are that first condense men into society, and what the motives that regulate their mutual intercourse afterwards, we shall find, by the time we arrive at what is called government, that nearly the whole of the business is performed by the natural operation of the parts upon each other. Man, with respect to all those matters, is more a creature of consistency than he is aware, or than governments would wish him to believe. All the great laws of society are laws of nature. Those of trade and commerce, whether with respect to the intercourse of individuals, or of nations, are laws of mutual and reciprocal interest. They are followed and obeyed, because it is the interest of the parties so to do, and not on account of any formal laws their governments may impose or interpose. But how often is the natural propensity to society disturbed or destroyed by the operations of government, when the latter, instead of being engrafted on the principles of the former, assumes to exist for itself, and acts by partialities of favor and oppression, it becomes the cause of the mischiefs it ought to prevent. If we look back to the riots and tumults, which at various times have happened in England, we shall find that they did not proceed from the want of a government, but that government was itself the generating cause. Instead of consolidating society, it divided it deprived it of its natural cohesion, and engendered discontents and disorders, which otherwise would not have existed. In those associations which men promiscuously form for the purpose of trade, or of any concern, in which government is tonally out of the question, and in which they act merely on the principles of society, we see how naturally the various parties unite, and this shows, by comparison, that governments, so far from being always the cause or means of order, are often the destruction of it. The riots of 1780 had no other source than the remains of those prejudices, which the government itself had encouraged. But with respect to England, there are also other causes. Excess and inequality of taxation, however disguised in the means, never fail to appear in their effects. As a great mass of the community are thrown thereby into poverty and discontent, they are constantly on the brink of commotion, and deprived, as they unfortunately are, of the means of information, are easily heated to outrage. Whatever the apparent cause of any riots may be, the real one is always want of happiness. It shows that something is wrong in the system of government, that injures the felicity by which society is to be preserved. But as fact is superior to reasoning, the instance of America presents itself to confirm these observations. If there is a country in the world, where concord, according to common calculation, would be least expected, it is America. Made up, as it is, of people from different nations accustomed to different forms and habits of government, speaking different languages, and more different in their modes of worship, it would appear that the union of such a people was impracticable, but by the simple operation of constructing government on the principles of society and the rights of man, every difficulty retires, and all the parts are brought into cordial unison. There, the poor are not oppressed, the rich are not privileged. Industry is not mortified by the splendid extravagance of the court rioting at its expense. Their taxes are few, because their government is just, and as there is nothing to render them wretched, there is nothing to engender riots and tumults. A metaphysical man, like Mr. Burke, would have tortured his invention to discover how such a people could be governed. He would have supposed that some must be managed by fraud, others by force, and all by some contrivance, that genius must be hired to impose upon ignorance and show and parade to fascinate the vulgar. Lost in the abundance of his researches, he would have resolved and re-resolved, and finally overlooked the plain and easy road that lay directly before him. One of the great advantages of the American Revolution has been that it led to a discovery of the principles, and laid open the imposition of governments. All the revolutions till then had been worked within the atmosphere of a court, and never on the great floor of a nation. The parties were always of the class of courtiers, and whatever was their rage for reformation, they carefully preserved the fraud of the profession. In all cases they took care to represent government as a thing made up of mysteries, which only themselves understood, and they hid from the understanding of the nation the only thing that was beneficial to know, namely, that government is nothing more than a national association acting on the principles of society. Having thus endeavored to show that the social and civilized state of man is capable of performing within itself almost everything necessary to its protection and government, it will be proper, on the other hand, to take a review of the present old governments, and examine whether their principles and practice are correspondent thereto. Chapter 2. Of the origin of the present old governments. It is impossible that such governments as have hitherto existed in the world could have commenced by any other means than a total violation of every principle sacred and moral. The obscurity in which the origin of all the present old governments is buried implies the iniquity and disgrace with which they began. The origin of the present government of America and France will ever be remembered, because it is honorable to record it, but with respect to the rest, even flattery has consigned them to the tomb of time, without an inscription. It could have been no difficult thing in the early and solitary ages of the world, while the chief employment of men was that of attending flocks and herds, for a banditti of ruffians to overrun a country, and lay it under contributions. Their power being thus established, the chief of the band contrived to lose the name of robber and that of monarch, and hence the origin of monarchy and kings. The origin of the government of England, so far as relates to what is called its line of monarchy, being one of the latest, is perhaps the best recorded. The hatred which the Norman invasion and tyranny begot, must have been deeply rooted in the nation, to have outlived the contrivance to obliterate it. Though not a courtier will talk of the curfew bell, not a village in England has forgotten it. Those bands of robbers having parceled out the world, and divided it into dominions, began, as is naturally the case, to quarrel with each other. What at first was obtained by violence, was considered by others as lawful to be taken, and a second plunderer succeeded the first. They alternately invaded the dominions which each had assigned to himself, and the brutality with which they treated each other explains the original character of monarchy. It was ruffian torturing ruffian. The conqueror considered the conquered, not as his prisoner, but his property. He led him in triumph, rattling in chains, and doomed him, at pleasure, to slavery or death. As time obliterated the history of their beginning, their successors assumed new appearances, to cut off the entail of their disgrace, but their principles and objects remained the same. What at first was plunder, assumed the foster name of revenue, and the power originally usurped they affected to inherit. From such beginning of governments, what could be expected, but a continual system of war and extortion? It has established itself into a trade. The vice is not peculiar to one more than to another, but is the common principle of all. There does not exist within such governments sufficient stamina whereon to engraft reformation, and the shortest, easiest, and most effectual remedy is to begin anew on the ground of the origin. What scenes of horror, what perfection of iniquity, present themselves in contemplating the character, and reviewing the history of such governments. If we would delineate human nature with the baseness of heart, and hypocrisy of countenance, that reflection would shudder at and humanity disown, it is kings, courts, and cabinets that must sit for the portrait. Man, naturally as he is, with all his faults about him, is not up to the character. Can we possibly suppose that if governments had originated in a right principle, and had not an interest in pursuing a wrong one, that the world could have been in the wretched and quarrelsome condition we have seen it? What inducement has the farmer, while following the plough, to lay aside his peaceful pursuit, and go to war with the farmer of another country? Or what inducement has the manufacturer? What is dominion to them, or to any class of men in a nation? Does it add an acre to any man's estate, or raise its value? Are not conquest and defeat each of the same price, and taxes the never failing consequence? Though this reasoning may be good to a nation, it is not so to a government. War is the pharaoh table of governments, and nations the dupes of the games. If there is anything to wonder at in this miserable scene of governments, more than might be expected, it is the progress which the peaceful arts of agriculture, manufacture, and commerce have made, beneath such a long accumulating load of discouragement and oppression. It serves to show that instinct in animals does not act with stronger impulse than the principles of society and civilization operate in man. Unday *u. Discouragements, he pursue * and his object, and yields to nothing but impossibilities. Chapter 3. Of the old and new systems of government, nothing can appear more contradictory than the principles on which the old governments began, and the condition to which society, civilization, and commerce are capable of carrying mankind. Government on the old system is an assumption of power for the aggrandizement of itself; on the new, a delegation of power for the common benefit of society. The former supports itself by keeping up a system of war; the latter promotes a system of peace as the true means of enriching a nation. The one encourages national prejudices; the other promotes universal society as the means of universal commerce. The one measures its prosperity by the quantity of revenue it extorts; the other proves its excellence by the small quantity of taxes it requires. Mr. Burke has talked of old and new wigs. If he can amuse himself with childish names and distinctions, I shall not interrupt his pleasure. It is not to him, but to the Abbé Sieyes, that I address this chapter. I am already engaged to the latter gentleman, to discuss the subject of monarchical government, and as it naturally occurs in comparing the old and new systems, I make this the opportunity of presenting to him my observations. I shall, occasionally take Mr. Burke in my way. Though it might be proved that the system of government now called the new, is the most ancient in principle of all that have existed, being founded on the original inherent rights of man, yet, as tyranny and the sword have suspended the exercise of those rights for many centuries past, it serves better the purpose of distinction to call it the new, than to claim the right of calling it the old. The first general distinction between those two systems is, that the one now called the old is hereditary, either in whole or in part, and the new is entirely representative. It rejects all hereditary government. First, as being an imposition on mankind. Secondly, as inadequate to the purposes for which government is necessary. With respect to the first of these heads, it cannot be proved by what right hereditary government could begin, neither does there exist within the compass of mortal power a right to establish it. Man has no authority over posterity in matters of personal right, and therefore, no man, or body of men, had, or can have, a right to set up hereditary government. Were even ourselves to come again into existence, instead of being succeeded by posterity, we have not now the right of taking from ourselves the rights which would then be ours. On what ground, then, do we pretend to take them from others? All hereditary government is in its nature tyranny. Inheritable crown, or inheritable throne, or by what other fanciful names such things may be called, have no other significant explanation than that mankind are heritable property. To inherit a government is to inherit the people, as if they were flocks and herds. With respect to the second head, that of being inadequate to the purposes for which government is necessary, we have only to consider what government essentially is, and compare it with the circumstances to which hereditary succession is subject. Government ought to be a thing always in full maturity. It ought to be so constructed as to be superior to all the accidents to which individual man is subject, and therefore, hereditary succession, by being subject to them all, is the most irregular and imperfect of all the systems of government. We have heard the rights of man called a levelling system, but the only system to which the word levelling is truly applicable is the hereditary monarchical system. It is a system of mental levelling. It indiscriminately admits every species of character to the same authority. Vice and virtue, ignorance and wisdom, in short, every quality, good or bad, is put on the same level. Kings succeed each other, not as rationals, but as animals. It signifies not what their mental or moral characters are. Can we then be surprised at the abject state of the human mind in monarchical countries, when the government itself is formed on such an abject levelling system? It has no fixed character. Today it is one thing, tomorrow it is something else. It changes with the temper of every succeeding individual, and is subject to all the varieties of each. It is government through the medium of passions and accidents. It appears under all the various characters of childhood, decrepitude, dotage, a thing at nurse, in leading strings, or in crutches. It reverses the wholesome order of nature. It occasionally puts children over men, and the conceits of knowledge over wisdom and experience. In short, we cannot conceive a more ridiculous figure of government than hereditary succession, in all its cases, presence. Could it be made a decree in nature, or an edict registered in heaven, and man could know it, that virtue and wisdom should invariably appertain to hereditary succession, the objections to it would be removed. But when we see that nature acts as if she disowned and sported with the hereditary system, that the mental characters of successors, in all countries, are below the average of human understanding, that one is a tyrant, another an idiot, a third insane, and some all three together, it is impossible to attach confidence to it, when reason in man has power to act. It is not to the Abbé Sieyes that I need apply this reasoning, he has already saved me that trouble, by giving his own opinion upon the case. If it be asked, says he, what is my opinion with respect to hereditary right, I answer, without hesitation, that, in good theory, an hereditary transmission of any power or office, can never accord with the laws of a true representation. Hereditaryship is, in this sense, as much an attaint upon principle, as an outrage upon society. But let us, continues he, refer to the history of all elective monarchies and principalities. Is there one in which the elective mode is not worse than the hereditary succession? As to debating on which is the worst of the two, it is admitting both to be bad, and herein we are agreed. The preference which the Abbé has given, is a condemnation of the thing that he prefers. Such a mode of reasoning on such a subject is inadmissible, because it finally amounts to an accusation upon Providence, as if she had left to man no other choice with respect to government than between two evils, the best of which he admits to be an attaint upon principle, and an outrage upon society. Passing over, for the present, all the evils and mischiefs which monarchy has occasioned in the world, nothing can more effectually prove its uselessness in a state of civil government, than making it hereditary. Would we make any office hereditary that required wisdom and abilities to fill it? And where wisdom and abilities are not necessary, such an office, whatever it may be, is superfluous or insignificant. Hereditary succession is a burlesque upon monarchy. It puts it in the most ridiculous light, by presenting it as an office which any child or idiot may fill. It requires some talents to be a common mechanic, but, to be a king, requires only the animal figures of man, a sort of breathing automaton. This sort of superstition may last a few years more, but it cannot long resist the awakened reason and interest of man. As to Mr. Burke, he is a stickler for monarchy, not altogether as a pensioner, if he is one, which I believe, but as a political man. He has taken up a contemptible opinion of mankind, who, in their turn, are taking up the same of him. He considers them as a herd of beings that must be governed by fraud, effigy, and show, and an idol would be as good a figure of monarchy with him, as a man. I will, however, do him the justice to say that, with respect to America, he has been very complimentary. He always contended, at least in my hearing, that the people of America were more enlightened than those of England, or of any country in Europe, and that therefore the imposition of show was not necessary in their governments. Though the comparison between hereditary and elective monarchy, which the Abbé has made, is unnecessary to the case, because the representative system rejects both. Yet, were I to make the comparison, I should decide contrary to what he has done. The civil wars which have originated from contested hereditary claims are more numerous, and have been more dreadful, and of longer continuance, than those which have been occasioned by election. All the civil wars in France arose from the hereditary system. They were either produced by hereditary claims, or by the imperfection of the hereditary form, which admits of regencies, or monarchy at nurse. With respect to England, its history is full of the same misfortunes. The contests for succession between the houses of York and Lancaster lasted a whole century, and others of a similar nature have renewed themselves since that period. Those of 1715 and 1745 were of the same kind. The succession war for the crown of Spain embroiled almost half Europe. The disturbances in Holland are generated from the hereditaryship of the stadtholder. The government calling itself free, with an hereditary office, is like a thorn in the flesh that produces a fermentation which endeavors to discharge it. But I might go further, and place also foreign wars, of whatever kind, to the same cause. It is by adding the evil of hereditary succession to that of monarchy, that a permanent family interest is created, whose constant objects are dominion and revenue. Poland, though an elective monarchy, has had fewer wars than those which are hereditary, and it is the only government that has made a voluntary essay, though but a small one, to reform the condition of the country. Having thus glanced at a few of the defects of the old, or hereditary systems of government, let us compare it with the new, or representative system. The representative system takes society and civilization for its basis, nature, reason, and experience, for its guide. Experience, in all ages, and in all countries, has demonstrated that it is impossible to control nature in her distribution of mental powers. She gives them as she pleases. Whatever is the rule by which she, apparently to us, scatters them among mankind, that rule remains a secret to man. It would be as ridiculous to attempt to fix the hereditary ship of human beauty, as of wisdom. Whatever wisdom constituently is, it is like a seedless plant. It may be reared when it appears, but it cannot be voluntarily produced. There is always a sufficiency somewhere in the general mass of society for all purposes, but with respect to the parts of society, it is continually changing its place. It rises in one today, in another tomorrow, and has most probably visited in rotation every family of the earth, and again withdrawn. As this is the order of nature, the order of government must necessarily follow it, or government will, as we see it does, degenerate into ignorance. The hereditary system, therefore, is as repugnant to human wisdom as to human right, and is as absurd as it is unjust. As the Republic of Letters brings forward the best literary productions, by giving to genius a fair and universal chance, so the representative system of government is calculated to produce the wisest laws, by collecting wisdom from where it can be found. I smile to myself when I contemplate the ridiculous insignificance into which literature and all the sciences would sink, were they made hereditary, and I carry the same idea into governments. An hereditary governor is as inconsistent as an hereditary author. I know not whether Homer or Euclid had sons, but I will venture an opinion, that, if they had, and had left their works unfinished, those sons could not have completed them. Do we need a stronger evidence of the absurdity of hereditary government, than is seen in the descendants of those men, in any line of life, who once were famous? Is there scarcely an instance in which there is not a total reverse of the character? It appears as if the tide of mental faculties flowed as far as it could in certain channels, and then forsook its course, and arose in others. How irrational then is the hereditary system which establishes channels of power, in company with which wisdom refuses to flow. By continuing this absurdity, man is perpetually in contradiction with himself. He accepts, for a king, or a chief magistrate, or a legislator, a person whom he would not elect for a constable. It appears to general observation, that revolutions create genius and talents, but those events do no more than bring them forward. There is existing in man, a mass of sense, lying in a dormant state, and which, unless something excites it to action, will descend with him, in that condition, to the grave. As it is to the advantage of society that the whole of its faculties should be employed, the construction of government ought to be such as to bring forward, by quiet and regular operation, all that extent of capacity which never fails to appear in revolutions. This cannot take place in the insipid state of hereditary government, not only because it prevents, but because it operates to benumb. When the mind of a nation is bowed down by any political superstition in its government, such as hereditary succession is, it loses a considerable portion of its powers on all other subjects and objects. Hereditary succession requires the same obedience to ignorance as to wisdom, and when once the mind can bring itself to pay this indiscriminate reverence, it descends below the stature of mental manhood. It is fit to be great only in little things. It acts a treachery upon itself, and suffocates the sensations that urge the detection. Though the ancient governments present to us a miserable picture of the condition of man, there is one which above all others exempts itself from the general description. I mean the democracy of the Athenians. We see more to admire, and less to condemn, in that great, extraordinary people, than in anything which history affords. Mr. Burke is so little acquainted with constituent principles of government, that he confounds democracy and representation together. Representation was a thing unknown in the ancient democracies. In those the mass of the people met and enacted laws. Grammatically speaking, in the first person. Simple democracy was no other than the common hall of the ancients. It signifies the form, as well as the public principle of the government. As these democracies increased in population, and the territory extended, the simple democratical form became unwieldy and impracticable, and as the system of representation was not known, the consequence was, they either degenerated convulsively into monarchies, or became absorbed into such as then existed. Had the system of representation been then understood, as it now is, there is no reason to believe that those forms of government, now called monarchical or aristocratical, would ever have taken place. It was the want of some method to consolidate the parts of society, after it became too populous, and too extensive for the simple democratical form, and also the lax and solitary condition of shepherds and herdsmen in other parts of the world, that afforded opportunities to those unnatural modes of government to begin. As it is necessary to clear away the rubbish of errors, into which the subject of government has been thrown, I shall proceed to remark on some others. It has always been the political craft of courtiers and court governments, to abuse something which they called republicanism, but what republicanism was, or is, they never attempt to explain. Let us examine a little into this case. The only forms of government are the democratical, the aristocratical, the monarchical, and what is now called the representative. What is called a republic is not any particular form of government. It is wholly characteristical of the purport, matter, or object for which government ought to be instituted, and on which it is to be employed, res publicae, the public affairs, or the public good, or, literally translated, the public thing. It is a word of a good original, referring to what ought to be the character and business of government, and in this sense, it is naturally opposed to the word monarchy, which has a base original signification. It means arbitrary power in an individual person, in the exercise of which, himself, and not the res publica, is the object. Every government that does not act on the principle of a republic, or in other words, that does not make the res publica its whole and sole object, is not a good government. Republican government is no other than government established and conducted for the interest of the public, as well individually as collectively. It is not necessarily connected with any particular form, but it most naturally associates with the representative form, as being best calculated to secure the end for which a nation is at the expense of supporting it. Various forms of government have affected to style themselves a republic. Poland calls itself a republic, which is an hereditary aristocracy, with what is called an elective monarchy. Holland calls itself a republic, which is chiefly aristocratical, with an hereditary stadtholdership. But the government of America, which is wholly on the system of representation, is the only real republic in character and in practice that now exists. Its government has no other object than the public business of the nation, and therefore it is properly a republic, and the Americans have taken care that this, and no other, shall always be the object of their government, by their rejecting everything hereditary, and establishing government on the system of representation only. Those who have said that a republic is not a form of government calculated for countries of great extent, mistook, in the first place, the business of a government, for a form of government, for the res publica equally appertains to every extent of territory and population. And, in the second place, if they meant anything with respect to form, it was the simple democratical form, such as was the mode of government in the ancient democracies, in which there was no representation. The case, therefore, is, not, that a republic cannot be extensive, but that it cannot be extensive on the simple democratical form, and the question naturally presents itself, what is the best form of government for conducting the res publicae, or the public business of a nation, after it becomes too extensive and populous for the simple democratical form? It cannot be monarchy, because monarchy is subject to an objection of the same amount to which the simple democratical form was subject. It is possible that an individual may lay down a system of principles, on which government shall be constitutionally established to any extent of territory. This is no more than an operation of the mind, acting by its own powers. But the practice upon those principles, as applying to the various and numerous circumstances of a nation, its agriculture, manufacture, trade, commerce, etc., requires a knowledge of a different kind, and which can be had only from the various parts of society. It is an assemblage of practical knowledge, which no one individual can possess, and therefore the monarchical form is as much limited, in useful practice, from the incompetency of knowledge, as was the democratical form, from the multiplicity of population. The one degenerates, by extension, into confusion, the other into ignorance and incapacity, of which all the great monarchies are in evidence. The monarchical form, therefore, could not be a substitute for the democratical, because it has equal inconveniences. Much less could it when made hereditary. This is the most effectual of all forms to preclude knowledge. Neither could the high democratical mind have voluntarily yielded itself to be governed by children and idiots, and all the motley insignificance of character, which attends such a mere animal system, the disgrace and the reproach of reason and of man. As to the aristocratical form, it has the same vices and defects with the monarchical, except that the chance of abilities is better from the proportion of numbers, but there is still no security for the right use and application of them. Referring, then, to the original simple democracy, it affords the true data from which government on a large scale can begin. It is incapable of extension, not from its principle, but from the inconvenience of its form, and monarchy and aristocracy, from their incapacity. Retaining, then, democracy as the ground, and rejecting the corrupt systems of monarchy and aristocracy, the representative system naturally presents itself, remedying at once the defects of the simple democracy as to form, and the incapacity of the other two with respect to knowledge. Simple democracy was society governing itself without the aid of secondary means. By engrafting representation upon democracy, we arrive at a system of government capable of embracing and confederating all the various interests and every extent of territory and population, and that also with advantages as much superior to hereditary government as the Republic of Letters is to hereditary literature. It is on this system that the American government is founded. It is representation engrafted upon democracy. It has fixed the form by a scale parallel in all cases to the extent of the principle. What Athens was in miniature, America will be in magnitude. The one was the wonder of the ancient world, the other is becoming the admiration and model of the present. It is the easiest of all the forms of government to be understood, and the most eligible in practice, and excludes at once the ignorance and insecurity of the hereditary mode, and the inconvenience of the simple democracy. It is impossible to conceive a system of government capable of acting over such an extent of territory, and such a circle of interests, as is immediately produced by the operation of representation. France, great and populous as it is but a spot in the capaciousness of the system. It adapts itself to all possible cases. It is preferable to simple democracy even in small territories. Athens, by representation, would have outrivaled her own democracy. That which is called government, or rather that which we ought to conceive government to be, is no more than some common center, in which all the parts of society unite. This cannot be accomplished by any method so conducive to the various interests of the community, as by the representative system. It concentrates the knowledge necessary to the interest of the parts, and of the whole. It places government in a state of constant maturity. It is, as has been already observed, never young, never old. It is subject neither to nonage, nor dotage. It is never in the cradle, nor on crutches. It admits not of a separation between knowledge and power, and is superior, as government always ought to be, to all the accidents of individual man, and is therefore superior to what is called monarchy. A nation is not a body, the figure of which is to be represented by the human body, but is like a body contained within a circle, having a common center, in which every radius meets, and that center is formed by representation. To connect representation with what is called monarchy, is eccentric government. Representation is of itself the delegated monarchy of a nation, and cannot debase itself by dividing it with another. Mr. Burke has 2 or 3 times, in his parliamentary speeches, and in his publications, made use of a jingle of words that convey no ideas. Speaking of government, he says, it is better to have monarchy for its basis, and republicanism for its corrective, than republicanism for its basis, and monarchy for its corrective. If he means that it is better to correct folly with wisdom, than wisdom with folly, I will no otherwise contend with him, than that it would be much better to reject the folly entirely. But what is this thing which Mr. Burke calls monarchy? Will he explain it? All men can understand what representation is, and that it must necessarily include a variety of knowledge and talents. But what security is there for the same qualities on the part of monarchy? Or, when this monarchy is a child, where then is the wisdom? What does it know about government? Who then is the monarch, or where is the monarchy? If it is to be performed by regency, it proves it to be a farce. A regency is a mock species of republic, and the whole of monarchy deserves no better description. It is a thing as various as imagination can paint. It has none of the stable character that government ought to possess. Every succession is a revolution, and every regency a counter revolution. The whole of it is a scene of perpetual court cabal and intrigue, of which M.R. Burke is himself an instance. To render monarchy consistent with government, the next in succession should not be born a child, but a man at once, and that man is Solomon. It is ridiculous that nations are to wait, and government be interrupted, till boys grow to be men. Whether I have too little sense to see, or too much to be imposed upon, whether I have too much or too little pride, or of anything else, I leave out of the question, but certain it is, that what is called monarchy, always appears to me a silly, contemptible thing. I compare it to something kept behind a curtain, about which there is a great deal of bustle and fuss, and a wonderful air of seeming solemnity, but when, by any accident, the curtain happens to be open, and the company see what it is, they burst into laughter. In the representative system of government, nothing of this can happen. Like the nation itself, it possesses a perpetual stamina, as well of body as of mind, and presents itself on the open theater of the world in a fair and manly manner. Whatever are its excellences or its defects, they are visible to all. It exists not by fraud and mystery. It deals not in cant and sophistry, but inspires a language that, passing from heart to heart, is felt and understood. We must shut our eyes against reason. We must basely degrade our understanding, not to see the folly of what is called monarchy. Nature is orderly in all her works, but this is a mode of government that counteracts nature. It turns the progress of the human faculties upside down. It subjects age to be governed by children, and wisdom by folly. On the contrary, the representative system is always parallel with the order and immutable laws of nature, and meets the reason of man in every part. For example, in the American federal government, more power is delegated to the President of the United States than to any other individual member of Congress. 5 He cannot, therefore, be elected to this office under the age of 35 years. By this time the judgment of man becomes matured, and he has lived long enough to be acquainted with men and things, and the country with him. But on the monarchical plan, exclusive of the numerous chances there are against every man born into the world, of drawing a prize in the lottery of human faculties, the next in succession, whatever he may be, is put at the head of a nation, and of a government, at the age of 18 years. Does this appear like an act of wisdom? Is it consistent with the proper dignity and the manly character of a nation? Where is the propriety of calling such a lad the father of the people? In all other cases, a person is a minor until the age of 21 years. Before this period, he is not trusted with the management of an acre of land, or with the heritable property of a flock of sheep, or an herd of swine, but, wonderful to tell, he may, at the age of 18 years, be trusted with the nation. That monarchy is all a bubble, a mere court artifice to procure money, is evident, at least to me, in every character in which it can be viewed. It would be impossible, on the rational system of representative government, to make out a bill of expenses to such an enormous amount as this deception admits. Government is not of itself a very chargeable institution. The whole expense of the federal government of America, founded, as I have already said, on the system of representation, and extending over a country nearly 10 times as large as England, is but $600,000, or £135,000 sterling. I presume that no man in his sober senses will compare the character of any of the kings of Europe with that of General Washington. Yet, in France, and also in England, the expense of the civil list only, for the support of one man, is 8 times greater than the whole expense of the federal government in America. To assign a reason for this appears almost impossible. The generality of people in America, especially the poor, are more able to pay taxes than the generality of people either in France or England. But the case is that the representative system diffuses such a body of knowledge throughout a nation on the subject of government as to explode ignorance and preclude imposition. The craft of courts cannot be acted on that ground. There is no place for mystery, nowhere for it to begin. Those who are not in the representation know as much of the nature of business as those who are. An affectation of mysterious importance would there be scouted? Nations can have no secrets, and the secrets of courts, like those of individuals, are always their defects. In the representative system, the reason for everything must publicly appear. Every man is a proprietor in government, and considers it a necessary part of his business to understand. It concerns his interest, because it affects his property. He examines the cost, and compares it with the advantages, and above all, he does not adopt the slavish custom of following what in other governments are called leaders. It can only be by blinding the understanding of man, and making him believe that government is some wonderful mysterious thing, that excessive revenues are obtained. Monarchy is well calculated to ensure this end. It is the popery of government, a thing kept up to amuse the ignorant, and quiet them into taxes. The government of a free country, properly speaking, is not in the persons, but in the laws. The enacting of those requires no great expense, and when they are administered, the whole of civil government is performed, the rest is all court contrivance. Chapter 4. Of Constitutions. That men mean distinct and separate things when they speak of constitutions and of governments, is evident, or, why are those terms distinctly and separately used? A constitution is not the act of a government, but of a people constituting a government. And government without a constitution, is power without a right. All power exercised over a nation, must have some beginning. It must be either delegated, or assumed. There are no other sources. All delegated power is trust, and all assumed power is usurpation. Time does not alter the nature and quality of either. In viewing this subject, the case and circumstances of America present themselves as in the beginning of a world, and our inquiry into the origin of government is shortened by referring to the facts that have arisen in our own day. We have no occasion to roam for information into the obscure field of antiquity, nor hazard ourselves upon conjecture. We are brought at once to the point of seeing government begin, as if we had lived in the beginning of time. The real volume, not of history, but of facts, is directly before us, unmutilated by contrivance, or the errors of tradition. I will here concisely state the commencement of the American constitutions, by which the difference between constitutions and governments will sufficiently appear. It may not be improper to remind the reader that the United States of America consist of 13 separate states, each of which established a government for itself, after the Declaration of Independence, done the 4th of July 1776. Each state acted independently of the rest, in forming its government, but the same general principle pervades the whole. When the several state governments were formed, they proceeded to form the federal government, that acts over the whole in all matters which concern the interest of the whole, or which relate to the intercourse of the several states with each other, or with foreign nations. I will begin with giving an instance from one of the state governments, that of Pennsylvania, and then proceed to the federal government. The state of Pennsylvania, though nearly of the same extent of territory as England, was then divided into only 12 counties. Each of those counties had elected a committee at the commencement of the dispute with the English government, and as the city of Philadelphia, which also had its committee, was the most central for intelligence, it became the center of communication to the several county committees. When it became necessary to proceed to the formation of a government, the committee of Philadelphia proposed a conference of all the county committees to be held in that city, and which met the latter end of July 1776. Though these committees had been elected by the people, they were not elected expressly for the purpose, nor invested with the authority of forming a constitution, and, as they could not, consistently with the American idea of rights, assume such a power, they could only confer upon the matter, and put it into a train of operation. The conferees, therefore, did no more than state the case, and recommend to the several counties to elect 6 representatives for each county, to meet in convention at Philadelphia, with powers to form a constitution, and propose it for public consideration. This convention, of which Benjamin Franklin was president, having met and deliberated, and agreed upon a constitution, they next ordered it to be published, not as a thing established, but for the consideration of the whole people, their approbation or rejection, and then adjourned to a stated time. When the time of adjournment was expired, the convention reassembled, and as the general opinion of the people in approbation of it was then known, the constitution was signed, sealed, and proclaimed on the authority of the people, and the original instrument deposited as a public record. The convention then appointed a day for the general election of the representatives who were to compose the government, and the time it should commence, and having done this, they dissolved, and returned to their several homes and occupations. In this constitution were laid down, first, a declaration of rights. Then followed the form which the government should have, and the powers it should possess, the authority of the courts of judicature, and of juries, the manner in which elections should be conducted, and the proportion of representatives to the number of electors, the time which each succeeding assembly should continue, which was 1 year, the mode of levying, and of accounting for the expenditure of public money, of appointing public officers, etc. No article of this constitution could be altered or infringed at the discretion of the government that was to ensue. It was to that government a law. But as it would have been unwise to preclude the benefit of experience, and in order also to prevent the accumulation of errors, if any should be found, and to preserve a unison of government with the circumstances of the state at all times, the Constitution provided that, at the expiration of every 7 years, a convention should be elected, for the express purpose of revising the Constitution, and making alterations, additions, or abolitions therein, if any such should be found necessary. Here we see a regular process, the government issuing out of a constitution, formed by the people in their original character, and that constitution serving, not only as an authority, but as a law of control to the government. It was the political Bible of the state. Scarcely a family was without it. Every member of the government had a copy. And nothing was more common, when any debate arose on the principle of a bill, or on the extent of any species of authority, than for the members to take the printed constitution out of their pocket, and read the chapter with which such matter in debate was connected. Having thus given an instance from one of the states, I will show the proceedings by which the Federal Constitution of the United States arose and was formed. Congress, at its 2 first meetings, in September 1774, and May 1775, was nothing more than a deputation from the legislatures of the several provinces, afterward states, and had no other authority than what arose from common consent, and the necessity of its acting as a public body. In everything which related to the internal affairs of America, Congress went no further than to issue recommendations to the several provincial assemblies, who at discretion adopted them or not. Nothing on the part of Congress was compulsive, yet, in this situation, it was more faithfully and affectionately obeyed than was any government in Europe. This instance, like that of the National Assembly in France, sufficiently shows that the strength of government does not consist in anything within itself, but in the attachment of a nation, and the interest which the people feel in supporting it. When this is lost, government is but a child in power, and, though, like the old government of France, it may harass individuals for a while, it but facilitates its own fall. After the Declaration of Independence, it became consistent with the principle on which representative government is founded, that the authority of Congress should be defined and established. Whether that authority should be more or less than Congress, then discretionarily exercised, was not the question. It was merely the rectitude of the measure. For this purpose, the act, called the Act of Confederation, which was a sort of imperfect federal constitution, was proposed, and, after long deliberation, was concluded in the year 1781. It was not the act of Congress, because it is repugnant to the principles of representative government that a body should give power to itself. Congress first informed the several states of the powers which it conceived were necessary to be invested in the Union, to enable it to perform the duties and services required from it, and the states severally agreed with each other, and concentrated in Congress those powers. It may not be improper to observe, that in both those instances, the one of Pennsylvania, and the other of the United States, there is no such thing as the idea of a compact between the people on one side, and the government on the other. The compact was that of the people with each other, to produce and constitute a government. To suppose that any government can be a party in a compact with the whole people, is to suppose it to have existence before it can have a right to exist. The only instance in which a compact can take place between the people and those who exercise the government, is, that the people shall pay them, while they choose to employ them. Government is not a trade which any man or body of men has a right to set up and exercise for his own emolument, but is altogether a trust, in right of those by whom that trust is delegated, and by whom it is always resumable. It has of itself no rights, they are Altogether duties. Having thus given two instances of the original formation of a constitution, I will show the manner in which both have been changed since their first establishment. The powers vested in the governments of the several states, by the state constitutions, were found, upon experience, to be too great, and those vested in the federal government, by the act of confederation, too little. The defect was not in the principle, but in the distribution of power. Numerous publications, in pamphlets, and in the newspapers, appeared, on the propriety and necessity of new modeling the federal government. After some time of public discussion, carried on through the channel of the press, and in conversations, the state of Virginia, experiencing some inconvenience with respect to commerce, proposed holding a continental conference, in consequence of which, a deputation from 5 or 6 of the state assemblies met at Annapolis in Maryland, in 1786. This meeting, not conceiving itself sufficiently authorized to go into the business of reform, did no more than state their general opinions of the propriety of the measure, and recommend that a convention of all the states should be held the year following. This convention met at Philadelphia in May 1787, of which General Washington was elected president. He was not at that time connected with any of the state governments, or with Congress. He delivered up his commission when the war ended, and since then had lived a private citizen. The convention went deeply into all the subjects, and having, after a variety of debate and investigation, agreed among themselves upon the several parts of a federal constitution, the next question was the matter of giving it authority and practice. For this purpose, they did not, like a cabal of courtiers, send for a Dutch stadtholder or a German elector, but they referred the whole matter to the sense and interest of the country. They first directed that the proposed constitution should be published. Secondly, that each state should elect a convention, expressly for the purpose of taking it into consideration, and of ratifying or rejecting it, and that as soon as the approbation and ratification of any 9 states should be given, that those states should proceed to the election of their proportion of members to the new federal government, and that the operation of it should then begin, and the former federal government cease. The several states proceeded accordingly to elect their conventions. Some of those conventions ratified the Constitution by very large majorities, and 2 or 3 unanimously. In others there were much debate and division of opinion. In the Massachusetts Convention, which met at Boston, the majority was not above 19 or 20, in about 300 members, but such is the nature of representative government, that it quietly decides all matters by majority. After the debate in the Massachusetts Convention was closed, and the vote taken, the objecting members rose and declared that though they had argued and voted against it, because certain parts appeared to them in a different light to what they appeared to other members, yet, as the vote had decided in favor of the Constitution as proposed, they should give it the same practical support as if they had voted for it. As soon as 9 states had concurred, and the rest followed in the order their conventions were elected, the old fabric of the federal government was taken down, and the new one erected, of which General Washington is president. In this place I cannot help remarking that the character and services of this gentleman are sufficient to put all those men called kings to shame, while they are receiving from the sweat and labors of mankind a prodigality of pay, to which neither their abilities nor their services can entitle them. He is rendering every service in his power, and refusing every pecuniary reward. He accepted no pay as commander-in-chief, he accepts none as president of the United States. After the new federal constitution was established, the state of Pennsylvania, conceiving that some parts of its own constitution required to be altered, elected a convention for that purpose. The proposed alterations were published, and the people concurring therein, they were established. In forming those constitutions, or in altering them, little or no inconvenience took place. The ordinary course of things was not interrupted, and the advantages have been much. It is always the interest of a far greater number of people in a nation to have things right, than to let them remain wrong, and when public matters are open to debate, and the public judgment free, it will not decide wrong, unless it decides too hastily. In the 2 instances of changing the constitutions, the governments then in being were not actors either way. Government has no right to make itself a party in any debate respecting the principles or modes of forming, or of changing, constitutions. It is not for the benefit of those who exercise the powers of government that constitutions and the governments issuing from them are established. In all those matters, the right of judging and acting are in those who pay, and not in those who receive. A constitution is the property of a nation, and not of those who exercise the government. All the constitutions of America are declared to be established on the authority of the people. In France, the word nation is used instead of the people, but in both cases, a constitution is a thing antecedent to the government, and always distinct therefrom. In England, it is not difficult to perceive that everything has a constitution, except the nation. Every society and association that is established, first agreed upon a number of original articles, digested into form, which are its constitution. It then appointed its officers, whose powers and authorities are described in that constitution, and the government of that society then commenced. Those officers, by whatever name they are called, have no authority to add to, alter, or abridge the original articles. It is only to the constituting power that this right belongs. From the want of understanding the difference between a constitution and a government, Dr. Johnson and all writers of its description have always bewildered themselves. They could not but perceive that there must necessarily be a controlling power existing somewhere, and they placed this power in the discretion of the persons exercising the government, instead of placing it in a constitution formed by the nation. When it is in a constitution, it has the nation for its support, and the natural and the political controlling powers are together. The laws which are enacted by governments control men only as individuals, but the nation, through its constitution, controls the whole government, and has a natural ability so to do. The final controlling power, therefore, and the original constituting power, are one and the same power. Dr. Johnson could not have advanced such a position in any country where there was a constitution, and he is himself in evidence that no such thing as a constitution exists in England. But it may be put as a question, not improper to be investigated, that if a constitution does not exist, how came the idea of its existence so generally established? In order to decide this question, it is necessary to consider a constitution in both its cases, first, as creating a government and giving it powers. Secondly, as regulating and restraining the powers so given. If we begin with William of Normandy, we find that the government of England was originally a tyranny, founded on an invasion and conquest of the country. This being admitted, it will then appear that the exertion of the nation, at different periods, to abate that tyranny, and render it less intolerable, has been credited for a constitution. Magna Carta, as it was called, it is now like an almanac of the same date, was no more than compelling the government to renounce a part of its assumptions. It did not create and give powers to government in the manner a constitution does, but was, as far as it went, of the nature of reconquest, and not of a constitution, for could the nation have totally expelled the usurpation, as France has done its despotism, it would then have had a constitution to form. The history of the Edwards and the Henrys, and up to the commencement of the Stuarts, exhibits as many instances of tyranny as could be acted within the limits to which the nation had restricted it. The Stuarts endeavored to pass those limits, and their fate is well known. In all those instances we see nothing of a constitution, but only of restrictions on assumed power. After this, another William, descended from the same stock, and claiming from the same origin, gained possession, and of the two evils, James and William, the nation preferred what it thought the least, since, from circumstances, it must take one. The act, called the Bill of Rights, comes here into view. What is it, but a bargain, which the parts of the government made with each other to divide powers, profits, and privileges? You shall have so much, and I will have the rest, and with respect to the nation, it said, for your share, you shall have the right of petitioning. This being the case, the Bill of Rights is more properly a bill of wrongs, and of insult. As to what is called the Convention Parliament, it was a thing that made itself, and then made the authority by which it acted. A few persons got together, and called themselves by that name. Several of them had never been elected, and none of them for the purpose. From the time of William, a species of government arose, issuing out of this coalition Bill of Rights, and more so, since the corruption introduced at the Hanover succession, by the agency of Walpole, that can be described by no other name than a despotic legislation. Though the parts may embarrass each other, the whole has no bounds, and the only right it acknowledges out of itself is the right of petitioning. Where then is the Constitution either that gives or that restrains power? It is not because a part of the government is elective that makes it less a despotism, if the persons so elected possess afterwards, as a parliament, unlimited powers. Election, in this case, becomes separated from representation, and the candidates are candidates for despotism. I cannot believe that any nation, reasoning on its own rights, would have thought of calling those things a constitution, if the cry of constitution had not been set up by the government. It has got into circulation like the words bore and quas, by being chalked up in the speeches of Parliament, as those words were on window shutters and door posts. But whatever the constitution may be in other respects, it has undoubtedly been the most productive machine of taxation that was ever invented. The taxes in France, under the new constitution, are not quite 13 shillings per head 6, and the taxes in England, under what is called its present constitution, are 48 shillings and 6 per head, men, women, and children, amounting to nearly 17 millions sterling, besides the expense of collection, which is upwards of 1 million more. In a country like England, where the whole of the civil government is executed by the people of every town and county, by means of parish officers, magistrates, quarterly sessions, juries, and assize, without any trouble to what is called the government, or any other expense to the revenue than the salary of the judges, it is astonishing how such a mass of taxes can be employed. Not even the internal defense of the country is paid out of the revenue. On all occasions, whether real or contrived, recourse is continually had to new loans and new taxes. No wonder, then, that a machine of government so advantageous to the advocates of a court should be so triumphantly extolled. No wonder that St. James's or St. Stephen's should echo with the continual cry of Constitution. No wonder that the French Revolution should be reprobated, and the res publica treated with reproach. The Red Book of England, like the Red Book of France, will explain the reason. Point 7. I will now, by way of relaxation, turn a thought or two to Mr. Burke. I ask his pardon for neglecting him so long. America, says he, in his speech on the Canada Constitution Bill, never dreamed of such absurd doctrine as the rights of man. Mr. Burke is such a bold presumer, and advances his assertions and his premises with such a deficiency of judgment, that, without troubling ourselves about principles of philosophy or politics, the mere logical conclusions they produce are ridiculous. For instance, if governments, as Mr. Burke asserts, are not founded on the rights of man, and are founded on any rights at all, they consequently must be founded on the rights of something that is not man. What then is that something? Generally speaking, we know of no other creatures that inhabit the earth than man and beast, and in all cases, where only two things offer themselves, and one must be admitted, a negation proved on any one, amounts to an affirmative on the other, and therefore, Mr. Burke, by proving against the rights of bound man, proves in behalf of the beast, and consequently, proves that government is a beast, and as difficult things sometimes explain each other. We now see the origin of keeping wild beasts in the tower, for they certainly can be of no other use than to show the origin of the government. They are in the place of a constitution. O John Bull, what honors thou hast lost by not being a wild beast. Thou mightest, on Mr. Burke's system, have been in the tower for life. If Mr. Burke's arguments have not weighed enough to keep one serious, the fault is less mine than his, and as I am willing to make an apology to the reader for the liberty I have taken, I hope Mr. Burke will also make his for giving the cause. Having thus paid Mr. Burke the compliment of remembering him, I return to the subject. From the want of a constitution in England to restrain and regulate the wild impulse of power, many of the laws are irrational and tyrannical, and the administration of them vague and problematical. The attention of the government of England, for I rather choose to call it by this name than the English government, appears, since its political connection with Germany, to have been so completely engrossed and absorbed by foreign affairs, and the means of raising taxes, that it seems to exist for no other purposes. Domestic concerns are neglected, and with respect to regular law, there is scarcely such a thing. Almost every case now must be determined by some precedent, be that precedent good or bad, or whether it properly applies or not, and the practice is become so general, as to suggest a suspicion, that it proceeds from a deeper policy than at first sight appears. Since the Revolution of America, and more so since that of France, this preaching up the doctrine of precedents, drawn from times and circumstances antecedent to those events, has been the studied practice of the English government. The generality of those precedents are founded on principles and opinions, the reverse of what they ought, and the greater distance of time they are drawn from, the more they are to be suspected. But, by associating those precedents with a superstitious reverence for ancient things, as monks show relics and call them holy, the generality of mankind are deceived into the design. Governments now act as if they were afraid to awaken a single reflection in man. They are softly leading him to the sepulchre of precedents, to deaden his faculties, and call his attention from the scene of revolutions. They feel that he is arriving at knowledge faster than they wish, and their policy of precedents is the barometer of their fears. This political popery, like the ecclesiastical popery of old, has had its day, and is hastening to its exit. The ragged relic and the antiquated precedent, the monk and the monarch, will molder together. Government by precedent, without any regard to the principle of the precedent, is one of the vilest systems that can be set up. In numerous instances, the precedent ought to operate as a warning, and not as an example, and requires to be shunned instead of imitated, but instead of this, precedents are taken in the lump, and put at once for constitution and for law. Either the doctrine of precedents is policy to keep a man in a state of ignorance, or it is a practical confession that wisdom degenerates in governments as governments increase in age, and can only hobble along by the stilts and crutches of precedents. How is it that the same persons who would probably be thought wiser than their predecessors appear at the same time only as the ghosts of departed wisdom? How strangely is antiquity treated! To answer some purposes it is spoken of as the times of darkness and ignorance, and to answer others, it is put for the light of the world. If the doctrine of precedents is to be followed, the expenses of government need not continue the same. What pay men extravagantly, who have but little to do? If everything that can happen is already in precedent, legislation is at an end, and precedent, like a dictionary, determines every case. Either, therefore, government has arrived at its dotage, and requires to be renovated, or all the occasions for exercising its wisdom have occurred. We now see all over Europe, and particularly in England, the curious phenomenon of a nation looking one way, and a government the other, the one forward and the other backward. If governments are to go on by precedent, while nations go on by improvement, they must at last come to a final separation, and the sooner, and the more civilly they determine this point, the better. Point 8. Having thus spoken of constitutions generally, as things distinct from actual governments, let us proceed to consider the parts of which a constitution is composed. Opinions differ more on this subject, than with respect to the whole. That a nation ought to have a constitution, as a rule for the conduct of its government, is a simple question in which all men, not directly courtiers, will agree. It is only on the component parts that questions and opinions multiply. But this difficulty, like every other, will diminish when put into a train of being rightly understood. The first thing is, that a nation has a right to establish a constitution. Whether it exercises this right in the most judicious manner at first, is quite another case. It exercises it agreeably to the judgment it possesses, and by continuing to do so, all errors will at last be exploded. When this right is established in a nation, there is no fear that it will be employed to its own injury. A nation can have no interest in being wrong. Though all the constitutions of America are on one general principle, yet no two of them are exactly alike in their component parts, or in the distribution of the powers which they give to the actual governments. Some are more, and others less complex. In forming a constitution, it is first necessary to consider what are the ends for which government is necessary. Secondly, what are the best means, and the least expensive, for accomplishing those ends? Government is nothing more than a national association, and the object of this association is the good of all, as well individually as collectively. Every man wishes to pursue his occupation, and to enjoy the fruits of his labors, and the produce of his property in peace and safety, and with the least possible expense. When these things are accomplished, all the objects for which government ought to be established are answered. It has been customary to consider government under three distinct general heads: the legislative, the executive, and the judicial. But if we permit our judgment to act unencumbered by the habit of multiplied terms, we can perceive no more than two divisions of power, of which civil government is composed, namely, that of legislating or enacting laws, and that of executing or administering them. Everything, therefore, appertaining to civil government, classes itself under one or other of these two divisions. So far as regards the execution of the laws, that which is called the judicial power, is strictly and properly the executive power of every country. It is that power to which every individual has appeal, and which causes the laws to be executed. Neither have we any other clear idea with respect to the official execution of the laws. In England, and also in America and France, this power begins with the magistrate, and proceeds up through all the courts of judicature. I leave to courtiers to explain what is meant by calling monarchy the executive power. It is merely a name in which acts of government are done, and any other, or none at all, would answer the same purpose. Laws have neither more nor less authority on this account. It must be from the justness of their principles, and the interest which a nation feels therein, that they derive support. If they require any other than this, it is a sign that something in the system of government is imperfect. Laws difficult to be executed cannot be generally good. With respect to the organization of the legislative power, different modes have been adopted in different countries. In America it is generally composed of two houses. In France it consists but of one, but in both countries it is wholly by representation. The case is, that mankind, from the long tyranny of assumed power, have had so few opportunities of making the necessary trials on modes and principles of government, in order to discover the best, that government is but now beginning to be known, and experience is yet wanting to determine many particulars. The objections against two houses are, first, that there is an inconsistency in any part of a whole legislature, coming to a final determination by vote on any matter, whilst that matter, with respect to that whole, is yet only in a train of deliberation, and consequently open to new illustrations. Secondly, that by taking the vote on each, as a separate body, it always admits of the possibility, and is often the case in practice, that the minority governs the majority, and that, in some instances, to a degree of great inconsistency. Thirdly, that two houses arbitrarily checking or controlling each other is inconsistent, because it cannot be proved, on the principles of just representation, that either should be wiser or better than the other. They may check in the wrong as well as in the right, and therefore, to give the power where we cannot give the wisdom to use it, nor be assured of its being rightly used, renders the hazard at least equal to the precaution. Point 9. The objection against a single house is, that it is always in a condition of committing itself too soon. But it should at the same time be remembered, that when there is a constitution which defines the power, and establishes the principles within which a legislature shall act, there is already a more effectual check provided, and more powerfully operating, than any other check can be. For example, were a bill to be brought into any of the American legislatures, similar to that which was passed into an act by the English Parliament, at the commencement of George I, to extend the duration of the assemblies to a longer period than they now sit, the check is in the Constitution, which in effect says, thus far shalt thou go and no further. But in order to remove the objection against a single house, that of acting with too quick an impulse, and at the same time to avoid the inconsistencies, in some cases, absurdities, arising from two houses, the following method has been proposed as an improvement upon both. First, to have but one representation. Secondly, to divide that representation, by lot, into two or three parts. Thirdly, that every proposed bill shall be first debated in those parts by succession, that they may become the hearers of each other, but without taking any vote. After which, the whole representation to assemble for a general debate and determination by vote. To this proposed improvement has been added another, for the purpose of keeping the representation in a state of constant renovation, which is, that 1/3 of the representation of each county shall go out at the expiration of 1 year, and the number be replaced by new elections. Another third at the expiration of the 2nd year, replaced in like manner, and every 3rd year to be a general election. Point 10. But in whatever manner the separate parts of a constitution may be arranged, there is one general principle that distinguishes freedom from slavery, which is, that all hereditary government over a people is to them a species of slavery, and representative government is freedom. Considering government in the only light in which it should be considered, that of a national association, it ought to be so constructed as not to be disordered by any accident happening among the parts, and, therefore, no extraordinary power, capable of producing such an effect, should be lodged in the hands of any individual. The death, sickness, absence, or defection of any one individual in a government ought to be a matter of no more consequence, with respect to the nation, than if the same circumstance had taken place in a member of the English Parliament, or the French National Assembly. Scarcely anything presents a more degrading character of national greatness than its being thrown into confusion by anything happening to, or acted by, an individual, and the ridiculousness of the scene is often increased by the natural insignificance of the person by whom it is occasioned. Were a government so constructed that it could not go on, unless a goose or a gander were present in the Senate, the difficulties would be just as great and as real on the flight or sickness of the goose, or the gander, as if it were called a king. We laugh at individuals for the silly difficulties they make to themselves, without perceiving that the greatest of all ridiculous things are acted in governments. Point 11. All the constitutions of America are on a plan that excludes the childish embarrassments which occur in monarchical countries. No suspension of government can there take place for a moment, from any circumstance whatever. The system of representation provides for everything, and is the only system in which nations and governments can always appear in their proper character. As extraordinary power ought not to be lodged in the hands of any individual, so ought there to be no appropriations of public money to any person, beyond what his services in a state may be worth. It signifies not whether a man be called a president, a king, an emperor, a senator, or by any other name, which propriety or folly may devise, or arrogance assume. It is only a certain service he can perform in the state, and the service of any such individual in the routine of office, whether such office be called monarchical, presidential, senatorial, or by any other name or title, can never exceed the value of £10,000 a year. All the great services that are done in the world are performed by volunteer characters, who accept nothing for them, but the routine of office is always regulated to such a general standard of abilities as to be within the compass of numbers in every country to perform, and therefore cannot merit very extraordinary recompense. Government, says Swift, is a plain thing, and fitted to the capacity of many heads. It isn't human to talk of £1,000,000 a year, paid out of the public taxes of any country, for the support of any individual, whilst thousands who are forced to contribute thereto, are pining with want, and struggling with misery. Government does not consist in a contrast between prisons and palaces, between poverty and pomp. It is not instituted to rob the needy of his might, and increase the wretchedness of the wretched. But of this part of the subject I shall speak hereafter, and confine myself at present to political observations. When extraordinary power and extraordinary pay are allotted to any individual in a government, he becomes the center, round which every kind of corruption generates and forms. Give to any man £1,000,000 a year, and add thereto the power of creating and disposing of places, at the expense of a country, and the liberties of that country are no longer secure. What is called the splendor of a throne is no other than the corruption of the state. It is made up of a band of parasites, living in luxurious indolence, out of the public taxes. When once such a vicious system is established, it becomes the guard and protection of all inferior abuses. The man who is in the receipt of £1,000,000 a year is the last person to promote a spirit of reform, lest, in the event, it should reach to himself. It is always his interest to defend inferior abuses, as so many outworks to protect the citadel. And in this species of political fortification, all the parts have such a common dependence that it is never to be expected they will attack each other. Point 12. Monarchy would not have continued so many ages in the world, had it not been for the abuses it protects. It is the master fraud, which shelters all others. By admitting a participation of the spoil, it makes itself friends, and when it ceases to do this, it will cease to be the idol of courtiers. As the principle on which constitutions are now formed rejects all hereditary pretensions to government, it also rejects all that catalogue of assumptions known by the name of prerogatives. If there is any government where prerogatives might with apparent safety be entrusted to any individual, it is in the federal government of America. The President of the United States of America is elected only for 4 years. He is not only responsible in the general sense of the word, but a particular mode is laid down in the Constitution for trying him. He cannot be elected under 35 years of age, and he must be a native of the country. In a comparison of these cases with the government of England, the difference when applied to the latter amounts to an absurdity. In England the person who exercises prerogative is often a foreigner, always half a foreigner, and always married to a foreigner. He is never in full natural or political connection with the country, is not responsible for anything, and becomes of age at 18 years, yet such a person is permitted to form foreign alliances, without even the knowledge of the nation, and to make war and peace without its consent. But this is not all. Though such a person cannot dispose of the government, in the manner of a testator, he dictates the marriage connections, which, in effect, accomplishes a great part of the same end. He cannot directly bequeath half the government to Prussia, but he can form a marriage partnership that will produce almost the same thing. Under such circumstances, it is happy for England that she is not situated on the continent, or she might, like Holland, fall under the dictatorship of Prussia. Holland, by marriage, is as effectually governed by Prussia, as if the old tyranny of bequeathing the government had been the means. The presidency in America, or, as it is sometimes called, the executive, is the only office from which a foreigner is excluded, and in England it is the only one to which he is admitted. A foreigner cannot be a member of Parliament, but he may be what is called a king. If there is any reason for excluding foreigners, it ought to be from those offices where mischief can most be acted, and where, by uniting every bias of interest and attachment, the trust is best secured. But as nations proceed in the great business of forming constitutions, they will examine with more precision into the nature and business of that department which is called the executive. What the legislative and judicial departments are, everyone can see, but with respect to what, in Europe, is called the executive, as distinct from those 2. It is either a political superfluity or a chaos of unknown things. Some kind of official department to which reports shall be made from the different parts of a nation, or from abroad, to be laid before the national representatives, is all that is necessary, but there is no consistency in calling this the executive, neither can it be considered in any other light than as inferior to the legislative. The sovereign authority in any country is the power of making laws, and everything else is an official department. Next to the arrangement of the principles and the organization of the several parts of a constitution, is the provision to be made for the support of the persons to whom the nation shall confide the administration of the constitutional powers. A nation can have no right to the time and services of any person at his own expense, whom it may choose to employ or entrust in any department whatever, neither can any reason be given for making provision for the support of any one part of the government, and not for the other. But, admitting that the honor of being entrusted with any part of the government is to be considered a sufficient reward, it ought to be so to every person alike. If the members of the legislature of any country are to serve at their own expense, that which is called the executive, whether monarchical, or by any other name, ought to serve in like manner. It is inconsistent to pay the one, and accept the service of the other gratis. In America, every department in the government is decently provided for, but no one is extravagantly paid. Every member of Congress, and of the assemblies, is allowed a sufficiency for his expenses. Whereas in England, a most prodigal provision is made for the support of one part of the government, and none for the other, the consequence of which is, that the one is furnished with the means of corruption, and the other is put into the condition of being corrupted. Less than a fourth part of such expense, applied as it is in America, would remedy a great part of the corruption. Another reform in the American Constitution is the exploding all oaths of personality. The oath of allegiance in America is to the nation only. The putting any individual as a figure for a nation is improper. The happiness of a nation is the superior object, and therefore the intention of an oath of allegiance ought not to be obscured by being figuratively taken to, or in the name of, any person. The oath, called the civic oath in France, viz. The nation, the law, and the king, is improper. If taken at all, it ought to be as in America, to the nation only. The law may or may not be good, but, in this place, it can have no other meaning than as being conducive to the happiness of the nation and, therefore is included in it. The remainder of the oath is improper, on the ground, that all personal oaths ought to be abolished. They are the remains of tyranny on one part, and slavery on the other, and the name of the Creator ought not to be introduced to witness the degradation of his creation, or if taken, as is already mentioned, as figurative of the nation, it is in this place redundant. But whatever apology may be made for oaths at the first establishment of a government, they ought not to be permitted afterwards. If a government requires the support of oaths, it is a sign that it is not worth supporting, and ought not to be supported. Make government what it ought to be, and it will support itself. To conclude this part of the subject, one of the greatest improvements that has been made for the perpetual security and progress of constitutional liberty is the provision which the new constitutions make for occasionally revising, altering, and amending them. The principle upon which Mr. Burke formed his political creed, that of binding and controlling posterity to the end of time, and of renouncing and abdicating the rights of all posterity, forever is now become too detestable to be made a subject of debate. And therefore, I pass it over with no other notice than exposing it. Government is but now beginning to be known. Hitherto it has been the mere exercise of power, which forbade all effectual inquiry into rights, and grounded itself wholly on possession. While the enemy of liberty was its judge, the progress of its principles must have been small indeed. The constitutions of America, and also that of France, have either affixed a period for their revision, or laid down the mode by which improvements shall be made. It is perhaps impossible to establish anything that combines principles with opinions and practice, which the progress of circumstances, through a length of years, will not in some measure derange, or render inconsistent, and, therefore, to prevent inconveniencies accumulating, till they discourage reformations or provoke revolutions. It is best to provide the means of regulating them as they occur. The rights of men are the rights of all generations of men, and cannot be monopolized by any. That which is worth following, will be followed for the sake of its worth, and it is in this that its security lies, and not in any conditions with which it may be encumbered. When a man leaves property to his heirs, he does not connect it with an obligation that they shall accept it. Why then should we do otherwise with respect to constitutions? The best constitution that could now be devised, consistent with the condition of the present moment, may be far short of that excellence which a few years may afford. There is a morning of reason rising upon man on the subject of government, that has not appeared before. As the barbarism of the present old governments expires, the moral condition of nations with respect to each other will be changed. Man will not be brought up with the savage idea of considering his species as his enemy, because the accident of birth gave the individual's existence in countries distinguished by different names, and as constitutions have always some relation to external as well as to domestic circumstances, the means of benefiting by every change, foreign or domestic, should be a part of every constitution. We already see an alteration in the national disposition of England and France towards each other, which, when we look back to only a few years, is itself a revolution. Who could have foreseen, or who would have believed, that a French National Assembly would ever have been a popular toast in England, or that a friendly alliance of the two nations should become the wish of either? It shows that man, were he not corrupted by governments, is naturally the friend of man, and that human nature is not of itself vicious. That spirit of jealousy and ferocity, which the governments of the two countries inspired, and which they rendered subservient to the purpose of taxation, is now yielding to the dictates of reason, interest, and humanity. The trade of courts is beginning to be understood, and the affectation of mystery, with all the artificial sorcery by which they impose upon mankind, is on the decline. It has received its death wound, and though it may linger, it will expire. Government ought to be as much open to improvement as anything which appertains to man, instead of which it has been monopolized from age to age, by the most ignorant and vicious of the human race. Need we any other proof of their wretched management than the excess of debts and taxes with which every nation groans, and the quarrels into which they have precipitated the world? Just emerging from such a barbarous condition, it is too soon to determine to what extent of improvement government may yet be carried. For what we can foresee, all Europe may form but one great republic, and man be free of the whole. Chapter 5. Ways and means of improving the condition of Europe. Interspersed with miscellaneous observations. In contemplating a subject that embraces with equatorial magnitude the whole region of humanity, it is impossible to confine the pursuit in one single direction. It takes ground on every character and condition that appertains to man, and blends the individual, the nation, and the world. From a small spark, kindled in America, a flame has arisen, not to be extinguished. Without consuming, like the Ultima Ratio Regum, it winds its progress from nation to nation, and conquers by a silent operation. Man finds himself changed, he scarcely perceives how. He acquires a knowledge of his rights by attending justly to his interest, and discovers in the event that the strength and powers of despotism consist wholly in the fear of resisting it, and that, in order to be free, it is sufficient that he wills it back. Having in all the preceding parts of this work endeavored to establish a system of principles as a basis, on which governments ought to be erected, I shall proceed in this, to the ways and means of rendering them into practice. But in order to introduce this part of the subject with more propriety, and stronger effect, some preliminary observation, deducible from, or connected with, those principles, are necessary. Whatever the form or constitution of government may be, it ought to have no other object than the general happiness. When, instead of this, it operates to create and increase wretchedness in any of the parts of society, it is on a wrong system, and reformation is necessary. Customary language has classed the condition of man under the two descriptions of civilized and uncivilized life. To the one it has ascribed felicity and affluence, to the other hardship and want. But however our imagination may be impressed by painting and comparison, it is nevertheless true that a great portion of mankind, in what are called civilized countries, are in a state of poverty and wretchedness, far below the condition of an Indian. I speak not of one country, but of all. It is so in England, it is so all over Europe. Let us inquire into the cause. It lies not in any natural defect in the principles of civilization, but in preventing those principles having a universal operation, the consequence of which is a perpetual system of war and expense, that drains the country, and defeats the general felicity of which civilization is capable. All the European governments, France now excepted, are constructed not on the principle of universal civilization, but on the reverse of it. So far as those governments relate to each other, they are in the same condition as we conceive of savage uncivilized life. They put themselves beyond the law as well of God as of man, and are, with respect to principle and reciprocal conduct, like so many individuals in a state of nature. The inhabitants of every country, under the civilization of laws, easily civilize together, but governments being yet in an uncivilized state, and almost continually at war, they pervert the abundance which civilized life produces to carry on the uncivilized part to a greater extent. By thus engrafting the barbarism of government upon the internal civilization of a country, it draws from the latter, and more especially from the poor, a great portion of those earnings, which should be applied to their own subsistence and comfort. Apart from all reflections of morality and philosophy, it is a melancholy fact, that more than 1/4 of the labor of mankind is annually consumed by this barbarous system. What has served to continue this evil, is the pecuniary advantage which all the governments of Europe have found in keeping up this state of uncivilization. It affords to them pretenses for power, and revenue, for which there would be neither occasion nor apology, if the circle of civilization were rendered complete. Civil government alone, or the government of laws, is not productive of pretenses for many taxes. It operates at home, directly under the eye of the country, and precludes the possibility of much imposition. But when the scene is laid in the uncivilized contention of governments, the field of pretenses is enlarged, and the country, being no longer a judge, is open to every imposition, which governments please to act. Not a 30th, scarcely a 40th, part of the taxes which are raised in England are either occasioned by, or applied to, the purposes of civil government. It is not difficult to see that the whole which the actual government does in this respect, is to enact laws, and that the country administers and executes them, at its own expense, by means of magistrates, juries, sessions, and assize, over and above the taxes which it pays. In this view of the case, we have two distinct characters of government, the one the civil government, or the government of laws, which operates at home, the other the court, or cabinet government, which operates abroad, on the rude plan of uncivilized life, the one attended with little charge, the other with boundless extravagance, and so distinct are the two, that if the latter were to sink, as it were by a sudden opening of the earth, and totally disappear, the former would not be deranged. It would still proceed, because it is the common interest of the nation that it should, and all the means are in practice. Revolutions, then, have for their object, a change in the moral condition of governments, and with this change the burden of public taxes will lessen, and civilization will be left to the enjoyment of that abundance, of which it is now deprived. In contemplating the whole of this subject, I extend my views into the department of commerce. In all my publications, where the matter would admit, I have been an advocate for commerce, because I am a friend to its effects. It is a pacific system, operating to cordialize mankind, by rendering nations, as well as individuals, useful to each other. As to mere theoretical reformation, I have never preached it up. The most effectual process is that of improving the condition of man by means of his interest, and it is on this ground that I take my stand. If commerce were permitted to act to the universal extent it is capable, it would extirpate the system of war, and produce a revolution in the uncivilized state of governments. The invention of commerce has arisen since those governments began, and is the greatest approach towards universal civilization that has yet been made by any means not immediately flowing from moral principles. Whatever has a tendency to promote the civil intercourse of nations, by an exchange of benefits, is a subject as worthy of philosophy as of politics. Commerce is no other than the traffic of two individuals, multiplied on a scale of numbers, and by the same rule that nature intended the intercourse of two, she intended that of all. For this purpose, she has distributed the materials of manufactures and commerce, in various and distant parts of a nation and of the world, and as they cannot be procured by war so cheaply or so commodiously as by commerce, she has rendered the latter the means of extirpating the former. As the two are nearly the opposites of each other, consequently, the uncivilized state of European governments is injurious to commerce. Every kind of destruction or embarrassment serves to lessen the quantity, and it matters but little in what part of the commercial world the reduction begins. Like blood, it cannot be taken from any of the parts, without being taken from the whole mass in circulation, and all partake of the loss. When the ability in any nation to buy is destroyed, it equally involves the seller. Could the government of England destroy the commerce of all other nations, she would most effectually ruin her own. It is possible that a nation may be the carrier for the world, but she cannot be the merchant. She cannot be the seller and the buyer of her own merchandise. The ability to buy must reside out of herself, and, therefore, the prosperity of any commercial nation is regulated by the prosperity of the rest. If they are poor she cannot be rich, and her condition, be it what it may, is an index of the height of the commercial tide in other nations. That the principles of commerce and its universal operation may be understood, without understanding the practice, is a position that reason will not deny, and it is on This ground only that I argue the subject. It is one thing in the counting house, in the world it is another. With respect to its operation it must necessarily be contemplated as a reciprocal thing, that only one half its powers resides within the nation, and that the whole is as effectually destroyed by destroying the half that resides without, as if the destruction had been committed on that which is within, for neither can act without the other. When in the last, as well as in former wars, the commerce of England sunk, it was because the general quantity was lessened everywhere, and it now rises, because commerce is in a rising state in every nation. If England, at this day, imports and exports more than at any former period, the nations with which she trades must necessarily do the same. Her imports are their exports, and vice versa. There can be no such thing as a nation flourishing alone in commerce, she can only participate, and the destruction of it in any part must necessarily affect all. When, therefore, governments are at war, the attack is made upon the common stock of commerce, and the consequence is the same as if each had attacked his own. The present increase of commerce is not to be attributed to ministers, or to any political contrivances, but to its own natural operations in consequence of peace. The regular markets had been destroyed, the channels of trade broken up, the high road of the seas infested with robbers of every nation, and the attention of the world called to other objects. Those interruptions have ceased, and peace has restored the deranged condition of things to their proper order. Point 13. It is worth remarking that every nation reckons the balance of trade in its own favor, and therefore something must be irregular in the common ideas upon this subject. The fact, however, is true, according to what is called a balance, and it is from this cause that commerce is universally supported. Every nation feels the advantage, or it would abandon the practice, but the deception lies in the mode of making up the accounts, and in attributing what are called profits to a wrong cause. Mr. Pitt has sometimes amused himself by showing what he called a balance of trade from the custom house books. This mode of calculation not only affords no rule that is true, but one that is false. In the first place, every cargo that departs from the custom house appears on the books as an export, and, according to the custom house balance, the losses at sea, and by foreign failures, are all reckoned on the side of profit, because they appear as exports. Secondly, because the importation by the smuggling trade does not appear on the custom house books, to arrange against the exports. No balance, therefore, as applying to superior advantages, can be drawn from those documents, and if we examine the natural operation of commerce, the idea is fallacious, and if true, would soon be injurious. The great support of commerce consists in the balance being a level of benefits among all nations. Two merchants of different nations trading together will both become rich, and each makes the balance in his own favor. Consequently, they do not get rich out of each other, and it is the same with respect to the nations in which they reside. The case must be that each nation must get rich out of its own means, and increases that riches by something which it procures from another in exchange. If a merchant in England sends an article of English manufacture abroad, which costs him a shilling at home, and imports something which sells for 2, he makes a balance of 1 shilling in his own favor, but this is not gained out of the foreign nation or the foreign merchant, for he also does the same by the article he receives, and neither has a balance of advantage upon the other. The original value of the two articles in their proper countries were but 2 shillings, but by changing their places, they acquire a new idea of value, equal to double what they had at first, and that increased value is equally divided. There is not otherwise a balance on foreign than on domestic commerce. The merchants of London and Newcastle trade on the same principles, as if they resided in different nations, and make their balances in the same manner, yet London does not get rich out of Newcastle, any more than Newcastle out of London, but coals, the merchandise of Newcastle, have an additional value at London, and London merchandise has the same at Newcastle. Though the principle of all commerce is the same, the domestic, in a national view, is the part the most beneficial, because the whole of the advantages, on both sides, rests within the nation, whereas, in foreign commerce, it is only a participation of one half. The most unprofitable of all commerce is that connected with foreign dominion. To a few individuals it may be beneficial, merely because it is commerce, but to the nation it is a loss. The expense of maintaining dominion more than absorbs the profits of any trade. It does not increase the general quantity in the world, but operates to lessen it. And as a greater mass would be afloat by relinquishing dominion, the participation without the expense would be more valuable than a greater quantity with it. But it is impossible to engross commerce by dominion, and therefore it is still more fallacious. It cannot exist in confined channels, and necessarily breaks out by regular or irregular means, that defeat the attempt, and to succeed would be still worse. France, since the Revolution, has been more than indifferent as to foreign possessions, and other nations will become the same, when they investigate the subject with respect to commerce. To the expense of dominion is to be added that of navies, and when the amount of the two are subtracted from the profits of commerce, it will appear, that what is called the balance of trade, even admitting it to exist, is not enjoyed by the nation but absorbed by the government. The idea of having navies for the protection of commerce is delusive. It is putting the means of destruction for the means of protection. Commerce needs no other protection than the reciprocal interest which every nation feels in supporting it. It is common stock, it exists by a balance of advantages to all, and the only interruption it needs is from the present uncivilized state of governments, and which it is its common interest to reform. Point 14. Quitting this subject, I now proceed to other matters. As it is necessary to include England in the prospect of a general reformation, it is proper to inquire into the defects of its government. It is only by each nation reforming its own, that the whole can be improved, and the full benefit of reformation enjoyed. Only partial advantages can flow from partial reforms. France and England are the only two countries in Europe where a reformation in government could have successfully begun. The one secure by the ocean, and the other, by the immensity of its internal strength, could defy the malignancy of foreign despotism. But it is with revolutions as with commerce, the advantages increase by their becoming general, and double to either what each would receive alone. As a new system is now opening to the view of the world, the European courts are plotting to counteract it. Alliances, contrary to all former systems, are agitating, and a common interest of courts is forming against the common interest of man. This combination draws a line that runs throughout Europe, and presents a cause so entirely new, as to exclude all calculations from former circumstances. While despotism warred with despotism, man had no interest in the contest, but in a cause that unites the soldier with the citizen, and nation with nation. The despotism of courts, though it feels the danger, and meditates revenge, is afraid to strike. No question has arisen within the records of history that pressed with the importance of the present. It is not whether this or that party shall be in or not, or Whig or Tory, or high or low shall prevail, but whether man shall inherit his rights, and universal civilization take place. whether the fruits of his labors shall be enjoyed by himself, or consumed by the profligacy of governments, whether robbery shall be banished from courts, and wretchedness from countries. When, in countries that are called civilized, we see age going to the workhouse and youth to the gallows, something must be wrong in the system of government. It would seem, by the exterior appearance of such countries, that all was happiness, but there lies, hidden from the eye of common observation, a mass of wretchedness that has scarcely any other chance than to expire in poverty or infamy. Its entrance into life is marked with the presage of its fate, and until this is remedied, it is in vain to punish. Civil government does not consist in executions, but in making that provision for the instruction of youth, and the support of age, as to exclude, as much as possible, profligacy from the one, and despair from the other. Instead of this, the resources of a country are lavished upon kings, upon courts, upon hirelings, impostors, and prostitutes. And even the poor themselves, with all their wants upon them, are compelled to support the fraud that oppresses them. Why is it that scarcely any are executed but the poor? The fact is a proof, among other things, of wretchedness in their condition. Bred up without morals, and cast upon the world without a prospect, they are the exposed sacrifice of vice and legal barbarity. The millions that are superfluously wasted upon governments are more than sufficient to reform those evils, and to benefit the condition of every man in a nation, not included within the purviews of a court. This I hope to make appear in the progress of this work. It is the nature of compassion to associate with misfortune. In taking up this subject I seek no recompense, I fear no consequence. Fortified with that proud integrity, that disdains to triumph or to yield, I will advocate the rights of man. It is to my advantage that I have served an apprenticeship to life. I know the value of moral instruction, and I have seen the danger of the contrary. At an early period, little more than 16 years of age, raw and adventurous, and heated with the false heroism of a master who had served in a man of war, I began to carver of my own fortune, and entered on board the terrible privateer, Captain Death. From this adventure I was happily prevented by the affectionate and moral remonstrance of a good father, who, from his own habits of life, being of the Quaker profession, must begin to look upon me as lost. But the impression, much as it affected at the time, began to wear away, and I entered afterwards in the King of Prussia privateer, Captain Mendes, and went with her to sea. Yet, from such a beginning, and with all the inconvenience of early life against me, I am proud to say, that with the perseverance indeed made by difficulties, a disinterestedness that compelled respect, I have not only contributed to raise a new empire in the world, founded on a new system of government, but I have arrived at an eminence in political literature, the most difficult of all lines to succeed and excel in, which aristocracy, with all its aids, has not been able to reach or to rival. Knowing my own heart, and feeling myself, as I now do, superior to all the skirmish of party, the inveteracy of interested or mistaken opponents, I answer not to falsehood or abuse, but proceed to the defects of the English government. Point 15. I begin with charters and corporations. It is a perversion of terms to say that a charter gives rights. It operates by a contrary effect, that of taking rights away. Rights are inherently in all the inhabitants, but charters, by annulling those rights in the majority, leave the right by exclusion in the hands of a few. If charters were constructed so as to express in direct terms that every inhabitant, who is not a member of a corporation, shall not exercise the right of voting, such charters would, in the face, be charters, not of the rights, but of exclusion. The effect is the same under the form they now stand, and the only persons on whom they operate are the persons whom they exclude. Those whose rights are guaranteed, by not being taken away, exercise no other rights than as members of the community they are entitled to without a charter, and, therefore, all charters have no other than an indirect negative operation. They do not give rights to A, but they make a difference in favor of A by taking away the right of B, and consequently are instruments of injustice. But charters and corporations have a more extensive evil effect than what relates merely to elections. They are sources of endless contentions in the places where they exist, and they lessen the common rights of national society. A native of England, under the operation of these charters and corporations, cannot be said to be an Englishman in the full sense of the word. He is not free of the nation, in the same manner that a Frenchman is free of France, and an American of America. His rights are circumscribed to the town, and, in some cases, to the parish of his birth, and all other parts, though in his native land, are to him as a foreign country. To acquire a residence in these, he must undergo a local naturalization by purchase, or he is forbidden or expelled the place. This species of feudality is kept up to aggrandize the corporations at the ruin of towns, and the effect is visible. The generality of corporation towns are in a state of solitary decay, and prevented from further ruin only by some circumstance in their situation, such as a navigable river, or a plentiful surrounding country. As population is one of the chief sources of wealth, for without it land itself has no value, everything which operates to prevent it must lessen the value of property, and as corporations have not only this tendency, but directly this effect, they cannot but be injurious. If any policy were to be followed, instead of that of general freedom to every person to settle where he chose, as in France or America, it would be more consistent to give encouragement to newcomers than to preclude their admission by exacting premiums from them. Point 16. The persons most immediately interested in the abolition of corporations are the inhabitants of the towns where corporations are established. The instances of Manchester, Birmingham, and Sheffield show, by contrast, the injury which those Gothic institutions are to property and commerce. A few examples may be found, such as that of London, whose natural and commercial advantage, owing to its situation on the Thames, is capable of bearing up against the political evils of a corporation, but in almost all other cases the fatality is too visible to be doubted or denied. Though the whole nation is not so directly affected by the depression of property in corporation towns as the inhabitants themselves, it partakes of the consequence. By lessening the value of property, the quantity of national commerce is curtailed. Every man is a customer in proportion to his ability, and as all parts of a nation trade with each other, whatever affects any of the parts, must necessarily communicate to the whole. As one of the houses of the English Parliament is, in a great measure, made up of elections from these corporations, and as it is unnatural that a pure stream should flow from a foul fountain, its vices are but a continuation of the vices of its origin. A man of moral honor and good political principles cannot submit to the mean drudgery and disgraceful arts by which such elections are carried. To be a successful candidate, he must be destitute of the qualities that constitute a just legislator, and being thus disciplined to corruption by the mode of entering into Parliament, it is not to be expected that the representative should be better than the man. Mr. Burke, in speaking of the English representation, has advanced as bold a challenge as ever was given in the days of chivalry. Our representation, says he, has been found perfectly adequate to all the purposes for which a representation of the people can be desired or devised. I defy, continues he, the enemies of our Constitution, to show the contrary. This declaration from a man who has been in constant opposition to all the measures of Parliament the whole of his political life, a year or two accepted, is most extraordinary, and, comparing him with himself, admits of no other alternative than that he acted against his judgment as a member, or has declared contrary to it as an author. But it is not in the representation only that the defects lie, and therefore I proceed in the next place to the aristocracy. What is called the House of Peers is constituted on a ground very similar to that against which there is a law in other cases. It amounts to a combination of persons in one common interest. No reason can be given why an house of legislation should be composed entirely of men whose occupation consists in letting landed property, then why it should be composed of those who hire, or of brewers or bakers or any other separate class of men. Mr. Burke calls this house the great ground and pillar of security to the landed interest. Let us examine this idea. What pillar of security does the landed interest require more than any other interest in the state, or what right has it to a distinct and separate representation from the general interest of a nation? The only use to be made of this power, and which it has always made, is to ward off taxes from itself, and throw the burden upon such articles of consumption by which itself would be least affected. That this has been the consequence, and will always be the consequence of constructing governments on combinations, is evident with respect to England, from the history of its taxes. Notwithstanding taxes have increased and multiplied upon every article of common consumption, the land tax, which more particularly affects this pillar, has diminished. In 1788, the amount of the land tax was £1,950,000, which is half a million less than it produced almost 100 years ago. 17 Notwithstanding the rentals are in many instances doubled since that period. Before the coming of the Hanoverians, the taxes were divided in nearly equal proportions between the land and articles of consumption, the land bearing rather the largest share, but since that era, nearly 13 millions annually of new taxes have been thrown upon consumption, the consequence of which has been a constant increase in the number and wretchedness of the poor, and in the amount of the poor rates. Yet, here again the burden does not fall in equal proportions on the aristocracy with the rest of the community. Their residences, whether in town or country, are not mixed with the habitations of the poor. They live apart from distress, and the expense of relieving it. It is in manufacturing towns and laboring villages that those burdens press the heaviest, in many of which it is one class of poor supporting another. Several of the most heavy and productive taxes are so contrived as to give an exemption to this pillar, thus standing in its own defense. The tax upon beer brewed for sale does not affect the aristocracy, who brew their own beer free of this duty. It falls only on those who have not conveniency or ability to brew, and who must purchase it in small quantities. But what will mankind think of the justice of taxation, when they know that this tax alone, from which the aristocracy are from circumstances exempt, is nearly equal to the whole of the land tax, being in the year 1788, and it is not less now, £1,666,152, and with its proportion of the taxes on malt and hops, it exceeds it. That a single article, thus partially consumed, and that chiefly by the working part, should be subject to a tax equal to that on the whole rental of a nation, is, perhaps, a fact not to be paralleled in the histories of revenues. This is one of the consequences resulting from an house of legislation, composed on the ground of a combination of common interest, for whatever their separate politics as two parties may be, in this they are united. Whether a combination acts to raise the price of any article for sale, or the rate of wages, or whether it acts to throw taxes from itself upon another class of the community, the principle and the effect are the same, and if the one be illegal, it will be difficult to show that the other ought to exist. It is no use to say that taxes are first proposed in the House of Commons, for as the other house has always a negative, it can always defend itself, and it would be ridiculous to suppose that its acquiescence in the measures to be proposed were not understood beforehand. Besides which, it has obtained so much influence by borough traffic, and so many of its relations and connections are distributed on both sides of the Commons, as to give it, besides an absolute negative in one house, a preponderancy in the other, in all matters of common concern. It is difficult to discover what is meant by the landed interest, if it does not mean a combination of aristocratical landholders, opposing their own pecuniary interest to that of the farmer, and every branch of trade, commerce, and manufacture. In all other respects it is the only interest that needs no partial protection. It enjoys the general protection of the world. Every individual, high or low, is interested in the fruits of the earth. Men, women, and children, of all ages and degrees, will turn out to assist the farmer, rather than the harvest should not be got in, and they will not act thus by any other property. It is the only one for which the common prayer of mankind is put up, and the only one that can never fail from the want of means. It is the interest, not of the policy, but of the existence of man, and when it ceases, he must cease to be. No other interest in a nation stands on the same united support. Commerce, manufactures, arts, sciences, and everything else, compared with this, are supported but in parts. Their prosperity or their decay has not the same universal influence. When the valleys laugh and sing, it is not the farmer only, but all creation that rejoice. It is a prosperity that excludes all envy, and this cannot be said of anything else. Why then does Mr. Burke talk of his House of Peers as the pillar of the landed interest? Were that pillar to sink into the earth, the same landed property would continue, and the same plowing, sowing, and reaping would go on. The aristocracy are not the farmers who work the land and raise the produce, but are the mere consumers of the rent, and when compared with the active world are the drones, a seraglio of males, who neither collect the honey nor form the hive, but exist only for lazy enjoyment. Mr. Burke, in his first essay, called Aristocracy, the Corinthian capital of polished society. Towards completing the figure, he has now added the pillar, but still the base is wanting, and whenever a nation choose to act as Samson, not blind, but bold, down go the temple of Dagon, the lords and the Philistines. If a house of legislation is to be composed of men of one class, for the purpose of protecting a distinct interest, all the other interests should have the same. The inequality, as well as the burden of taxation, arises from admitting it in one case, and not in all. Had there been a house of farmers, there had been no game laws, or a house of merchants and manufacturers, the taxes had neither been so unequal nor so excessive. It is from the power of taxation being in the hands of those who can throw so great a part of it from their own shoulders, that it has raged without a check. Men of small or moderate estates are more injured by the taxes being thrown on articles of consumption than they are eased by warding it from landed property, for the following reasons. First, they consume more of the productive taxable articles, in proportion to their property, than those of large estates. Secondly, their residence is chiefly in towns, and their property in houses, and the increase of the poor rates, occasioned by taxes on consumption, is in much greater proportion than the land tax has been favored. In Birmingham, the poor rates are not less than 7 shillings in the pound. From this, as already observed, the aristocracy are in a great measure exempt. These are but a part of the mischiefs flowing from the wretched scheme of an house of peers. As a combination, it can always throw a considerable portion of taxes from itself. And as an hereditary house, accountable to nobody, it resembles a rotten borough, whose consent is to be courted by interest. There are but few of its members who are not in some mode or other participators, or disposers of the public money. One turns a candle holder, or a lord in waiting, another a lord of the bedchamber, a groom of the stole, or any insignificant nominal office, to which a salary is annexed, paid out of the public taxes, and which avoids the direct appearance of corruption. Such situations are derogatory to the character of man, and where they can be submitted to, honor cannot reside. To all these are to be added the numerous dependants, the long list of younger branches and distant relations, who are to be provided for at the public expense. In short, were an estimation to be made of the charge of aristocracy to a nation, it will be found nearly equal to that of supporting the poor. The Duke of Richmond alone, and there are cases similar to his, takes away as much for himself as would maintain 2,000 poor and aged persons. Is it, then, any wonder, that under such a system of government, taxes and rates have multiplied to their present extent? In stating these matters, I speak in open and disinterested language, dictated by no passion but that of humanity. To me, who have not only refused offers, because I thought them improper, but have declined rewards I might with reputation have accepted, it is no wonder that meanness and imposition appear disgustful. Independence is my happiness, and I view things as they are, without regard to place or person. My country is the world, and my religion is to do good. Mr. Burke, in speaking of the aristocratical law of primogeniture, says, it is the standing law of our landed inheritance, and which, without question, has a tendency, and, I think, continues he, a happy tendency, to preserve a character of weight and consequence. Mr. Burke may call this law what he pleases, but humanity and impartial reflection will denounce it a law of brutal injustice. Were we not accustomed to the daily practice, and did we only hear of it as the law of some distant part of the world, we should conclude that the legislators of such countries had not yet arrived at a state of civilization. As to its preserving a character of weight and consequence, the case appears to me directly the reverse. It is an attaint upon character, a sort of privateering of family property. It may have weight among dependent tenants, but it gives none on a scale of national, and much less of universal character. Speaking for myself, my parents were not able to give me a shilling, beyond what they gave me in education, and to do this they distressed themselves, yet, I possess more of what is called consequence in the world than anyone in Mr. Burke's catalogue of aristocrats. Having thus glanced at some of the defects of the two houses of Parliament, I proceed to what is called the Crown, upon which I shall be very concise. It signifies a nominal office of £1,000,000 a year, the business of which consists in receiving the money. Whether the person be wise or foolish, sane or insane, a native or a foreigner, matters not. Every ministry acts upon the same idea that M.R. Burke writes, namely, that the people must be hoodwinked, and held in superstitious ignorance by some bugbear or other, and what is called the Crown answers this purpose. And therefore it answers all the purposes to be expected from it. This is more than can be said of the other two branches. The hazard to which this office is exposed in all countries, is not from anything that can happen to the man, but from what may happen to the nation, the danger of its coming to its senses. It has been customary to call the Crown the executive power, and the custom is continued, though the reason has ceased. It was called the executive, because the person whom it signified used, formerly, to sit in the character of a judge, in administering or executing the laws. The tribunals were then a part of the court. The power, therefore, which is now called the judicial, is what was called the executive, and, consequently, one or other of the terms is redundant, and one of the offices useless. When we speak of the Crown now, it means nothing. It signifies neither a judge nor a general, besides which it is the laws that govern, and not the man. The old terms are kept up, to give an appearance of consequence to empty forms, and the only effect they have is that of increasing expenses. Before I proceed to the means of rendering governments more conducive to the general happiness of mankind than they are at present, it will not be improper to take a review of the progress of taxation in England. It is a general idea, that when taxes are once laid on, they are never taken off. However true this may have been of late, it was not always so. Either, therefore, the people of former times were more watchful over government than those of the present, or government was administered with less extravagance. It is now 700 years since the Norman conquest, and the establishment of what is called the Crown. Taking this portion of time in 7 separate periods of 100 years each, the amount of the annual taxes, at each period, will be as follows. Annual amount of taxes levied by William the Conqueror, beginning in year 1066 £400,000. Annual amount of taxes at 100 years from the conquest, 1166, 200,000. Annual amount of taxes at 200 years from the conquest, 1266, 150,000. Annual amount of taxes at 300 years from the conquest, 1366, 130,000. Annual amount of taxes at 400 years from the conquest, 1466, 100,000. These statements, and those which follow, are taken from Sir John Sinclair's History of the Revenue, by which it appears that taxes continued decreasing for 400 years, at the expiration of which time they were reduced 3/4, viz. from £400,000 to 100,000. The people of England of the present day have a traditionary and historical idea of the bravery of their ancestors, but, whatever their virtues or their vices might have been, they certainly were a people who would not be imposed upon, and who kept government in awe as to taxation, if not as to principle. Though they were not able to expel the monarchical usurpation, they restricted it to a republican economy of taxes. Let us now review the remaining 300 years. Annual amount of taxes at 500 years from the conquest, 1,566, £500,000. Annual amount of taxes at 600 years from the conquest, 1,666, 1,800,000. Annual amount of taxes at the present time, 1,791, 17 million. The difference between the first 400 years and the last 3 is so astonishing as to warrant an opinion that the national character of the English has changed. It would have been impossible to have dragooned the former English into the excess of taxation that now exists, and when it is considered that the pay of the army, the navy, and of all the revenue officers is the same now as it was above 100 years ago, when the taxes were not above a tenth part of what they are at present, it appears impossible to account for the enormous increase in expenditure on any other ground than extravagance, corruption, and intrigue. Point 18. With the revolution of 1688, and more so since the Hanover succession, came the destructive system of continental intrigues, and the rage for foreign wars and foreign dominion, systems of such secure mystery that the expenses admit of no accounts. A single line stands for millions. To what excess taxation might have extended, had not the French Revolution contributed to break up the system, and put an end to pretenses, is impossible to say. Viewed, as that revolution ought to be, as the fortunate means of lessening the load of taxes of both countries, it is of as much importance to England as to France, and, if properly improved to all the advantage of which it is capable, and to which it leads, deserve as much celebration in one country as the other. In pursuing this subject, I shall begin with the matter that first presents itself, that of lessening the burden of taxes, and shall then add such matters and propositions respecting the three countries of England, France, and America, as the present prospect of things appears to justify, I mean, an alliance of the three, for the purposes that will be mentioned in their proper place. What has happened may happen again. By the statement before shown of the progress of taxation, it is seen that taxes have been lessened to a fourth part of what they had formerly been. Though the present circumstances do not admit of the same reduction, yet it admits of such a beginning as may accomplish that end in less time than in the former case. The amount of taxes for the year ending at Michaelmas 1788 was as follows: land tax 1,950,000, customs 3,789,274, excise, including old and new malt, 6,751,727, stamps 1,278,214, miscellaneous taxes and incidents 1.803,755, pound 15.572.970. Since the year 1788, upwards of 1 million of new taxes have been laid on, besides the produce from the lotteries, and as the taxes have in general been more productive since than before, the amount may be taken, in round numbers, at 17 million pounds. N.B. The expense of collection and the drawbacks, which together amount to nearly 2 millions, are paid out of the gross amount, and the above is the net sum paid into the exchequer. This sum of 17 millions is applied to two different purposes, the one to pay the interest of the national debt, the other to the current expenses of each year. About 9 millions are appropriated to the former, and the remainder, being nearly 8 millions, to the latter. As to the million, said to be applied to the reduction of the debt, it is so much like paying with one hand and taking out with the other, as not to merit much notice. It happened, fortunately for France, that she possessed national domains for paying off her debt, and thereby lessening her taxes, but as this is not the case in England, her reduction of taxes can only take place by reducing the current expenses, which may now be done to the amount of 4 or 5 millions annually, as will hereafter appear. When this is accomplished, it will more than counterbalance the enormous charge of the American war, and the saving will be from the same source from whence the evil arose. As to the national debt, however heavy the interest may be in taxes, yet, as it serves to keep alive a capital, useful to commerce, it balances by its effects a considerable part of its own weight, and as the quantity of gold and silver in England is, by some means or other, short of its proper proportion 19, being not more than 20 millions, whereas it should be 60, it would, besides the injustice, be bad policy to extinguish a capital that serves to supply that defect. But with respect to the current expense, whatever is saved therefrom is gain. The excess may serve to keep corruption alive, but it has no reaction on credit and commerce, like the interest of the debt. It is now very probable that the English government, I do not mean the nation, is unfriendly to the French Revolution. Whatever serves to expose the intrigue and lessen the influence of courts, by lessening taxation, will be unwelcome to those who feed upon the spoil. Whilst the clamour of French intrigue, arbitrary power, popery, and wooden shoes could be kept up, the nation was easily allured and alarmed into taxes. Those days are now past. Deception, it is to be hoped, has reaped its last harvest, and better times are in prospect for both countries, and for the world. Taking it for granted that an alliance may be formed between England, France, and America, for the purposes hereafter to be mentioned, the national expenses of France and England may consequently be lessened. The same fleets and armies will no longer be necessary to either, and the reduction can be made ship for ship on each side. But to accomplish these objects, the governments must necessarily be fitted to a common and correspondent principle. Confidence can never take place while in hostile disposition remains in either, or where mystery and secrecy on one side is opposed to candor and openness on the other. These matters admitted, the national expenses might be put back, for the sake of a precedent, to what they were at some period when France and England were not enemies. This, consequently, must be prior to the Hanover succession, and also to the Revolution of 1688.20. The first instance that presents itself, antecedent to those dates, is in the very wasteful and profligate times of Charles II, at which time England and France acted as allies. If I have chosen a period of great extravagance, it will serve to show modern extravagance in a still worse light, especially as the pay of the navy, the army, and the revenue officers has not increased since that time. The peace establishment was then as follows. See Sir John Sinclair's History of the Revenue. Navy, 300,000. Army, 212,000. Ordnance, 40,000. Civil list, 462,115. Pound 1.014,115. The Parliament, however, settled the whole annual peace establishment at I200,000.21. If we go back to the time of Elizabeth, the amount of all the taxes was but 500,000, yet the nation sees nothing during that period that reproaches it with want of consequence. All circumstances then taken together, arising from the French Revolution, from the approaching harmony and reciprocal interest of the two nations, the abolition of court intrigue on both sides, and the progress of knowledge in the science of government, the annual expenditure might be put back to 1,5 million, viz. Navy, 500,000. Army, 500,000. Expenses of government, 500,000. 1,500,000 pounds. Even this sum is 6 times greater than the expenses of government are in America. Yet the civil internal government in England, I mean that administered by means of quarter sessions, juries, and assize, and which, in fact, is nearly the whole, and performed by the nation, is less expensive upon the revenue than the same species and portion of government is in America. It is time that nations should be rational, and not be governed like animals, for the pleasure of their riders. To read the history of kings, a man would be almost inclined to suppose that government consisted in stag hunting, and that every nation paid $1 million Ear to a huntsman. Man ought to have pride, or shame enough to blush at being thus imposed upon, and when he feel his proper character, he will. Upon all subjects of this nature, there is often passing in the mind a train of ideas he has not yet accustomed himself to encourage and communicate. Restrained by something that puts on the character of prudence, he acts the hypocrite upon himself as well as to others. It is, however, curious to observe how soon this spell can be dissolved. A single expression, boldly conceived and uttered, will sometimes put a whole company into their proper feelings, and whole nations are acted upon in the same manner. As to the offices of which any civil government may be composed, it matters but little by what names they are described. In the routine of business, as before observed, whether a man be styled a president, a king, an emperor, a senator, or anything else, it is impossible that any service he can perform can merit from a nation more than £10,000 a year, and as no man should be paid beyond his services, so every man of a proper heart will not accept more. Public money ought to be touched with the most scrupulous consciousness of honor. It is not the produce of riches only, but of the hard earnings of labor and poverty. It is drawn even from the bitterness of want and misery. Not a beggar passes, or perishes in the streets, whose might is not in that mass. Were it possible that the Congress of America could be so lost to their duty, and to the interest of their constituents, as to offer George Washington, as President of America, $1 million a year, he would not, and he could not, accept it. His sense of honor is of another kind. It has cost England almost 70 million sterling to maintain a family imported from abroad, of very inferior capacity to thousands in the nation, and scarcely a year has passed that has not produced some new mercenary application. Even the physicians' bills have been sent to the public to be paid. No wonder that jails are crowded, and taxes and poor rates increased. Under such systems, nothing is to be looked for but what has already happened, and as to reformation, whenever it comes, it must be from the nation, and not from the government. To show that the sum of £500,000 is more than sufficient to defray all the expenses of government, exclusive of navies and armies, the following estimate is added for any country, of the same extent as England. In the first place, 300 representatives, fairly elected, are sufficient for all the purposes to which legislation can apply, and preferable to a larger number. They may be divided into 2 or 3 houses, or meet in one, as in France, or in any manner a constitution shall direct. As representation is always considered, in free countries, as the most honorable of all stations, the allowance made to it is merely to defray the expense which the representatives incur by that service, and not to it as an office. If an allowance, at the rate of £500 per annum be made to every representative, deducting for non-attendance, the expense, if the whole number attended for 6 months, each year, would be. The official departments cannot reasonably exceed the following number, with the salaries annexed. 3 offices, at £10,000 each, 30,000. 10 ditto, at £5,000 each 110,000. 20 ditto, at £2,000 each 40,000. 40 ditto, at £1,000 each 40,000. 200 ditto, at £5 each 100,000. 300 ditto, at £200 each 60,000. 500 ditto, at £100 each 50,000. 700 ditto, at £75 each 52,500. £497,500. If a nation choose, it can deduct 4% from all offices, and make one of 20,000 per annum. All revenue officers are paid out of the monies they collect, and therefore, are not in this estimation. The foregoing is not offered as an exact detail of offices, but to show the number and rate of salaries which £500,000 will support, and it will, on experience, be found impracticable to find business sufficient to justify even this expense. As to the manner in which office business is now performed, the chiefs, in several offices, such as the post office, and certain offices in the exchequer, etc., do little more than sign their names 3 or 4 times a year, and the whole duty is performed by underclerks. Taking, therefore, £1.5 million as a sufficient peace establishment for all the honest purposes of government, which is £300,000 more than the peace establishment in the profligate and prodigal times of Charles II. Notwithstanding, as has been already observed, the pay and salaries of the army, navy, and revenue officers continue the same as at that period, there will remain a surplus of upwards of 6 millions out of the present current expenses. The question then will be, how to dispose of this surplus. Whoever has observed the manner in which trade and taxes twist themselves together must be sensible of the impossibility of separating them suddenly. First, because the articles now on hand are already charged with the duty, and the reduction cannot take place on the present stock. Secondly, because, on all those articles on which the duty is charged in the gross, such as per barrel, hogshead, hundredweight, or ton, the abolition of the duty does not admit of being divided down so as fully to relieve the consumer, who purchases by the pint, or the pound. The last duty laid on strong beer and ale, was 3 shillings per barrel, which, if taken off, would lessen the purchase only half a farthing per pint, and, consequently, would not reach to practical relief. This being the condition of a great part of the taxes, it will be necessary to look for such others as are free from this embarrassment, and where the relief will be direct and visible, and capable of immediate operation. In the first place, then, the poor rates are a direct tax which every housekeeper feels, and who knows also, to a farthing, the sum which he pays. The national amount of the whole of the poor rates is not positively known, but can be procured. Sir John Sinclair, in his History of the Revenue, had stated it at £2,100,587, a considerable part of which is expended in litigations, in which the poor, instead of being relieved, are tormented. The expense, however, is the same to the parish from whatever cause it arises. In Birmingham, the amount of the poor rates is £14,000 a year. This, though a large sum, is moderate, compared with the population. Birmingham is said to contain 70,000 souls, and on a proportion of 70,000 to £14,000 poor rates, the national amount of poor rates, taking the population of England at 7 millions, would be but £1,400,000. It is, therefore, most probable, that the population of Birmingham is overrated. £14,000 is the proportion upon 50,000 souls, taking 2 millions of poor rates as the national amount. Be it, however, what it may, it is no other than the consequence of the excessive burden of taxes, for, at the time when the taxes were very low, the poor were able to maintain themselves, and there were no poor rates. 22 In the present state of things, a laboring man, with a wife and 2 or 3 children, does not pay less than between £7 and £8 a year in taxes. He is not sensible of this, because it is disguised to him in the articles which he buys, and he thinks only of their dearness, but as the taxes take from him, at least, a 4th part of his yearly earnings, he is consequently disabled from providing for a family, especially if himself, or any of them, are afflicted with sickness. The first step, therefore, of practical relief, would be to abolish the poor rates entirely, and in lieu thereof, to make a remission of taxes to the poor of double the amount of the present poor rates, viz. 4 millions annually out of the surplus taxes. By this measure, the poor will be benefited 2 millions, and the housekeepers 2 millions. This alone would be equal to a reduction of 120 millions of the national debt, and consequently equal to the whole expense of the American war. It will then remain to be considered, which is the most effectual mode of distributing this remission of 4 millions. It is easily seen that the poor are generally composed of large families of children, and old people past their labor. If these two classes are provided for, the remedy will so far reach to the full extent of the case, that what remains will be incidental and in a great measure, fall within the compass of benefit clubs, which, though of humble invention, merit to be ranked among the best of modern institutions. Admitting England to contain 7 million of souls, if 1/5 thereof are of that class of poor which need support, the number will be 1,400,000. Of this number, 140,000 will be aged poor, as will be hereafter shown, and for which a distinct provision will be proposed. There will then remain 1,260,000, which, at 5 souls to each family, amount to 252,000 families, rendered poor from the expense of children and the weight of taxes. The number of children under 14 years of age, in each of those families, will be found to be about 5 to every 2 families, some having 2, and others 3, some 1, and others 4, some none, and others 5, but it rarely happens that more than 5 are under 14 years of age, and after this age they are capable of service or of being apprenticed. Allowing 5 children, under 14 years, to every 2 families, the number of children will be 630,000. The number of parents were they all living, would be 504,000. It is certain, that if the children are provided for, the parents are relieved of consequence, because it is from the expense of bringing up children that their poverty arises. Having thus ascertained the greatest number that can be supposed to need support on account of young families, I proceed to the mode of relief or distribution, which is to pay as a remission of taxes to every poor family, out of the surplus taxes, and in room of poor rates, £4 a year for every child under 14 years of age. Enjoining the parents of such children to send them to school, to learn reading, writing, and common arithmetic, the ministers of every parish, of every denomination, to certify jointly to an office, for that purpose, that this duty is performed. The amount of this expense will be for 630,000 children, at £4 per annum each, £2,520,000. By adopting this method, not only the poverty of the parents will be relieved, but ignorance will be banished from the rising generation, and the number of poor will hereafter become less, because their abilities, by the aid of education, will be greater. Many a youth, with good natural genius, who is apprenticed to a mechanical trade, such as a carpenter, joiner, millwright, shipwright, blacksmith, etc., is prevented getting forward the whole of his life, from the want of a little common education when a boy. I now proceed to the case of the aged. I divide age into 2 classes. First, the approach of age beginning at 50. Secondly, old age commencing at 60. At 50, though the mental faculties of man are in full vigor, and his judgment better than at any preceding date, the bodily powers for laborious life are on the decline. He cannot bear the same quantity of fatigue as at an earlier period. He begins to earn less, and is less capable of enduring wind and weather, and in those more retired employments where much sight is required, he fails apace, and sees himself, like an old horse, beginning to be turned adrift. At 60 his labor ought to be over, at least from direct necessity. To form some judgment of the number of those above 50 years of age, I have several times counted the persons I met in the streets of London, men, women, and children, and have generally found that the average is about 1 in 16 or 17. If it be said that aged persons do not come much in the streets, so neither do infants, and a great proportion of grown children are in school, and in workshops as apprentices. Taking then 16 for a divisor, the whole number of persons in England, of 50 years and upwards of both sexes, rich and poor, will be 420,000. The persons to be provided for out of this gross number will be husbandmen, common laborers, journeymen of every trade and their wives, sailors, and disbanded soldiers, worn-out servants of both sexes, and poor widows. There will be also a considerable number of middling tradesmen, who having lived decently in the former part of life, begin, as age approaches, to lose their business, and at last fall to decay. Besides these, there will be constantly thrown off from the revolutions of that wheel, which no man can stop, nor regulate, a number from every class of life connected with commerce and adventure. To provide for all those accidents, and whatever else may befall, I take the number of persons, who at one time or other of their lives, after 50 years of age, may feel it necessary or comfortable to be better supported, than they can support themselves, and that not as a matter of grace and favor, but of right, at 1/3 of the whole number, which is 140,000, and for whom a distinct provision was proposed to be made. If there be more, society, notwithstanding the show and pomposity of government, is in a deplorable condition in England. Of this 140,000, I take 1/2, 70,000, to be of the age of 50 and under 60, and the other half to be 60 years and upwards. Having thus ascertained the probable proportion of the number of aged persons, I proceed to the mode of rendering their condition comfortable, which is to pay to every such person of the age of 50 years, and until he shall arrive at the age of 60, the sum of £6 per annum out of the surplus taxes, and £10 for enduring life after the age of 60, the expense of which will be 70,000 persons at £6 per annum 420,000, 70,000 ditto at £1 per arm, 700,000, £1,120,000. This support, as already remarked, is not of the nature of a charity, but of a right. Every person in England, male and female, pays on an average in taxes, £2, 8 shillings and 6pence per annum from the day of his, or her, birth, and, if the expense of collection be added, he pays £2 11 shillings and 6pence. Consequently, at the end of 50 years he has paid £128, 15 shillings, and at 60, £154 10 shillings. Converting, therefore, his, or her, individual tax into a tontine, the money he shall receive after 50 years, is but little more than the legal interest of the net money he has paid. The rest is made up from those whose circumstances do not require them to draw such support, and the capital in both cases defrays the expenses of government. It is on this ground that I have extended the probable claims to 1/3 of the number of aged persons in the nation. Is it then better that the lives of 140,000 aged persons be rendered comfortable, or that 1 million a year of public money be expended on any one individual, and him often of the most worthless or insignificant character. Let reason and justice, let honor and humanity, let even hypocrisy, sycophancy and Mr. Berg, let George, let Louis, Leopold, Frederick, Catherine, Cornwallis, or Tippusib, answer the question. Point 23. The sum thus remitted to the poor will be to 252,000 poor families, containing 630,000 children, 2,520,000, to 140,000 aged persons, 1,120,000, 3,640,000 pounds. There will then remain 360,000 pounds out of the 4 millions, part of which may be applied as follows. After all the above cases are provided for, there will still be a number of families who, though not properly of the class of poor, yet find it difficult to give education to their children, and such children, under such a case, would be in a worse condition than if their parents were actually poor. A nation under a well-regulated government should permit none to remain uninstructed. It is monarchical and aristocratical government only that requires ignorance for its support. Suppose then 400,000 children to be in this condition, which is a greater number than ought to be supposed. After the provisions already made, the method will be to allow for each of those children 10 shillings a year for the expense of schooling, for 6 years each, which will give them 6 months schooling each year, and half a crown a year for paper and spelling books. The expense of this will be annually 250,000 pounds. There will then remain 110,000 pounds. Notwithstanding the great modes of relief which the best instituted and best principled government may devise, there will be a number of smaller cases, which it is good policy as well as beneficence in a nation to consider. Were 20 shillings to be given immediately on the birth of a child, to every woman who should make the demand, and none will make it whose circumstances do not require it, it might relieve a great deal of instant distress. There are about 200,000 births yearly in England, and if claimed by 1/4, the amount would be 50,000 pounds, and 20 shillings to every new married couple who should claim in like manner. This would not exceed the sum of 20,000 pounds. Also 20,000 pounds to be appropriated to defray the funeral expenses of persons who, traveling for work, may die at a distance from their friends. By relieving parishes from this charge, the sick stranger will be better treated. I shall finish this part of the subject with a plan adapted to the particular condition of a metropolis, such as London. Cases are continually occurring in a metropolis, different to those which occur in the country, and for which a different, or rather an additional mode of relief is necessary. In the country, even in large towns, people have a knowledge of each other, and distress never rises to that extreme height it sometimes does in a metropolis. There is no such thing in the country as persons, in the literal sense of the word, starved to death, or dying with cold from the want of a lodging. Yet such cases, and others equally as miserable, happen in London. Many a youth comes up to London full of expectations, and with little or no money. And unless he gets immediate employment he is already half undone, and boys bred up in London, without any means of a livelihood, and as it often happens of dissolute parents, are in a still worse condition, and servants long out of place are not much better off. In short, a world of little cases are continually arising, which busy or affluent life knows not of, to open the first door to distress. Hunger is not among the postponable wants, and a day, even a few hours, in such a condition, is often the crisis of a life of ruin. These circumstances, which are the general cause of the little thefts and pilferings that lead to greater, may be prevented. There yet remain 20,000 pounds out of the 4 millions of surplus taxes, which, with another fund hereafter to be mentioned, amounting to about 20,000 pounds more, cannot be better applied than to this purpose. The plan then will be, first, to erect 2 or more buildings, or take some already erected, capable of containing at least 6,000 persons, and to have in each of these places as many kinds of employment as can be contrived, so that every person who shall come may find something which he or she can do. Secondly, to receive all who shall come, without inquiring who or what they are. The only condition to be, that for so much, or so many hours' work, each person shall receive so many meals of wholesome food, and a warm lodging, at least as good as a barrack. That a certain portion of what each person's work shall be worth shall be reserved, and given to him, or her, on their going away, and that each person shall stay as long, or as short time, or come as often as he choose, on these conditions. If each person stayed 3 months, it would assist by rotation 24,000 persons annually, though the real number, at all times, would be but 6,000. By establishing an asylum of this kind, persons to whom temporary distresses occur, would have an opportunity to recruit themselves, and be enabled to look out for better employment, allowing that their labor paid but 1/2 the expense of supporting them, after reserving a portion of their earnings for themselves, the sum of 40,000 pounds. Additional would defray all other charges for even a greater number than 6,000. The fund very properly convertible to this purpose, in addition to the 20,000 pounds, remaining of the former fund, will be the produce of the tax upon coals, so iniquitously and wantonly applied to the support of the Duke of Richmond. It is horrid that any man, more especially at the price coals now are, should live on the distresses of a community, and any government permitting such an abuse, deserves to be dismissed. This fund is said to be about 20,000 pounds per annum. I shall now conclude this plan with enumerating the several particulars, and then proceed to other matters. The enumeration is as follows. First, abolition of 2 million poor rates. Secondly, provision for 252,000 poor families. Thirdly, education for 1,030,000 children. Fourthly, comfortable provision for 140,000 aged persons. Fifthly, donation of 20 shillings each for 50,000 births. Sixthly, donation of 20 shillings each for 20,000 marriages. Seventhly, allowance of 20,000 pounds for the funeral expenses of persons traveling for work, and dying at a distance from their friends. Eighthly, employment, at all times, for the casual poor in the cities of London and Westminster. By the operation of this plan, the poor laws, those instruments of civil torture, will be superseded, and the wasteful expense of litigation prevented. The hearts of the humane will not be shocked by ragged and hungry children, and persons of 70 and 80 years of age begging for bread. The dying poor will not be dragged from place to place to breathe their last, as a reprisal of parish upon parish. Widows will have a maintenance for their children, and not be carried away, on the death of their husbands, like culprits and criminals, and children will no longer be considered as increasing the distresses of their parents. The haunts of the wretched will be known, because it will be to their advantage, and the number of petty crimes, the offspring of distress and poverty, will be lessened. The poor, as well as the rich, will then be interested in the support of government, and the cause and apprehension of riots and tumults will cease. Ye who sit in ease, and solace yourselves in plenty, and such there are in Turkey and Russia, as well as in England, and who say to yourselves, are we not well off, have ye thought of these things. When you do, you will cease to speak and feel for yourselves alone. The plan is easy in practice. It does not embarrass trade by a sudden interruption in the order of taxes, but affects the relief by changing the application of them, and the money necessary for the purpose can be drawn from the excise collections, which are made 8 times a year in every market town in England. Having now arranged and concluded this subject, I proceed to the next. Taking the present current expenses at 7 millions and a half, which is the least amount they are now at, there will remain, after the sum of 1 million and a half be taken for the new current expenses, and 4 millions for the before-mentioned service. The sum of 2 millions, part of which to be applied as follows. Though fleets and armies, by an alliance with France, will, in great measure, become useless, yet the persons who have devoted themselves to those services, and have thereby unfit themselves for other lines of life, are not to be sufferers by the means that make others happy. They are a different description of men to those who form war. Hang about a court. A part of the army will remain at least for some years, and also of the navy, for which a provision is already made in the former part of this plan of 1 million, which is almost 500,000 more than the peace establishment of the army and navy in the prodigal times of Charles II. Suppose then 15,000 soldiers to be disbanded, and that an allowance be made to each of 3 shillings a week during life, clear of all deductions, to be paid in the same manner as the Chelsea College pensioners are paid, and for them to return to their trades and their friends, and also that an addition of 15,000 expenses for week be made to the pay of the soldiers who shall remain. The annual expense will be to the pay of 15,000 disbanded soldiers, at 3 shillings per week, 117,000. Additional pay to the remaining soldiers, 19,500. 136,500. Suppose that the pay to the officers of the disbanded corps be of the same amount as the sum allowed to the men, 117,000. 253,500. To prevent bulky estimations, admit the same sum to the disbanded navy as to the army, and the same increase of pay, 253,500. Total 507,000 pounds. Every year some part of the sum of 500,000, I omit the odd 7,000 pounds for the purpose of keeping the account unembarrassed, will fall in, and the whole of it in time, as it is on the ground of life annuities, except the increased pay of 29,000 pounds. As it falls in, a part of the taxes may be taken off. For instance, when 30,000 pounds fall in, the duty on hops may be wholly taken off. And as other parts fall in, the duties on candles and soap may be lessened, till at last they will totally cease. There now remains at least 1 million and a half of surplus taxes. The tax on houses and windows is one of those direct taxes, which, like the poor rates, is not confounded with trade, and, when taken off, the relief will be instantly felt. This tax falls heavy on the middling class of people. The amount of this tax by the returns of 1,788 was LSD. Houses and windows by the Act of 1,766, 385,459 11/7. Ditto by the Act of 1,779, 130,739 14/5 1/2. Total 516,199 6/0 1/2. If this tax be struck off, there will then remain about 1 million of surplus taxes, and, as it is always proper to keep a sum in reserve, for incidental matters, it may be best not to extend reductions further, in the first instance, but to consider what may be accomplished by other modes of reform. Among the taxes most heavily felt is the commutation tax. I shall, therefore, offer a plan for its abolition, by substituting another in its place, which will affect 3 objects at once. First, that of removing the burden to where it can best be borne. Secondly, restoring justice among families by a distribution of property. Thirdly, extirpating the overgrown influence arising from the unnatural law of primogeniture, and which is one of the principal sources of corruption at elections. The amount of the commutation tax by the returns of 1,788 was 771,657.00. When taxes are proposed, the country is amused by the plausible language of taxing luxuries. One thing is called a luxury at one time, and something else at another, but the real luxury does not consist in the article, but in the means of procuring it, and this is always kept out of sight. I know not why any plant or herb of the field should be a greater luxury in one country than another, but an overgrown estate in either is a luxury at all times, and as such is the proper object of taxation. It is, therefore, right to take those kind tax-making gentlemen up on their own word, and argue on the principle themselves have laid down, that of taxing luxuries. If they, or their champion Mr. Burke, who, I fear, is growing out of date, like the man in armor, can prove that an estate of 20, 30, or 40,000 pounds a year is not a luxury, I will give up the argument. Admitting that any annual sum, say for instance, 1,000 pounds, is necessary or sufficient for the support of a family, consequently the second thousand is of the nature of a luxury, the third still more so, and by proceeding on, we shall at last arrive at a sum that may not improperly be called a prohibitable luxury. It would be impolitic to set bounds to property acquired by industry, and therefore it is right to place the prohibition beyond the probable acquisition to which industry can extend, but there ought to be a limit to property, or the accumulation of it, by bequest. It should pass in some other line. The richest in every nation have poor relations, and those often very near in consanguinity. The following table of progressive taxation is constructed on the above principles, and as a substitute for the commutation tax, it will reach the point of prohibition by a regular operation, and thereby supersede the aristocratical law of primogeniture. Table I. A tax on all estates of the clear yearly value of £50, after deducting the land tax, and up st. to £500 03 per pound. From 500 to 1,006 per pound. On the second 1,009 per pound. On the third 10 per pound. On the fourth 16 per pound. On the fifth 20 per pound. On the sixth 30 per pound. On the seventh 40 per pound. On the eighth 50 per pound. On the ninth 60 per pound. On the 10th 70 per pound. On the 11th 80 per pound. On the 12th 90 per pound. On the 13th 10 per pound. On the 14th 11 per pound. On the 15th 12 per pound. On the 16th 13 per pound. On the 17th 14 per pound. On the 18th 15 per pound. On the 19th 16 per pound. On the 20th 17 per pound. On the 21st 18 per pound. On the 22nd 19 per pound. On the 23rd 20 per pound. The foregoing table shows the progression per pound on every progressive thousand. The following table shows the amount of the tax on every thousand separately, and in the last column, the total amount of all the separate sums collected. Table 2. DISD. An estate of pound per annum at 3 per PT pays 0.126. 103,150. 203,210. 303,315. 403,500. 503,750. After 500 slash. The tax of 6 pence per pound takes place on the second 500 slash. Consequently an estate of 1,000 slash. Per n pays 21 slash. 155 and so on. At the 23rd thousand the tax becomes 20 shillings in the pound, and consequently every thousand beyond that sum can produce no profit but by dividing the estate. Yet formidable as this tax appears, it will not, I believe, produce so much as the commutation tax. Should it produce more, it ought to be lowered to that amount upon estates under 2 or 3,000 a year. On small and middling estates it is lighter, as it is intended to be, than the commutation tax. It is not till after 7 or 8,000 a year that it begins to be heavy. The object is not so much the produce of the tax, as the justice of the measure. The aristocracy has screened itself too much, and this serves to restore a part of the lost equilibrium. As an instance of its screening itself, it is only necessary to look back to the first establishment of the excise laws, at what is called the Restoration, or the coming of Charles II. The aristocratical interest then in power, commuted the feudal services itself was under by laying a tax on beer brewed for sale, that is, they compounded with Charles for an exemption from those services for themselves and their heirs, by a tax to be paid by other people. The aristocracy do not purchase beer brewed for sale, but brew their own beer free of the duty, and if any commutation at that time were necessary, it ought to have been at the expense of those for whom the exemptions from those services were intended, 25 instead of which it was thrown on an entire different class of men. But the chief object of this progressive tax, besides the justice of rendering taxes more equal than they are, is, as already stated, to extirpate the overgrown influence arising from the unnatural law of primogeniture, and which is one of the principal sources of corruption at elections. It would be attended with no good consequences to inquire how such vast estates as 30, 40, or 50,000 a year could commence, and that at a time when commerce and manufactures were not in a state to admit of such acquisitions. Let it be sufficient to remedy the evil by putting them in a condition of descending again to the community, by the quiet means of apportioning them among all the heirs and heiresses of those families. This will be the more necessary, because hitherto the aristocracy have quartered their younger children and connections upon the public in useless posts, places, and offices, which when abolished will leave them destitute, unless the law of primogeniture be also abolished or superseded. A progressive tax will, in a great measure, effect this object, and that is a matter of interest to the parties most immediately concerned, as will be seen by the following table, which shows the net produce upon every estate, after subtracting the tax. By this, it will appear, that after an estate exceeds 13 or 14,000 a year, the remainder produces but little profit to the holder, and consequently will pass either to the younger children, or to other kindred. Table 3. Showing the net produce of every estate from 1,000 to 23,000 pounds a year. No of thousands per arm. Total tax subtracted net produce. Pound. 1,021,979. 2,059 1941. No of thousands per n total tax subtracted net produce. Pound. 3,109 2891. 4,184 3816. 5,284 4716. 6,434 5566. 7,634 6366. 8,880 7120. 9,000 1,100 7,820. 10,000 1,500 and 38,470. 11,000 19 39,070. 12,000 2,000 389,620. 13,000 2,880 10,120. 14,000 3,430 10,570. 15,000 4,000 and 30 10,970. 16,000 4,680 11,320. 17,000 5,380 11,620. 18,000 6,130 11,870. 19,000 6,930 12,170. 20,000 7,780 12,220. 21,000 8,680 12,320. 22,000 9,630 12,370. 23,000 10,360 12,370. NB. The odd shillings are dropped in this table. According to this table, an estate cannot produce more than 12,370 slash. Clear of the land tax and the progressive tax, and therefore the dividing such estates will follow as a matter of family interest. An estate of 23,000 slash a year, divided into 5 estates of 4,000 each and one of 3, will be charged only 1129 slash, which is but 5%. But if held by one possessor will be charged 10,630 slash. Although an inquiry into the origin of those estates be unnecessary, the continuation of them in their present state is another subject. It is a matter of national concern. As hereditary estates, the law has created the evil, and it ought also to provide the remedy. Primogeniture ought to be abolished, not only because it is unnatural and unjust, but because the country suffers by its operation. By cutting off, as before observed, the younger children from their proper portion of inheritance, the public is loaded with the expense of maintaining them, and the freedom of elections violated by the overbearing influence which this unjust monopoly of family property produces. Nor is this all. It occasions a waste of national property. A considerable part of the land of the country is rendered unproductive by the great extent of parks and chases which this law serves to keep up, and this at a time when the annual production of grain is not equal to the national consumption. In short, the evils of the aristocratical system are so great and numerous, so inconsistent with everything that is just, wise, natural, and beneficent, that, when they are considered, there ought not to be a doubt that many, who are now classed under that description, will wish to see such a system abolished. What pleasure can they derive from contemplating the exposed condition, and almost certain beggary of their younger offspring? Every aristocratical family has an appendage of family beggars hanging round it, which in a few ages, or a few generations, are shook off, and console themselves with telling their tale in almshouses, workhouses, and prisons. This is the natural consequence of aristocracy. The peer and the beggar are often of the same family. One extreme produces the other. To make one rich many must be made poor, neither can the system be supported by other means. There are two classes of people to whom the laws of England are particularly hostile, and those the most helpless, younger children and the poor. Of the former I have just spoken, of the latter I shall mention one instance out of the many that might be produced, and with which I shall close this subject. Several laws are in existence for regulating and limiting workmen's wages. Why not? Leave them as free to make their own bargains, as the lawmakers are to let their farms and houses. Personal labor is all the property they have. Why is that little, and the little freedom they enjoy to be infringed? But the injustice will appear stronger, if we consider the operation and effect of such laws. When wages are fixed by what is called a law, the legal wages remain stationary, while everything else is in progression, and as those who make that law still continue to lay on new taxes by other laws, they increase the expense of living by one law, and take away the means by another. But if those gentlemen lawmakers and taxmakers thought it right to limit the poor pittance which personal labor can produce, and on which a whole family is to be supported, they certainly must feel themselves happily indulged in a limitation on their own part, of not less than 12,000 a year, and that of property they never acquired, nor probably any of their ancestors, and of which they have made so ill a use. Having now finished this subject, I shall bring the several particulars into one view, and then proceed to other matters. The first 8 articles are brought forward. 1. Abolition of 2 million poor rates. 2. Provision for 252,000 poor families, at the rate of £4 per head for each child under 14 years of age, which, with the addition of £250,000, provides also education for 1,030,000 children. 3. Annuity of £6 per annum, each for all poor persons, decayed tradesmen, or others, supposed 70,000, of the age of 50 years, and until 60. 4. Annuity often pounds each for life for all poor persons, decayed tradesmen, and others, supposed 70,000, of the age of 60 years. 5. Donation of 20 shillings each for 50,000 births. 6. Donation of 20 shillings each for 20,000 marriages. 7. Allowance of £20,000 for the funeral expenses of persons traveling for work, and dying at a distance from their friends. 8. Employment at all times for the casual poor in the cities of London and Westminster. 2nd Enumeration. 9. Abolition of the tax on houses and windows. 10. Allowance of 3 shillings per week for life to 15,000 disbanded soldiers, and a proportionable allowance to the officers of the disbanded corps. 11. Increase of pay to the remaining soldiers of 19,500/ annually. 12. The same allowance to the disbanded navy, and the same increase of pay as to the army. 13. Abolition of the commutation tax. 14. Plan of a progressive tax, operating to extirpate the unjust and unnatural law of primogeniture, and the vicious influence of the aristocratical system. 26. There yet remains, as already stated, 1 million of surplus taxes. Some parts of this will be required for circumstances that do not immediately present themselves, and such part as shall not be wanted, will admit a further reduction of taxes equal to that amount. Among the claims that justice requires to be made, the condition of the inferior revenue officers will merit attention. It is a reproach to any government to waste such an immensity of revenue in sinecures and nominal and unnecessary places and offices, and not allow even a decent livelihood to those on whom the labor falls. The salary of the inferior officers of the revenue has stood at the petty pittance of less than £50 a year for upwards of 100 years. It ought to be 70. About £120,000 applied to this purpose will put all those salaries in a decent condition. This was proposed to be done almost 20 years ago, but the Treasury Board then in being startled at it, as it might lead to similar expectations from the Army and Navy, and the event was that the King, or somebody for him, applied to Parliament to have his own salary raised 100,000 a year, which being done, everything else was laid aside. With respect to another class of men, the inferior clergy, I forbear to enlarge on their condition, but all partialities and prejudices for, or against, different modes and forms of religion aside, common justice will determine whether there ought to be an income of 20 or 30 pounds a year to one man, and of 10,000 to another. I speak on this subject with the more freedom, because I am known not to be a Presbyterian, and therefore the cant cry of court sycophants about church and meeting, kept up to amuse and bewilder the nation, cannot be raised against me. Ye simple men, on both sides the question, do ye not see through this courtly craft? If ye can be kept disputing and wrangling about church and meeting, ye just answer the purpose of every courtier, who lives the while on the spoil of the taxes, and laughs at your credulity. Every religion is good that teaches man to be good, and I know of none that instructs him to be bad. All the before mentioned calculations suppose only 16 millions and a half of taxes paid into the exchequer, after the expense of collection and drawbacks at the custom house and excise office are deducted, whereas the sum paid into the exchequer is very nearly, if not quite, 17 millions. The taxes raised in Scotland and Ireland are expended in those countries, and therefore their savings will come out of their own taxes, but if any part be paid into the English exchequer, it might be remitted. This will not make £100,000 a year difference. There now remains only the national debt to be considered. In the year 1789, the interest, exclusive of the tontine, was 9,150,138/. How much the capital has been reduced since that time the minister best knows. But after paying the interest, abolishing the tax on houses and windows, the commutation tax, and the poor rates, and making all the provisions for the poor, for the education of children, the support of the aged, the disbanded part of the army and navy, and increasing the pay of the remainder, there will be a surplus of 1 million. The present scheme of paying off the national debt appears to me, speaking as an indifferent person, to be an ill-concerted, if not a fallacious job. The burden of the national debt consists not in its being so many millions, or so many hundred millions, but in the quantity of taxes collected every year to pay the interest. If this quantity continue the same, the burden of the national debt is the same to all intents and purposes, be the capital more or less. The only knowledge which the public can have of the reduction of the debt must be through the reduction of taxes for paying the interest. The debt, therefore, is not reduced one farthing to the public by all the millions that have been paid, and it would require more money now to purchase up the capital than when the scheme began. Digressing for a moment at this point, to which I shall return again, I look back to the appointment of Mr. Pitt as minister. I was then in America. The war was over, and though resentment had ceased, memory was still alive. When the news of the coalition arrived, though it was a matter of no concern to me as a citizen of America, I felt it as a man. It had something in it which shocked, by public sporting with decency, if not with principle. It was impudence in Lord North, it was want of firmness in Mr. Fox. Mr. Pitt was, at that time, what may be called a maiden character in politics. So far from being hackneyed, he appeared not to be initiated into the first mysteries of court intrigue. Everything was in his favor. Resentment against the coalition served as friendship to him, and his ignorance of vice was credited for virtue. With the return of peace, commerce, and prosperity would rise of itself, yet even this increase was thrown to his account. When he came to the helm the storm was over, and he had nothing to interrupt his course. It required even ingenuity to be wrong, and he succeeded. A little time showed him the same sort of man as his predecessors had been. Instead of profiting by those errors which had accumulated a burden of taxes unparalleled in the world, he sought, I might almost say, he advertised for enemies, and provoked means to increase taxation. Aiming at something, he knew not what, he ransacked Europe and India for adventures. And abandoning the fair pretensions he began with, became the knight-errant of modern times. It is unpleasant to see character throw itself away. It is more so to see oneself deceived. Mr. Pitt had merited nothing, but he promised much. He gave symptoms of a mind superior to the meanness and corruption of courts. His apparent candor encouraged expectations, and the public confidence, stunned, wearied, and confounded by a chaos of parties, revived and attached itself to him. But mistaking, as he has done, the disgust of the nation against the coalition, for merit in himself, he has rushed into measures, which a man less supported would not have presumed to act. All this seems to show that change of ministers amounts to nothing. One goes out, another comes in, and still the same measures, vices, and extravagance are pursued. It signifies not who is minister. The defect lies in the system. The foundation and the superstructure of the government is bad. Prop it as you please, it continually sinks into court government, and ever will. I return, as I promised, to the subject of the national debt, that offspring of the Dutch Anglo Revolution, and its handmaid the Hanover succession. But it is now too late to inquire how it began. Those to whom it is due have advanced the money, and whether it was well or ill spent, or pocketed, is not their crime. It is, however, easy to see, that as the nation proceeds in contemplating the nature and principles of government, and to understand taxes, and make comparisons between those of America, France, and England, it will be next to impossible to keep it in the same torpid state it has hitherto been. Some reform must, from the necessity of the case, soon begin. It is not whether these principles press with little or much force in the present moment. They are out. They are abroad in the world, and no force can stop them. Like a secret told, they are beyond recall, and he must be blind indeed that does not see that a change is already beginning. 9 millions of dead taxes is a serious thing, and this not only for bad, but in a great measure for foreign government. By putting the power of making war into the hands of foreigners who came for what they could get, little else was to be expected than what has happened. Reasons are already advanced in this work showing that, whatever the reforms in the taxes may be, they ought to be made in the current expenses of government, and not in the part applied to the interest of the national debt. By remitting the taxes of the poor, they will be totally relieved, and all discontent on their part will be taken away, and by striking off such of the taxes as are already mentioned, the nation will more than recover the whole expense of the mad American war. There will then remain only the national debt as a subject of discontent, and in order to remove, or rather to prevent this, it would be good policy in the stockholders themselves to consider it as property, subject like all other property, to bear some portion of the taxes. It would give to it both popularity and security, and as a great part of its present inconvenience is balanced by the capital which it keeps alive, a measure of this kind would so far add to that balance as to silence objections. This may be done by such gradual means as to accomplish all that is necessary with the greatest ease and convenience. Instead of taxing the capital, the best method would be to tax the interest by some progressive ratio, and to lessen the public taxes in the same proportion as the interest diminished. Suppose the interest was taxed 1 halfpenny in the pound the first year, a penny more the second, and to proceed by a certain ratio to be determined upon, always less than any other tax upon property. Such a tax would be subtracted from the interest at the time of payment, without any expense of collection. 1 halfpenny in the pound would lessen the interest and consequently the taxes. 20,000 pounds. The tax on wagons amounts to this sum, and this tax might be taken off the first year. The second year the tax on female servants, or some other of the like amount might also be taken off, and by proceeding in this manner, always applying the tax raised from the property of the dead towards its extinction, and not carry it to the current services, it would liberate itself. The stockholders, notwithstanding this tax, would pay less taxes than they do now. What they would save by the extinction of the poor rates, and the tax on houses and windows, and the commutation tax, would be confidently greater than what this tax, slow, but certain in its operation, amounts to. It appears to me to be prudent to look out for measures that may apply under any circumstance that may approach. There is, at this moment, a crisis in the affairs of Europe that requires it. Preparation now is wisdom. If taxation be once let loose, it will be difficult to reinstate it, neither would the relief be so effectual as to proceed by some certain and gradual reduction. The fraud, hypocrisy, and imposition of governments are now beginning to be too well understood to promise them any long career. The farce of monarchy and aristocracy, in all countries, is following that of chivalry, and Mr. Burke is dressing for the funeral. Let it then pass quietly to the tomb of all other follies, and the mourners be comforted. The time is not very distant when England will laugh at itself for sending to Holland, Hanover, Zell, or Brunswick for men, at the expense of $1 million a year, who understood neither her laws, her language, nor her interest, and whose capacities would scarcely have fitted them for the office of a parish constable. If government could be trusted to such hands, it must be some easy and simple thing indeed, and materials fit for all the purposes may be found in every town and village in England. When it shall be said in any country in the world, my poor are happy, neither ignorance nor distress is to be found among them, my jails are empty of prisoners, my streets of beggars, the aged are not in want, the taxes are not oppressive, the rational world is my friend, because I am the friend of its happiness. When these things can be said, then may that country boast its constitution and its government. Within the space of a few years we have seen 2 revolutions, those of America and France. In the former, the contest was long, and the conflict severe. In the latter, the nation acted with such a consolidated impulse, that having no foreign enemy to contend with, the revolution was complete in power the moment it appeared. From both those instances it is evident, that the greatest forces that can be brought into the field of revolutions are reason and common interest. Where these can have the opportunity of acting, opposition dies with fear, or crumbles away by conviction. It is a great standing, which they have now universally obtained, and we may hereafter hope to see. Revolutions, or changes in governments, produced with the same quiet operation by which any measure, determinable by reason and discussion, is accomplished. When a nation changes its opinion and habits of thinking, it is no longer to be governed as before, but it would not only be wrong, but bad policy, to attempt by force what ought to be accomplished by reason. Rebellion consists in forcibly opposing the general will of a nation, whether by a party or by a government. There ought, therefore, to be in every nation a method of occasionally ascertaining the state of public opinion with respect to government. On this point the old government of France was superior to The present government of England, because, on extraordinary occasions, recourse could be had to what was then called the States General. But in England there are no such occasional bodies, and as to those who are now called representatives, a great part of them are mere machines of the court, placemen, and dependents. I presume that though all the people of England pay taxes, not an hundredth part of them are electors, and the members of one of the Houses of Parliament represent nobody but themselves. There is, therefore, no power but the voluntary will of the people that has a right to act in any matter respecting a general reform, and by the same right that two persons can confer on such a subject, 1,000 may. The object, in all such preliminary proceedings, is to find out what the general sense of a nation is, and to be governed by it. If it prefer a bad or defective government to a reform, or choose to pay 10 times more taxes than there is occasion for, it has a right so to do, and so long as the majority do not impose conditions on the minority, different to what they impose on themselves, though there may be much error, there is no injustice. Neither will the error continue long. Reason and discussion will soon bring things right, however wrong they may begin. By such a process no tumult is to be apprehended. The poor, in all countries, are naturally both peaceable and grateful in all reforms in which their interest and happiness is included. It is only by neglecting and rejecting them that they become tumultuous. The objects that now press on the public attention are the French Revolution, and the prospect of a general revolution in governments. Of all nations in Europe, there is none so much interested in the French Revolution as England. Enemies for ages, and that at a vast expense, and without any national object, the opportunity now presents itself of amicably closing the scene, and joining their efforts to reform the rest of Europe. By doing this, they will not only prevent the further effusion of blood, and increase of taxes, but be in a condition of getting rid of a considerable part of their present burdens, as has been already stated. Long experience however has shown, that reforms of this kind are not those which old governments wish to promote, and therefore it is to nations, and not to such governments, that these matters present themselves. In the preceding part of this work, I have spoken of an alliance between England, France, and America, for purposes that were to be afterwards mentioned. Though I have no direct authority on the part of America, I have good reason to conclude that she is disposed to enter into a consideration of such a measure, provided that the governments with which she might ally acted as national governments, and not as courts enveloped in intrigue and mystery. That France as a nation, and a national government, would prefer an alliance with England, is a matter of certainty. Nations, like individuals, who have long been enemies, without knowing each other, or knowing why, become the better friends when they discover the errors and impositions under which they had acted. Admitting, therefore, the probability of such a connection, I will state some matters by which such an alliance, together with that of Holland, might render service, not only to the parties immediately concerned, but to all Europe. It is, I think, certain, that if the fleets of England, France, and Holland were confederated, they could propose, with effect, a limitation to, and a general dismantling of all the navies in Europe, to a certain proportion to be agreed upon. First, that no new ship of war shall be built by any power in Europe, themselves included. Secondly, that all the navies now in existence shall be put back, supposed to 1/10 of their present force. This will save to France and England at least 2 millions sterling annually to each, and their relative force be in the same proportion as it is now. If men will permit themselves to think, as rational beings ought to think, nothing can appear more ridiculous and absurd, exclusive of all moral reflections, than to be at the expense of building navies, filling them with men, and then hauling them into the ocean, to try which can sink each other fastest. Peace, which costs nothing, is attended with infinitely more advantage than any victory with all its expense. But this, though it best answers the purpose of nations, does not that of court governments, whose habit policy is pretense for taxation, places, and offices. It is, I think, also certain, that the above confederated powers, together with that of the United States of America, can propose with effect, to Spain, the independence of South America, and the opening those countries of immense extent and wealth to the general commerce of the world, as North America now is. With how much more glory, and advantage to itself, does a nation act, when it exerts its powers to rescue the world from bondage, and to create itself friends, than when it employs those powers to increase ruin, desolation, and misery. The horrid scene that is now acting by the English government in the East Indies, is fit only to be told of Goths and Vandals, who, destitute of principles, robbed and tortured the world they were incapable of enjoying. The opening of South America would produce an immense field of commerce, and a ready money market for manufactures, which the Eastern world does not. The East is already a country full of manufactures, the importation of which is not only an injury to the manufactures of England, but a drain upon its specie. The balance against England by this trade is regularly upwards of 500,000 annually sent out in the East India ships in silver, and this is the reason, together with German intrigue, and German subsidies, there is so little silver in England. But any war is harvest to such governments, however ruinous it may be to a nation. It serves to keep up deceitful expectations which prevent a people looking into the defects and abuses of government. It is the low here, and the low there, that amuses and cheats the multitude. Never did so great an opportunity offer itself to England, and to all Europe, as is produced by the two revolutions of America and France. By the former, freedom has a national champion in the Western world, and by the latter, in Europe. When another nation shall join France, despotism and bad government will scarcely dare to appear. To use a trite expression, the iron is becoming hot all over Europe. The insulted German, and the enslaved Spaniard, the Russ, and the Pole, are beginning to think. The present age will hereafter merit to be called the age of reason, and the present generation will appear to the future as the atom of a new world. When all the governments of Europe shall be established on the representative system, nations will become acquainted, and the animosities and prejudices fomented by the intrigue and artifice of courts will cease. The oppressed soldier will become a freeman, and the tortured sailor, no longer dragged along the streets like a felon, will pursue his mercantile voyage in safety. It would be better that nations should continue the pay of their soldiers during their lives, and give them their discharge and restore them to freedom and their friends, and cease recruiting, than retain such multitudes at the same expense, in a condition useless to society and themselves. As soldiers have hitherto been treated in most countries, they might be said to be without a friend. Shunned by the citizen on an apprehension of being enemies to liberty, and too often insulted by those who commanded them, their condition was a double oppression. But where genuine principle of liberty pervade a people, everything is restored to order, and the soldier civilly treated returns the civility. In contemplating revolutions, it is easy to perceive that they may arise from two Distinct causes, the one, to avoid or get rid of some great calamity, the other, to obtain some great and positive good, and the two may be distinguished by the names of active and passive revolutions. In those which proceed from the former cause, the temper becomes incensed and soured, and the redress, obtained by danger, is too often sullied by revenge. But in those which proceed from the latter, the heart, rather animated than agitated, enters serenely upon the subject. Reason and discussion, persuasion and conviction, become the weapons in the contest, and it is only when those are attempted to be suppressed that recourse is had to violence. When men unite in agreeing that a thing is good, could it be obtained, such as relief from a burden of taxes and the extinction of corruption, the object is more than half accomplished. What they approve as the end, they will promote in the means. Will any man say, in the present excess of taxation, falling so heavily on the poor, that a remission of £5 annually of taxes to 104,000 poor families is not a good thing? Will he say, that a remission of £7 annually to 100,000 other poor families, of £8 annually to another 100,000 poor families, and of £10 annually to 50,000 poor and widowed families, are not good things? And to proceed a step farther in this climax, will he say, that to provide against the misfortunes to which all human life is subject, by securing £6 annually for all poor, distressed, and reduced persons of the age of 50 and until 60, and often pounds annually after 60 is not a good thing? Will he say, that an abolition of 2 million of poor rates to the housekeepers, and of the whole of the house and window light tax and of the commutation tax is not a good thing? Or will he say, that to abolish corruption is a bad thing? If, therefore, the good to be obtained be worthy of a passive, rational, and costless revolution, it would be bad policy to prefer waiting for a calamity that should force a violent one. I have no idea, considering the reforms which are now passing and spreading throughout Europe, that England will permit herself to be the last, and where the occasion and the opportunity quietly offer, it is better than to wait for a turbulent necessity. It may be considered as an honor to the animal faculties of man to obtain redress by courage and danger, but it is far greater honor to the rational faculties to accomplish the same object by reason, accommodation, and general consent. Point 27. As reforms, or revolutions, call them which you please, extend themselves among nations, those nations will form connections and conventions, and when a few are thus confederated, the progress will be rapid, till despotism and corrupt government be totally expelled, at least out of 2/4 of the world, Europe and America. The Algerine piracy may then be commanded to cease, for it is only by the malicious policy of old governments, against each other, that it exists. Throughout this work, various and numerous as the subjects are, which I have taken up and investigated, there is only a single paragraph upon religion, viz. That every religion is good, that teaches man to be good. I have carefully avoided to enlarge upon the subject, because I am inclined to believe that what is called the present ministry wish to see contentions about religion kept up, to prevent the nation turning its attention to subjects of government. It is, as if they were to say, look that way, or any way, but this. But as religion is very improperly made a political machine, and the reality of it is thereby destroyed, I will conclude this work with stating in what light religion appears to me. If we suppose a large family of children, who, on any particular day, or particular circumstance, made it accustomed to present to their parents some token of their affection and gratitude, each of them would make a different offering, and most probably in a different manner. Some would pay their congratulations in themes of verse or prose, by some little devices, as their genius dictated, or according to what they thought would please, and perhaps, the least of all, not able to do any of those things, would ramble into the garden, or the field, and gather what it thought the prettiest flower it could find. Though, perhaps, it might be but a simple weed. The parent would be more gratified by such variety, than if the whole of them had acted on a concerted plan, and each had made exactly the same offering. This would have the cold appearance of contrivance, or the harsh one of control. But of all unwelcome things, nothing could more afflict the parent than to know that the whole of them had afterwards gotten together by the ears, boys and girls, fighting, scratching, reviling, and abusing each other about which was the best or the worst present. Why may we not suppose that the great Father of all is pleased with variety of devotion, and that the greatest offense we can act is that by which we seek to torment and render each other miserable? For my own part, I am fully satisfied that what I am now doing, with an endeavor to conciliate mankind, to render their condition happy, to unite nations that have hitherto been enemies, and to extirpate the horrid practice of war, and break the chains of slavery and oppression, is acceptable in His sight, and being the best service I can perform, I act it cheerfully. I do not believe that any two men, on what are called doctrinal points, think alike. Who think at all? It is only those who have not thought that appear to agree. It is in this case as with what is called the British Constitution. It has been taken for granted to be good, and encomiums have supplied the place of proof. But when the nation comes to examine into its principles and the abuses it admits, it will be found to have more defects than I have pointed out in this work and the former. As to what are called national religions, we may, with as much propriety, talk of national gods. It is either political craft or the remains of the pagan system, when every nation had its separate and particular deity. Among all the writers of the English Church clergy, who have treated on the general subject of religion, the present Bishop of Llandaff has not been excelled, and it is with much pleasure that I take the opportunity of expressing this token of respect. I have now gone through the whole of the subject, at least, as far as it appears to me. At present, it has been my intention for the 5 years I have been in Europe, to offer an address to the people of England on the subject of government, if the opportunity presented itself before I returned to America. Mr. Burke has thrown it in my way, and I thank him. On a certain occasion 3 years ago, I pressed him to propose a national convention to be fairly elected for the purpose of taking the state of the nation into consideration, but I found that however strongly the parliamentary current was then setting against the party he acted with, their policy was to keep everything within that field of corruption, and trust to accidents. Long experience had shown that parliaments would follow any change of ministers, and on this they rested their hopes and their expectations. Formerly, when divisions arose respecting governments, recourse was had to the sword, and a civil war ensued. That savage custom is exploded by the new system, and reference is had to national conventions. Discussion and the general will arbitrates the question, and to this, private opinion yields with a good grace, and order is preserved uninterrupted. Some gentlemen have affected to call the principles upon which this work and the former part of rights of man are founded a newfangled doctrine. The question is not whether those principles are new or old, but whether they are right or wrong. Suppose the former, I will show their effect by a figure easily understood. It is now towards the middle of February. Were I to take a turn into the country, the Trees would present a leafless winterly appearance. As people are apt to pluck twigs as they walk along, I perhaps might do the same, and by chance might observe that a single bud on that twig had begun to swell. I should reason very unnaturally, or rather, not reason at all, to suppose this was the only bud in England which had this appearance. Instead of deciding thus, I should instantly conclude that the same appearance was beginning, or about to begin, everywhere. And though the vegetable sleep will continue longer on some trees and plants than on others, and though some of them may not blossom for 2 or 3 years, all will be in leaf in the summer, except those which are rotten. What pace the political summer may keep with the natural, no human foresight can determine. It is, however, not difficult to perceive that the spring is begun. Thus wishing, as I sincerely do, freedom and happiness to all nations, I close the second part. 12 letter. Addressed to the addressers. On the late proclamation. 1792. This pamphlet was written in the summer of 1792, just before Paine fled to France, and was published immediately after he arrived there. In the edited text included here, Paine answered the charge of seditious libel with one of his most stirring passages. If, to expose the fraud and imposition of monarchy, and every species of hereditary government, to lessen the oppression of taxes, to propose plans for the education of helpless infancy, and the comfortable support of the aged and distressed, to endeavor to conciliate nations to each other, to extirpate the horrid practice of war, to promote universal peace, civilization, and commerce, and to break the chains of political superstition, and raise degraded man to his proper rank, if these things be libel laws, let me live the life of a libeller, and let the name /libeller be engraved on my tomb. Could I have commanded circumstances with a wish, I know not of any that would have more generally promoted the progress of knowledge, than the late proclamation, and the numerous rotten borough and corporation addresses thereon. They have not only served as advertisements, but they have excited a spirit of inquiry into the principles of government, and a desire to read the rights of man, in places where that spirit and that work were before unknown. The people of England, wearied and stunned with parties, and alternately deceived by each, had almost resigned the prerogative of thinking. Even curiosity had expired, and a universal languor had spread itself over the land. The opposition was visibly no other than a contest for power, whilst the mass of the nation stood torpidly by as the prize. In this hopeless state of things, the first part of the rights of man made its appearance. It had to combat with a strange mixture of prejudice and indifference. It stood exposed to every species of newspaper abuse, and besides this, it had to remove the obstructions which Mr. Burke's rude and outrageous attack on the French Revolution had artfully raised. But how easy does even the most illiterate reader distinguish the spontaneous sensations of the heart from the labored productions of the brain? Truth, whenever it can fully appear, is a thing so naturally familiar to the mind, that an acquaintance commences at first sight. No artificial light, yet discovered, can display all the properties of daylight, so neither can the best invented fiction fill the mind with every conviction which truth begets. To overthrow Mr. Burke's fallacious book was scarcely the operation of a day. Even the phalanx of placemen and pensioners, who had given the tone to the multitude by clamoring forth his political fame, became suddenly silent, and the final event to himself has been, that as he rose like a rocket, he fell like the stick. It seldom happens that the mind rests satisfied with the simple detection of error or imposition. Once put in motion, that motion soon becomes accelerated. Where it had intended to stop, it discovers new reasons to proceed, and renews and continues the pursuit far beyond the limits it first prescribed to itself. Thus it has happened to the people of England. From a detection of Mr. Burke's incoherent rhapsodies and distorted facts, they began an inquiry into the first principles of government, whilst himself, like an object left far behind, became invisible and forgotten. Much as the first part of Rights of Man impressed at its first appearance, the progressive mind soon discovered that it did not go far enough. It detected errors, it exposed absurdities, it shook the fabric of political superstition, it generated new ideas. But it did not produce a regular system of principles in the room of those which it displaced. And, if I may guess at the mind of the government party, they beheld it as an unexpected gale that would soon blow over, and they forbore, like sailors in threatening weather, to whistle, lest they should increase the wind. Everything, on their part, was profound silence. When the second part of Rights of Man, combining principle and practice, was preparing to appear, they affected, for a while, to act with the same policy as before, but, finding their silence had no more influence in stifling the progress of the work than it would have in stopping the progress of time, they changed their plan, and affected to treat it with clamorous contempt. The speech-making placemen and pensioners, and place expectants, in both houses of Parliament, the outs as well as the ins, represented it as a silly, insignificant performance, as a work incapable of producing any effect, as something which they were sure the good sense of the people would either despise or indignantly spurn, but such was the overstrained awkwardness with which they harangued and encouraged each other, that in the very act of declaring their confidence, they betrayed their fears. Yes, silly swains, thought I to myself, why do you torment yourselves thus? The Rights of Man is a book calmly and rationally written, why then are you so disturbed? Did you see how little or how suspicious such conduct makes you appear, even cunning alone? Had you no other faculty, would hush you into prudence. The plans, principles, and arguments, contained in that work, are placed before the eyes of the nation, and of the world, in a fair, open, and manly manner, and nothing more is necessary than to refute them. Do this, and the whole is done, but if ye cannot, so neither can ye suppress the reading, nor convict the author, for the law, in the opinion of all good men, would convict itself, that should condemn what cannot be refuted. Having now shown the addressers the several stages of the business, prior to their being called upon, like Caesar in the Tiber, crying to Cassius, help, Cassius, or I sink. I next come to remark on the policy of the government, in promotion addresses, on the consequences naturally resulting therefrom, and on the conduct of the persons concerned. With respect to the policy, it evidently carries with it every mark and feature of disguised fear, and it will hereafter be placed in the history of extraordinary things, that a pamphlet should be produced by an individual, unconnected with any sect or party, and not seeking to make any, and almost a stranger in the land, that should completely frighten the whole government, and that in the midst of its most triumphant security. Such a circumstance cannot fail to prove that either the pamphlet has irresistible powers, or the government very extraordinary defects, or both. The nation exhibits no signs of fear at the rights of man. Why then should the government, unless the interests of the two are really opposite to each other, and the secret is beginning to be known, that there are two distinct classes of men in the nation, those who pay taxes, and those who receive and live upon the taxes, is evident at first sight, and when taxation is carried to excess, It cannot fail to disunite those two, and something of this kind is now beginning to appear. That the success of the proclamation has been less than the success of the work it was intended to discourage, is a matter within my own knowledge, for a greater number of the cheap edition of the first and second parts of the Rights of Man has been sold in the space only of 1 month, than the whole number of addressers, admitting them to be 32,000, have amounted to in 3 months. It is a dangerous attempt in any government to say to a nation, thou shalt not read. This is now done in Spain, and was formerly done under the old government of France. But it served to procure the downfall of the latter, and is subverting that of the former. And it will have the same tendency in all countries, because thought by some means or other is got abroad in the world, and cannot be restrained, though reading may. If Rights of Man were a book that deserved the vile description which promoters of the addresses have given of it, why did not these men prove their charge, and satisfy the people, by producing it, and reading it publicly? This most certainly ought to have been done, and would also have been done, had they believed it would have answered their purpose. But the fact is, that the book contains truths which those time servers dreaded to hear, and dreaded that the people should know, and it is now following up the addresses in every part of the nation, and convicting them of falsehoods. Among the unwarrantable proceedings to which the proclamation has given rise, the meetings of the justices in several of the towns and counties ought to be noticed. Those men have assumed to react the farce of general warrants, and to suppress, by their own authority, whatever publications they please. This is an attempt at power equalled only by the conduct of the minor despots of the most despotic governments in Europe, and yet those justices affect to call England a free country. But even this, perhaps, like the scheme for garrisoning the country by building military barracks, is necessary to awaken the country to a sense of its rights, and, as such, it will have a good effect. Another part of the conduct of such justices has been that of threatening to take away the licenses from taverns and public houses, where the inhabitants of the neighborhood associated to read and discuss the principles of government, and to inform each other thereon. This, again, is similar to what is doing in Spain and Russia, and the reflection which it cannot fail to suggest is, that the principles and conduct of any government must be bad, when that government dreads and startles at discussion, and seeks security by a prevention of knowledge. If the government, or the constitution, or by whatever name it be called, be that miracle of perfection which the proclamation and the addresses have trumpeted it forth to be, it ought to have defied discussion and investigation, instead of dreading it. Whereas, every attempt it makes, either by proclamation, prosecution, or address, to suppress investigation, is a confession that it feels itself unable to bear it. It is error only, and not truth, that shrinks from inquiry. All the numerous pamphlets, and all the newspaper falsehood and abuse, that have been published against the rights of man, have fallen before it like pointless arrows, and, in like manner would any work have fallen before the Constitution, had the Constitution, as it is called, been founded on as good political principles as those on which the rights of man is written. It is a good Constitution for courtiers, placemen, pensioners, borough holders, and the leaders of parties, and these are the men that have been the active leaders of addresses. But it is a bad Constitution for at least 99 parts of the nation out of 100. And this truth is every day making its way. It is bad, first, because it entails upon the nation the unnecessary expense of supporting 3 forms and systems of government at once, namely, the monarchical, the aristocratical, and the democratical. Secondly, because it is impossible to unite such a discordant composition by any other means than perpetual corruption, and therefore the corruption so loudly and so universally complained of, is no other than the natural consequence of such an unnatural compound of governments, and in this consists that excellence which the numerous herd of placemen and pensioners so loudly extol, and which at the same time occasions that enormous load of taxes under which the rest of the nation groans. Among the mass of national delusions calculated to amuse and impose upon the multitude, the standing one has been that of flattering them into taxes, by calling the government, or as they please to express it, the English Constitution, the envy and the admiration of the world. Scarcely an address has been voted in which some of the speakers have not uttered this hackneyed, nonsensical falsehood. 2 revolutions have taken place, those of America and France, and both of them have rejected the unnatural compounded system of the English government. America has declared against all hereditary government, and established the representative system of government only. France has entirely rejected the aristocratical part, and is now discovering the absurdity of the monarchical, and is approaching fast to the representative system. On what ground, then, do these men continue a declaration respecting what they call the envy and admiration of other nations, which the voluntary practice of such nations, as have had the opportunity of establishing government, contradicts and falsifies? Will such men never confine themselves to truth? Will they be forever the deceivers of the people? But I will go further, and show, that were government now to begin in England, the people could not be brought to establish the same system they now submit to. In speaking on this subject, or on any other, on the pure ground of principle, antiquity and precedent cease to be authority, and hoary-headed error loses its effect. The reasonableness and propriety of things must be examined abstractedly from custom and usage, and, in this point of view, the right which grows into practice today is as much a right, and as old in principle and theory, as if it had the customary sanction of 1,000 ages. Principles have no connection with time, nor characters with names. To say that the government of this country is composed of kings, lords, and commons, is the mere phraseology of custom. It is composed of men, and whoever the men be to whom the government of any country be entrusted, they ought to be the best and wisest that can be found, and if they are not so, they are not fit for the station. A man derives no more excellence from the change of a name, or calling him king, or calling him lord, than I should do by changing my name from Thomas to George, or from Paine to Guelph. I should not be a whit more able to write a book because my name was altered, neither would any man, now called a king or a lord, have a whit more sense than he now has, were he to call himself Thomas Paine. As to the word commons, applied as it is in England, it is a term of degradation and reproach, and ought to be abolished. It is a term unknown in free countries. But to the point. Let us suppose that government was now to begin in England, and that the plan of government, offered to the nation for its approbation or rejection, consisted of the following parts. First, that some one individual should be taken from all the rest of the nation, and to whom all the rest should swear obedience, and never be permitted to sit down in his presence, and that they should give to him 1 million sterling a year. That the nation should never after have power or authority to make laws but with his express consent. And that his sons and his sons' sons, whether wise or foolish, good men or bad, fit or unfit, should have the same power, and also the same money annually paid to them for ever. Secondly, that there should be 2 houses of legislators to assist in making laws, one of which should, in the first instance, be entirely appointed by the aforesaid person, and that their sons and their sons' sons, whether wise or foolish, good men or bad, fit or unfit, should forever after be hereditary legislators. Thirdly, that the other house should be chosen in the same manner as the house now called the House of Commons is chosen, and should be subject to the control of the two aforesaid hereditary powers in all things. It would be impossible to cram such a farrago of imposition and absurdity down the throat of this or any other nation that was capable of reasoning upon its rights and its interest. They would ask, in the first place, on what ground of right, or on what principle, such irrational and preposterous distinctions could, or ought to be made, and what pretensions any man could have, or what services he could render, to entitle him to $1,000,000 a year? They would go further, and revolt at the idea of consigning their children, and their children's children, to the domination of persons hereafter to be born, who might, for anything they could foresee, turn out to be knaves or fools, and they would finally discover that the project of hereditary governors and legislators was a treasonable usurpation over the rights of posterity. Not only the calm dictates of reason, and the force of natural affection, but the integrity of manly pride, would impel men to spurn such proposals. From the grosser absurdities of such a scheme, they would extend their examination to the practical defects. They would soon see that it would end in tyranny, accomplished by fraud, that in the operation of it, it would be 2 to 1 against them, because the two parts that were to be made hereditary would form a common interest, and stick to each other, and that themselves and representatives would become no better than hewers of wood and drawers of water for the other parts of the government. Yet, call one of those powers king, the other lords, and the third the commons, and it gives the model of what is called the English government. I have asserted, and have shown, both in the first and second parts of Rights of Man, that there is not such a thing as an English constitution, and that the people have yet a constitution to form. A constitution is a thing antecedent to a government. It is the act of a people creating a government and giving it powers, and defining the limits and exercise of the powers so given. But whenever did the people of England, acting in their original, constituent character, by a delegation elected for that express purpose, declare and say, we, the people of this land, do constitute and appoint this to be our system and form of government? The government has assumed to constitute itself, but it never was constituted by the people, in whom alone the right of constituting resides. I will here recite the preamble to the Federal Constitution of the United States of America. I have shown in the second part of Rights of Man, the manner by which the Constitution was formed and afterwards ratified, and to which I refer the reader. The preamble is in the following words. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Then follow the several articles which appoint the manner in which the several component parts of the government, legislative and executive, shall be elected, and the period of their duration, and the powers they shall have, also, the manner by which future additions, alterations, or amendments shall be made to the Constitution. Consequently, every improvement that can be made in the science of government follows in that country as a matter of order. It is only in governments founded on assumption and false principles, that reasoning upon, and investigating systems and principles of government, and showing their several excellencies and defects, are termed libellous and seditious. These terms were made part of the charge brought against Locke, Hampden, and Sidney, and will continue to be brought against all good men, so long as bad government shall continue. The government of this country has been ostentatiously giving challenges for more than 100 years past, upon what is called its own excellence and perfection. Scarcely a king's speech, or a parliamentary speech, has been uttered, in which this glove has not been thrown, till the world has been insulted with their challenges. But it now appears that all this was vapor and vain boasting, or that it was intended to conceal abuses and defects, and hush the people into taxes. I have taken the challenge up, and in behalf of the public, have shown, in a fair, open, and candid manner, both the radical and practical defects of the system, when lo, those champions of civil list have fled away, and sent the Attorney General to deny the challenge, by turning the acceptance of it into an attack, and defending their places and pensions by a prosecution. I will here drop this part of the subject, and state a few particulars respecting the prosecution now pending, by which the addressers will see that they have been used as tools to the prosecuting party and their dependents. The case is as follows. The original edition of the first and second bill in the first part of the Rights of Man, expensively printed, in the modern style of printing pamphlets, that they might be bound up with Mr. Burke's reflections on the French Revolution, the high price precluded the generality of people from purchasing, and many applications were made to me from various parts of the country to print the work in a cheaper manner. The people of Sheffield requested leave to print 2,000 copies for themselves, with which request I immediately complied. The same request came to me from Rotherham, from Leicester, from Chester, for several towns in Scotland, and Mr. James Mackintosh, author of Bindishe Galaxy, brought me a request from Warwickshire, for leave to print 10,000 copies in that county. I had already sent a cheap edition to Scotland, and finding the applications increase, I concluded that the best method of complying therewith would be to print a very numerous edition in London, under my own direction, by which means the work would be more perfect, and the price be reduced lower than it could be by printing small editions in the country, of only a few thousands each. And conscious as I now am, that the work entitled Rights of Man, so far from being, as has been maliciously or erroneously represented, a false, wicked, and seditious libel, is a work abounding with unanswerable truths, with principles of the purest morality and benevolence, and with arguments not to be contract overt, conscious, I say, of these things, and having no object in view but the happiness of mankind, I have now put the matter to the best proof in my power, by giving to the public a cheap edition of the first and second parts of that work. Let every man read and judge for himself, not only of the merits and demerits of the work, but of the matters therein contained, which relate to his own interest and happiness. If, to expose the fraud and imposition of monarchy, and every species of hereditary government, to lessen the oppression of taxes, to propose plans for the education of helpless infancy, and the comfortable support of the aged and distressed, to endeavor to conciliate nations to each other, to extirpate the horrid practice of war, to promote universal peace, civilization, and commerce, and to break the chains of political superstition, and raise degraded man to his proper rank, if these things be libelous, let me live the life of a libeller, and let the name of libeller be engraved on my tomb. Of all the weak and ill-judged measures which fear, ignorance, or arrogance could suggest, the proclamation, and the project for addresses, are two of the worst. They serve to advertise the work which the promoters of those measures wish to keep unknown, and in doing this they offered violence to the judgment of the people, by calling on them to condemn what they forbade them to know, and put the strength of their party to that hazardous issue that prudence would have avoided. The county meeting for Middlesex was attended by only 118 addressers. They, no doubt, expected that thousands would flock to their standard, and clamor against the rights of man. But the case most probably is, that men in all countries, are not so blind to their rights and their interest as governments believe. Having thus shown the extraordinary manner in which the government party commenced their attack, I proceed to offer a few observations on the prosecution, and on the mode of trial by special jury. In the first place, I have written the book, and if it cannot be refuted, it cannot be condemned. But I do not consider the prosecution as particularly leveled against me, but against the general right, or the right of every man, of investigating systems and principles of government, and showing their several excellencies or defects. If the press be free only to flatter government, as Mr. Burke has done, and to cry up and extol what certain court sycophants are pleased to call a glorious constitution, and not free to examine into its errors or abuses, or whether a constitution really exists or not, such freedom is no other than that of Spain, Turkey, or Russia, and a jury in this case would not be a jury to try, but an inquisition to condemn. I have asserted, and by fair and open argument maintained, the right of every nation at all times to establish such a system and form of government for itself as best accords with its disposition, interest, and happiness, and to change and alter it as it sees occasion. Will any jury deny to the nation this right? If they do, they are traitors, and their verdict would be null and void. And if they admit the right, the means must be admitted also, for it would be the highest absurdity to say that the right existed, but the means did not. The question then is, what are the means by which the possession and exercise of this national right are to be secured? The answer will be that of maintaining, inviolably, the right of free investigation, for investigation always serves to detect error, and to bring forth truth. I have, as an individual, given my opinion upon what I believe to be not only the best, but the true system of government, which is the representative system, and I have given reasons for that opinion. First, because in the representative system, no office of very extraordinary power, or extravagant pay, is attached to any individual, and consequently there is nothing to excite those national contentions and civil wars with which countries under monarchical governments are frequently convulsed, and of which the history of England exhibits such numerous instances. Secondly, because the representative is a system of government always in maturity, whereas monarchical government fluctuates through all the stages, from nonage to dotage. Thirdly, because the representative system admits of none but men properly qualified into the government, or removes them if they prove to be otherwise. Whereas, in the hereditary system, a nation may be encumbered with a knave or an idiot for a whole lifetime, and not be benefited by a successor. Fourthly, because there does not exist a right to establish hereditary government, or, in other words, hereditary successors, because hereditary government always means a government yet to come, and the case always is, that those who are to live afterwards have the same right to establish government for themselves, as the people had who lived before them, and, therefore, all laws attempting to establish hereditary government, are founded on assumption and political fiction. If these positions be truths, and I challenge any man to prove the contrary, if they tend to instruct and enlighten mankind, and to free them from error, oppression, and political superstition, which are the objects I have in view in publishing them, that jury would commit an act of injustice to their country, and to me, if not an act of perjury, that should call them false, wicked, and malicious. Dragonetti, in his treatise on virtues and rewards, has a paragraph worthy of being recorded in every country in the world. The science, says he, of the politician consists in fixing the true point of happiness and freedom. Those men deserve the gratitude of ages who should discover a mode of government that contain the greatest sum of individual happiness with the least national expense. But if juries are to be made use of to prohibit inquiry, to suppress truth, and to stop the progress of knowledge, this boasted palladium of liberty becomes the most successful instrument of tyranny among the arts practiced at the bar, and from the bench, to impose upon the understanding of a jury, and to obtain a verdict where the consciences of men could not otherwise consent. One of the most successful has been that of calling truth a libel, and of insinuating that the words falsely, wickedly, and maliciously, though they are made the formidable and high-sounding part of the charge, are not matters of consideration with the jury. For what purpose, then, are they retained, unless it be for that of imposition and willful defamation? I cannot conceive a greater violation of order, nor a more abominable insult upon morality, and upon human understanding, than to see a man sitting in the judgment seat, affecting by an antiquated foppery of dress to impress the audience with awe, then causing witnesses and jury to be sworn to truth and justice, himself having officially sworn the same, then causing to be read a prosecution against a man charging him with having wickedly and maliciously written and published a certain false, wicked, and seditious book, and having gone through all this with a show of solemnity, as if he saw the eye of the Almighty darting through the roof of the building like a ray of light, turn, in an instant, the whole into a farce, and, in order to obtain a verdict that could not be otherwise obtained, tell the jury that the charge of falsely, wickedly, and seditiously meant nothing, that truth was out of the question, and that whether the person accused spoke truth or falsehood, or intended virtuously or wickedly, was the same thing, and finally conclude the wretched inquisitorial scene by stating some antiquated precedent, equally as abominable as that which is then acting, or giving some opinion of his own, and falsely calling the one and the other law. It was, most probably, to such a judge as this, that the most solemn of all reproofs was given, the Lord will smite thee. Thou's whitened wall. Paul to Ananias. Acts XXIII. 2. I consider the reform of Parliament, by an application to Parliament, as proposed by the Society, to be a worn-out, hackneyed subject, about which the nation is tired, and the parties are deceiving each other. It is not a subject that is cognizable before Parliament, because no government has a right to alter itself, either in whole or in part. The right, and the exercise of that right, appertains to the nation only, and the proper means is by a national convention, elected for the purpose, by all the people. By this, the will of the nation, whether to reform or not, or what the reform shall be, or how far it shall extend, will be known, and it cannot be known by any other means. Partial addresses, or separate associations, are not testimonies of the general will. It is, however, certain that the opinions of men, with respect to systems and principles of government, are changing fast in all countries. The alteration in England, within the space of a little more than a year, is far greater than could have been believed, and it is daily and hourly increasing. It moves along the country with the silence of thought. The enormous expense of government has provoked men to think, by making them feel, and the proclamation has served to increase jealousy and disgust. To prevent, therefore, those commotions which too often and too suddenly arise from suffocated discontents, it is best that the general will should have the full and free opportunity of being publicly ascertained and known. Wretched as the state of representation is in England, it is every day becoming worse, because the unrepresented parts of the nation are increasing in population and property. and the represented parts are decreasing. It is, therefore, no ill-grounded estimation to say that as not 1% in 7 is represented, at least 14 millions of taxes out of the 17 millions are paid by the unrepresented part, for although copyholds and leaseholds are assessed to the land tax, the holders are unrepresented. Should then a general demur take place as to the obligation of paying taxes, on the ground of not being represented, it is not the representatives of rotten boroughs, nor special juries, that can decide the question. This is one of the possible cases that ought to be foreseen, in order to prevent the inconveniences that might arise to numerous individuals, by provoking it. I confess I have no idea of petitioning for rights. Whatever the rights of people are, they have a right to them, and none have a right either to withhold them, or to grant them. Government ought to be established on such principles of justice as to exclude the occasion of all such applications, for wherever they appear they are virtually accusations. There ought to be, in the constitution of every country, a mode of referring back, on any extraordinary occasion, to the sovereign and original constituent power, which is the nation itself. The right of altering any part of government cannot, as already observed, reside in the government, or that government might make itself what it pleased. It ought also to be taken for granted, that though a nation may feel inconveniences, either in the excess of taxation, or in the mode of expenditure, or in anything else, it may not at first be sufficiently assured in what part of its government the defect lies, or where the evil originates. It may be supposed to be in one part, and an inquiry be found to be in another, or partly in all. This obscurity is naturally interwoven with what are called mixed governments. However, the reform to be accomplished whatever it may, it can only follow in consequence of obtaining a full knowledge of all the causes that have rendered such reform